Our President Lin would love to have more trouble like this. Dr. Huang joined in the fun. Elder Huang is. Right, Brother Xia. President Lin laughed. In the future, if you encounter such trouble, you must consider me first. No problem. We're old friends, so I'm not worried about working together. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. President Lin thought for a moment and said, Brother Xia, there's no reference price for this kind of top-quality wormgrass at the moment. Let's make it 700,000 yuan per kilogram. How many do you have in total? The weight we measured was about 490 grams. Mr. Lin, you can use a more sophisticated weighing tool when we trade, Xia Ruofei said. No need. President Lin quickly said, the price of 700,000 yuan is already a bit conservative. Let's just take 500 grams. How about 350,000 yuan? Xia Ruofei smiled. All right. We'll do as you say, brother. CEO Lin seemed to be afraid that Xia Ruofei would go back on his words. He immediately took out his phone and called the staff of Tongren Hall. He asked them to immediately prepare the contract and fax it to him according to the price they had just agreed on. He also asked the finance department to transfer the money to the Peach Blossom Company's account in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei knew that the reason why Lin Jian was so enthusiastic was definitely because he had the idea of working with the Wormgrass of Paradise Company in the future. Hence, after the deal was settled, Xia Ruofei invited Mr. Lin and Dr. Huang to sit at the coffee table. He made tea for them and brought up their future cooperation. Mr. Lin, I'm not going to beat around the bush. This batch of wormgrass is just a sample. If we really want to supply it in bulk, I'm afraid it will take a few months. Xia Ruofei poured a cup of tea for President Lin and said, if Tongren Hall is interested, we can consider it first. I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. President Lin quickly said. What a joke, didn't he rush over here so that he could be the agent for the Wormgrass of the Paradise Company in the future? President Lin was also very clear that in theory, authentic Cordyceps sinensis was a natural product, including the iron fingdo from before. At first glance, it was also of wild quality, which could not be produced by Taoyuan Farm at all. However, he was a smart person. Xia Ruofei had the means and channels to obtain these top-quality medicinal herbs. He was his most important partner. Because of his blind confidence in Xia Ruofei, when CEO Lin received the call, he did not even ask about the quality of the wormgrass in Xia Ruofei's hands. Instead, he immediately decided to rush to the Three Mountains on the same day. As it turned out, Xia Ruofei did not disappoint him. In fact, he gave him a big surprise. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. President Lin continued, Brother Xia, our Tongren Hall's reputation and channels are the best in the country. We're also old friends. This time, you must let us be the agent for the Owedo. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We've had a good time working together. I'll definitely think of you first when I have a new product. At this moment, the fax machine in Xia Ruofei's office, which was in automatic mode, buzzed a few times and slowly spat out a few pieces of paper. Brother Xia, President Lin immediately said, it must be the contract from our side. Take a look. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked to his desk. He picked up the printed paper and looked at it. It was indeed from Qiantang Tongren Hall. The contract was a fixed format. It was a special document for Tongren Hall to purchase precious Chinese medicinal herbs, such as wild ginseng, iron maple, cordyceps, and so on of a certain age. They only needed to fill in the name, grade, weight, unit price, and other parameters of the medicinal herbs to be traded in a certain fixed place. It was not Xia Ruofei's first time signing such a transfer contract, so he was familiar with it. He quickly checked the amount and other important figures, then smiled and nodded. There's no problem with the contract. Xia Ruofei signed his name and took out the company seal from the drawer to stamp it. Then, Xia Ruofei called the finance department to inform them that there would be 350,000 yuan in the account today. Xia Ruofei passed the signed contract to President Lin. There were 2 copies of the contract and he wanted President Lin to bring it back and stamp it with the Tongren Hall seal before sending it back. However, with Xia Ruofei's signature and the company seal, the payment could be made at Tongren Hall. Ever since he established a close cooperative relationship with the Peach Blossom Company, President Lin's status in Tongren Hall had soared. He could make the decision for a small deal of 350,000 yuan by himself. President Lin took the contract and handed it to Dr. Huang. Then, he said, "Brother Xia, thank you. This. Do you have any thoughts on the sales model for a widow?" Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. "I'll have to discuss this with my colleagues. Anyway, we can't supply the goods in bulk for the time being. We'll talk about the specific issues later." Then, Xia Ruofei said seriously, "President Lin, regarding the sales collaboration, I can't sign any written intent with you right now. I can only give you a verbal promise. I hope you can understand." Although he had already succeeded in his experiment at the Archean realm, Xia Ruofei was not 100% sure that he could replicate such a success in the mountain and sea realm. Even if the possibility of failure was very small, Xia Ruofei would definitely not sign any agreement with Tongren Hall before he actually obtained a large amount of cordyceps. This included a voluntary agreement. President Lin quickly said, "Brother, Xiao's words are more effective than any agreement. Since you've agreed to cooperate with us first, I'm relieved. You don't have to sign anything in writing." Xia Ruofei had the initiative in the cooperation. Even if CEO Lin wanted to sign a written agreement, he had no bargaining chips. Besides, he had worked with Xia Ruofei more than once and had confidence in his reputation. Hence, he did not hesitate to praise Xia Ruofei so that Xia Ruofei would be more embarrassed to go back on his words in the future. Xia Ruofei smiled lightly and beckoned for the 2 of them to continue making tea. That night, Xia Ruofei invited Feng Jing, Peng Hao, and the rest to the company's restaurant to entertain President Lin and Dr. Huang. The next morning, Mr. Lin took the 500 grams of Awedo and returned to Qiantang City after bidding Xia Ruofei farewell. For the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei did not rush to contact Song Qiming. Instead, he stayed in the company to deal with some daily affairs. At night, he entered the spirit map space and continued to practice using his spiritual power to construct the complicated rune key. Now, Xia Ruofei could barely use his spiritual power to carve the entire rune. However, his proficiency was far from enough, and the spiritual power he poured into the rune was not stable enough. Xia Ruofei felt that there were still some minor flaws in the rune he had drawn. Although he could barely maintain the rune without it scattering, it was not in its best state. Of course, this was largely due to his lack of proficiency. Hence, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to unlock the V character. After all, the rune did not operate smoothly. If something went wrong during the unlocking process and the jade talisman was damaged, it would not be worth it. Besides, Xia Ruofei did not feel any sense of urgency when it came to cultivation. Hence, he maintained a steady state of mind and took a certain amount of time every day to practice. On the third day, Xia Ruofei gave Song Qiming a call and told him that he had prepared the medicine. Song Qiming was overjoyed. He expressed his gratitude and said that he would bring Song Wei to the farm personally. Xia Ruofei quickly declined. If a leader like Song Qiming came out, it would definitely alert the leaders at all levels. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's home was on the farm. If that happened, the farm would be affected. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to send the medicine over himself. The two of them agreed to meet at his house at around 10:30 in the morning. Xia Ruofei knew that Song Qiming would definitely want him to stay for lunch. This was human nature, so he smiled and agreed. Xia Ruofei had asked Lei Hu to drive the company's Mercedes-Benz over in advance. He left Taoyuan Farm at around 10:00 and headed to the villa area of the Municipal Standing Committee by the Crescent Lake. Song Qiming's secretary, Guangji Chao, was already waiting at the entrance of the villa area. The temperature today was higher than the previous days. The scorching sun shone on Guangji Chao, and his forehead was covered in sweat. His white shirt was almost soaked, but he was in a good mood. These few days, he could clearly feel that Song Qiming's attitude towards him had become much closer. This meant that he had gained the trust of the secretary. As long as he continued to work hard and conscientiously in the future, a great future was waiting for him. And all of this was closely related to Xia Ruofei. Guangji Chao was willing to endure even tougher conditions, let alone welcome Xia Ruofei under the scorching sun. When Xia Ruofei reached the entrance, Guangji Chao asked the armed police to let them in and got into Xia Ruofei's car. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, "Brother Chao, we're already so familiar with each other. There's really no need to wait for me under the sun. If you get a heat stroke, I'll be in big trouble." Guangji Chao chuckled and said, "Don't we have a miracle doctor like you? What was a mere heat stroke? Besides, I don't dare to discount the tasks given by the secretary." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head, not saying anything. They arrived at Song Qiming's villa number 1. This time, the three of them were waiting at the entrance of the villa. Fortunately, there weren't any random people in the villa area of the Municipal Council Standing Committee. Each villa was quite far away from each other, and there were some landscape trees in the middle to block the view, maintaining a good sense of privacy. Otherwise, if people were to see that the deputy secretary of the Provincial Party Committee and the secretary of the State Council of Sanshan City was actually standing at the door of his house with his wife and daughter to welcome a young man, who knew how many people would be shocked? "Are you au fait?" Song Qiming and Fang Liyun greeted Xia Ruofei warmly. Although Song Wei did not say anything, she had a gentle smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement when she saw Xia Ruofei. "Uncle Song, Aunt Fang, why are you waiting outside on such a hot day?" Xia Ruofei said, "I don't deserve such a big gift. You're my daughter's doctor, what's there to be ashamed of?" Song Qiming laughed. Come, let's go inside, it's too hot here." After the group entered the house, everyone sat down on the sofa in the living room. The housekeeper, Xiao Luo, quickly served everyone a cup of tea. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Song Qiming and Fang Liyun looked at Xia Ruofei with anticipation. Song Wei hasn't fainted again, has she? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. No. But it's only been 3 days since I fainted. I don't know if, Fang Liyun replied. Liyun, since Ruofei has already prepared the medicine, there shouldn't be any problem. Song Qiming waved his hand. I'll check her pulse again. Xia Ruofei smiled. Okay. Wei, quickly go to Ruofei's side to check. Fang Liyun said hurriedly. Song Wei stood up and sat beside Xia Ruofei. She smiled and said, I'll have to trouble you. Xia Ruofei smiled and placed his fingers on Song Wei's smooth wrist. Although Song Wei was already in her 4th year of university, she had never had a boyfriend. Last time, Xia Ruofei had taken her pulse and even pinched her cheek to feed her medicine, but she was unconscious and could not feel anything. This time, she was completely awake. A young man grabbed her wrist, and Song Wei's face blushed. She felt that Xia Ruofei's fingers were slightly warm. It was an instinctive comfort to be touched by him, so she could not help but sneak a glance at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei's eyes were slightly closed, and he looked very serious. The sun shone in from the side window. From Song Wei's angle, she could see the side view of Xia Ruofei's face. It was as if there was a faint halo on it. A man was most attractive when he was focused. Song Wei was curious about Xia Ruofei, so she could not help but stare at him. She only came back to her senses after a few seconds. Her face was slightly hot and she quickly looked away. Luckily, everyone else in the living room was looking at Xia Ruofei nervously and did not notice Song Wei's slight loss of composure. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not notice Song Wei's expression. He was very focused on feeling Song Wei's pulse. Xia Ruofei noticed a strange phenomenon. The last time he felt Song Wei's pulse when she was unconscious, it was normal, but Xia Ruofei could feel that it was slightly calmer. However, today, when Song Wei was awake, Xia Ruofei felt that her pulse was completely normal. In fact, it could be said that she was very healthy. After Xia Ruofei had given Song Wei the solution of the spirit heart flower, she had been unconscious for a shorter period of time. Hence, Xia Ruofei knew that the ingredients of the spirit heart flower could be used to deal with this strange poison. However, Xia Ruofei was more interested in the poison itself, so he hoped to find out more through Chinese medicine. However, he was destined to be disappointed. With Xia Ruofei's self-taught medical skills, he could not detect what was wrong with Song Wei. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The scene of him using his spiritual power to draw the rune in the air, in the spirit map space, appeared in his mind. If he used his spiritual power to investigate, would he find anything? Xia Ruofei said to himself. When Xia Ruofei thought of this, he immediately focused and calmed down. He slowly released his spiritual power from his fingers and slowly probed into Song Wei's meridians. Spiritual energy was invisible to begin with, so Song Wei did not feel any discomfort. However, she felt that Xia Ruofei took a long time to check her pulse. Even the old Chinese medical doctors with white beards did not take as long as he did. However, Xia Ruofei did not retract his hand. She did not dare to move and sat stiffly on the sofa. As they were checking his pulse, their bodies were closer to each other. Song Wei could even feel Xia Ruofei's breath. She felt her face burning and wanted to twist her body. Xia Ruofei did not notice Song Wei's embarrassment. He was completely immersed in a whole new world. It was the first time he realized that he could use his spiritual power in this way. After his mentality entered Song Wei's meridians, it was like a holographic camera. Everything that was detected was fed back to Xia Ruofei's mind, and an incomplete meridian diagram was formed. He could see the flow of the qi and blood in Song Wei's body, the size of the meridians it flowed through, and whether there was any delay in each meridian. Xia Ruofei then corroborated these situations with the Chinese medicine theories that he had learned on his own. Many of the doubts that he had in the past seemed to have been cleared up. Traditional Chinese medicine doctors also hoped to judge the patient's condition by the ups and downs of the pulse. How could this be compared to Xia Ruofei's direct inner vision of the patient's qi and blood circulation to be more direct and accurate? Xia Ruofei was completely immersed in this new discovery. He subconsciously compared the Chinese medicine knowledge he had learned by himself with what he had seen through his spiritual power. Simply put, Song Wei had become Xia Ruofei's teaching tool. Song Qiming, Fang Liyun, and the rest had been watching Xia Ruofei nervously. They were all nervous as well. They felt that Xia Ruofei took a long time to feel his pulse. He would frown and relax at times. Sometimes, he would even be beaming with joy. His expression was very varied. Luckily, Xia Ruofei was recommended by Master Song Qiming, and Fang Liyun trusted him. Otherwise, they might have misunderstood Xia Ruofei's intention. However, the longer Xia Ruofei took to check her pulse, the more anxious they became. Could it be that her condition was very complicated, and the treatment plan they had thought of before might not be effective? Otherwise, why would Xia Ruofei be in such a difficult position? They were worried and anxious, but they didn't dare to disturb Xia Ruofei. They could only wait at the side. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39 HPCN6J2. Support us. Xia Ruofei was lost in the ocean of Chinese medicine theories. He only came back to his senses after a long time. He quickly ignored the changes in yin and yang, 5 elements, and essence, and started to examine Song Wei's body. Xia Ruofei focused his attention on the cunning poison and quickly made a new discovery. His psyche could sense that there were some small black particles floating in Song Wei's meridians. They followed the flow of her qi and blood. There were also many small black particles attached to her meridians, especially in her heart meridian of the hands Shaoyin. There were many of these small black particles. About half of the inner walls of her meridians had turned black. Xia Ruofei also noticed that the black particles seemed to be reproducing. He even saw one of the black particles break down into 2, and the 2 particles slowly grew stronger by absorbing the qi and blood energy. I've finally found you, Xia Ruofei said to himself. Even the most advanced medical equipment could not detect the poison, and neither could many famous Chinese doctors. However, under Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, there was no way to hide it. After Xia Ruofei made this discovery, he tried to use his spiritual power to influence the black particles. Xia Ruofei realized that when he wrapped the black particles with his spiritual power, he could move them and change their trajectory. This meant that even without the petals of the spirit heart flower, Xia Ruofei could still get rid of this troublesome poison. However, Xia Ruofei's current spiritual power was far from enough, and there were too many black particles. Hence, even if he knew the principle, he would not use such a stupid method. However, Xia Ruofei was not satisfied with just finding the poison. Although he couldn't completely use his spiritual force to remove the poison, he could still bring out a few black particles. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power wrapped around a dozen of the black particles and circulated them through Song Wei's meridians. Soon, they passed through the meridians on her wrist and were taken out of Song Wei's body by Xia Ruofei. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his finger. No one noticed that there was an almost undetectable black dot on Xia Ruofei's fingertip. It was so small that it was only the size of a needle when dozens of it were gathered together. Xia Ruofei wanted to study the poison, so he had taken some samples. He knew that once he started using the medicine, the poison in Song Wei's body would be slowly removed. Once the poison was eliminated, it would be difficult to find a sample again. This poison was invisible, colorless, and odorless. Even modern instruments and traditional Chinese medicine that had been passed down for thousands of years could not detect its existence. It even had the ability to reproduce. Xia Ruofei was very interested in all these. After collecting the sample, Xia Ruofei let go of the spiritual power that wrapped the black particles. After the black particles were freed from their restraints, they quickly entered Xia Ruofei's body. If Xia Ruofei did not have his spiritual power, the black poison would spread in his body. Eventually, he would be like Song Wei and the others. He would start to faint and might even lose his life. However, Xia Ruofei was not worried at all. Once the poison entered his body, he immediately wrapped it up with his spiritual power and controlled it to a very small area around his fingers. It could not cause any trouble at all. Even if he were to take a step back, even if he was really infected with this terrifying poison, he only needed to consume some spirit heart flower petal solution to get rid of it. Hence, Xia Ruofei was still very confident. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had retracted his hand, Fang Liyun asked worriedly, "Are you okay? What's the situation? Has his condition become more complicated?" Song Qiming asked with concern. Xia Ruofei knew that they were worried because he had taken too long to check her pulse. He felt guilty but quickly put on a confident smile and said, "Uncle Song, Auntie Fang, don't worry. Everything is under control. The poison has only invaded Song Wei's hand showing heart meridian. That's why Song Wei fainted before." Song Qiming was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. "Are you okay, you? You detected that poison?" Song Wei was also in disbelief. Even 301 Hospital, which had so many world-class equipment, could not detect anything unusual. How could Xia Ruofei really detect the poison that was like a nightmare to her? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Although the poison is very cunning, I was still lucky to find them." At this point, Xia Ruofei paused and took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag. "Now that I know the cause of the illness, I'm more confident in the treatment." He passed the small bottle to Song Wei and said, "There are 15 pills that I've concocted in here. Take 1 pill a day. Your condition should be greatly improved after the first course of treatment. You won't fall into a coma again. After 3 consecutive courses of treatment, the poison should be completely removed." Song Wei subconsciously took the small porcelain bottle. She was both surprised and worried. Her lips trembled as she said, "Are you Fei, can I really be completely cured?" Song Qiming and Fang Liyun felt a little dizzy from the huge surprise. "Ruofei, we We don't know how to thank you, Feng Liyun quickly said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Aunt Feng, you're welcome. Besides, we'll only know the real effect after Song Wei has taken it for a while. Ruofei, you made the medicine yourself. It'll be fine. Song Qiming said excitedly. 2 days ago, when he was reporting to Elder Song on the phone, he had also mentioned that he wanted Xia Ruofei to treat Song Wei. Elder Song said indifferently, since little Xia has made a move, you don't have to worry anymore. Song Qiming understood the weight of Elder Song's words, so he had unprecedented confidence in Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Song, you think too highly of me. By the way, I'll send you the medicine for the next course of treatment. In half a month. The main thing was that this pill wasn't easy to concoct, and some of the medicinal herbs were relatively rare. Also, I have to make some adjustments to the formula based on Song Wei's condition after the first course of treatment, so I haven't made any medicine yet. In fact, the 50 pills were ready. But Xia Ruofei could not give Song Qiming and the others the impression that they were easy to make. The poison itself was very difficult to deal with. Even the best hospitals, the most advanced equipment, and famous Chinese doctors could not do anything about it. It was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people that Xia Ruofei could deal with it. If it was not difficult at all and could be easily dealt with, it would be too shocking. All right, thank you, Ruofei, Song Qiming said gratefully. By the way, the herbs you used must be very precious, right? The cost, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and interrupted Song Qiming. Uncle Song, Elder Song was the old general that I admired the most when I was in the army. You're his junior, and you have a good reputation in the Southwest. That's why I helped you. You and I don't need to talk about money. Besides, some medicine can't be bought with money. That's right, Song Qiming no longer had the air of a provincial minister. He was full of gratitude towards Xia Ruofei. He even said half, jokingly, in terms of seniority, I'm Elder Song's grandnephew. So we should be friends of the same generation. I think I was the one who took advantage of you. The last time you called me Uncle Song, Guangxi Chao almost cried out in surprise. An ordinary person would laugh in their sleep if they could call someone like Song Qiming Uncle Song. However, Master Xia was on the same level as Secretary Song. If that was the case, he would have to call him Uncle Xia. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Song, how can you say that? I'm not related to Elder Song by blood. We'll just do our own thing. Otherwise, Song Wei would have to call me uncle. How uncomfortable would I be? Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Song Wei's face heated up slightly, and she said with a coy expression, how is this related to me? Wei, you should call him Uncle Ruofei. Song Qiming laughed. Don T, don't. I'm about the same age as Song Wei, don't make me sound old. Xia Ruofei quickly said. Song Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard this. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and then lowered her eyes to look at the porcelain bottle that contained her hope. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of splendor. Feng Liyun rolled her eyes at her husband and said, Old Song, we're in front of the children. You don't act like an elder. Song Qiming smiled like a child, which was a rare sight. A leader of his level rarely showed his emotions on his face, but he was really happy today. Feng Liyun rolled her eyes at Song Qiming before asking, Are you au fait? Is there anything I Need to pay attention to when taking this medicine? Yes, 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 tell us quickly. Song Qiming quickly said, it's such a precious medicine. Don't waste it because you didn't use it properly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, there's nothing special to take note of, but it's best to take it after a meal. Remember, once a day. Don't take too much. At this point, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, if she still faints after taking the medicine, give Songwei the half bottle of medicine I left last time. There's a process to the treatment, and fainting is normal during this period. You don't have to be too nervous. Xia Ruofei was clear about the condition of the poison in Songwei's body. At the beginning of the treatment, when she did not consume much of the petals of the spirit heart flower, the poison wreaked havoc in her hands, showing heart meridian. It was possible for her to faint once or twice. However, as her intake increased, the poison was gradually removed. As time passed, Song Wei would naturally not faint again. Xia Ruofei was worried that Song Qiming and the others would be nervous, so he gave them a heads up. All right. Fang Liyun said hurriedly. Although Xia Ruofei's medical advice was very simple, she still memorized it with all her heart. Her nervous look made it seem like she was memorizing a very complicated scientific formula. As long as it involved their children, all parents in the world were equally nervous. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Song Wei, my medicine can remove the toxins and also recuperate your body. So, after 3 courses of treatment, under normal circumstances, not only will the toxins be removed, but your chronic gastritis and mild menstrual pain should also be cured at the same time. Song Wei's beautiful face showed a hint of shyness, followed by a look of surprise. She covered her mouth and said, how did you know? Didn't I take your pulse? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chinese medicine is profound. Sometimes, it's even more accurate than Western medicine. If Xia Ruofei had only pointed out that she had chronic gastritis, Song Wei might have thought that her parents had told him about it in advance. However, the pain during her period was not that obvious. She had not even mentioned it to her mother. Although the level of pain was within her tolerance range, it was still a little uncomfortable every time it hurt. Fang Liyun's mouth was wide open in shock. She looked at Song Wei with a questioning gaze. Song Wei blushed and nodded. Fang Liyun said happily, Ruofei, it seems like Elder Song's eyes are really sharp. Your medical skills are much better than those Chinese medical masters. They didn't even notice that Wei Wei has chronic gastritis. As for the pain on her period, Fang Liyun naturally ignored it. After all, Guangji Chao and the driver old Zhang were in the room. Girls were shy, so how could she keep talking about it? Xia Ruofei smiled. If it's chronic gastritis, I don't think those famous Chinese doctors can't see it. It's just that their attention is focused on the nameless poison. For a chronic disease that won't immediately endanger your life, even if they find out, they won't take it to heart. That's not the same. They say that Western medicine treats the head and the feet, but Chinese medicine considers the big picture. Song Qiming said, this means that your medical skills are better than theirs, Ruofei. They had invited so many doctors, but none of them could see anything. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's arrival had given them hope of a cure. Hence, Song Qiming was angry when he thought of those famous doctors. However, the reason why Xia Ruofei could accurately judge Song Wei's physical condition and detect the existence of the poison was all due to his spiritual power. If He only relied on checking her pulse. Xia Ruofei's current medical skills were not as good as those experienced Chinese medical doctors. However, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was like a magic weapon. It was like he had an external ability when it came to learning Chinese medicine. After all, no doctor had the unique conditions like Xia Ruofei, who could see the internal meridians of the human body so clearly. Given time, Xia Ruofei's Chinese medicine skills would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Xia Ruofei's casual display of his skills had boosted Song Qiming's family's confidence. "Li Yun, can you go to the kitchen and see if little Luo has prepared lunch?" Song Qiming said. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39 HPCN 6J to support us. Alright, Ruofei, have a seat and chat for a while. I'll go check the kitchen. Fang Liyun said hurriedly. It's been hard on you, Auntie. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Remember to take out my precious 30-year-old bottle of Maotai. I want to have a few drinks with Ruofei this afternoon. Song Qiming added. I know. Just drink your tea. Fang Liyun glanced at Song Qiming and said. Usually, she was quite strict with Song Qiming's drinking. However, she was in a good mood today, so she did not care much about Song Qiming's drinking. She even took the initiative to take out Song Qiming's long, cherished Maotai from the wine cabinet. Song Qiming pushed back his work schedule for the afternoon and spent the afternoon drinking with Xia Ruofei. Even Guangxi Chao and the driver, Old Zhang, were ordered by Song Qiming to sit down and drink. In Song Qiming's words, there was no work arranged for the afternoon. One of them was a driver, and the other was a secretary. They just had to drink a little and go back to rest. Fang Liyun and Song Wei also toasted Xia Ruofei several times with red wine. Xia Ruofei had a good tolerance for alcohol, so he naturally downed his drink. Song Qiming and the others all gave him a thumbs up. The bottle of Maotai was finished very quickly. When Song Qiming was about to open another ordinary bottle of Maotai, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, have a taste of our company's bar. Do you have a winery under your company? Song Qiming was stunned. Secretary, Ruofei is the major shareholder of Dingfeng Winery in our city, which also produces the Drunken Eight Immortals wine, Guangxi Chao quickly interjected. Woof. The Eight Immortals of Wine. Song Qiming could not help but say in surprise, this wine is very famous in the southeast province. So, Ruofei, you're the boss. Xia Ruofei laughed. It's just a small business. How can it catch your eye, Uncle Song? That's a big business. Song Qiming said with a smile. I've been doing some research these past few days, and the tables are basically filled with your Drunken Eight Immortals wine. After Song Qiming took office, he began to do research in the various districts and counties of Sanshan City. Naturally, he would eat downstairs. Now, many places in the southeast province used Drunken Eight Immortals as their official reception wine. This was because its price was much cheaper than the traditional famous Maotai Wuliangya, but the taste was quite good. Many old drinkers even thought that the taste of the Drunken Eight Immortals wine was not inferior to the Maotai Wuliangya at all. At present, the standards of official reception were very strict, and the situation of eating and drinking was completely curbed. Under such circumstances, the cheap and good quality Drunken Eight Immortals wine was naturally very popular. Song Qiming continued, I've drunk your Drunken Eight Immortals in several districts. It's really good. I'll try it again today. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, my drunken eight immortals is different from the ones sold in the market. You'll know when you try it. Song Qiming's eyes lit up. That means it's definitely better than the wine sold in bulk? He asked. Xia Ruofei laughed. Of course. Good wine should be left for me, the boss. Ruofei, now that you've mentioned it, even I want to try it. Song Wei pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Let's all drink a little. Let's see if Ruofei is bragging. Fang Liyun chimed in. Guangxi Chao and Zhang, the pilot, did not dare to make such a joke. They just sat at the side and looked at Xia Ruofei with envy. Even old Zhang, who had been with Song Qiming for many years, was envious that he could joke with the secretary's family so casually. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Everyone, please wait. I'll go get some wine. After that, Xia Ruofei walked out of the villa, went to his Mercedes-Benz, and opened the trunk. After blocking everyone's view with his body, Xia Ruofei took out 2 small jars of drunken eight immortals from the space. He had bought them from Dingfeng Winery and added a small amount of spirit heart flower petals. In terms of time, these wines were also longer than the 5-month drunken eight immortals sold in the market. Furthermore, the petals of the spirit heart flower were added, so they were definitely the best health wine in the world. Xia Ruofei closed the trunk and carried 2 small jars of unlabeled drunken eight immortals into the dining hall. Then, in front of everyone, he opened the clay seal on one jar. Suddenly, an extremely rich and intoxicating wine fragrance filled the restaurant. Everyone could not help but sniffle. Song Qiming even revealed an intoxicated expression. No one spoke for a while, clearly stunned by the wine's aroma. Song Qiming only came back to his senses after a long while. He quickly called out, Ruofei, this wine is too fragrant. Quick, quick, let me try it. Guangxi Chao quickly stood up and took the wine jar from Xia Ruofei. He poured the wine into a small bottle of baijiu and then poured a glass for Song Qiming. He then poured a small glass for Fang Liyun and Song Wei. Very quickly, everyone's glasses were filled with drunken eight immortals. Song Qiming impatiently raised his glass and said, Come. Come, come, let's have a go together. Song Qiming smacked his lips after drinking the white wine in the small glass. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and revealed an intoxicated expression. Guangxi Chao and the others were also impressed. Even Fang Liyun and Song Wei, who didn't usually drink white wine, were also mesmerized by the rich taste of the wine after taking a sip. After a long while, Song Qiming sighed and said, Good wine. Ruofei, to think that I've been keeping that 30-year-old Maotai like a treasure. I didn't expect the wine produced by your own winery to have reached such a level. I think it's no less than that bottle of Maotai. I think your drunken eight immortals wine is amazing. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Uncle Song, there are only a few jars of this wine. I've kept them all. It's different from the drunken eight immortals that are sold in the market. There's no comparison. Whether it's scale or foundation, our winery is still far from those big name wineries. Song Qiming laughed and pointed at Xia Ruofei. Clear-headed. I believe that if you guys continue steadily, it won't take a few years for your drunken eight immortals to become a famous brand in China. Then I'll have to count on Uncle Song's blessings. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Chao, pour us some wine. Song Qiming said. There was only a bottle of Moutai just now, so I had to drink it sparingly. There's no need to drink it now, I have to drink a few more glasses with Ruofei. Guangxi Chao immediately stood up and poured wine for everyone. After the meal, Xia Ruofei's 2-pound jar of wine was almost empty. Song Qiming was in a good mood and wanted to drink more, but Xia Ruofei quickly stopped him. He said that he could not hold his liquor anymore, and that he should save the other jar for him to drink slowly in the future. Song Qiming thought about it and felt that it would be a waste to drink such a good wine in one go. Besides, he had drunk quite a lot today, so he gave up. Actually, Xia Ruofei was far from drinking enough, but he could tell that Song Qiming was almost done. Song Qiming's voice had increased, and he made some big hand gestures when he spoke. A leader would not do this normally. Xia Ruofei didn't want to drink too much on their first time drinking together, so he brought up the end of the session. After the meal, Song Qiming pulled Xia Ruofei to the living room to make some tea so that everyone could sober up. Song Wei rested for a while after the meal and took the first pill according to Xia Ruofei's advice. Xia Ruofei sat for a while. Considering that Song Qiming had a lot to drink and needed to rest for the afternoon, he stood up and said goodbye. Song Qiming immediately asked Guangxi Chao to call the chauffeur team and ask them to send 2 chauffeurs over to send Xia Ruofei back. In fact, the alcohol at noon did not affect Xia Ruofei at all. However, he could not drive under the influence of alcohol in front of the secretary, so he did not reject Song Qiming's good intentions. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J. To support us, the Municipal Party Committee's compound wasn't far from the villa area of the Standing Committee. Soon, the 2 drivers arrived at Villa Number 1 in a car. Xia Ruofei bade farewell to Song Qiming's family and got into his own Mercedes-Benz. A driver from the Municipal Committee drove his Mercedes-Benz, and another driver drove an empty car behind them. Taoyuan Farm was more remote so that after they dropped Xia Ruofei off, the driver could directly return to the city. Song Qiming's family sent them to the door, personally. This made the 2 drivers speechless, especially the driver who drove Xia Ruofei. He was even more careful and rarely slammed on the brakes. He drove very smoothly. After sending Xia Ruofei off, Song Qiming felt a little sleepy and decided to go back to his room to sleep. He let Guangxi Chao and Zhang go back to rest and gave them half a day off. Guangxi Chao hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Secretary, I have something to report to you. It's about Xia Ruofei." Song Qiming was stunned for a moment, then his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Let's talk in the study." Guangxi Chao wanted to report to Song Qiming about what happened at the West River Moon Club that day. He had been hesitating. After all, it was only a verbal conflict that day. There was no need to report such a small matter to the secretary. But today, he felt how much Song Qiming valued Xia Ruofei. Besides, Xia Ruofei was treating Song Wei, which made him more important to Song Qiming. He thought about it and decided to report it. The 2 of them came to the study. Song Qiming sat down and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit down and talk." "What's the matter?" Guangxi Chao sat down and calmed himself down. He quickly organized his words and said, "Secretary, when Ruofei and I were eating at Shijiang, that day, the child of the organization department's deputy minister Yang Jianren, had a verbal conflict with him. Because of the box. Yang Jianren's words were not very nice at the time. Song Qiming raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Tell me the details." Guangxi Chao told Song Qiming everything he had seen and heard at the West River Moon Club. Song Qiming didn't say anything for a long time. Guangxi didn't dare to make a sound either. He sat on the chair and looked at Song Qiming. After a long while, Song Qiming asked, "Do you know this Yang Jianren? How is he usually?" "Secretary, I worked in the organization department for a while before I was transferred to the first secretary department," Guangxi Chao quickly said. "I had some contact with Yang Jianren. He's quite flamboyant, and he doesn't seem to have a good reputation for his lifestyle." Guangxi was being tactful, but Song Qiming understood. He nodded and asked, "What's his job?" "Yang Jianren is not part of the system. He opened a trading company." Guangxi Chao said, "I don't know how much business this company has, but he's quite a spendthrift." Song Qiming nodded and said, "I know." Guangxi Chao looked at Song Qiming and said, "Secretary, I'll go back first." "Yes." Song Qiming nodded. As Guangxi Chao stood up, Song Qiming said, "Xiao Chao, you did the right thing today. A secretary's job should be meticulous enough. If there's anything, report it to the leader immediately and provide reference for the leader's decision." Guangxi Chao suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Yes, Secretary. I'll work harder." Song Qiming smiled and said, "Well, go back and have a good rest in the afternoon. You've worked hard these past few days." "Thank you for your concern, Secretary." Guangxi Chao said, "Secretary, you should rest for a while. I'll take my leave." After Guangxi Chao left, Song Qiming did not go back to his room to rest. Instead, he sat down in the study. He took out a cigarette from the box and lit it. He sat in the smoke-filled study for a long time, then opened the desk drawer and took out a document to read carefully. This wasn't an official red-headed document. It was just a document sent by the Provincial Party Organization Department to every standing committee member about the situation of the candidates to be promoted to the main hall and deputy hall level. In the near future, the province was indeed going to promote a group of department-level cadres, which was a normal cadre adjustment. The organization department summarized the situation of the candidates and sent them to each member of the standing committee. The next step was to observe these people according to the organization's procedures, which would provide a basis for the next step of the official discussion of the standing committee. Of course, he might not be promoted after being inspected, but those who were not inspected would definitely not be promoted. Song Qiming quickly flipped to the page with Yang Jinsheng. It was a simple introduction to the officers and their employment experience. He spent 5 to 6 minutes reading it. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us after closing the document. Song Qiming thought for a while. Finally, he picked up the red phone on the table and dialed a number. "Hello, Secretary Lin." After the call connected, Song Qiming smiled and said, "I'm Song Qiming." The person Song Qiming was calling was the head of the Southeast Province, Lin Xingyun, the provincial committee secretary. Lin Xingyun laughed heartily and said, "It's Comrade Qiming. What's the matter?" "Secretary Lin, I have something to report to you." Song Qiming said, "I've seen the situation of the department level cadres sent by the organization department. My opinion is that our municipal party committee organization department's vice minister Comrade Yang Jinxing should not be inspected this time. Lin Xingyun was a little surprised. Song Qiming had just taken office and was not familiar with the situation. Under such circumstances, he would not express too many opinions on personnel issues. Even if he were to go to the standing committee, he would at most raise his hand. He didn't expect Song Qiming to express his opposition to the promotion of Yang Jinxing. He couldn't ignore Song Qiming's opinion, because Song Qiming was not only the secretary of Sanshan City, but also the deputy secretary of the Southeast Province. Song Qiming's position in the provincial committee was the third, second only to the secretary and the provincial judge. In addition, Yang Jinxing, who Song Qiming had mentioned, was a cadre of Sanshan City. As the secretary of Sanshan, Song Qiming naturally had the right to speak. Comrade Qiming, it's Comrade Yang Jinxing. Is there a problem? Lin Xingyun asked with a smile. Secretary Lin, please don't misunderstand. Song Qiming said, this is what I'm thinking. I've just been appointed and I'm not completely familiar with the team members, let alone the cadres under me. Moreover, the position that Comrade Yang Jinxing is going to promote to is the Municipal Party Committee Organization Minister, so I hope that the Provincial Party Committee will give me some time to familiarize myself with the situation and then consider it comprehensively. Song Qiming paused for a moment before he continued, and our department head Nyo, is still 2 months away from retirement. I don't think there's a need to rush the allocation of this position. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Lin Xingyun pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, Comrade Qiming, I understand your suggestion. I will consider it seriously. Okay. Thank you, Secretary Lin. Song Qiming said, I'll give you a detailed report when I arrive at the Provincial Party Committee tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Song Qiming heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Although Lin Xingyun did not make his stand clear, Song Qiming knew the weight of his opinion. There was a high chance that Lin Xingyun would agree to it. Naturally, Song Qiming would not make such a rash decision just because of a small conflict in a private room with Yang Jinxing's son, Yang Jianren. Even if Yang Jianren's target was Xia Ruofei, it was not enough for Song Qiming to make up his mind. In fact, Song Qiming and Tian Huilan had had a long conversation when they took over the position. This was normal because the two of them had the same political stance. Their handover was a true handover. Tian Huilan had told Song Qiming everything about the team members, including the leaders of some important departments. At that time, the two of them talked about Yang Jinxing. Because Minister Nyo of the Municipal Organization Department was about to reach the age limit, there had long been rumors about the selection of the organization minister. Yang Jinxing was going to take the baton in order and step into the standing committee position. On the other hand, Tian Huilan was hesitant about Yang Jinxing's promotion, and she even had some reservations. It was because Yang Jinxing's reputation was not very good. That was why Song Qiming had been hesitating. Guangji Chao's report today had further strengthened his determination. As a leader who wanted to do things and could do things, he was in his prime. Naturally, he did not want to see any problems in his team. Although it had happened to Yang Jianren, he could still see the big picture from the small details. This also reflected a lot of problems from another perspective. Before these questions were cleared up, Song Qiming decided to stop the inspection of Yang Jinxing. If Yang Jinxing really had no problems, then it would not affect his progress. Minister Nyo still had nearly 2 months to reach his age, so there was no problem with the time. Song Qiming closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then, he picked up his phone and called Lu Weiya, the secretary of the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lu Weiya was Tian Huilan's old subordinate. He was someone Song Qiming could completely trust. He instructed Lu Weiya to investigate Yang Jinxing's situation while keeping it confidential, and to focus on Yang Jianren's company. For the people from the Commission for Discipline Inspection, this kind of confidential investigation was already a walk in the park. After the entire administrative machine was started, Yang Jianren's company's current accounts and business situation would be checked clearly without him knowing it. Song Qiming put down the phone and scribbled 2 lines under Yang Jinxing's name on the document with a red pencil. Then, he muttered to himself, I hope you can withstand the inspection. Otherwise, my first fire won't be a good feeling. Then, Song Qiming locked the documents in his desk drawer and went back to his room to rest. Xia Ruofei did not know that Chao Guangxi had reported to Song Qiming, nor did he know that the small conflict that day had helped Song Qiming make up his mind. He took the car back to the farm, thanked the 2 drivers, and went straight upstairs to his room. After locking the door and windows, Xia Ruofei took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. The unknown poison was still lingering on his fingertips. After entering Xia Ruofei's body, the poison was tightly wrapped by Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. In the end, it just hid in a corner. Xia Ruofei was very interested in this poison, so he entered the medium as soon as he got home and was ready to study it. After Xia Ruofei entered the Archean realm, he didn't see Xia Qing. He should be busy with work in the mountain and sea realm. Now, Xia Qing's work was also very heavy. She had to take care of the herb garden, cut the dendrobium candids, expand the planting area, cut succulent plants, and take care of the 2 acres of land where the cordyceps sinensis was cultivated. Furthermore, Xia Qing would frequently travel between the mountain sea realm and the Archean realm. This was because the abalone reared in the Archean realm needed to change the seawater at regular intervals. Furthermore, there were many crops in the Archean realm that needed to be taken care of. However, when Xia Ruofei entered the space, Xia Qing would sense it. Hence, his figure quickly appeared at the Archean realm. Master, you're here. Xia Qing greeted him respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, go do your work. I'm fine here. Yes, master. Xia Qing said, I was just about to change the water for these abalones. How's the abalone growing recently? Xia Ruofei asked. With interest. Master, it's growing very well. Xia Qing replied, At this rate, it should be able to reach the level of a 1-headed abalone in a few days. Good job. Xia Ruofei said happily, Go do your work. When the size of the abalone exceeds the standard size of a 1-head abalone, remember to inform me. At that time, you can directly put them in the sea of the mountain sea realm. This way, you won't need to change the water frequently. Yes, master. Xia Qing would definitely obey Xia Ruofei's orders. The growth curve of abalones was more and more gentle. The bigger the abalones, the more difficult it was for them to continue growing. The time it took to grow from a 2-headed abalone to a 1-headed abalone might be longer than the time it took to grow from an abalone fry to a 2-headed abalone. After reaching the standard of a 1-headed abalone, the speed of growth would be even slower. These 30 abalones were just experimental products in the Archean realm. When they grew to the size of a one-headed abalone, there would be no need to continue using the speed of time. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei could not keep them forever. One-headed abalones were already a heaven-defying existence. He could find a time to cash them out. Of course, one-headed abalone was extremely precious. As for how to sell it, he would have to plan it carefully. Xia Qing walked to the big orange plastic box where the reticulated abalones were kept. Then, in a flash, she disappeared from the Archean realm along with the box. Xia Qing could also use part of the invisible spatial power to freely shuttle between two spaces. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Of course, he had to get Xia Ruofei's permission. It was like a supercomputer. Although it was powerful, without instructions that were allowed to be executed, it could not even run the simple 4 arithmetic operations. After Xia Qing left, Xia Ruofei's attention was focused on the strange poison on his fingertips. With a slight thought, he forced the poison out of his body without any effort. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei had absolute control over it. Hence, after the poison was expelled, it did not dissipate. Instead, it was wrapped tightly by an invisible force and hovered in front of Xia Ruofei. The target of the poison was very small, just a small black dot. Xia Ruofei's eyesight was amazing, or else he wouldn't have found it so easily. In fact, this black dot, which was about the size of a needle, was made up of dozens of tiny black particles. If they were scattered in space, they would not be visible to the naked eye. That was why Song Wei and the other members of the archaeological team had fallen for it without them knowing. Xia Ruofei extended his spiritual power and locked onto the tiny black particles. Then, he removed the spatial restraint on them. He discovered that these black particles immediately became very active in an environment rich in spirit qi, and began to dissipate in all directions. In the process of dissipation, these black particles seemed to be absorbing the spiritual qi in the space, allowing themselves to slowly grow. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was locked onto the black particles, so he could clearly feel the process of them growing. Very quickly, the black particles had dispersed to a radius of 5 to 6 meters and were almost invisible to the naked eye. Xia Ruofei did not use his spatial power to retrieve them and continued to observe. After a while, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power finally noticed that one of the black particles had grown to a certain extent and then split into 2 identical particles. In other words, these black particles could reproduce and grow in the spirit map space. He just didn't know if this phenomenon was caused by the rich spirit qi in the spacer if they had this ability. Xia Ruofei continued to observe for a while. Dozens of black particles started to split one after another. The number of poisonous particles had almost doubled. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's mind moved. The invisible spatial force immediately bound these black particles and then rapidly compressed them. Under the power of absolute control, the black particle had no chance of resisting. It was quickly compressed into a very small area by the spatial power, forming a black dot that was visible to the naked eye. This black dot was about twice as big as before. Xia Ruofei was ready to return to his room in the outside world and release them to see if they would continue to grow. If it could still be used in the outside world, then this poison would be a bit terrifying. Although the archaeological team had sealed off the main burial chamber, no one could guarantee that the invisible poison would not leak out at all. If the poison were to slowly accumulate and grow in the outside world, it would cause great harm to the surrounding people. The most terrifying thing was that this poison was invisible and odorless, and there was no way to guard against it. Now, Xia Ruofei could only use the petals of the spirit heart flower to get rid of the poison. If it caused a large-scale infection, he would not have enough petals no matter how many he had. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer. He immediately prepared to return to the outside world and observe in a normal environment, to see if the poison would reproduce on its own. At this moment, Xiaqing brought the large orange plastic box back to the spatial spirit pond at the primal realm. In fact, the time he took to change the water in the orange plastic box was very short. It was just that there was a 30 times difference in time flow between the two spaces, so Xia Ruofei had to study it for a while before Xiaqing brought the plastic box with the water changed. After Xiaqing placed the plastic box by the pool, she quickly walked towards Xia Ruofei. "Master, the water has been changed," Xiaqing said. Xia Ruofei's mind was focused on the unknown poison. He nodded and said, "You've worked hard." He then prepared to leave the spirit map space. At this time, Xiaqing's eyes suddenly focused on the tiny black dot in front of Xia Ruofei. She said in surprise, "Master, this." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and quickly asked, "Xiaqing, do you recognize this thing?" "I don't, but I can feel the aura of a world stone on it." Xiaqing shook her head. "This is impossible." Xia Ruofei cried out, "I've been wearing the sensing jade leaf. There's no reaction at all." "Master, the aura of the world stone inside is extremely weak. The formation I've set up won't be able to sense it," Xiaqing said. Xia Ruofei felt excited and asked, "In that case, these black particles might be substances that fell from the world stone?" Xiaqing also revealed a perplexed expression and said, "I can't be sure because its aura is extremely strange. Other than the faint aura of the world stone, there's also a cold and evil aura. It's impossible for the world stone to come with it." Xia Ruofei said thoughtfully, "These strange particles come from the main chamber of an ancient tomb. There have been people who have been attacked by these black particles after entering the main chamber. They have shown symptoms of fainting. The most serious person has already passed away." Xiaqing also fell into deep thought, just like a computer entering search mode. After a long while, he raised his head and said, "Master, there must be a world stone in that tomb. As for these black particles, there's a possibility that the ancient tomb was located in an extreme place. A portion of the matter on the world stone's surface peeled off over the long years and became its current state after being contaminated with yin qi." When Xia Ruofei heard that there was a realm stone in the tomb, he was first overjoyed. Then, he asked in confusion, "As far as I know, it's an ancient tomb from the Ming dynasty, which is at most 700 to 800 years old. The world stone shouldn't be unable to withstand even a few hundred years, right?" Xia Ruofei was well aware of the wonders of the world stone. Under that unremarkable black surface, it contained a large amount of energy and spiritual qi. Such a magical thing should not be so fragile. Xiaqing said, "Master, it's possible that the boundary stone already existed before the ancient tomb was built. The tomb of the Ming dynasty was just built on top of it. Moreover, the place of extreme yin is not suitable to be a tomb. The existence of this tomb is very strange." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "If there's a chance, I'll go to the Ming dynasty tomb to take a look." Yes, Master, Xia Qing agreed. At the very least, there's a high possibility that there's a world stone there. If the spirit map world can absorb another world stone, the possibility of completing this evolution is very high. Didn't you say that the world stone was tainted with a cold and evil aura? Xia Ruofei asked. That should only be a portion of the material on the world stone's surface. Xia Qing said, the world stone itself is extremely sturdy. It is very difficult for ordinary yin qi to corrode it. Oh, right, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered and asked, since these black particles also contain the aura of the realm stone, can the spirit map world absorb them? If absorbing the black particles helped the spirit map space evolve, Xia Ruofei could continue to cultivate the Pai Xiao in the outside world. Even if they could not reproduce in the outside world, Xia Ruofei could find some experimental animals, such as white mice, and implant the black particles into the bodies of the animals. When they reproduced to a certain scale, he could harvest them all at once for the spirit map space to absorb. This was equivalent to having a fixed source of energy. It was much easier to obtain than the world stone that could only be found by chance. More importantly, if the spirit map space could absorb these small black particles, Xia Ruofei would have a way to deal with them. Even if the poison in the ancient tomb leaked out due to the last archaeological discovery and multiplied in the outside world. This made Xia Ruofei look forward to it. If the spirit map space could really absorb these small black particles, the benefits would naturally be obvious. However, Xia Qing shook her head and said, Master, there's no problem with absorbing it, but the aura of the world stone contained in it is very weak. Moreover, they rely on absorbing the spiritual energy of the space to grow and reproduce. In addition, they also carry a cold and evil aura. When the spirit map world absorbs it, it also has to purify the aura. I'm afraid that under such a situation, not only will it not evolve, but it may even regress slightly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but he still sharply noticed the key point in Xia Qing's words and immediately asked, so if they're in a place with poor spiritual energy outside, it'll be difficult for them to reproduce and grow? Xia Qing nodded and said, it should be. The essence of spiritual qi is actually energy. The world stone also contains a large amount of pure energy. These black particles can continue to reproduce by absorbing energy. That's why they can grow in the ancient tomb, because the yin qi is also a kind of energy. It's also because of this that they have become like this. Xia Ruofei was relieved to hear that. Although Xia Ruofei was a little disappointed that the spirit map space could not absorb them, at least a small amount of black particles would not be able to affect the environment. Otherwise, this thing was colorless, odorless, and shapeless. If it was gathered in large numbers, it could even form a terrible plague. Moreover, Xia Qing had also said that the spirit map space could still absorb these black particles. It was just that there were no benefits to absorbing them, and it might even cause minor damage. Hence, Xia Ruofei was even more at ease. Even if the black particles scattered around the ancient tomb by chance absorbed the Reiki and became stronger, at least he could still absorb them through the spirit map space and not cause a disaster. Master, Xia Qing continued, the reason why these small black particles attach themselves to a human's body is actually to absorb the essence energy in the human body. This is also a type of energy. Xia Ruofei nodded. I've checked. The patient's showing heart has suffered the most serious corrosion. A large number of black particles are entrenched in this meridian. The heart meridian is the meridian with the most essence qi in the human body, especially near the heart, where the essence qi is the most vigorous. These black particles must be moving by instinct. Xia Qing nodded her head and said, Master, you said that the person who was corroded fell unconscious. It must be because of the loss of a large amount of essence energy in his body and the damage to his heart. Xia Ruofei listened to Xia Qing's analysis and felt that it was very reasonable. He nodded and said, Yup. The more severe patients have been in a coma for a long time and their vital signs have gradually weakened until they die. Obviously, it's because too much of the essence in their bodies has been devoured, so they can't stay awake. Moreover, the essence and blood in Chinese medicine can't be detected by Western medicine. And there are no specific indicators. This kind of poison is extremely difficult to detect, even for a Chinese medicine practitioner with good medical skills. Xia Qing smiled and said, only a person with strong mental power like Master would not miss the condition of the patient's meridians. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I understand. Xia Qing, you can continue with your work. I'm still a little worried, so I'm going to test if these black particles can multiply and grow in size in the outside world. Yes, Master. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us with a thought. Xia Ruofei kept the unnoticeable black dot in his hand and left the spirit map space in a flash. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei released his spiritual force to wrap around the black dot. As he had been practicing drawing runes with his mentality, Xia Ruofei's control of his mentality had improved. Although it was more difficult to control his mentality after it left his body, he could still do it easily. Xia Ruofei slowly loosened his restraints and separated about 10 small particles from the black dot. Then, he completely let go of the suppression on them and only used his spiritual power to monitor their situation. As for the remaining small particles, they were tightly wrapped by another strand of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. After the 10 small particles regained their freedom, they started to dissipate in the air just like they did in the space. However, Xia Ruofei noticed that they did not exchange any energy with the outside world. In other words, these small particles could not absorb the spiritual qi from the outside world to strengthen themselves. Xia Ruofei continued to observe for about half an hour and realized that there was basically no change in the black particles. Only then did he release his mental force with relief and gather them all. Since the black shard was not a threat, Xia Ruofei was not worried anymore. He suddenly released his spiritual power and pressed it in. These small black particles were actually quite fragile, so they were instantly annihilated under the sudden pressure. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power too. Search and made sure that no one had escaped. Looks like I'll have to find time to go to the tomb, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Since he knew that there was a high possibility of a world stone being there, Xia Ruofei would definitely not let it go. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, the ancient tomb of the Ming dynasty had been sealed off by the local government. Ordinary people would not be able to enter at all. Moreover, the world stone might be in the main burial chamber, deep inside. In addition, ordinary people would not be able to discover the uniqueness of the world stone, so there was no need to worry about others getting there before him. Xia Ruofei thought about it. If he wanted to enter the tomb, it would be best to use his connections with Song Wei. However, she was still recovering, so he should wait until she was completely recovered. Xia Ruofei tidied up the house, took a shower, and went back to his room to rest. The next day, Xia Ruofei received a phone call to inform him that the passport he had taken Lin Xiao to apply for last time was ready to be collected. So, he drove Lin Xiao to the exit entry administration department of the Chongping County Public Security Bureau and collected the fresh dark red passport. Xia Ruofei bought 2 tickets to Xinqing City and took Lin Xiao to the Australian Embassy in Xinqing City to apply for a visa. The director of the Shenzhen office of the United States Xingbang Group personally came to Hangzhou Airport to pick them up. As for their accommodation and other things, they had already been arranged in the 5-star Xingbang Hotel, which was Xingbang Group's own global chain industry. The director of Xingbang Group's office in Shenzhen was a Chinese man in his 30s named Lin Zhini. He was a native of Shenzhen, so he was naturally very familiar with it. On the same day, Lin Zhini personally brought Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to the Australian Embassy in Xinqing to apply for a business visa for Lin Xiao. Xingbang Group had a great influence in the world. This time, Lin Zhini came in person, and Lin Xiao also had a business inspection invitation letter issued by Xingbang Group, so the visa application was quite smooth. Originally, it would have taken 5 to 10 working days to get the visa signed, but the Australian Embassy made special arrangements and said that it would be accepted on the same day. They would be able to get their passports back by the 3rd day at the latest, and the details would have to wait for a call from them. Of course, one could also choose to pay the postage fee and have the consulate mail their passport. However, Xia Ruofei thought that it would only take 2 days, so he decided to wait in Xinqing City. He could take Lin Xiao around Xinqing City. Lin Xiao naturally agreed happily. After returning from the consulate, Lin Zhini sent a Mercedes-Benz to Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao and arranged for 2 staff members to accompany them throughout the trip. All the expenses were naturally covered by Xingbang Group. Xia Ruofei and Elder Tang worked closely together, so he accepted the small amount of money. In the next 2 days, Xia Ruofei took Lin Xiao on a tour of Shenzhen. They left their mark on the Oriental Pearl Tower, Shenzhen Disney, the Bund, Qinghuang Temple, Nanjing Road, and many other places. It was not until the 3rd day that Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao received their passports from the Australian Embassy in Xinqing that they took a flight back to Sanshan. For Lin Xiao, this was just a warm-up. The real trip was to Australia. The thought of traveling with Xia Ruofei in a foreign country made Lin Xiao very excited. When Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were on the plane back to the 3 mountains, the air in a high-end residence in the 3 mountain city seemed to be a little heavy. A middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. There were some broken pieces of teacups on the carpet in front of him, and the Italy wool carpet was stained with a lot of ugly tea stains. The housekeeper stood in the distance, trembling with fear, not daring to come over and clean up. Next to the middle-aged man was a young man who also looked nervous. He lowered his head and didn't even dare to breathe. If Xia Ruofei was here, he would have recognized this young man as Yang Jianren, the one he had a conflict with at the Shijiang Moon Club. The fat, middle-aged man with a balding head was Yang Jianren's father, Yang Jinsheng, the executive vice minister of the organization department of the Sanshan Municipal Party. Today, he had just received news from a leader in the province that his promotion inspection had been suspended. In the morning, various inspection groups of the Provincial Party Committee Organization Department had entered the units where the candidates were to be promoted, but the Municipal Party Committee Organization Department had not welcomed the Provincial Inspection Group. The organization's inspection had been halted. What this meant was already very clear. When Yang Jinxing heard this news, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. The first thing he did was to link this strange change to the matter that his son, Yang Jianren, had timidly returned home to report to him a few days ago. Yang Jinxing also had the support of the leaders in the provincial team. The promotion this time was supposed to be a matter of course, but now there was an unexpected change. There must have been an accident in the middle. The most likely accident was the mysterious Mr. Xia that Yang Jianren had offended that day. Therefore, Yang Jinxing immediately called Yang Jianren back and gave him a scolding. If he was not his biological son, Yang Jinxing would not have been able to do it. And he would have kicked him a few times. After smashing a few teacups and cursing to his heart's content, Yang Jinxing's face darkened. He glared at Yang Jianren and said, "Tell me what happened that day again. If you dare to hide anything, I'll break your legs." In fact, Yang Jinxing had taken the matter very seriously when Yang Jianren had reported it to him a few days ago. After all, even Song Qiming's secretary, Guangxi Chao, was so polite to Xia Ruofei. Especially since Song Qiming had just taken office, he did not know Yang Jinxing at all. Yang Jinxing felt that he had to be even more careful when he could not figure out Song Qiming's temperament. Therefore, the next day, Yang Jinxing took advantage of the opportunity when the organization department sent a document to Song Qiming's office. He personally took the document to Song Qiming's office and reported to him about his recent work. At that time, Yang Jinxing felt that although Song Qiming was still very indifferent and not very enthusiastic, he did not show any obvious disgust. Song Qiming even listened very carefully when he reported on the work. In the end, he even expressed his approval of the organization department's recent work and gave a few instructions. This made Yang Jinxing's hanging heart relax by a large margin. If Song Qiming really had an opinion of him, he would definitely not have such an attitude. However, Yang Jinxing did not expect that just a few days later, bad news came from the province. His organization inspection had been temporarily halted. Moreover, the provincial leader also vaguely said that it was suggested by the secretary of the municipal government, Song Qiming, and that Secretary Lin of the provincial party agreed to it. This made Yang Jinxing feel as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The only thing he could think of was the matter with his son, Yang Jianren. Yang Jinxing had never expected that it was actually just a fuse. Moreover, most of the officials did not know that the relationship between the two secretaries was closer than they had imagined. Regarding Yang Jinxing's situation, first of all, Tian Huilan had her reservations, which was why Song Qiming had made up his mind. Under his father's murderous gaze, Yang Jianren lowered his head and told him what had happened that day in full detail. Last time, he still had some reservations and avoided the important things and avoided the trivial things about his domineering plot. Today, he didn't dare to hide anything and told her all the details he could remember. When Yang Jinxing heard this, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at Yang Jianren and said, You unfilial son. You'll only be satisfied when I'm dead, right?" In fact, he knew that his son used his name outside and was arrogant and rotten. It was just that he didn't cause any trouble in the past, so he would at most give him a few superficial lessons. But now that he had caused such a big trouble, he was naturally anxious and anxious. Yang Jianren lowered his head and mumbled, "It might not be because of that person. Is he really that powerful?" Dear readers, You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us. Yang Jin was so angry that he stood up at once. He raised his arm and then put it down hatefully, saying, "Do you have a pig brain? You're causing trouble outside at such a critical moment. Who do you think can directly take down the organization's evaluation index at this time? I'm telling you, this time." Song Qiming personally gave the order. Yang Jianren suddenly raised his head and said, It's really related to Secretary Song? Yang Jinxing glared at his son and said, "Tell me everything you know about Mr. Xia." I heard that his name is Xia Ruofei, and he runs a farm in the suburbs," Yang Jianren stammered. "Bullshit." Yang Jinxing rudely interrupted Yang Jianren's words and said, "How can a farm owner have so much power? You believe this kind of nonsense? I've already taught that he don a lesson and chased him out of the 3 mountains." Yang Jianren said. "So what? We've already caused trouble," Yang Jinxing said. "Dad," Yang Jianren mustered up his courage and said, "I gave in when I saw Guangxi Chao being so friendly to him. But Xia Ruofei didn't even bother with me. Aren't you talking nonsense? It's all because of your stinky mouth," Yang Jinxing said. Yang Jianren said submissively, "Dad, maybe this isn't as serious as we think. It's not time for Department Head Nyo to retire yet. You don't understand." Yang Jinxing waved his hand and said, "This time, it's a batch of organization inspections, and the recent candidates for promotion are all concentrated inspections. Then why don't you ask Guangxi Chao?" Yang Jianren said, "He's your old subordinate after all." "That's the only way," Yang Jinxing sighed and said. Then, he took out his phone, found Guangxi Chao's number, and called him. "Director Chao, I'm Yang Jinxing from the organization department." Yang Jinxing's tone was very polite, and there was no trace of his previous reserve. Guangxi Chao was no longer the little Chao who had just been admitted into the organization department, nor was he the little Chao who had been transferred to the secretary department and buried his head in writing materials all day long. He was now the secretary's personal secretary, and the most popular person in the municipal party committee. Moreover, Yang Jinxing had a favor to ask of him today. Guangxi Chao saw that it was Yang Jinxing's number, and hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello, Commander Yang," he said in a tone that was neither humble nor overbearing. "Do you have any instructions?" "My Chief Chao. I wouldn't dare to give you any instructions." Yang Jinxing smiled and said, "I do have something to ask you." "Please go ahead, Commander Yang," Guangxi Chao said. His attitude was very appropriate, but there was a faint sense of alienation that kept people 1,000 miles away. Yang Jinxing knew the reason behind this, but he could not care less now. He asked with a smile, "Director Chao, a few days ago, my Jianren had an argument with your friend at Shi Jiangyu. I've already severely criticized him. I would like to ask you to help me settle it. Invite Mr. Xia out for a meal and give us a chance to apologize in person. Director Yang, you're too kind," Guangxi Chao said calmly. "It's just a small argument between young people. Mr. Xia didn't take it to heart. There's no need for an apology." Guangxi Chao was also cursing in his heart. Only an idiot would help you at a time like this. Even the secretary had been alerted. How could this matter be settled? Back then, your son was so arrogant and domineering to the extent that he didn't care Now that he's in trouble, you're so anxious that you want to give in? Of course, of course. Jianren's attitude that day was really too bad, Yang Jinsheng quickly said. Commander Yang. Guangxi Chao interrupted him before he could finish. Mr. Xia has already made his stance clear on this matter. I'm afraid I can't help much. Do you have any other instructions? The secretary needs some materials urgently. Oh. Then you're busy. Sorry to bother you, Yang Jinxing said dejectedly. After hanging up the phone, he frowned. Yang Jianren, who was next to him, quickly asked, Dad, what did Guangxi Chao say? He's not giving in at all. He has no intention of helping at all. Yang Jinxing shook his head and said, He's too much. Yang Jianren said angrily, when we were in the organization department, he was very respectful when he saw you. Times are different now, don't you understand? Yang Jinxing said in a bad mood, it's a favor that they helped. No one can say anything if they don't help. Then what do we do? Yang Jianren was a little out of his wits. Yang Jinxing let out a long sigh and leaned back on the sofa. After a long while, he said in a low voice, didn't you just say that Elder Jing from West River Moon is also very close to that Mr. Xia? You ask someone to find out from him, we have to get a hold of the situation first. This person is the key. Alright, I'll get someone to do it immediately. Yang Jianren said immediately. Also, have you cleared up your company's accounts? Yang Jinxing frowned and asked, go and sort it out again personally. Don't leave any evidence behind. Yang Jianren asked nervously, Dad, it's just the promotion that's temporarily put on hold, right? It can't be that serious, right? A storm is coming, wind is sweeping the building. Yang Jinxing let out a long sigh and said, I have a feeling that things aren't that simple. In any case, it's better to be safe than sorry. You have to personally go through the accounts of these years. Find a way to wipe out all the funds that can't stand the inspection. Also, during this period of time, you'd better keep your tail between your legs and don't cause me any more trouble. Got it, Yang Jianren quickly said. Go. Hurry up and find out more about the situation. Yang Jinxing waved his hand disinterestedly. He seemed to have aged a lot as he sat on the sofa. Xia Ruofei didn't know that the conflict that day had caused so many chain reactions. After he returned to the farm with Lin Qiao, he started to prepare for the trip to Australia. Although Lin Qiao hadn't received the admission letter yet, it was basically a done deal. As a reward, she would have more time to travel if she redeemed it earlier. Actually, there was not much to prepare. Xia Ruofei just checked the air tickets online and booked the earliest flight to Sydney, Australia. Considering that it was a night flight and the flight time was close to 10 hours, Xia Ruofei, who was not short of money, bought the expensive first-class tickets. 2 tickets cost nearly 40,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei had specially chosen this flight. It was the same flight as his last trip to Australia, as this was the only direct flight in Sanshan City every 2 days. It took the least time on the way, while the other flights had to stop. The longest one would take nearly 24 hours. The latest flight would take off at around 10 p.m. the next day and arrive in Sydney at about 9 a.m. local time. The whole journey would take 9.5 hours. The next morning, Lin Qiao, who was about to travel abroad with Xia Ruofei, was very excited. She got up early and started to pack. A mother would be worried when her son traveled 1,000 miles Furthermore, the two children were going out together this time. Therefore, Hu Zi's mother had been nagging at her since early in the morning, especially Lin Xiao. She told her to listen to Xia Ruofei when she was out and to be careful. Xia Ruofei spent the whole day with Lin Xiao's excited anticipation of the journey and Hu Zi's mother's constant nagging. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao packed their luggage and got into Lei Hu's Mercedes-Benz under Hu Zi's mother's urging. They went straight to the Chongping International Airport in Chongping County. If Xia Ruofei went out alone, he didn't need to bring any luggage. Basically, the Spirit Map space had all the daily necessities, laundry, and other things prepared. But this time, he was taking Lin Xiao with him, so he took a small suitcase and put some clothes in it. Unlike Xia Ruofei's small boarding box, which could be directly brought to the plane, Lin Xiao's things were wrapped in an extra, large suitcase, which must be checked in. However, Xia Ruofei understood. After all, girls had to bring more things when they went out. Moreover, Australia was in the southern hemisphere, and the season was the opposite of China. July and August were the winter in Australia, so Lin Xiao had to bring a lot of warm clothes. The farm and the airport were both located in Chongping County, and they only needed to drive 7 or 8 kilometers along the seaside road to reach it. When Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao arrived at the airport, it was not even 8:30 in the evening. Since they had bought first-class tickets, the two of them went directly to the VIP counter to check in and check in their luggage. Then, under the guidance of the VIP commissioner, they passed through the security check through the VIP channel. The airport's VIP customer service commissioner brought Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao straight into the VIP lounge of the Chongping International Airport that Heron Island Airlines had set up. Heron Island Airlines was a local airline in the Southeast Province. Heron Island City and Sanshan City were both important bases of this company, so the conditions in the VIP room were naturally quite good. The entire waiting room was about 400 to 500 square meters in size. On the side of the landing strip was a huge glass curtain wall. The view was very wide, and even the aircraft taking off and landing on the runway in the distance could be clearly seen. In the spacious and bright space, dozens of single-seat leather sofas were scattered in a picturesque disorder. On the side near the door, there was also a wine tasting area, tea art area, business district, and so on. Of course, exquisite desserts and delicious meals were also provided. All of this was free. In fact, the wool comes from the sheep. First class or business class tickets were several times more expensive than economy class. In contrast, the cost of these additional services provided in the airport VIP room was not high. It was Lin Xiao's first time coming to such a high-end place. The last time she went to Xinqing City was her first time taking a plane in her life, so everything was new to her. Xia Ruofei smiled as he looked at Lin Xiao, who was looking around. There was no contempt in his eyes, but a trace of love. He brought Lin Xiao to a single-seater, genuine leather sofa and sat down. Then, he went to get some delicate desserts and a drink for Lin Xiao. "Thank you, Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao smiled sweetly and put it on the small coffee table. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Lin Xiao took out her laptop, turned it on, and put it on her lap. She took a sip of the drink and then focused on the computer screen. Xia Ruofei curiously took a look and found that Lin Xiao was browsing a design website. He couldn't help but smile and said, "You didn't forget to study when you were out playing? Do you have to fight so hard?" Lin Xiao raised her head and smiled. "My master introduced this website to me. He said that there are many very creative designs and asked me to learn more when I have time. It's boring to just sit here, so I just looked around." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Study hard. The company's business will depend on you in the future." "Brother Ruofei, I'm suddenly feeling a lot of pressure." Lin Chaojiao said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said seriously, "The advertising design major of Heron Island University is known as the Huangpu Military Department in the advertising industry. You're also talented in this area, so you'll definitely be able to achieve something in the future. I'll be waiting for you to take over the company's visual design and advertising packaging business." Lin Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she said seriously, I will work hard." The two of them chatted for a while. Xia Ruofei didn't disturb Lin Xiao. He took out his iPad, put on his headphones, and started to watch a movie. One of them was quietly looking at the computer while the other was immersed in the plot of the movie. At this time, a family of 3 was led into the VIP lounge by the airport's VIP customer service. They looked like a couple and their child. Of the 2 adults, one was a middle-aged Chinese man in his 40s. He was tall and burly, wearing a well-designed shirt and suit pants. His every move was quite powerful, and he had the demeanor of a successful man. The woman beside him had a Western face and was very tall. Because of her high heels, she was about the same height as her husband. Not only was this woman tall, but her figure was also quite hot. She was wearing a white silk shirt with ripped jeans, which highlighted her spectacular chest and perky butt. With a 1.8-meter tall blonde beauty like her, many people turned to look at her wherever she went. The few guests in the VIP hall couldn't help but look over. Beside the transnational couple was a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. Mixed bloods seemed to be more handsome or beautiful. The little boy had undoubtedly inherited many of his parents' good qualities. He had beautiful blonde hair and charming blue eyes, and his facial features were more like that of an Asian, appearing softer and less angular. The family of 3 walked to the 3 sofas opposite Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao and sat down. Children were always restless. After a while, he couldn't sit still anymore. He took out a small remote control car from his bag and started playing. When the family of 3 came in, Xia Ruofei raised his head to take a look. Naturally, he was secretly amazed by the beauty of the Western woman. However, it was impolite to stare at someone else's wife. Xia Ruofei quickly looked away and continued watching the movie. The little boy was playing with his favorite toy happily. The departure hall was covered with a thick carpet, so the transnational couple was not worried about their child falling and hurting himself. They only reminded him not to make a loud noise and not to disturb others. Then, they sat in their seats and looked at their child from a distance. Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiaofei were sitting opposite the family of 3. There was quite a bit of space in the middle, where the children were playing with the remote control car. Unknowingly, the little boy's range of activity slowly expanded. All of a sudden, the remote control car slanted and directly rushed under Lin Xiao's sofa. The little boy quickly dropped the remote control and ran over to pick up his car. Lin Xiao was holding a drink cup in one hand and focused on the computer. She was shocked when a child rushed over and tried to crawl under her feet. She subconsciously tilted her leg to avoid it, but she forgot that the laptop was still on her leg. The laptop that she had just bought suddenly slid down and hit the little boy's head. Lin Xiao couldn't help but scream. The Apple laptop had a metal cover, and although it was extremely thin, it still weighed 2 to 3 pounds. If it were to hit a child's head, it would definitely cause damage. Although Xia Ruofei was wearing earphones, his innate alertness made him realize that the little boy was running over before Lin Xiao. Hence, when Lin Xiao's laptop slipped, Xia Ruofei was quick to react and caught it firmly in his hand before it hit the little boy's forehead. "Alan!" The tall Western woman hurriedly stood up and shouted, "You're in trouble again." The international couple stood up at the same time and walked quickly towards Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao. The Chinese man said seriously in Chinese, "Hauran, apologize to your brother and sister immediately." The little boy looked as if he had done something wrong. He quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao, lowered his head and said, "Brother, sister, I'm sorry." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Little friend, it's okay. However, you have to be more careful in the future. It's very easy to injure yourself like this." The little boy nodded sensibly and said, "Thank you for your reminder, brother." The Chinese man said with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry. The child is insensible and almost bumped into you." His wife also apologized to the two of them in broken Chinese. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's okay. Children are naturally active. Besides, it didn't cause any serious consequences." Xia Ruofei patted the little boy's head affectionately. Lin Xiao also said that it was okay. This mixed blood boy was very cute. Lin Xiao's maternal instinct was triggered. Even if she was really injured, she would not bear to blame such a cute child, let alone a little shock. The couple also looked at their son. Their eyes were full of love and care, but at the same time, there was a trace of sadness. However, Xia Ruofei did not notice this small detail. Because of this little episode, everyone stood around and chatted for a while. The Chinese man took the initiative to introduce, "Little brother, my name is Tang Etienne and this is my wife, Jennifer. My son's name is Tang Hauran and his English name is Alan." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Tang Etienne. "And Jennifer?" He said, "I'm Xia Ruofei and this is my sister Lin Xiao. We're on a trip to Australia." "You're also going to Australia? The flight to Sydney at 9:45? Tang Etienne asked in surprise. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Could it be that you guys are the same?" "Yeah, what a coincidence." Tang Etienne smiled. "I live in Sydney. Little brother, when you arrive in Australia, you are welcome to visit our house. Jennifer's cooking skills are very good." Tang Etienne took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ruofei. "This is my name card." Xia Ruofei took the name card and nodded. "Alright, I'll definitely visit you guys when I have the chance." At this time, Lin Xiao, who had been squatting and playing with little Hauran, seemed to suddenly realize something. She looked up at Jennifer and then showed a surprised look. You're Jennifer," Lin Xiao said with some excitement. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao strangely and said, "Xiao, do you know Ms. Jennifer?" Xia Ruofei felt a little strange. When Tang Etienne introduced his wife, Lin Xiao only nodded politely to greet him. Why was she so excited now? "No, brother Ruofei. She was Jennifer. Jennifer Annie." Lin Xiao said excitedly, don't you read the entertainment news? She's the most famous female celebrity in Australia. A female celebrity? Xia Ruofei could not help but look at Jennifer and said with a bitter smile, I really don't watch entertainment news. At this time, Tang Etian said with a smile, little girl, it seems that your eyes are quite sharp. Jennifer, who was next to Tang Etian, also took off her big sunglasses and smiled at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out in surprise, you really are Jennifer. Oh my God. Xiaoer, lower your voice, Xia Ruofei quickly said. This was because Xia Ruofei had already noticed that a few passengers were also looking at them. He smiled apologetically to Tang Etian and his wife, I'm sorry. My sister is too excited. Ms. Annie, please put on your sunglasses. I know it's inconvenient for you public figures to come out. Jennifer smiled and said in half-baked Chinese, thank you for your understanding. With that, Jennifer put on her sunglasses again. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue. I'm fine, Tang Etian said with a smile. With a superstar as his wife, Tang Etian was used to his fans' excitement. It's okay, Jennifer said with a smile. I didn't expect that I would still have fans in the distant China after so many years. Lin Xiao immediately said, Jennifer, I really like you. I've watched all the movies you've acted in, and I like the female hunter you played in Forest Mist the most. And the songs you sang, I've heard every single one of them countless times. But how come I haven't seen you release any new works in the past few years? Xia Ruofei was speechless at the sight. Seeing that his godsister had suddenly become like a crazy fan, he could not help but touch his nose awkwardly. At the same time, Xia Ruofei was also a little surprised. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, it turned out that this Jennifer was also a star in film, television, and singing. However, he rarely paid attention to the entertainment industry, so he was a little ignorant. Jennifer looked at her husband and son with a hint of tenderness and said, after I married Isaac, I quit the entertainment industry. In your Chinese words, I'm focused on. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia, 2. Support us. Tang Etian smiled and reminded her, assist the husband and teach the child. Yes, I'll help my husband and teach my children. Jennifer said, your Chinese language is too difficult. I've been studying very hard, but I'm still not very proficient. You've already said it very well. Lin Xiao said. Then, she subconsciously looked at Tang Etian and said, so, you're the chairman of the Maya Group in Australia? Tang Etian chuckled and nodded, looks like you're really a die-hard fan of Jennifer. You're very familiar with her situation. Xiao, that's enough. Don't disturb Mr. Tang and Ms. Annie, Xia Ruofei quickly said. Then, Xia Ruofei said, I'm so sorry. My sister is a little excited to see her idol, it doesn't matter. Jennifer smiled and said, Lin, do you want to take a picture together? Really? Lin Xiao asked excitedly. Of course. Jennifer shrugged and said, come on. Xia, please help us take a picture, thank you. Use my phone. Lin Xiao quickly stuffed her iPhone into Xia Ruofei's hands. Then she walked to Jennifer's side in 2 steps, a little reserved, but at the same time her face was filled with excitement and happiness of being able to take a photo with her idol. Jennifer smiled, took off her sunglasses, and handed them to her husband. Then, she took Lin Xiao's hand and smiled at the camera. Xia Ruofei took a few pictures and then made an okay gesture. Thank you, Jennifer. Lin Xiao said happily, then I won't disturb you, Lin. Xiao was a very sensible girl. Although she was very excited to see her idol, she knew when to stop and would not disturb him. Xia Ruofei also smiled and expressed his gratitude to Tang Yiqian and his wife. Then, the couple brought little Haren back to their seats. Lin Xiao took the phone from Xia Ruofei's hand and said, let's see how it's done. What if I accidentally miss it? Xia Ruofei asked jokingly. Then I'll bite you to death, Lin Xiao grimaced. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he saw her funny look. Lin Xiao looked at the photos. The iPhone's imaging effect was very good. In addition, both of them were beautiful women, so the photos were naturally very beautiful. Lin Xiao read it repeatedly for a while and then muttered to herself, it was like a dream today. I actually saw Jennifer in person and even took a picture with her. No, I have to post it on my moments. Jing, Huan, and the others will be so envious. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I really don't understand the world of you little fangirls. Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei with disdain and said, Brother Ruofei, you can't just focus on making money all day. It'll be so boring. Oh, so it's boring. If you don't care about entertainment news? Xia Ruofei laughed. Then there are many boring people in this world. I'm too lazy to talk to a stubborn person like you. Lin Xiao smiled and said, let me see. Wow. I've just posted it and my moments are about to explode. So many of my friends left me messages. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's not bother about the comments. Tell me about this Jennifer and her husband. They seem to be very famous? Lin Xiao put away her phone and turned to Xia Ruofei. Brother Ruofei, I'll give you an entertainment science class. Jennifer used to be the most popular female star in Australia. She has acted in many classic movies and released 8 solo albums. She was the double best actress at the Oscars and Cannes. If she hadn't suddenly retired from the entertainment industry 6 or 7 years ago, she would still be very popular now. Wait, she retired 6 or 7 years ago. You were still young then, right? Xia Ruofei asked. Jennifer had already retired from the entertainment industry when I started liking her. Lin Xiao said matter of factly, I fell in love with Jennifer when I first saw her in Sydney songstress at my classmate's house in middle school. Later on, I went to look for all the movies and songs about her. In short, she is my only idol. All right. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao continued, in fact, Mr. Tang is even more powerful. He's Jennifer's husband. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but glance at Tang Yiqian in the distance and asked, how is Mr. Tang powerful? I also saw it in the entertainment news. It said that after Jennifer married a Chinese super-rich man in Australia, she announced her withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Lin Xiao said, later, I did a search on the internet and found out that the Maya Group under Jennifer's husband, Mr. Tang, is one of the top 10 largest financial groups in Australia. They almost dominate the entire retail industry in Australia and have a large investment in the cultural and entertainment industry. It is said that the Maya Group's assets exceed 10 billion Australian dollars and its annual revenue exceeds 30 billion Australian dollars. Isn't it amazing? Xia Ruofei calculated silently and said, that's equivalent to having over 50 billion Chinese dollars in assets. That's pretty impressive, Brother Ruofei. Although you're rich, you're still far from Mr. Tang. You still need to work hard, Lin Xiao said with a smile. You dare to look down on your brother? Xia Ruofei glared at him and said, do you believe that I won't bring you to Australia? Yuan Ti. Lin Xiao chuckled, besides, I've already bought the plane tickets. That's 40,000 yuan. Don't you feel bad, you little girl? The two of them chatted and laughed, and time passed very quickly. At 9:10 p.m., the waiter in the VIP lounge came over and reminded them softly that they could board the plane. Hence, Xia Ruofei stood up and picked up his small luggage. As for Lin Xiao, her extra, large suitcase had already been checked in, so she only needed to carry a backpack. Tang Etienne's family also stood up. Everyone smiled and nodded to each other, then they walked to the boarding gate under the guidance of the waiter. A large Boeing 787 was parked quietly in the parking lot in front of the terminal. Xia Ruofei and the others boarded the plane through the covered bridge. The chief steward was at the cabin door, smiling as he welcomed the first-class passengers who had the priority to board the plane. Everyone quickly found their seats under the guidance of a beautiful first-class flight attendant. After boarding the plane, Xia Ruofei found out that Tang Etienne was in business class. The first-class cabin had a total of 4 seats, 2 by the porthole and the other 2 in the middle. They were separated from the 2 porthole seats by an aisle. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao had booked first class, so there were only 2 seats left in the first class. Tang Etienne left these 2 seats for his wife and child, while he chose business class. Xia Ruofei guessed that Tang Etienne's family must be in a hurry to get back to Australia, so they had booked the tickets at the last minute. They must have booked the tickets after him, otherwise Tang Etienne would have booked 3 first-class seats. Moreover, a rich man like Tang Etienne must have a private jet. If he wasn't in a hurry, he wouldn't take a civil flight. If he flew a private jet from Australia and then returned, the whole process would definitely take more time than a direct flight. Of course, the business class seats could also be laid flat, and the rest would not be affected. The only difference was that the space layout was not as spacious as the first-class seats. Little Howren sat by the window, while Jennifer sat in the middle seat across the aisle from Little Howren. Lin Xiao naturally chose the seat next to Jennifer on the other side and pushed Xia Ruofei to the seat by the porthole. The facilities in the first-class cabin were very advanced. The seats were made of pure leather and could be completely reclined to become a soft and comfortable single bed. For a long-distance night flight like this, the comfort level of the economy cabin was a world of difference compared to the economy cabin. After waiting for a while on the plane, the cabin door closed, and the plane began to be pushed out, slowly gliding on the runway. In a short while, the Boeing 787 Giant arrived at the end of the runway. After receiving instructions from the control tower, the plane quickly accelerated on the runway and finally leaped into the dark night sky. After the plane was at a level, Xia Ruofei unbuckled his seat belt and put on his headphones. He leaned back in the spacious and comfortable first-class seat and closed his eyes to rest. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei felt a little sleepy. Just as he was about to get up and ask the flight attendant to come over and put his seat back to normal, he suddenly heard Jennifer's panicked voice, "Alan. Alan. Alan's sick again." Lin Xiao, who was sitting next to Jennifer, was the first one to stand up and asked eagerly, "Jennifer, what happened to little Howren?" Jennifer, who was very easy to approach at the airport, had no time to answer Lin Xiao's question. She just squatted beside her seat and kept calling little Haoran's English name. At this time, Tang Etienne, who was sitting in the business class behind the first-class cabin, also rushed in with an anxious face. He quickly checked his son's condition and then shouted, "Flight attendant! Train attendant! My child's illness is acting up, please return the plane immediately." At this time, the purser, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and said, "Sir, please calm down. I'll immediately broadcast the search for a doctor. In addition, we also have emergency medicine on our plane. The medicine is useless. Get the plane to land nearby." Tang Etienne shouted, "I'll bear everyone's losses, and your airline's losses." Xia Ruofei quickly took off his headphones and walked to the other side of the corridor. "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I have some medical skills. I'll take a look at little Haoran first." Hearing this, Tang Etienne felt as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, but he soon revealed a disappointed look. He said with a bitter smile, "It's no use, Haoran." He then turned to the purser and said, "I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. You should go and ask the captain first. If you really can't, then forget it," Jennifer said in a sobbing tone. "We can't just ignore Alan. He's in a very dangerous situation." Tang Etienne's eyes revealed a trace of despair, and he said sorrowfully, "Jennifer, I know. But the doctor can't save Haoran." Xia Ruofei glanced at little Haoran. His eyes were tightly shut and his teeth were clenched. His entire body was trembling and his exposed skin was flushed. Beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. Although he had lost consciousness, he still looked like he was in pain. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to delay. He quickly squatted down and put his hand on little Haoran's wrist. As soon as Xia Ruofei's hand touched little Haoran's skin, he felt a burning sensation. He quickly touched little Haoran's arm and felt that the temperature was very high. It was even higher than the temperature of a normal child with a high fever. It was as if he had touched charcoal. And it was very hot. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and placed his hand on little Haoran's wrist again. Then, without hesitation, he used his strong mental energy to check little Haoran's pulse. The accuracy of a normal pulse was not high, and Xia Ruofei's medical skills were not at this level. Only by using his mental energy to directly check the condition of the meridians could he find the cause of the illness the fastest. However, when Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered little Haoran's meridians, he immediately felt a block, as if it had entered a thick layer of oil. It was very difficult for him to continue. Xia Ruofei had once used his spiritual power to check Songwei's meridians, and it was a completely different feeling. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. How did this happen? Xia Ruofei frowned. Little Haoran's condition seemed to be very critical. If he was given the solution of the spirit heart flower petals, Xia Ruofei was not sure if it would be effective. The condition of little Haoran's meridians was too strange. Xia Ruofei had studied so many Chinese medicine books, but he had never found any book that recorded such a condition. If little Haoran was sick, there was a high possibility that the spirit heart flower petal solution would be effective. But what if he wasn't sick? A sentence appeared in Xia Ruofei's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then directly used his spiritual sense to contact Xia Qing, who was in the spirit map space, hoping that Xia Qing could provide him with some useful information. Xia Qing wasn't a real human being. All of his knowledge was implanted into him by the previous master of the spirit map space. If there were records in his database, then he was naturally knowledgeable and experienced. But if there were no records, then he was completely and utterly ignorant. Therefore, it was a matter of luck. Xia Ruofei transmitted little Haoran's condition to Xia Qing using his divine sense. Xia Qing muttered to herself for a moment in the spirit map space before she replied with her spiritual sense, "Master, the situation you're talking about is very similar to a congenital meridian blockage." Congenital meridian blockage? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Moreover, while he was communicating with Xia Qing with his spiritual sense, he couldn't help but say this sentence with his mouth. Tang Etienne, who was standing on the side, was already disheartened, but when he heard Xia Ruofei say the words congenital meridian blockage, his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Xia Ruofei's arm and said, "Yes. Yes. Little brother, you can see that Haoran has a congenital blocked meridian, so you must have a way to save him, right?" In fact, congenital blockage of meridians was not a disease. Tang Etienne had come to this conclusion through a highly respected elder. So, when Xia Ruofei said that he knew medicine, Tang Etienne didn't have any hope. But when Xia Ruofei accidentally said the words congenital blockage of meridians, Tang Etienne seemed to come back to life. Since he could find the cause of little Haoran's illness so quickly, Xia Ruofei probably had a way to treat Haoran. This was what Tang Etienne thought. Xia Ruofei glanced at Tang Etienne and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I'll give little Haoran a careful examination first." "Right. Irene, don't disturb Dr. Xia's work," Jennifer quickly said. Tang Etienne quickly let go of Xia Ruofei's arm and said, Okay. Dr. Xia, I'll leave everything to you. I will definitely do my best." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and continued to communicate with Xia Qing using his divine sense. "Master, when everyone is born, their meridians will contain innate qi." Xia Qing quickly explained, "Most people will have their innate qi slowly dissipate not long after they are born. Only a very small part of it will nourish the body and meridians. However, there are a few people who have too much innate qi in their bodies. In addition, the meridians of newborns are narrow. Before they can dissipate it in time, it will form a blockage in the meridians. This is almost fatal. People with innate blocked meridians will not live past 4 years old. I think little Haoran is at least 6 or 7 years old," Xia Ruofei said to Xia Qing with his divine sense. "Then he must have reached a very dangerous level." Xia Qing said with certainty, "The situation of blocked meridians becomes more and more serious as one grows older. This is because the innate qi has been deposited in the meridians for a long time and will gradually solidify. If the meridians are completely blocked and the qi and blood can't be circulated at all, then you're not far from death." "Then, why is little Haoran's body so hot?" Xia Ruofei asked, puzzled. Xia Qing said without hesitation, "It's very likely that the innate qi in his body is yang. It might even be the rare innate pure yang qi. If that's the case, then the danger is even greater." Xia Ruofei quickly used his spiritual will to ask, "He's in a critical situation. What can I do to save him? Are the petals of the spirit heart flower effective?" Xia Qing said, "Master, congenital blocked meridians are not a disease. The petals of the spirit heart flower can't work. If it's a temporary Solution: you can use your spiritual force to forcefully clear the most serious or even completely blocked parts of his body. However, this can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. After a long time it will become blocked again. I can't care so much anymore, saving my life is more important, Xia Ruofei said. Master, please wait a moment, Xia Qing anxiously said. In fact, there is a better way to solve the root of the problem. It's just that it will take a longer time, but it will be of great benefit to you. Then, hurry up and tell me. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. Little Haren's condition seems to be very dangerous. If we don't save him in time, his life might be in danger. Yes, Master, Xia Qing quickly said. In fact, if you want to completely solve the hidden danger in his body, the best way is to guide this innate pure yang qi out of his body. Moreover, the innate pure yang qi is not enough for that child, but it is a great supplement for you. If you can absorb this pure yang qi, it will be of great help to your future cultivation of the great Tao arts. But I don't know what to do. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual will to communicate. I should be able to use my spiritual power to slowly guide them out of my body. But how do I absorb them? If Master had already practiced the great Tao arts, he would naturally be able to easily absorb the innate pure yang qi. But now, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Xia Qing hesitated as she spoke. Just as Xia Ruofei couldn't wait any longer and was about to use his spiritual power to clear little Haren's meridians, Xia Qing suddenly said, Master, I'll teach you a simple technique that will allow you to temporarily store the innate pure yang qi in your dantian. When you start cultivating the great Tao arts, you'll be able to get twice the result with half the effort. I thought you couldn't teach me anything outside of my ability? Xia Ruofei asked. Surprised. Xia Ruofei still remembered what happened clearly. Xia Qing knew a lot about the spirit map space, including the origin and effects of the items inside the transparent protective shield. However, because Xia Ruofei was not strong enough, he could not reveal a word due to the rules. Xia Qing said, strictly speaking, this is not something outside of your ability. You now basically have the strength to open the human-shaped jade talisman and cultivate the first 3 levels of the Great Tao Sutra. Compared to the Great Tao Sutra, the magic art I'm going to teach you is very insignificant. The situation was urgent, and Xia Ruofei did not have time to explain in detail. He said directly, all right. There's no time to waste, you have to teach me this technique now. I'm going to start unblocking little Haren's meridians and allowing him to absorb the pure yang qi. Yes, Master, Xia Qing said immediately. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei received a technique in his mind. As the two of them were communicating with their spiritual thoughts, the technique was very simple and the transmission was completed almost instantly. Xia Ruofei quickly analyzed the technique and realized that it was indeed very rough. The main function was to guide the innate pure yang qi through a specific meridian route in the body and let it enter the dantian. Then, through a simple qi circulation, the pure yang qi would stay in the body safely and nourish the meridians. Xia Ruofei had learned a lot of Chinese medical knowledge and was familiar with the meridians and acupoints of the human body. He quickly familiarized himself with the technique and was ready to help little Haren clear his meridians. Xia Ruofei and Xia Qing communicated with their divine thoughts at a very fast speed, so not much time had passed. However, little Haren's condition had become more and more serious. His skin was burning hot, and his lips had even turned purple. Tang Etienne and Jennifer waited anxiously on the side, but they didn't dare to disturb Xia Ruofei. They were burning with anxiety. Not to mention the fact that the plane was 30,000 feet in the air, even if they were on the ground. Tang Etienne was very clear that little Haren's condition couldn't be treated by a doctor. In the past, when little Haren was in such a situation, they could only lower his temperature physically and wait for him to recover on his own. However, each time it acted up, it would be more serious than the previous one. This time, it was even more life-threatening. Tang Etienne and Jennifer both felt quite helpless. At this moment, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he carried little Haren down from his seat and placed him on the floor. Then, he made little Haren sit cross-legged. Xia Ruofei immediately sat down cross-legged behind little Haren. He placed his palms on the Shinshu point on little Haren's back, closed his eyes, and released his spiritual energy into little Haren's meridians. Lin Xiao, Tang Etienne, and his wife were all nervously watching. Tang Etienne's eyes flashed with a trace of hope. Xia Ruofei's posture was obviously not the traditional Chinese medicine treatment posture. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had blurted out that her meridians were blocked, which made Tang Etienne's heart full of anticipation. There were many acupuncture points on the back of the human body, and all of them had the word "you" in their names. For example, the heart point, the liver point, the gallbladder point, the stomach point. These acupuncture points all belong to the bladder meridian of the foot sun. Yu meant channel. It was the channel between the internal organs and the surface of the body. The toxins in the internal organs could be discharged out of the body through the Yu acupuncture point. Xia Ruofei chose this acupuncture point to better channel the innate pure yang qi in little Haren's meridians. He wanted to expel it from his body and guide it into his own meridians. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered little Haren's meridians through his Shinshu point, he immediately felt a strong sense of stagnation. His meridians seemed to be filled with a high concentration of pure yang qi. After Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy entered his meridians, he first tried to open up a narrow passage in his meridians so that little Haren's main meridians would not be completely blocked by the pure yang qi. He could also circulate his qi and blood to a limited extent to solve the urgent situation. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us, the pure yang qi in little Haren's body was too strong. Xia Ruofei was already exhausted just by temporarily clearing his meridians. Fortunately, he had been taking the spirit nourishment soup regularly. In addition, he had recently been practicing how to draw the unlocking runes of the human-shaped jade talisman from a distance. His level of control over his mental power had greatly improved, so he was able to persist in one breath. When Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy broke through the last barrier and reconnected the main meridians in little Haren's body, his qi and blood started to flow slowly. In the eyes of Tang Etienne and the others, little Haren's symptoms were gradually getting better. The redness on his skin slowly faded away, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Although he hadn't regained his consciousness yet, his condition had obviously improved. Tang Etienne and Jennifer couldn't help but show a trace of joy. They held each other's hands tightly, as if they were giving each other strength, but also cheering for little Haren. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's shirt was almost drenched in sweat and he looked exhausted. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had underestimated the innate pure yang qi in little Haoren's body. He had yet to start guiding and absorbing the spiritual energy. Just opening up a small path in his meridians. To allow them to temporarily resume their flow had already consumed a huge amount of his spiritual energy. Xia Ruofei slowly opened his eyes and retracted his hands from the sinew acupoint on little Haoren's back. Jennifer quickly reached out to support little Haoren. Lin Xiao saw Xia Ruofei's exhausted look and took out a tissue to wipe his sweat. She asked in a low voice, "Brother Ruofei, how are you?" Xia Ruofei patted the back of Lin Xiao's hand and comforted her with a smile. "I'm fine." However, Xia Ruofei's face was pale, he was sweating profusely, and his voice sounded tired. Both Tang Etienne and Jennifer were very touched when they saw this. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Mr. Tang, I've temporarily helped little Haoren to clear the most serious, blocked meridians in his body. His condition should be greatly relieved. Please let the plane fly to Sydney as planned." Tang Etienne was overjoyed and quickly said, "Mr. Xia, thank you. Thank you. You've worked hard." Then, Tang Etienne quickly apologized to the purser and the flight attendant next to him, saying that he didn't need to change the plane's plan and land at the nearest airport. Jennifer also quickly expressed her gratitude to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said tiredly, "You too, I haven't finished. Little Haoren's condition is more serious. All my efforts just now only cleared his meridians, temporarily. This is a temporary solution. Moreover, I think his meridians will be blocked again in an hour or two at most." Little Haoren's condition was a gradual process. When his symptoms were discovered when he was very young, Tang Etienne must have invited many famous doctors to treat him. However, the innate pure yang qi in his body was still slowly being blocked. 3 feet of ice could not be formed in a day. His illness on the plane this time was actually the result of the accumulation of pure yang qi in his body for many years. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to force open a narrow channel for his qi and blood to circulate. However, the pure yang qi in his body did not decrease. So the channel would be blocked again very quickly. Tang Etienne's and Jennifer's expressions changed slightly when they heard this. Jennifer couldn't help covering her mouth and sobbing helplessly. Xia Ruofei was so tired that he looked like he had just been fished out of the water, but he could only help little Haoren gain half an hour's time. In Jennifer's opinion, it was obviously impossible to completely get out of the crisis. Tang Etienne looked at Xia Ruofei pleadingly and said, "Mr. Xia, please save Haoren. I'm willing to pay any price." Xia Ruofei wiped his sweat and said, "Mr. Tang. Ms. Annie, don't worry. I've used up a lot of energy just now. I need some time to recover. I'll try another method in half an hour before little Haoren's meridians are completely blocked." Good. "Mr. Xia, you should rest first," Tang Etienne said quickly. Jennifer seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw and said, "Mr. Xia, I'll leave it to you." Xia Ruofei smiled weakly and said, "It was fate that little Haoren met us at the airport. He's so cute, I won't sit by and do nothing. Besides, Jennifer is my sister's idol." "Lin, I'll give you a signed CD when we get to Sydney," Jennifer's echo said to Lin Xiao. "What do you think?" Lin Xiao covered her mouth in excitement and said, "A limited edition, Jennifer's echo? And your signature? I'm not dreaming. Right?" As Jennifer's die-hard fan, Lin Xiao naturally knew about this famous album. It was the most powerful Team formed by the entertainment companies under Tang Etienne after Jennifer announced her retirement from the entertainment industry. They carefully selected 10 of the most classic songs of Jennifer's acting career and then performed them by Jennifer. Some of these songs were famous when Jennifer had just made her debut. After years of precipitation, Jennifer performed it and appeared to have a different flavor. The most important thing was that this was actually a gift from Tang Etienne to Jennifer. There were only 500 of them in the world and they had never been sold publicly. Among Jennifer's fans, it was definitely a grand-level collection. On Jennifer's fan forum, there were even rich people who offered to buy it for $100,000, but if a real Jennifer fan was lucky enough to get such an album, they would not sell it no matter how much money they were offered. When Lin Xiao heard that Jennifer wanted to give her an autographed Jennifer's Echo, she fell into a great happiness, as if she was in a dream. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao with a smile, thinking, is this the legendary brain-dead fan? As long as she could save little Howren, Jennifer would agree without hesitation to hold a concert for Lin Xiao, let alone an album. However, Xia Ruofei didn't care about Lin Xiao. He was very fond of his sister. As long as Lin Xiao liked her, it was fine. Xia Ruofei returned to his seat and reached into his bag to take out a bottle of dark brown medicine. This was the spirit-nurturing soup that Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing to brew in the space through his spiritual sense. He had just secretly calculated the time, and today was just the right day to take the spirit-nurturing soup. So after clearing little Howren's meridians, he immediately used his spiritual sense to inform Xia Qing to boil a portion of it in the spirit map space and put it in a mineral water bottle. Because time flowed 30 times faster at the Archean realm than the outside world, Xia Qing had already prepared the spirit-nurturing soup while Xia Ruofei was talking to Tang Etienne and the others. Xia Ruofei reached into his bag to fool people. In fact, he took out the soup from the space, taking the spirit nourishment. Soup at this time would not only speed up the recovery of mental power, but it would also increase it to a certain extent. Although the strength of his mental power had reached this level, and the increase of the spirit nourishment soup was not as strong as it was at the beginning, it was still a drop in the bucket. Perhaps it could play a key role when he guided little Howren to absorb the pure yang qi. Xia Ruofei unscrewed the bottle cap and gulped down the soup. Then, he sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and began to recuperate. Tang Etienne and the others were afraid of disturbing Xia Ruofei, so they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tang Etienne even stayed by Xia Ruofei's side, as if he was protecting little Howren's last hope. Time passed by, and the cabin was silent. Only the sound of the plane's engine, which had been suppressed by layers of noise, still stubbornly entered everyone's ears. About half an hour later, Xia Ruofei had finally finished absorbing the essence of the soup. He had fully recovered his spiritual power and even improved a little. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and stood up. Jennifer, bring little Howren over. Hearing this, Jennifer quickly carried little Howren to the seat beside Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took the child from her hands and placed him on the aisle of the cabin, sitting cross-legged. Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged behind little Howren, his hands skillfully pressing on the shinshu point on his back. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy seeped out of his body and entered little Howren's meridians through the shinshu point. He quickly checked the meridians that had been cleared just now and found that they were indeed blocked again. Xia Ruofei didn't dare to delay and quickly followed Xia Qing's instructions. He didn't forcefully clear his meridians, but instead controlled his spiritual power to wrap wisps of pure yang qi through the bladder meridian of the foot of the sun and finally transmitted it out from the Xinshu point. Then, the pure yang qi entered Xia Ruofei's pericardium meridian through the Laogong acupoint on his palm. The moment the innate pure yang qi entered his body, Xia Ruofei instantly felt a burning warm current. His heart trembled. And he quickly focused his energy to guide the innate pure yang qi to circulate in his meridians. Following the simple technique that Xia Qing had provided, the pure yang qi entered Xia Ruofei's dantian after passing through a few meridians. Although Xia Qing's magic art was simple and easy to understand, the effect was still very good. Although the innate pure yang qi came from little Haoren's body, after Xia Ruofei's meridians circulated it, the initial rejection had completely disappeared. It obediently stayed in Xia Ruofei's dantian. Xia Ruofei felt his lower abdomen warm up and his body seemed to be stronger than usual. Xia Ruofei had no time to care about the changes in his body. He gathered his spirit and once again sent his spiritual energy into little Haoren's body. Then, he wrapped it around the innate pure yang qi and repeated the process. Time passed by. Xia Ruofei's forehead started to sweat again. His hair was almost drenched and steam was rising from it. Tang Yitian, Jennifer, and Lin Qiao were so nervous that they didn't even dare to breathe. They stared at Xia Ruofei and little Haoren without blinking. Xia Ruofei was like a hard-working porter, guiding the pure yang qi from little Haoren's body into his own. He was already fully focused and was almost completely unaware of the outside world. He didn't even feel the occasional small bumps on the plane. However, this kind of work was very exhausting. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was being consumed rapidly as he guided the energy. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. The amount of innate pure yang qi in his dantian was also increasing. With this, the difficulty for Xia Ruofei to guide the pure yang qi was gradually decreasing. However, the speed of spiritual energy consumption was still very fast. When Xia Ruofei had absorbed about a quarter of the pure yang qi in little Haoren's body, he felt a dull pain in his head. He also felt that his spiritual power output was lacking. He knew that the spiritual power in his sea of consciousness was about to be exhausted. If he continued to hold on, he would definitely damage his foundation. Hence, Xia Ruofei slowly retracted his spiritual energy. However, he still maintained his original posture. After retracting his spiritual energy, Xia Ruofei guided the innate pure yang qi that was absorbed into his body and circulated it a few times in his body according to the technique that Xia Qing had taught him. After feeling that the pure yang genuine qi could be used more freely, Xia Ruofei sent it back to his dantian. Then, Xia Ruofei slowly opened his eyes. Tang Yitian and Jennifer couldn't help but become more nervous. They stared at Xia Ruofei, hoping to find some clues from his expression. Xia Ruofei looked pale and tired, but he still smiled at the two of them and said, "Mr. Tang, Ms. Annie, little Haoren's condition has greatly improved. He should wake up in a while." Tang Yitian was overjoyed and quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I don't know how to thank you." Tang Yitian started to choke up as he spoke. He was a playboy when he was young and never had a family. Later, he met Jennifer, and his heart was finally settled. When he was 39 years old, little Haoren was born. Although he didn't have a son at an old age, he really loved this only child to the bone. Little Haoren's Health had always been poor, especially in the past few years. Tang Etienne had been very worried about him. Never, in his wildest dreams, would he have thought that a young man he met by chance at the airport would actually save little Howard from such a critical situation. Could it be that this was destined? Jennifer was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. She held little Howard tightly and said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, thank you. Thank you. You're so kind to our family." Tang Etienne tacitly reminded her, "This is the same as rebirth." Yes, yes, yes. It's the same as rebirth, Jennifer said quickly, and then she said a little embarrassedly, "My Chinese is not very good and I don't know how to express my gratitude to you." Lin Xiao, who was full of emotions, witnessed this touching scene from the side. Her eyes were red at first, but when she saw Jennifer's expression, she could not help but burst out laughing. The star idol that she had once admired so much, the god-like existence in her heart, this impression had gradually become a real person with blood, flesh, and feelings. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's fate that we met. Little Howard and we are fated." "Yes, yes, yes, this must be fate," Tang Etienne also said. In the VIP room of the airport, Tang Etienne felt that Xia Ruofei had a calmness that didn't match his age. At the same time, his otherworldly temperament left a good impression on him. That was why he chatted with Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao for a while, and even gave Xia Ruofei his name card. In fact, Xia Ruofei was the same. He didn't know that Tang Etienne was a super rich man in Australia, nor did he know that Jennifer was a big star. Of course, even if he knew, he still had a very indifferent attitude when dealing with them. However, unlike many people who wanted to show off their wealth after they had a little bit of money, Tang Etienne and his wife had always been friendly, which made Xia Ruofei have a good impression of them. In addition, little Howard was so cute, so Xia Ruofei would do his best to help him. "Mr. Tang, after the treatment just now, little Howard shouldn't act up in the short term, but the hidden dangers in his body haven't been completely removed yet," Xia Ruofei said to Tang Etienne. Tang Etienne couldn't help but worry. Xia Ruofei smiled. Without waiting for Tang Etienne to ask, he said, "It's mainly because my strength is limited, so I can't get rid of the hidden danger in one go. However, the crisis has passed. After the plane lands, I'll be in my best condition. After treating little Howard once or twice, he should be completely back to normal." Okay. Mr. Xia, I'll leave everything to you," Tang Etienne quickly said. "Oh, right." After saying that, Tang Etienne quickly walked back to the business class to take his password-protected suitcase. He quickly opened it and took out a gold pen and a checkbook. "Mr. Tang, what are you doing?" Xia Ruofei quickly said. Before Xia Ruofei could finish his words, Tang Etienne had already signed a check and handed it to Xia Ruofei. Tang Etienne said sincerely, "Mr. Xia, compared to your great kindness, I know it's not very appropriate to talk about money. However, you almost collapsed because you worked so hard to treat Howard's illness. This is just a small token of my appreciation. You can take it and buy some supplements to nourish your body. I will thank you in the future." Xia Ruofei didn't reach out for the check. He just glanced at it and smiled. "Mr. Tang, this little thought of yours is a bit scary. What kind of supplement costs $10 million US? Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when she heard $10 million US. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. Although she, a qualified fan, knew that Jennifer's husband was a super rich man, it was only on the internet. When she saw Tang Etienne sign a check for $10 million to thank Xia Ruofei, she was really shocked. Compared to Howren's life, let alone $10 million US, even 100 million or a billion is nothing, said Tang Etienne. Seriously. This little bit of money is really just a small gift from me. Mr. Xia, please accept it. That's right, Mr. Xia, Jennifer said, please give us a chance to express our gratitude. Xia Ruofei also said seriously, Mr. Tang, Ms. Annie, I'm not treating little Howren for the consultation fee. Besides, you're giving me too much money. A gentleman loves money and has his own way of getting it. I can't accept this money. Xia Ruofei was a man of principle. The last time he received the consultation fee from Hengfeng Group's Ma Xiong, he had rejected it a few times and accepted it. However, this time, he was the one who took the initiative to treat little Howren. On the other hand, he could also benefit greatly from the treatment. Hence, under such circumstances, Xia Ruofei would not accept the payment no matter what. Xia Ruofei's words made Tang Etienne and Jennifer feel a deep sense of respect. Beside him, Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes were also filled with a strange light. She couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei. Her eyes full of worship and a trace of a different kind of emotion. Mr. Xia, Tang Etienne forced a smile. I, Tang Etienne, have never taken back the things I've given. But you're Howren's savior, Xia Ruofei chuckled. Mr. Tang, why don't you donate this money to charity? Doing more good deeds is also good for little Howren. Good idea. Tang Etienne's eyes lit up. Mr. Xia, after we get off the plane, I'll immediately donate this money to Chinese charity organizations in your name. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He quickly waved his hand and said, no, no, no. How can you use my name to pay for your money? It's the same. Tang Etienne said with a big smile. This way, not only can I accumulate good karma for Howren, but I can also accumulate good karma for you, Mr. Xia. It's decided. Good idea. Jennifer also gave him a thumbs up with a smile. Even Lin Xiao joined in and said, Brother Ruofei, it's a donation anyway. Isn't it the same whose name we use? Don't decline. Xia Ruofei nodded helplessly and said, where are you guys? Tang Etienne saw that Xia Ruofei didn't object anymore, so he said happily, Mr. Xia, why don't we set up a charity fund under your name? This money can be used as the starting capital. In the future, the Maya Group will continue to invest more money in it every year. How about we call it the Xia Ruofei Fund? Xia Ruofei quickly said, Don T. I don't want to have to wear sunglasses when I go out, ha ha ha. Tang Etienne couldn't help but look at his wife and laughed. He continued, but it's such a big sum of money to donate to other charity organizations. There's a problem with supervision. I think it's better to set up a separate charity fund. Tang Etienne continued to explain, first of all, I'm inclined to invest this sum of money in China. After all, my roots are there. However, the chaos in the domestic charity industry makes me feel uneasy, so I personally prefer to set up a foundation. This way, I can ensure that good things can be done with good intentions, and not let some people fill their own pockets. I agree, but the name of the foundation can't be, Xia Ruofei nodded. Alan, you're awake? How do you feel? Xia Ruofei was interrupted by Jennifer's excited voice. Everyone quickly looked over and saw little Howren's eyelashes moving a few times. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and revealed a confused look. Xia Ruofei and Tang Etienne also quickly walked over. After little Haran woke up, he called out weakly, "Father, Mother." "Woof. Baby, how are you?" Jennifer asked as she held little Haran tightly. Little Haran said, "I felt so hot just now. It felt like I was in a stove, and then I can't remember." "Mom, will I die?" Jennifer's tears flowed down at once and she quickly said, "No, no. With Mr. Xia here, you'll be fine, Haran, come and thank Mr. Xia." Tang Etienne said hurriedly. "It was Mr. Xia who saved you." Little Haran looked at Xia Ruofei in Jennifer's arms and said sensibly, "Thank you, brother." "Haran, you should call him Mr. Xia." Tang Etienne corrected him. When they met at the airport, little Haran called Xia Ruofei brother and sister. In fact, it was more intimate. Besides, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were both very young, so Tang Etienne and the others would never correct them. But now, it was different. Tang Etienne knew that Xia Ruofei was an extraordinary person, and his life experience had taught him a lot of things that ordinary people didn't understand. He knew that such an extraordinary person must be treated with respect. Otherwise, even though he was all-powerful in Australia and had wealth comparable to a country, people would still not care about a rich man like him. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. It's nice to call me brother. It's kind and makes me look younger." This, Tang Etienne was in a difficult position. Jennifer was a Westerner, so she did not have a strong sense of Chinese etiquette and seniority. She also said with a smile, "Isaac, since Xia said so, then let Alan call him brother. Alan has such a capable brother, no one will dare to bully him in the future." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Little Haran has such excellent parents. Who would dare to bully him?" Little Haran was still a child, so he didn't understand the adults' jokes. He just looked at them with a blank face. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Haran, come here. I'll examine you again." Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Jennifer quickly put little Haran down and then patted him on the shoulder. They had known each other at the airport. Besides, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were very approachable, so little Haran was not shy and obediently walked to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei carried little Haran to his lap and reached out to feel his pulse. Although Xia Ruofei had used up a lot of his spiritual energy, it was not a problem for him to just check it out. His mental energy seeped into little Haran's pulse and started to flow through his meridians. Xia Ruofei realized that after a quarter of the pure yang qi in his body had been absorbed, the blocked meridians in little Haran's body had greatly improved. There was still a large amount of pure yang qi in his body, but it would not cause his meridians to be completely blocked. In other words, the qi and blood in little Haran's body could already be barely circulated, so those terrifying symptoms gradually subsided, and he also woke up. After Xia Ruofei checked, he raised his head and said, "It's not a big problem for the time being. After the plane lands, I'll go to your house to unblock little Haran's meridians again. Then, I'll do it one last time before I return to China. This hidden danger should be completely solved." Tang Etienne was overjoyed and thanked Jennifer repeatedly. Little Haran was still a little dispirited and it was getting late. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening when the plane took off, so after everyone chatted for a while, Jennifer brought him to the other side of the seat to rest. Tang Etienne still wanted to chat with Xia Ruofei for a while, so Lin Xiao gave up her seat obediently and went to the other side where Jennifer was. Jennifer was carrying little Howren. There was an empty seat on the other side. Lin Xiao finally had the opportunity to get close to her idol, so she sat there and chatted with Jennifer. Jennifer was very friendly and did not put on any airs. In addition, Lin Xiao's brother, Xia Ruofei, was now little Howren's savior, so Jennifer was naturally very friendly to Lin Xiao and the two of them had a very warm conversation. On the other side, Tang Etienne and Xia Ruofei were still talking about the charity fund. Tang Etienne was still inclined to establish a Xia Ruofei Foundation, but Xia Ruofei was firmly opposed to it. $10 million was definitely not a small charity fund. If it really had such a name, he could forget about keeping a low profile. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Mr. Tang, I appreciate your good intentions, but I think it's better for us to each take half a step back. This new fund will be named after my company." "Oh? Mr. Xia has his own company? What industry is it?" Tang Etienne was a successful businessman, so he asked with great interest. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I can't compare to your business empire. I'm just a small fry. My company is mainly engaged in the production and sales of high-end agricultural products, including vegetables, fruits, meat, and some high-quality Chinese medicine." "Paradise Corporation? That's a good name." Tang Etienne exclaimed in admiration. "Then let's call this charity foundation Paradise Foundation. In addition, my company's main business is in the retail industry, so I think we should have many opportunities to cooperate in the future." Paradise Corporation was quite famous in Sanshan City and even in the Southeast Province. However, it was still an unfamiliar name to Tang Etienne, who was in Australia. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was so young, so Tang Etienne naturally thought that the company wouldn't be very big. Xia Ruofei nodded. "Our company is also planning to expand into the Australian market. We'll definitely need to look for business partners." No problem, no problem," Tang Etienne quickly said. "If you have any difficulties in your business in Australia, you can come to me at any time." Tang Etienne was worried that he wouldn't be able to repay Xia Ruofei's great kindness. If he could help Xia Ruofei with his business, he would be more than happy to do so. Although he had saved Xia Ruofei's life and there was no way he could repay him, he would feel more at ease if he could do something for Xia Ruofei. Then, Tang Etienne took out a gold-stamped business card from his pocket and handed it to Xia Ruofei, saying, "Mr. Xia, my personal number is on this. You can find me at any time if you need anything." Although Tang Etienne had already given Xia Ruofei his business card at the airport, it was the ordinary business card he usually used in business activities. He had given it to many people. However, this kind of gold-stamped business card was completely different. Only his close friends could have it. The phone number on it was Tang Etienne's private number, which only a few people knew. With Tang Etienne's status in Australia, even the important officials of New South Wales were not qualified to have his private phone number. This showed how much importance Tang Etienne attached to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei took the business card with a smile and gave his own to Tang Etienne. Xia Ruofei had never prepared a business card before, but under Feng Jing's strong request, he finally agreed to the company's administrative office to make a batch for him. The card looked very ordinary, and the content printed on it was also very simple. It was The chairman of Peach Blossom Company, Xia Ruofei, and his mobile number was on it. Xia Ruofei rarely participated in business activities. Most of the necessary social activities were done by phone Jing, so his business card was almost useless. Before he left the country, he had randomly thought of it and carried a few with him. In a sense, Xia Ruofei's business card was similar to Tang Yitian's gold, stamped business card. Few people could get Xia Ruofei's business card. Mr. Tang, please call me at any time if there's anything wrong with little Howren, Xia Ruofei handed over his business card. Tang Yitian hurriedly kept Xia Ruofei's business card close to his body and sincerely expressed his gratitude again. Then, the two of them chatted for a while. Tang Yitian also took the initiative to talk about little Howren's situation. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us. It turned out that little Howren was very healthy when he was just born. However, when he was 1 year old, he often felt hot all over his body, and his body became weaker, often falling sick. In fact, little Howren's meridians were filled with innate pure yang energy, and he couldn't get it out. As a result, his qi and blood couldn't flow as smoothly as ordinary people, so he naturally became weak and sickly. However, Tang Yitian and his wife didn't know about it at first, so they thought that little Howren was sick. With Tang Yitian's wealth and influence, he could easily invite many famous doctors to treat little Howren. However, these famous doctors could not do anything. They could not even find out the cause of the illness. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Little Howren isn't sick at all. The doctor must be helpless. Isn't that so?" Tang Yitian forced a smile. "It was just that we didn't know at first. We took Howren to see many doctors, but there was no improvement at all. Later, an elder of mine who was proficient in numerology made a divination for Howren. The divination showed that Howren's situation was very dangerous, but there seemed to be a chance of survival. My elder clearly expressed that this chance of survival would fall in the ancestral land of the East, Huaxia. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to believe in fortune telling," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "My senior is quite amazing. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce you to him. You'll know then." We thought about it and thought that it was most likely related to Chinese medicine. So, we often returned to China to visit famous Chinese medical masters. However, we were always disappointed, Tang Yitian continued. Speaking of this, Tang Yitian looked deeply at Xia Ruofei and said, "I didn't know until today that the divination that my elder analyzed, which said that Howren's only chance of survival fell in Huaxia, was actually referring to you, Mr. Xia." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Isn't this a little too absurd?" Tang Yitian said seriously, "Mr. Xia, a lot of things might really be predestined. We planned to stay a little longer on this trip back to China, so we took a private plane back to Australia first. However, I got news this afternoon that a famous United States medical professor is going to visit Australia, and he will only stay for half a day. We wanted to ask him to take a look at Howren, but we didn't have enough time to use the private plane, so we booked the fastest flight. It was this series of coincidences that allowed our family to be lucky enough to meet you. I feel like it's destined." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel that this was too much of a coincidence. It was a small probability event. Let's not talk about anything else. Even taking an ordinary flight was extremely rare for Tang Yitian's family. However, if Tang Etienne's elder could even predict this, Xia Ruofei would never believe it. Of course, even if he didn't believe it, Xia Ruofei wasn't so bored as to convince Tang Etienne to accept his point of view. So he just smiled and changed the topic. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. Soon, it was midnight in China. Tang Etienne knew that Xia Ruofei had consumed a lot of energy to save Tang Haoran, so he didn't dare to disturb her for too long. He got up and returned to business class. Xia Ruofei called the flight attendants over to help him and Lin Xiao's seats become a soft single bed. Then, he asked them to bring 2 blankets over. After the flight attendant made the bed, Xia Ruofei called Lin Xiao, who was in the middle of a conversation, back to her seat to rest. On the other side, little Haoran had already fallen asleep in Jennifer's arms. Lin Xiao said hello to Jennifer reluctantly before returning to her seat and lying down. Xia Ruofei wrapped himself in a blanket and a shirt. He had used up a lot of his energy today and was extremely tired. He soon fell asleep with the faint sound of the plane's engine. Before Xia Ruofei fell asleep, he could still hear Lin Xiao tossing and turning in bed across the aisle. Obviously, everything that happened today made Lin Xiao so excited that she couldn't fall asleep for a while. When Xia Ruofei woke up the next morning, he saw that Lin Xiao was still sleeping soundly in the blanket. Xia Ruofei didn't disturb Lin Xiao. He got up quietly and stretched his body in the aisle. Then, he took out his bag and went to the first class washroom to brush his teeth, wash his face, and shave. After cleaning up, Xia Ruofei walked out in high spirits. After a night's sleep, he had recovered most of the spiritual energy he had used up yesterday. At this time, he found that Lin Xiao had also woken up. She was sitting on her seat and rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Xiaoer, go and wash up first." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Have some breakfast later. The plane will land soon." "Oh, I know," Lin Xiao said with a trace of sleepiness. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us just as Lin Xiao went to wash up. Xia Ruofei saw that Jennifer and little Haoran had also woken up. Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted them. "Good morning, brother." Little Haoran politely greeted Xia Ruofei and looked at him with a more intimate gaze. "Good morning, Haoran." Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "How was your sleep?" "I slept very comfortably. I didn't dream of those flaming monsters chasing me last night," little Haoran said. "Mom said it was all because brother helped me yesterday. Brother is so powerful. You can even defeat those flaming monsters." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but laugh. "Haoran," he said, "those monsters are only temporarily hiding. I'll help you heal again and drive those monsters far away, okay?" "Good, good." Little Haoran said happily, "Thank you, brother." Xia Ruofei continued, "I might feel a little uncomfortable when I'm chasing the monsters away for you. You have to hang in there and don't move. Can you do it?" "Sure." Little Haoran raised his little face and said, "I'm so brave. She never cries when she gets an injection." Jennifer, who was next to him, could not help but smile when she heard that, but her eyes were a little wet. She was thinking of the suffering that Haoran had suffered from since he was a child, which might be unbearable for adults. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay, then come to Big Brother's side. Big Brother will help you fight the monsters." At this time, Tang Etienne walked over from the business class. He was surprised to hear this, and asked, "Mr. Xia, are you going to give Haren a second treatment now?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "I'm almost fully recovered after a nap. I think I should strike while the iron is hot and do another treatment. The plane will land in about 2 hours. Isn't this too hard on you?" Tang Etienne asked, touched. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. The sooner the blocked meridians in little Haren's body are resolved, the sooner his physique will return to normal. If it wasn't for the fact that he might not be able to withstand it due to his young age, I would have simply finished all 3 treatments today." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "My friend will be picking him up in Sydney. It's not good to leave him at your house. I'll treat little Haren again on the plane. Then, I'll go to your house again before I return to China. I should be able to completely solve the hidden danger." All right. Tang Etienne nodded. "We'll follow Mr. Xia's arrangements. But you must come to my house a little earlier so that I can have the opportunity to be a good host." "No problem," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this time, little Haren had already come to Xia Ruofei's side. Xia Ruofei squatted down and looked at him, saying, "Haren, sit cross-legged, I'm about to fight the flaming monster in your body. I might feel a little hot in a while, so you must hold it in and not move, understand?" "I'll remember that, brother," little Haren said sensibly. The seat had not been retracted after it was flattened last night, so the treatment was carried out on Xia Ruofei's seat. Little Haren sat cross-legged, according to the posture Xia Ruofei had taught him. Xia Ruofei quickly sat behind little Haren and pressed his hands on little Haren's sinew acupoint. Tang Etienne and Jennifer also hurried to Xia Ruofei's side to prevent others from disturbing him. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy seeped out of his body and entered little Haren's heart acupuncture point. He started to guide and absorb the enormous amount of innate pure yang qi in his body, as they had already done it last night. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with it. Moreover, after a quarter of the innate pure yang qi was absorbed, the concentration had decreased a little. It was also much easier for Xia Ruofei to use his spiritual power to wrap and carry them. In other words, he was much more efficient than yesterday. Of course, using the invisible mental power to guide the innate pure yang qi was still very exhausting. Time passed by. Soon, Xia Ruofei's clothes were drenched in sweat again, and steam began to rise from the top of his head. Xia Ruofei could feel that his spiritual energy was being consumed rapidly, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. He hoped that he could use this opportunity to absorb as much pure yang qi as possible. The lesser the pure yang qi in little Haren's body, the smoother his qi and blood circulation would be, and his physique would naturally be stronger. After Xia Ruofei had absorbed the innate pure yang qi, it would follow the spiritual energy and run a few small cycles through the specific meridians before returning to his dantian. Xia Ruofei could feel the warmth in his lower abdomen becoming more and more obvious. He could also feel the enormous energy contained in the innate pure yang qi. In Xia Qing's words, this was a great opportunity for him. This innate pure yang qi would have an unexpected effect on Xia Ruofei's future cultivation. Little Haren's performance was also very good. Xia Ruofei knew that when the innate pure yang qi circulated through the meridians, the entire meridian would feel a burning sensation. Xia Ruofei's body was very strong and could easily withstand it. However, little Haren was only a 7 or 8-year-old child and had a weak body for a long time. This process was actually quite painful. However, the sensible little Haren had been gritting his teeth and persevering. Except for his body trembling slightly, he did not make a sound and his body did not move at all. Jennifer, who was on the side, saw her son's pained expression and her heart ached. And she was worried. Lin Xiao was more concerned about Xia Ruofei. Since yesterday, this was the third time Xia Ruofei had been so exhausted. In Lin Xiao's memory, she had never seen Xia Ruofei so exhausted. Xia Ruofei persevered and used what little mental energy he had left to wrap and guide little Haren's innate pure yang qi into his body for the last time. After a few rounds of circulation and absorbing all the energy into his dantian, Xia Ruofei slowly opened his eyes. Xia Ruofei checked little Haren's body condition before he removed his hand. The effect of this treatment was obviously better than the last time. The remaining innate pure yang qi in little Haren's body was basically only about 1/3 of the original amount. Most of the meridians in his body were in a clear state, and the circulation of qi and blood in his body was also much smoother than after the first treatment yesterday. It could be said that little Haren's physique was almost the same as an ordinary child's, at most slightly weaker. Of course, this innate pure yang qi was still too much for the weak little Haren. Xia Ruofei still needed to treat him once to completely remove the hidden danger. Xia Ruofei retracted his palm and smiled. Haren, your performance was great and very brave. You can get up now. Little Haren immediately got up and jumped off Xia Ruofei's seat. His movements were very agile, and one look at his condition and one could tell that he was much better than before. Thank you, brother. I feel so comfortable now. I've never felt so comfortable before. Little Haren said happily as he held Xia Ruofei's hand. In fact, from yesterday to today, Xia Ruofei had already used his spiritual power 3 times to enter little Haren's meridians. Hence, little Haren had unconsciously developed a sense of closeness to Xia Ruofei. This was because mental energy was actually a type of wave. Everyone's mental energy had a unique wave and frequency. Xia Ruofei's mental energy had been circulating through little Haren's meridians many times, so he naturally felt a sense of familiarity with this wave and frequency. Although he was young, he knew that Xia Ruofei was helping him, so he was especially close to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also liked little Haren very much. He gently pinched little Haren's face and smiled, then after a while, Big Brother will help you heal again and completely destroy those flaming monsters, okay? Good, good. Little Haren cheered and jumped for joy. Brother, you must help me destroy them. These monsters are so bad. They chase me in my dreams every day and want to burn me to death with fire. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. This child was only 6 or 7 years old. He must have suffered a lot. He squatted down and gently put his arm around little Haren's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. With Big Brother here, those flaming monsters will never appear again." Little Haren nodded heavily. Tang Yitian's eyes were a little red, and Jennifer, who was more emotional, had long burst into tears. In her tears, there was the joy of her son's escape from death, and also the heartache for his suffering all these years. Lin Xiao's eyes were also a little wet. The scene in front of Ying was too touching. Xia Ruofei's treatment of little Haren lasted for about an hour. After they had chatted for a while, they heard a ding sound and the seat belt indicator light in the cabin lit up. There was still a while before the plane began to descend, and the purser also informed everyone to return to their seats and fasten their seat belts. Everyone returned to their seats. Xia Ruofei asked the flight attendant to restore his and Lin Xiao's seats. Then, he sat back in his seat and buckled his seatbelt as required. The display in the first-class cabin showed the real-time location of the plane. Xia Ruofei saw that the plane was already very close to Sydney. At this time, the plane's altitude and speed were both slowly decreasing. After more than 20 minutes, the jumbo jet passed through the clouds. As it descended, the view of Sydney could be seen from the porthole. From Xia Ruofei's side of the porthole, they could see Sydney's harbour bridge. The plane had a turn above the harbour bridge so that passengers could enjoy the beautiful scenery. In the distant port, white sails were scattered on the blue sea, like pearls inlaid in a blue curtain. The weather in Sydney was very good today. The sky was clear, and even further away, the Sydney Opera House, the Sydney Tower, and other landmark buildings could be seen. It was Lin Xiao's first time in Australia, so she was very excited and couldn't help looking out of the porthole. Xia Ruofei smiled and introduced her to some of the landmark buildings that the plane had passed by. After another 10 minutes, the plane finally landed smoothly on the runway of Sydney's Kingsford Smith Airport and began to taxi at high speed. Under the effect of the automatic braking and the reverse engine injection, the plane's taxiing speed rapidly decreased and it quickly left the side of the runway. A few minutes later, the plane taxied smoothly to the parking lot, and the covered bridge slowly came closer. The cabin door opened. Under the enthusiastic smiles of the flight attendants, Xia Ruofei and the others carried their luggage and walked out of the cabin. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said naughtily, "Brother Ruofei, is this the air of Australia? I don't think it's any sweeter than in China. Do you want to see if the moon in Australia is rounder than the moon in China tonight?" Xia Ruofei teased. Lin Xiao burst into laughter. Soon, everyone passed through the covered bridge and walked into the terminal. They came to the luggage transfer area. Xia Ruofei smiled at Tang Etienne and said, "Then let's part here, Mr. Tang. Keep in touch later, I'll let you know in advance, before I return." "Mr. Xia, are you really not going to visit me first?" Tang Etienne asked with a trace of regret. Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's okay. My friend came from Hunter Valley to pick me up. It's not good to stand him up. We should be staying in Australia for a while. Besides, I still have to treat little Howren. You'll have plenty of opportunities to be the host if you want to." Tang Etienne shrugged and said, "Okay. Then I'll wait for your call." Jennifer also said to Lin Xiao, with a smile, "Lin, I look forward to the day we meet again. I'll prepare an autographed CD of Jennifer's Echoes for you." "Yeah." Lin Xiao happily nodded. "Thank you, Jennifer." Both parties waved goodbye at the luggage wheel. Little Howren even turned back to look at Xia Ruofei with every step he took. He seemed to be a little reluctant to part with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had come into contact with a few children, including Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's daughter, Huan Huan, Tian Huixin's friend, Shuebian's child, Qingqing, and this time's little Howren. All of these children were very close to Xia Ruofei. This was mainly due to the natural affinity Xia Ruofei had after absorbing the petals of the spirit heart flower and drinking the soup of the spiritual jasmine. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao waited for a while at the luggage wheel before they got Lin Xiao's extra large suitcase. As it was winter in Australia, although there was central air conditioning in the airport and the temperature was maintained at about 24 to 25 degrees, it was still a little cold outside. Before they came, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao had also checked the weather forecast for Sydney and Hunter Valley. The lowest temperature in winter in Australia was about 5 degrees, and the highest temperature during the day could reach 18 or even 20 degrees. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked Lin Xiao to bring some warm clothes. After getting the luggage, Lin Xiao took out a cashmere sweater and put it on. Xia Ruofei was still wearing a t-shirt and jeans. The temperature was not cold at all, to Xia Ruofei. Before they left, Xia Ruofei had reminded Lin Xiao of some things to take note of, including the things to pay attention to when passing the customs and the prohibition of bringing items into the country. During the descent of the plane, everyone had already filled in the entry card, so after the two of them went through the procedures at the customs counter, they took the entry card and walked directly to the green-marked passage. This passage meant that there was no need to declare anything when entering. Last time, Xia Ruofei had been deliberately made difficult by an Australian customs officer at this entry passage. Later, the officer had also made things difficult for other Chinese tourists, and even called them China people. At that time, Elder Tang, who had been picking them up, was furious. He directly used the strongest legal team of Xingbang Corporation in Australia to sue the officer for racial discrimination. Although Xia Ruofei had returned to the country, he was still paying attention to the progress of the case. The fat official could not compete with a big consortium like Xingbang because Xingbang did not care about the cost. The most famous lawyers in Australia had formed a team of lawyers to fight this small case. Moreover, the official was not clean to begin with. He cursed, threatened Chinese tourists, and used insulting titles. These were all conclusive evidence that the luggage inspection department had no blind spots. Whatever the fat pig said could not be hidden in front of the lip-reading expert. In the end, the charges of racial discrimination were established. Not only did the fat official lose his well-paid civil servant job, but he was also sentenced to 3 months in prison, fined 30,000 Australian dollars, and deprived of the right to vote for 3 years. It could be said to be a rather heavy sentence. Perhaps it was. Because of the impact of the lawsuit that had caused quite a stir in Australia, Xia Ruofei realized that the customs officials did not deliberately make things difficult for the Chinese tourists when they passed through the customs. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao also passed the inspection without a hitch. Xia Ruofei was pushing 2 suitcases, one big and one small. Lin Xiao followed behind him with a face full of excitement. The two of them walked out side by side. Many people were waiting outside to receive them, and many of them were holding signs with their names on them. Ruofei, this way, this way. Xia Ruofei heard Liang Qichao's voice while he was looking for him. He turned around and saw Liang Qichao waving at him happily. Liang Qichao was wearing a thin blue coat, which was quite eye-catching in the crowd. However, Xia Ruofei had not looked in his direction just now. It had only been a few months since they last met, and Liang Qichao had put on a lot of weight again. He was already a little chubby, but now he looked even more bloated. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved at him. Then, he walked over to him with Lin Xiao. Liang Qichao was standing behind the yellow line. As soon as Xia Ruofei crossed the line, Liang Qichao immediately came up and gave Xia Ruofei a big hug. He laughed and said, "Ruofei, welcome to Australia." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Can you not be so enthusiastic?" I can't help but suspect your sexual orientation. I just wanted to curry favor with the boss as soon as possible, said Liang Qichao with a chuckle. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. After saying that, Liang Qichao put on a heartbroken expression. Seeing Liang Qichao's antics, Lin Qiao, who was beside Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Qiao was very young and beautiful, and her smile had a different kind of charm. Liang Qichao was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and said, Ruofei, this beautiful lady must be Sister Lin Qiao. She's indeed a natural beauty. Lin Qiao's invitation to Australia was prepared by Liang Qichao, so he naturally knew about Lin Qiao. However, one couldn't tell anything from her ID photo. Today was the first time he saw her in person, so he couldn't help but be amazed. He couldn't help but suspect the real relationship between Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao. After all, Xia Ruofei had a criminal record of in Luo meeting Monica in Australia. Although Xia Ruofei did not admit it, Liang Qichao knew that there was definitely a story between the two. This time, Xia Ruofei brought such a beautiful and youthful sister overseas for a trip. Was their relationship as simple as god blood? Liang Qichao was very suspicious. Xia Ruofei naturally didn't know what Liang Qichao was thinking. He smiled and introduced, Qiao, this is Liang Qichao, the person in charge of Paradise Farm in Australia. You can call him Brother Liang like I do. As for Liang Qichao, Xia Ruofei did not need to introduce Lin Qiao to him. Lin Qiao immediately smiled and called out, Hi, Brother Liang, we're here to trouble you. Liang Qichao's bones were about to go soft, and he hurriedly said, No trouble, no trouble. For a beauty like you to visit our farm, it's simply an honor. All right. Don't use idioms. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, You rascal, you're comparing Paradise Farm to Pung Pung. Can't you consider my feelings as the boss? Liang Qichao chuckled and scratched his head, saying, Boss Xia, I'm not very cultured, you know, don't be funny anymore. Be careful, the people of Yunnan and Sichuan will beat your chest with their little fists. Xia Ruofei laughed. Don't just stand here. Let's go. Liang Qichao immediately took the 2 suitcases from Xia Ruofei and said, I'll do it. How? Can I let the boss drag the luggage himself? Lin Qiao couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Liang Qichao's playful expression. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the airport. The Mercedes-Benz that Liang Qichao drove was parked by the roadside. Liang Qichao quickly put their luggage into the trunk. Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Lin Qiao, Qiao, you sit in the co-pilot's seat. We can enjoy the scenery along the way. Lin Qiao held Xia Ruofei's arm and said, No, I want to sit with Brother Ruofei. Lin Qiao's body pressed against Xia Ruofei's without any hesitation. He instantly felt a youthful aura and a faint fragrance. What was worse was that his arm had already touched a round and soft touch. Xia Ruofei's body stiffened. He took a step out and opened the back door. He smiled and said, All right, you can sit anywhere you like. Get in the car. Liang Qichao closed the trunk and happened to see what had just happened. His eyes couldn't help but have a tacit smile. Lin Qiao let go of Xia Ruofei's arm and got into the car. After everyone got into the car, Liang Qichao started the car and left Sydney's Kingford Smith International Airport. Ruofei, Lin Qiao, shall we take a walk around Sydney or go back to the farm? Liang Qichao asked as he drove. Let's go back to the farm, Xia Ruofei said. There were still more than 160 kilometers to go. Anyway, we have more time this time. So we'll definitely come to Sydney for a tour. Understood. Then we'll just go home. Liang Qichao whistled, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car back to Paradise Farm. The car quickly left Sydney and drove on the highway. The Hunter Valley was a tourist spot near Sydney, so there were many private cars traveling from Sydney to the Hunter Valley, and the speed was not very fast. Of course, in all fairness, Australia's scenery was still very beautiful. White clouds floated past the blue sky, and the view along the way was very wide. All he could see was a green pasture that stretched as far as the eye could see. If he was lucky, he could even see kangaroos jumping leisurely and stupid koalas. The exotic scenery along the way was too much for Lin Xiao's eyes to take in. She was very excited to chat with Xia Ruofei along the way. For her, this was her first time traveling abroad, and everything was so fresh. It was about a 3-hour drive from Sydney to the Hunter Valley. Lin Xiao, who had just been on the plane for more than 9 hours, did not feel tired at all. She was very excited and chattered all the way. At around 9 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang Qichao's Mercedes-Benz returned to the vicinity of Paradise Farm. When they passed by the West Winery, Xia Ruofei turned around to take a look. The last time he came to Australia, this West Winery had also left Xia Ruofei with very good memories. Not only did he learn a lot about wine, but he also tasted Australian-style food and bought a batch of Semillon wine. The most important thing was that he had a chance encounter with Monica, who had come to travel, and the two of them had a night of short-lived marriage by chance. Seeing the West Winery, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of Monica's charming body and fiery passion that night. His heart couldn't help but flutter. After returning to the country, Xia Ruofei and Monica still kept in touch intermittently. However, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to get involved in any relationship issues. Xia Ruofei only knew that Monica had been busy with her family business in Italy recently. He did not know much about the current situation. Just then, the car drove past the entrance of West Winery. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the door of the entire winery was tightly shut. It was no longer as busy as usual with tourists. Brother Liang, why isn't West Winery open today? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Liang Qichao also turned to look at the winery's door. With some pity, then said, Old West's business in Melbourne has some problems, and may be facing bankruptcy. How can he still be in the mood to run a winery? He's going around raising funds in the hopes of surviving the crisis. I heard that he might be selling his winery to cash in. Xia Ruofei was surprised. No way? It's only been a few months, and such a thing has happened. It's really a man's fortune and misfortune, brother. Ruofei, are you close to the owner of this winery? Lin Xiao asked. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Liang Qichao said with a smile, of course. The last time Ruofei came to Australia, he had a very good memory. At the West Winery. Right, Ruofei? Liang Qichao winked at Xia Ruofei through the rearview mirror after he finished speaking. Of course, Xia Ruofei knew what this guy was trying to say, but he still pretended not to answer Liang Qichao's question. He said, Mr. and Mrs. West treated me warmly last time. By the way, the Semillon wine you drank later was bought from West Winery. That wine is super good. Lin Xiao said with some regret, I wanted to come to Australia and taste it. I didn't expect the winery to be closed. Actually, it's fine if you want to drink. Mr. and Mrs. West have been at the winery these 2 days. I heard that a few groups of customers are interested in the winery and are planning to buy it. Liang Qichao said. Forget it. How would they be in the mood to receive us at this time? Xia Ruofei said. That's true, Liang Qichao shrugged. Paradise Farm was just a short distance away from West Winery. When the car drove through the gate of Paradise Farm, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look out the window with her eyes wide open. As soon as he entered the farm, he saw that the 2 sides of the smooth asphalt road were grasslands as far as the eye could see. Although it was winter in Australia, the average temperature here was still around 10 degrees Celsius. It would be a little cold sooner or later, and the grasslands were green all year round. The green grass swayed in the breeze, and the sky was blue and the clouds were white. Looking into the distance, all he could see was an endless stretch of green. He couldn't see the end at all. The 6,000-hectare area was too wide, and the terrain had ups and downs. Brother Ruofei, your farm is so big. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, and the scenery is so beautiful. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Our Paradise Farm is definitely not considered big in Australia. However, the land is fertile and the water is abundant. It is indeed a very good farm. As the car drove on, Xia Ruofei kept introducing the facilities of the farm to Lin Xiao, including the track, training ground, swimming pool for horses, and the grazing grazes cattle in the distance. All of this was so new to Lin Xiao. She took out her phone and kept taking pictures while saying with a smile, "It's so beautiful. Any one of these photos can be used as a wallpaper." After the car drove past a small hill, Xia Ruofei saw rows of white greenhouses on the green grass not far away. Brother Liang, that's the experimental plantation, right? Xia Ruofei pointed at the greenhouse in front of them and asked. Yep. Liang Qichao nodded and said, it's about 200 mu in total. Let's go eat first. I'll arrange a time for you to inspect it later. The journey from Sydney to here had taken about 3 hours. It was already past 1 in the afternoon, which was why Liang Qichao suggested that they go for lunch first. He couldn't let the boss and the beautiful woman who came from far away inspect on an empty stomach, right? All right. I'll listen to your arrangements when I'm here, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but click her tongue when she heard this. She had lived in Taoyuan Farm for a long time and was familiar with the situation there. She didn't expect that Paradise Farm in Australia had a trial planting area of 200 mu, which was almost the entire area of Taoyuan Farm. Of course, compared to the 6,000 hectares of Paradise Farm, 200 acres of land was just a small part. Soon, the car drove along the clean black asphalt road to the small farm by the artificial lake. We're here, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Through the window, Lin Xiao saw the calm and clear lake and the green grassland in the distance. From time to time, birds would fly over the lake, creating ripples on the mirror-like lake. She couldn't help but ask enviously, Brother Liang, do you usually work here? The environment is too good. It's not bad to come here for a vacation occasionally, Liang Qichao said with a smile. It's too boring to stay here for a long time. The Hunter Valley area is still considered prosperous, but the farms in Australia are more desolate. There's no one within a 100-kilometer radius, and it'll take 2 to 3 hours to drive to the supermarket. Xia Ruofei jokingly said, if you're bored, you can apply to work in the United States at any time. It's a world of sensual pleasures. I think Mr. Tang will agree. Stop it. Liang. Qichao rolled his eyes and said, I'm full of energy now. Don't dampen my enthusiasm. Xia Ruofei raised his head and laughed. The car stopped in front of the small villa in the farm. This was where Liang Qichao worked and lived. The other farm workers had their own dormitories, while some lived in the Hunter Valley and drove home after work. Of course, such a large farm definitely had its own security personnel. These people were usually responsible for patrolling the farm. Other than on vacation, they often stayed on the farm. The three of them got out of the car. Liang Qichao took the responsibility of carrying the luggage. He quickly went to the back of the car and opened the trunk to take out Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao's luggage. Then, he led the two of them into the villa. Liang Qichao laughed as he walked. I've already asked someone to prepare lunch. We'll have it at home. You must be tired from the long journey. Take a rest here in the afternoon, and I'll take you around the town in the evening. Alright, I'll follow your arrangements for the next 2 days. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Although Xia Ruofei had brought Lin Xiao to Australia for a tour, as the boss, he had to stay at the Hunter Valley's Paradise Farm for a day or two. He had to inspect the experimental planting base. Of course, Xia Ruofei wouldn't stay in Paradise Farm all the time. Although the scenery here was picturesque, since he brought Lin Xiao out, he had to take a look around. Cities like Sydney and Melbourne were definitely a must. The three of them talked as they walked into the villa. The first floor of the small villa had a living room, dining room, an open kitchen, and an office that had been transformed from a guest room. This was where Liang Qichao usually worked. As the three of them entered, a white uncle stuck his head out of the open kitchen and greeted them warmly. Chinese friends, welcome. Liang Qichao introduced them with a smile. Ruofei, Lin Xiao, this is Uncle Bill. He's a full-time farmer on our farm, but he's very good at cooking. I've specially asked him to help prepare lunch. Then, Liang Qichao said to Bill in English, Uncle Bill, they are Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao. Xia is one of the major shareholders of Paradise Farm, so it's not appropriate for you to welcome him because he's the owner of this place. Oh. Bill showed an exaggerated expression and said, so it's the boss. Liang, you should have told me earlier that it's the boss who's coming today. That way, I could have prepared more dishes. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were good at English, so they laughed when they heard that. Brother Liang, this foreigner is quite interesting. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Uncle Bill likes to joke, and he's a very good person. Liang Qichao said. As it was already past lunchtime, everyone went straight to the table and sat down. Bill brought out the Australian style food that he had prepared. Uncle Bill, sit down and eat with us. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Boss? I've already had lunch. Bill smiled and said, it's an honor to serve you. Please try my cooking first. Bill had prepared several dishes today, all of which were very Australian. There was Queenie's meat pie, vanilla grilled fish steak, deep fried crab sticks, and so on. There was even roasted kangaroo meat. Although kangaroos were iconic animals in Australia, they were rampant. Every year, the government had to pay for a large number of them to be hunted, so they naturally became a delicacy on the table. Liang Qichao opened a bottle of red wine and poured a little For everyone. Then, he smiled and greeted, come, come, come. Ruofei, Lin Xiao, you guys eat something first. Lin Xiao picked up a crab stick that was fried until it was golden yellow and put it in her mouth. After chewing for a few times, she revealed a surprised look and said, This smell is so strange. It doesn't smell like crab. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Actually, this crab meat stick isn't made of crab meat at all. It's made of white fish, boned, and made into the shape of crab legs. Then, it's deep fried. The last time I was here, I was tricked by Brother Liang Qichao couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei also picked up a piece of roasted kangaroo meat and put it in his mouth. He chewed it carefully and swallowed it. Then, he gave a thumbs up to Bill, who was standing at the side, and said, Uncle Bill, your cooking is quite authentic. And the taste is very good. Lin Xiao also nodded and said in English, It's very delicious. Thank you, Uncle Bill. Bill's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Please enjoy your meal. There's also a chicken and corn soup that will be ready soon. After that, he turned around and went to the kitchen. Xia Ruofei raised his glass and said, Come, let's have a toast to our reunion. Cheers. At noon, everyone mainly tasted good food. They only had a small sip of wine. From the beginning to the end, they only had one glass of wine, and each time they only took a small sip. In a short while, Bill came back with a thick chicken and corn soup. Everyone got a small bowl of it. The chicken and corn soup was very fragrant, including the other dishes. Although they were not as exquisite as the food in the big hotels, they were all full of authentic Australian flavor. Lin Xiao ate with great relish, including the kangaroo meat. At first, she didn't dare to eat it, but with Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao's encouragement, she mustered up the courage to try a piece. Then, she couldn't stop eating and ate several pieces in a row. After the meal, Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude to Bill, who had sacrificed his lunch break to prepare lunch for them. He even gave him an exquisite folding fan. Bill couldn't stop fondling this handcraft that was full of Chinese style. He opened and closed it repeatedly, and he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth like a child. Bill expressed his gratitude to Xia Ruofei for his gift and left the villa. Meanwhile, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao went back to their rooms to rest. After sitting on the plane for 9.5 hours and the car for 3 hours, Lin Xiao's delicate body was already very tired. She seemed to be in good spirits now, entirely because of the excitement of coming to a foreign country for the first time. The 2 guest rooms that Liang Qichao had prepared for them were on the 3rd floor. The bedsheets, blankets, and pillows were all brand new. Each room had its own bathroom with brand new toiletries, towels, and bathrobes. They were well prepared. Xia Ruofei took a shower and went to bed to rest. He had used up all his energy 3 times in a row on the plane. It was a big drain on him and he soon fell into a sweet dream. However, he only slept for an hour or so before Lin Xiao pulled him out of bed. The girl was still excited and woke up after a short nap. She came to look for Xia Ruofei to go out to the Hunter Valley. Xia Ruofei drowsily looked at his phone. It was not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, he realized that he had forgotten to lock the door again. Fortunately, he was wearing a sleeping robe when he slept. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself in front of Lin Xiao again. Xia Ruofei felt a headache coming on when this girl did not even try to hide her gender in front of him. However, he had always doted on Lin Xiao, so he couldn't bear to scold her. He just smiled bitterly and asked her to go out and wait for him to change. Xia Ruofei changed into clean clothes and went downstairs with Lin Xiao. Liang Qichao had already woken up. Xia Ruofei saw that he was busy, so he didn't ask him to accompany him. After getting the car keys from him, he drove the pickup truck and left the farm with Lin Xiao, heading to the small town outside. "Brother Ruofei, can you take me to a bar tonight?" Lin Xiao said, "I've never been to a bar before." "Not good." Xia Ruofei deliberately put on a straight face and said, "Places like bars are mixed with all kinds of people. You'd better not go there alone." Lin Xiao wasn't afraid at all. She smiled and said, "With an expert like Brother Ruofei here, what's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll promise you that without your company, I'll never go to a place like a bar or a nightclub. I'll ask Brother Liang later then." "I'm not very familiar with this place," Xia Ruofei said helplessly. Lin Xiao counted on her fingers and said, "I'm going to take a hot air balloon ride. I heard that the hot air balloon sightseeing in the Hunter Valley is very interesting. Also, can we take a yacht to Sydney?" Alright. As long as you like it, I'll bring you to play with each and every one of them," Xia Ruofei said in a pampering tone. "Yay! Long live Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao raised her arms and cheered. At this moment, the car passed by the West Winery. Xia Ruofei turned around and realized that the winery, which was closed at noon, was now open. He could even vaguely see Carter. It was West and Auntie Cabelli. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He stopped the car by the roadside and said to Lin Xiao, "Xiaoer, let's talk about visiting the town later. How about we visit our neighbors first?" "The neighbor that produces Semillon wine?" Lin Xiao said, Okay. Can you not be so jubilant?" Xia Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Didn't you hear what Brother Liang said today? The Wester family's company is in a financial crisis?" "Oh, I know." Lin Xiao stuck out her tongue. The two of them got out of the car and walked into West Winery. Carter West and his wife, Cabelli, were standing at the entrance of the winery. Both of them looked worried. Old West was still pacing back and forth, as if he was waiting for someone. Xia Ruofei waved at them from a distance and said loudly, "Uncle Carter, Aunt Cabelli, how are you?" Old West and Kelly looked over. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they were stunned for a moment before they smiled warmly. They remembered their young and generous neighbor. "Hey, my dear Xia, long time no see." Old West came up and smiled. Xia Ruofei could tell that there was a trace of worry in his smile. Aunt Cabelli was more cheerful. She gave Xia Ruofei a big hug. With her weight, Xia Ruofei almost couldn't breathe. Then, Auntie Kately hugged Lin Xiao and kissed her cheek. Then, she smiled and said, "Xia, is this your girlfriend?" What a beautiful Oriental beauty. Lin Xiao was the representative of the English class in high school. Her English was pretty good, especially her listening. However, she was not fluent in speaking because she did not practice much. Therefore, after hearing what the auntie said, Lin Xiao's face turned red and she quickly explained in English, No, I'm not his girlfriend," she said. Xia Ruofei also said awkwardly, "Auntie Capella, in China, this is called a match made in heaven. Alright, let me formally introduce her. This is my sister, Lin Xiao. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Lin Xiao in Chinese, Xiaoer, these two are the owners of the West Winery. You can call them Uncle Carter and Auntie Cabally. Lin Xiao greeted the two of them with a red face. Auntie. Cabally scratched her head and said, Xia, why does your sister have a different surname from you? I don't know much about the situation in China. Maybe this is normal in your world? I'm not related to Xiaoer by blood, but she's my sister, Xia Ruofei explained. Oh. Alright, Auntie Cabally nodded with a smile. I've drunk the semillon that Brother Ruofei bought from your winery. The rich and mellow taste left a deep impression on me, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Auntie Kately smiled and said, Lin, I'm very honored that you like our semillon. At this moment, Old West said apologetically, Xia, I'm sorry. It's a mess here today, and the workers are all on vacation. I can't entertain you like last time. Xia Ruofei nodded. Uncle Carter, I've heard some things about your situation from Brother Liang. However, he doesn't know the details. Can you tell me more? Had they really reached the point where they needed to sell their winery? I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. I just wanted to see if I could help. Old West smiled. The company's financial status is public information. There's no secret. Since you're interested, I'll tell you. Aunt Cabally sighed and said, Don't just stand here, let's go inside and sit. Yes. Xia, please come in. Old West said. Everyone walked into the winery together. The last time Xia Ruofei had come, there were still many tourists here. Everyone was here to taste wine and food, and many people were here to buy good wine. Today, however, it was cold and quiet, and it seemed a little messy. Old West invited Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to have a seat while Auntie Cabily went to the bar to prepare drinks for everyone. Old West then told Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao about what had happened during this period of time. It turned out that Old West did not inherit the winery from the beginning. On the contrary, he had no interest in the family winery with a long history when he was young. After graduating from university, he started his business in Melbourne, and his import and export trading company soon became very successful. But later, his father got older and older, and he could no longer run the winery as he wished. Old West reluctantly took over the winery, but his focus was still on the company in Melbourne. However, as time went by, Old West grew to like life in the winery more and more. Perhaps he had the genes of wine in him since he grew up in the Hunter Valley area, but it had not been activated when he was young. As a result, Old West's work and life were more and more focused on the winery. Under his management, the winery had also rejuvenated and became a very famous winery in the Hunter Valley area. Many foreign tourists came to visit and buy their wine. In contrast, Melbourne's import and export trading companies began to neglect their management. Old West didn't expect the company to make a lot of money. At his age, he preferred a leisurely life in the winery. The slow pace of the Hunter Valley was exactly what he wanted. However, since the beginning of this year, the economic situation in Europe had not been very good. Old West's company in Melbourne was mainly in the European market. Since March, there had been a delay in many payments, and the company's operating funds had begun to be stretched. For the past few months, the situation had continued to deteriorate. On the one hand, the payment from Europe had not been collected. On the other hand, Old West had begun to be unable to pay the suppliers and employees in Australia. The capital chain had actually broken. The winery and company were both under West's name. Once the company went bankrupt, the winery would definitely be auctioned off in court to pay off the debt. Old West naturally didn't want to see such an outcome, so he could only bear the pain and sell the winery, hoping to exchange it for cash to deal with the company's crisis. This winery had a history of more than 150 years and had been passed down from generation to generation in the Wester family. Unless it was a last resort, he definitely wouldn't be willing to sell the winery. In the words of the Chinese, this was the foundation of their ancestors. Although Westerners didn't have a very strong concept of this, Old West had grown up here since he was a child, and he had devoted himself to running the winery since he was in his 40s. He had put a lot of effort and energy into it. So this was a really difficult decision for him. Uncle Carter, how much money do you need to get your company out of this crisis? Xia Ruofei asked. Old West said without thinking, we still have some personal savings, so we have a gap of about 1.8 million Australian dollars. At this moment, Auntie Kelly walked over with a plate of delicious, smelling pies and fresh fruit juice. She had also heard Old West and Xia Ruofei's conversation. Auntie Kately placed the food on the table and said angrily, Xia, our winery has been valued by a professional agency at least 2.4 million Australian dollars, but we've contacted a few buyers. They all know about Carter's financial crisis, so they hope to take the opportunity to buy the winery at a low price. None of them offered more than 1.5 million Australian dollars. Lin Qiao also said indignantly, isn't this looting a burning house? How could they do this? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just business. Uncle Carter is in urgent need of money. So the buyers will definitely take the opportunity to lower the price. This has nothing to do with morality. In consideration of Old West and his wife's feelings, Xia Ruofei said this in English. Old West smiled bitterly. Lin is right. The competition in the business world is cruel. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly. However, their price is too low. This is not very particular. Yeah, said Madame Cabally. We've taken the initiative to lower our prices many times, but if we can't even get 1.8 million Australian dollars for the winery, then it's meaningless for us to sell it. This amount of money isn't even enough to tide over the company's crisis. Lin Qiao saw the worried faces of the West couple and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. She couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei, but she didn't say anything. Before coming to Australia, Lin Qiao had read some guides and naturally knew the exchange rate of the Australian dollars. She knew that 1.8 million Australian dollars was equivalent to 10 million Chinese dollars, which was not a small amount of money. Although Xia Ruofei might be able to fork out this sum of money, the West couple was not related to Xia Ruofei at all. They had only met a few times and were only neighbors with a good relationship. There were countless people in this world who needed help at all times. Xia Ruofei was a human, not a god. How could he help everyone? Therefore, Lin Qiao chose to remain silent. Uncle Carter, Xia Ruofei asked with a smile, if you can exchange the winery for enough money, what do you plan to do next? Old West said tiredly, I'll use this money to pay off the company's debts and dismiss the employees. I think the remaining money should be enough for me and Capella to live. The economic situation in Europe isn't very good now, said Madame Cabally. Carter had wanted to close the company's business for a long time and focus on the winery business. However, the company can't be closed just because you want to. There are a lot of capital transactions, creditors, and debts that have to be dealt with step by step. I didn't expect that the company would suffer a heavy blow. And can't hold on any longer before we could sort out all of these. Xia Ruofei nodded and got the answer in his heart. He pondered for a moment, looked at the vintage-looking winery, and said with a smile, "Uncle Carter, I'm also very interested in your winery. Can we talk about acquiring it?" Millions. As soon as Xia Ruofei said this, Old West, his wife, and Lin Qiao were all stunned. Their expressions were synchronized. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were slightly agape. They looked extremely surprised. Old West quickly came back to his senses. He remembered that this young Chinese neighbor was the owner of the vast farm next door. In recent years, Chinese people had become richer and richer, and they often bought businesses all over the world. There were also many Chinese people in Australia. They waved their checkbooks to buy farms and wineries, spending money without even blinking. Although West Winery had a history of 150 years, it didn't cover a large area. In terms of value, it was far inferior to Paradise Farm, which covered 6,000 hectares. Since this young rich Chinese man could afford Paradise Farm, then the money to buy such a small winery was definitely not a problem. Old West's mind became active at that thought. However, after he exchanged a look with Cab Eli, he still said seriously, "Xia, buying a winery is no small matter. I hope it's not an impulsive decision." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Of course not. My money doesn't come from nowhere. But you haven't even inspected our winery. The last time I came to Australia, the field study was completed." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've been doing an inspection of the winery's products since I returned to the country. You heard it just now, my sister also has a deep impression of the West Winery's Semillon." Xia Ruofei was referring to the last time he visited the West Winery. Of course, the visit to the winery was only a cursory one. However, the 100-year history of the West Winery was still there. It was also quite famous in the Hunter Valley area. All of this could not be faked. As for the winery's valuation, even if Xia Ruofei looked at it 10 times, he would not be able to make an accurate judgment. In fact, when they were acquiring the winery, they used the valuation report given by a third-party evaluation agency as a reference. This was the job of such an evaluation agency. In most cases, the reports issued were objective and fair, and they would not overestimate themselves, or else they would smash their own rice bowls. The West Winery was ready for sale and had been evaluated by a third party. Xia Ruofei only needed to use the evaluation report as a reference. Of course, a formal overseas merger and acquisition was much more complicated than this. It needed to consider the return of investment, market positioning, sales channels, management model, and so on. After the acquisition was confirmed, a trading team consisting of banks, accountants, lawyers, market analysts, and a bilingual overseas professional service team should be formed. However, Xia Ruofei did not have to consider so many complicated things. No matter how detailed the calculations were, the winery's profits would still depend on the product. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei had a heaven-defying divine weapon. Like the spirit map space, he had an unparalleled advantage in terms of products. Naturally, there was no need to be too calculative about the other details. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not do it on a whim. He had planned to buy a vineyard, especially after he bought the Semelon last time. Almost everyone who drank it praised it. Xia Ruofei had intended to get involved in the business at that time. The West Winery was undoubtedly a very suitable acquisition target. However, this winery was a family winery that had been around for more than 100 years. Under normal circumstances, people would not sell it. Thus, when Xia Ruofei heard Liang Qichao say that Old West was in a hurry to sell the winery to pay off his debts, he had already started to think about it. Of course, if he really bought the winery, he would definitely have to improve the quality of the grapes in the vineyard. Old West asked excitedly, "Xia, are you sure you're serious?" "I'm very sure, Uncle Carter," Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "If you can agree to one of my conditions, I think we can discuss the specific details of the acquisition." "What condition?" Old West was finally moved and quickly asked. Xia Ruofei looked at Old Wester and his wife and said seriously, "My condition is that I hope you can continue to stay at the winery and be responsible for the management and operation of the winery. Of course, I'll give you some time to deal with the finishing touches of the Melbourne company." Xia Ruofei had specifically asked about this just now to confirm whether the Old Wests would try to revive the company in Melbourne or simply end the business there after selling the winery. He needed professionals to help him manage the winery, and Old Wests and his wife were obviously the perfect candidates. Most importantly, this couple had a special feeling for the West Winery. Xia Ruofei believed that they were the most suitable managers for the winery. So, he confirmed that Old West had no intention of continuing to operate the company in Melbourne and proposed the acquisition. Old West exchanged a look with Capella and asked excitedly, "Xia, you're saying we can still stay at the West Winery?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and smiled. "It's not can, it's a must. Of course, I'll pay you according to the market rate." Old West didn't hesitate and immediately said, "I agree. Xia, your conditions are so generous that I can't refuse." Auntie Kately also said happily, "Xia, the most unacceptable thing for Carter is that he has to leave this place after selling the winery. If he can continue to work here, he'll be willing to do it even without a salary." Old West couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Carter, let's talk about the details of the acquisition," Xia Ruofei said. "All right." Old West immediately stood up and said, "I'm going to get the valuation report for our winery." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Okay. I'll make a call too. I'll ask Brother Liang to arrange a property rights lawyer for me." Lawyers were naturally responsible for the legal affairs of the entire acquisition process, including the preparation of the acquisition documents and the resolution of possible legal disputes during the process. Old West saw that Xia Ruofei was about to get a lawyer to follow up and knew that Xia Ruofei was serious. His face was full of joy, and even his steps became lighter. While Old West went to get the valuation report, Xia Ruofei called Liang Qichao. On the phone, Xia Ruofei told Liang Qichao that he was going to buy West Winery and asked him to find a qualified property rights lawyer as soon as possible. After Liang Qichao heard this, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he muttered, "Ruofei, the West Winery's transaction involves at least tens of millions of Chinese dollars, right? You went out for a walk and in less than 15 minutes, you've made a deal that's worth tens of millions?" Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "West Winery is indeed not bad. Uncle Carter is interested in selling, and I'm interested in buying. Isn't it just a matter of hitting it off?" "All right. Liang Qichao said. You're rich, so you can be willful. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, hurry up and help me contact a lawyer. What's the earliest we can get to the winery? A lot of Chinese people have come to buy Australian wineries and farms in the past 2 years, so Hunter Valley has a law firm like this one. I'll be able to contact them immediately. Liang Qichao said immediately. By the way, do you need to contact a bank representative? No, I'm not going to apply for a loan, Xia Ruofei said. Liang Qichao was hit hard again. Okay. I'll contact them for you immediately. Liang Qichao was very efficient. In about half an hour, he had brought a tall and thin white man to West Winery. This white man was the lawyer that Liang Qichao had found in Hunter Valley, Haint. Lawyer Haint was quite famous in Hunter Valley. He specialized in acquisition legal services and property rights lawyers. Liang Qichao met him at a community event in Hunter Valley, so he asked him for help this time. Xia Ruofei was looking through Old West's winery valuation report. It was still a little difficult for him to read the report in pure English. He had never gone to college. After joining the army, he had learned some common English because of his work, and could only carry out simple spoken communication. Xia Ruofei's English had only improved after he obtained the spirit map space. To be exact, his mental strength had gotten stronger. His memory and comprehension had improved as well. That was why he could master Chinese medicine and English in his spare time. Xia Ruofei was trying to improve his ability because he knew that English would be a must when the company went international. However, Xia Ruofei found it difficult to read professional texts like the winery's valuation report. After Liang Qichao arrived, he introduced Old West and Xia Ruofei to lawyer Haint. Haint was quite famous in the Hunter Valley area. Old West had obviously heard of his name before, so he smiled and said, with Mr. Haint around, I believe there will be no loopholes in the merger and acquisition documents. Xia Ruofei first signed a power of attorney that entrusted lawyer Haint with full authority to handle the legal business in this merger and acquisition. After that, Haint quickly entered work mode. After carefully reading the valuation report, he said to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, the West Winery has a 10-hectare vineyard and more than 20,000 bottles of wine of different ages. In addition to the winery's auxiliary buildings and other assets, my preliminary judgment is that this valuation report is objective and fair. It can be used as a reference for your price negotiation. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he said to Old West, Uncle Carter, we can talk about the price now. Old West said without thinking, Xia, you already know our position just now. As long as your bid is higher than 1.8 million Australian dollars, this winery will be yours. Xia Ruofei smiled and wagged his index finger. No. 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 Uncle Carter. The price of 1.8 million Australian dollars is a little unreasonable. Old Wester was stunned for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Xia, although I'm in a hurry to sell this winery, if the transaction price is lower than 1.8 million Australian dollars, it doesn't mean much to me, so. Lin Xiao also looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. She had the impression that Xia Ruofei was good at doing business, but he was not a profiteer. Xia Ruofei had just said that those who deliberately lowered the price were taking advantage of the situation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Carter, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, the price of 1.8 million Australian dollars is too much of a loss for you. Just now, lawyer Haint also said that the evaluation report is still relatively objective. Your winery is worth 2.4 million Australian dollars. I don't think this does not include the invisible brand value. Although the West Winery's wine was not well known, it was still a well-known winery with more than 100 years of history. It was quite famous in the Hunter Valley area. Old West was a little confused. Xia, you mean, Uncle Carter, I mean. I'm willing to buy your winery for 2.4 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Hiss. Everyone present gasped at the same time. Mr. and Mrs. Wests, as well as Lawyer Haint, had incredulous expressions on their faces, as if they couldn't believe their ears. In the view of Westerners, business was business, even if they were very good friends. When it came to business problems, most of the time they would be business-like. Hence, it was hard for them to understand Xia Ruofei's way of raising the price. Xia, you're not joking, right? Old West was dumbfounded. On the contrary, Liang Qichao and Lin Qiao felt that this was the normal Xia Ruofei. Lin Qiao's eyes softened as she looked at Xia Ruofei. She even felt a little guilty because she had obviously misunderstood Xia Ruofei. Mr. Xia, although I can get more commission if the transaction price is higher, I still can't understand your decision. Heinz shrugged and said, I've been in the business for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a buyer raising the price. Xia Ruofei revealed a faint smile and said to Old West, Uncle Carter, we're friends, aren't we? There's a saying in China, a good man has 3 gangs, which shows the importance of friends. In the eyes of us Chinese, friends should help each other and not take advantage of each other. You're in a temporary crisis now, and if I take the opportunity to buy your winery at a low price, it'll be against our friendship. Old Wester looked touched. Xia Ruofei was just their neighbor, and Xia Ruofei did not live in Australia often. He had only come here once a few months ago. Old West had recently contacted a few old friends of many years, and all of them had shown interest in the West Winery without exception. However, their offers were getting lower and lower. It was obvious that they wanted to take advantage of the situation to make a profit. Compared to them, Xia Ruofei was simply a saint with a noble character. Actually, Xia Ruofei's idea was not that noble. It was just that a few $100,000 Australian dollars was not a big sum to him. To put it bluntly, he could earn that by selling a piece of wild ginseng. More importantly, Xia Ruofei had the intention to hire Old Wester and his wife to continue running the winery. He needed to make use of their rich experience. Under such circumstances, he had to pay them more money to win their favor so that they would put in their best efforts in running the winery in the future. This business was profitable no matter how one looked at it. Besides, the West Winery was indeed worth 2.4 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei did not deliberately increase the price or give out charity. He was just giving Old West a fair chance to trade. Of course, this opportunity was also precious to Old West's family. Old West's lips wriggled a few times before he said, Xia, you're such a good person. However, I can't agree to a deal of 2.4 million Australian dollars, because you're right, we're friends. As you've heard, our bottom line is 1.8 million Australian dollars, which is the bottom line for my trading company in Melbourne to deal with the aftermath, so when I offered to others, I offered 2 million Australian dollars. If you're willing, we'll trade for 2 million Australian dollars. Old West actually took the initiative to lower Xia Ruofei's bid. Again. Unknowingly, he was treating this merger with the mindset of the Chinese. Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, but you're making a huge loss. You have to know the value of your winery. The value is not constant. It's like a stock. If you're in a hurry to sell it, you have to sell it at a price lower than the real, timeshare price. Old West said, the West Winery is the stock I'm eager to sell, so $2 million Australian dollars. Any more and in your words, I'll be going against the friendship. Haint shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He swore that this was the most bizarre merger and acquisition negotiation he had ever experienced in his life. Seeing Old West's firm attitude, Xia Ruofei thought for a while, then smiled and nodded. Okay. Since that's the case, I'll respect your opinion. $2 million Australian dollars, deal. Xia Ruofei reached out his hand to Old West. Old West shook Xia Ruofei's hand tightly and even hugged him. He was touched. Thank you, my friend. Xia Ruofei smiled. Uncle Carter, this is business. We're just taking what we need. Seeing that Xia Ruofei, who had just been talking about friendship, was now saying that this was a business deal, Liang Qichao, Lin Qiao, and the others couldn't help but smile. Seeing that his employer had already agreed on the price, Haint said seriously, Mr. Xia, Mr. West, since you've agreed on the deal, I'll start preparing the merger and acquisition documents. Alright, thank you for your trouble. Xia Ruofei said. You're welcome. This is my job. Lawyer Haint took out his laptop and said to Old West, Mr. West, I need the original property rights documents of your winery. Please wait a moment, I'll go get it. For you, said Madame Cabally. As they were preparing to sell the winery during this period of time, they had already sorted out the documents related to the ownership of the winery. Auntie Capella quickly took them out and handed them to Heinz. Lawyer Haint carefully checked the relevant documents, then put them aside and began to draft the merger and acquisition contract on his computer. He was undoubtedly professional and efficient. No wonder he was a lawyer who specialized in Amanda services. He quickly drafted the Amanda contract and printed 2 copies with the winery's printer. One was given to Xia Ruofei and the other to Old West. Considering that Xia Ruofei was Chinese, lawyer Haint's merger and acquisition contract had a Chinese and English version. Of course, because many Chinese people had come to Australia to buy farms, wineries, and villas in the past 2 years, as a lawyer who specialized in this line of work, Haint had a professional translation software on his computer, so it was not difficult for him to create a Chinese and English contract. Xia Ruofei quickly read through the contract and passed it to Liang Qichao. After all, Liang Qichao had lived in Australia for a longer time. He was more familiar with the local laws and regulations than Xia Ruofei. Hence, he asked Liang Qichao to check on them. Very quickly, everyone had finished reading the contract. Since both parties had no objections, Xia Ruofei signed his name on the contract and took out his personal seal from his bag to stamp it. Old West was naturally very happy to sign it. Not only did he get the company's funds for the aftermath, but he also sold it 200,000 Australian dollars more than expected. At this time, he felt a sense of relief. Old West and Auntie Caberly looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Xia Ruofei and Old West exchanged their signatures on the contract and shook hands. Xia Ruofei said in English, Uncle Carter, it's a little late today. I still need a day or 2 to process the relevant funds. You know that China's financial policy is relatively closed. I still need to think of other ways to transfer the money in the country. No problem. There's no rush for the company, Old West said. There's still a series of delivery procedures to be done, which will take time. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. I'll have to trouble Lawyer Haint with the follow-up matters. Lawyer Haint bowed slightly in a gentlemanly manner and said, I'm willing to serve you. Just like that, in less than an hour, Xia Ruofei closed a deal worth 10 million yuan and even signed the contract. In a sense, although there were still some legal procedures that had not been carried out, he was now the real owner of this winery. Old West and his wife were very happy and warmly invited Xia Ruofei and the others to stay for dinner. Auntie Kately had already put on her apron and was rubbing her hands in preparation for a sumptuous dinner. Xia Ruofei naturally couldn't refuse such an invitation, so he, Lin Xiao, and Liang Qichao all stayed. Uncle Wester went to the wine cellar to find 2 bottles of good wine to entertain the guests. Liang Qichao pulled Xia Ruofei over and asked quietly, Ruofei, you probably won't be able to transfer the money you have in the country in a short time, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yeah. It's said that each person can only transfer $50,000 a year, so it's impossible to transfer it directly. We have to think of other ways. Xia Ruofei was not too worried about the money needed for the merger and acquisition. Whether it was Grandpa Tang He or Ma Xiong, a mere 2 million Australian dollars could be easily solved. Moreover, there was also Tang Etienne, who he had met on the plane. He was a local tycoon with assets of tens of billions. Just as Xia Ruofei and the others were discussing the acquisition, they heard the roar of an engine at the entrance of the winery. Then, they saw a modified Ford Raptor driving into the winery. A fat white man with a funny rosacea nose got out of the car clumsily and then shouted, Carter, Cabby Lai. Are you guys there? Xia Ruofei and the others could not help but look over. They saw the white man rolling forward like a meatball. His sparse yellow hair shook up and down, making him look very comical. As he walked, he said loudly, Carter. Cabby Lai. I was delayed by something on the way. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm sorry, however, looking at the expression on his face, there was not the slightest sense of guilt. Instead, there was a trace of pride. Old West and his wife heard the sound and came out of the house. Old West looked at the meatball and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Robinson, we agreed to meet at 3 in the afternoon. You're 2.5 hours late. The fat Robinson said indifferently, there's something going on at my winery. You know, a big winery like mine is very busy. All right, Carter, let's not bother about these details. Where's Cabby? At that moment, Kelly came out of the house and stood beside Old West. Robinson showed an exaggerated expression and said, Oh, my dear Kelly, you're still as beautiful as you were when you were young. Xia Ruofei, Lin Xiao, and Liang Qichao all had strange expressions on their faces. They really couldn't tell what was so beautiful about Auntie Cabelli. Not to mention other things, just her bucket-like waist was probably not something that ordinary people could enjoy. However, looking at Robinson's chubby body, he was a ton heavier than Aunt Capella. This person's aesthetic sense was somewhat unique. Old West's face turned even uglier. He snorted and said, Robinson, punctuality is the most important quality of a businessman. All right, Robinson said with a shrug. I already apologized, didn't I? His attitude was still so nonchalant, without any sincerity at all. Carter. Let's talk about the winery, Robinson said. You know, my winery is really too busy, I don't have that much time to waste. Old West and Cabally looked at each other and then opened their mouths. However, before he could speak, Robinson said, actually, I've already made it very clear on the phone. We've carefully evaluated and think that the situation of West Winery can barely meet our acquisition requirements. However, 1.5 million Australian dollars is the highest price we can offer. Robinson, actually, Old West said. No, Carter, let me finish first. Robinson waved at Old West and said, I'm here today to give you a final offer. 1.65 million Australian dollars. After all, my dear Cabally was once my dream lover when I was young. Oh, speaking of which, I still feel regretful now. Kelly. Reality has proven how wrong your choice was back then. If you had chosen me instead of Carter, you would have owned the largest wine manor in the entire Hunter Valley. Enough. Robinson. Old West finally couldn't take it anymore and loudly interrupted Robinson's mumbling. Please stop talking about Cabally. Also, our West Winery doesn't welcome you. Please get out. Robinson couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then said, Carter, have you thought it through? Other than me, no one else would offer such a high price. Auntie Kately's expression was also very ugly. She looked at Robinson with disgust and said, You don't have to worry about it, Robinson. We've already found a new buyer. In the room, Xia Ruofei and the other two were trying their best to hold back their laughter. They had not expected to hear such an interesting thing. It seemed like Uncle Carter, Aunt Cabally, and that fat pig, like Robinson, had a lot of stories when they were young. However, Xia Ruofei did not dare to imagine what Aunt Cabally looked like when she was young. Of course, many Western women's figures would start to go out of shape after they were middle-aged. Even though Auntie Cabely's waist was as thick as a bucket and her face was full of meat, she might have been a hot beauty when she was young. Outside, Robinson was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, A new buyer? You're not joking, are you? We don't have time to joke with you, Old West said impatiently. Robinson, we've already signed the merger and acquisition contract. Even if we can't find a buyer, it's impossible to sell the winery for 1.65 million Australian dollars, added Kelly. Robinson, I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. This time, it was Robinson's turn to have an ugly expression. In fact, even though he acted like he didn't care and was deliberately late, it was just a business trick. In fact, he was still very interested in the West Winery. Robinson was the owner of the largest winery in the Hunter Valley area, the Golden Oak Winery. Just as Xia Ruofei and the others had guessed, Robinson and Old West were good friends when they were young. Back then, both of them were chasing after Kelly. In the end, she naturally chose Old West. Although the size of Robinson's winery was far larger than West Century's Old Heritage, especially its unique Semillon brewing technique, made Robinson drool with desire. This time, Old West was in a hurry to sell the winery for cash. Robinson thought that his chance had come. At first, he deliberately lowered the price, but this time, he increased it a little. He knew that Old West had no other choice but to sell the winery. What he didn't expect was that he was only 2 hours late, and the West Winery had already changed owners. Is Carter trying to trick me? A few days ago, he was still looking for buyers everywhere like an ant on a hot pan. Even if someone was interested In the winery, how could they sign an acquisition agreement in such a short time? Robinson said to himself in his heart. Purchasing a winery was a rather complicated process, and the intended buyer had to do a lot of inspection and evaluation in advance. Robinson knew everything about West Winery, so he had even arranged for a professional to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the winery. Of course, this kind of evaluation was different from the evaluation of a third-party organization. They analyzed the value of West from the perspective of Gold Oak Winery, as well as the weaknesses of the negotiation and so on. They provided Robinson with suggestions on the acquisition. With that thought in mind, a devious smile appeared on Robinson's face. Carter, we're all smart people. Let's just skip these little tricks. I know. You guys hope to sell it for a better price, but I've already shown my greatest sincerity. The price of $1.65 million can't be any higher. You think I'm lying? Old West said with a strange expression. Robinson, you're too confident. Oh, really? Could it be that someone really settled on an acquisition for $2 million Australian dollars in such a short time? Robinson shrugged and said, that sounds more like a fantasy. Carter, can you tell me what your final price was? I'm sorry, but that's a business secret. Old West didn't have the chance to speak, but Auntie Kelly spoke up first. Robinson whistled and said, business secret, that's a good excuse, he said. At this moment, a young voice was heard. It doesn't matter if I tell you. Our deal was $2 million Australian dollars. Xia. Old West saw Xia Ruofei coming out and said, I'm sorry to have disturbed you and your friend. Xia Ruofei shook his head with a faint smile, then looked at Robinson with a mocking smile. $2 million Australian dollars. Robinson exclaimed, my friend. As far as I know, Carter's offer is only 1.8 million Australian dollars. I know. But I think the West Winery is worth that much. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. You're Chinese? Asked Robinson. In the eyes of Westerners, Chinese, Wei Nation, and Koreans all looked the same, and it was impossible to tell their nationality apart. This was the same feeling that Chinese people had when they saw Europeans and Americans. Robinson had a bad feeling. He had lived in the Hunter Valley for a long time, so he knew that there were rich people everywhere in China. Rich people from all over the world could be seen waving checkbooks and buying businesses. If this young man was Chinese, it would not be impossible to buy West Winery for $2 million Australian dollars. Xia Ruofei nodded. Yes, sir. What can I do for you? He asked. Have you really signed the merger and acquisition agreement? Robinson said, unwilling to give up. I'm very sure. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, and it was lawyer Haint who personally helped us to draft the merger and acquisition agreement. Fuck, Robinson cursed in his heart. Robinson knew that his plan had failed this time. He looked at the old Westerns unwillingly and thought that they were really lucky to have met a rich Chinese man who was stupid. Robinson said with a smile, then, congratulations, Mr. Xia. However, it's not easy to run a winery. Every year, there are wineries in the Hunter Valley area that close down, and many of them were purchased by your Chinese compatriots, so I still wish you good luck. Xia Ruofei smiled. Mr. Robinson, even if all the wineries in Hunter Valley close down, my winery will not. In fact, we will grow bigger and bigger. Who knows, one day, we might come to your house and buy it. Then, Xia Ruofei added, by the way, I've hired Uncle Carter and Aunt Kabylie as the managers of our winery with a high salary. I'm sure Uncle Carter will definitely come to visit us on time. Xia Ruofei emphasized the word on time to mock Robinson for being late by 2 to 3 hours. When Robinson heard that Xia Ruofei had not only bought the winery at a high price, but had also paid a high salary to keep Old Wester and his wife working in the winery, his face turned even uglier. "All right," he said with a cold face. "I'm looking forward to that day. Goodbye. I won't send you off," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. He was already speaking as the owner of West Winery. The fat on Robinson's body trembled, and he turned around and left without a word. Laughter also came from the West Winery, and this laughter reached Robinson's ears. He couldn't help but slap the steering wheel, and then he sucked in a breath of cold air. In pain, he kept rubbing his hands. After everyone had laughed, Aunt Kabylie looked worried and said to Xia Ruofei, "Xia, Robinson's Golden Oak Winery is the largest in the Hunter Valley area, and he's also the director of the Hunter Valley Wine Association. I'm worried that he'll suppress you in business if you offend him." "Robinson is a narrow-minded person," Old West said with a frown. "He used to play dirty tricks on our West Winery, but our winery has a deep foundation, so he didn't have many good ideas," Xia Ruofei said easily. "Uncle Carter, since he can't do anything to you, why should I be worried? The West Winery only has a new owner. Aren't you and Auntie Kabylie still in charge of the management?" Old Wester was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "That makes sense. We're not afraid of him." Auntie Kabylie also smiled, but there was still a trace of worry on her face. Of course, she didn't say anything more and went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xia Ruofei and the others sat in the living room and laughed as they talked about what had happened. Especially when Liang Qichao asked about Old West's past, it made everyone laugh. Very quickly, Madame Capella had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Everyone sat around, and Old West opened 2 bottles of wine that had been aged for 20 years. The wine was almost the signature of the West Winery, and the 2 bottles were 20 years old. The flavors of the wine would become richer and more unique. It was still the traditional Australian cuisine, but Auntie Capella's cooking skills were obviously quite good. The fragrant food was appetizing. Old West quickly opened the semelon and poured half a cup for everyone. Then, he raised his glass and said, "Friends, let's have a drink together. To our friendship, cheers." "Cheers." Xia Ruofei and the others raised their glasses as well. They clinked their glasses and took a sip. After that, Auntie Capella warmly invited everyone to eat. At this moment, Lin Qiao, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, whispered in his ear, "Brother Ruofei, why do I feel that this semelon wine is not as good as the one you brought back last time? Didn't Uncle Carter just say that this was his treasure? The ones you bought last time were sold in bulk, right? This doesn't make any sense." Lin Qiao whispered into Xia Ruofei's ear, making it a little itchy. He unnaturally moved to the side and said, in a low voice, "I've made some improvements to the wine I bought last time. It's fine as long as you..." "No, don't spout nonsense." The previous batch of semelon Xia Ruofei had been left in the spirit map space. In terms of actual experience, that batch of wine was no less than the 2 bottles of wine that Old West took out. Moreover, they had been stored in an environment rich in spiritual qi for so long that they had undergone a complete transformation. It was no wonder that even Lin Qiao, who didn't drink much, could easily compare the good and bad. Lin Qiao stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, I know." Then, Lin Qiao, the curious baby, couldn't help but ask, Brother Ruofei, if you can improve the wine in the winery, won't our winery be rich? The half-lawn I've been drinking at home is much better than the one I've been drinking for the past 20 years. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, Are you trying to tire me to death? There are over 20,000 bottles of wine here. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, But of course, I'm going to improve it from the root. I'm going to optimize the breed of the grapes, so the wine will naturally be of a higher grade. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly, MMH. West Winery Semelon was already quite famous. If the variety of grapes were better, it would definitely become famous. No wonder you decided to buy the winery so quickly. It turns out that you already had plans. Xia Ruofei smiled proudly and said, That's right. I never fight a battle without preparation. At this moment, Old Wester raised his glass to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei ended his conversation with Lin Xiao and raised his glass with a smile. This meal was naturally a happy one for both the host and the guest. The Old Western's worries were gone. They successfully raised the funds needed for the company's aftermath, and there was even a surplus. They could continue to work in the winery, which was the best result for them. Hence, the two of them were in a good mood and frequently toasted Xia Ruofei. As for Xia Ruofei, he had the opportunity to purchase a high-quality winery with a long history at a relatively low price. Naturally, he was very happy. After the meal, Old West and his wife personally sent Xia Ruofei and the other two to the entrance of the winery. Old West hugged Xia Ruofei and said, No matter what, I still have to thank you, my friend, for helping me out of this predicament. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Carter, I'll have to trouble you with the winery in the future. Our company will probably send a finance manager, and you'll have full authority in other management matters. After Xia Ruofei bought the winery, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The normal operation was to station a finance manager. Some would even station a human resources manager to manage the people and money. So this was a very normal behavior, and Old West wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, Thank you for your trust. By the way, Xia, have you thought of the name of the winery after you take over? Lawyer Haint will be going through the relevant legal procedures tomorrow. The new winery's name is required for the registration. Old West was doing his job as an employee by reminding Xia Ruofei. Of course, Old West's eyes flashed with disappointment after saying this. The winery that had been passed down for more than 150 years had finally changed owners in his hands. It would soon be changed to a name that might be full of Chinese characteristics. Maybe in a few years, people will forget the name West Winery. Old West thought sadly. Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, Do I have to change my name? I think the current name is quite good. Old Wester was stunned for a moment, and then revealed a hint of surprise. He quickly asked, Xia, you mean you don't plan on changing the name of the winery? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Yes. Uncle Carter, I know what this winery and the brand West means to you, but to me, it doesn't matter if I change the name or not. So I've decided to continue this brand that has been passed down for more than 100 years. That's great. Old West couldn't help but cheer, Thank you. Xia, thank you very much. Madame Kelly also knew that this brand was an inheritance from her husband's ancestors. It carried too many of his memories and feelings. Thus, when she heard that Xia Ruofei had promised to keep the brand West and the name of the winery. She was so excited that she gave Xia Ruofei a big hug. Xia Ruofei struggled to break free and panted exaggeratedly. Auntie Capella, I almost passed out, ha ha ha, everyone burst out laughing. Actually, Xia Ruofei did not mention that there were many people in China who worshipped the Western culture. West wine had 100 years of history, and the retro logo on it was a symbol of quality to many people. In the future, when it opened up the Chinese market, it would definitely be more useful than the Taoyuan wine. Hence, Xia Ruofei had no intention of changing the brand name from the very beginning. Of course, the logo of Paradise Corporation must be added to the brand of the new wine. Xia Ruofei and the other two left West Winery and returned to Paradise Farm. Lin Xiao was also very sensible. She didn't continue to make a fuss about going to the bar to clean up. She had taken a lot of photos at the farm and West Winery. Today, after she posted them on her WeChat moments, many people left her messages. Little girls were vain, so she was busy replying to everyone. After returning to the farm, Xia Ruofei took a shower and rested for a while. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, he took out his mobile phone and called Tang He, who was far away in the United States. Australia was 14 hours faster than the United States time. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning in the United States, so the old man should be up already. Little Xia. Why did you call me today? Mr. Tang smiled and asked, it should be late at night in Australia, right? Liang Qichao had reported to Mr. Tang that Xia Ruofei was bringing his sister to Australia for a holiday. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, yes. I'm ready to go to bed. It should be around 8 o'clock over there. I shouldn't be disturbing your rest, right? I want tea. Tang He said, old people don't sleep much. I woke up at 6 o'clock. What's the matter? Xia Ruofei said, I have a favor to ask of you. I bought a small winery at the Hunter Valley today, and the transaction amount is about 2 million Australian dollars. You know that it's more difficult for Chinese yuan to go out to sea, so I was wondering if I could borrow from your Xingbang Group's Australian branch? I'll use today's exchange rate to settle the bill with your branch in China. Woof. You're pretty fast. You just arrived in Australia today, and you already bought a winery? Tang He smiled and said, did you already see it coming? No. It just so happened that the opportunity was right and the price was also quite favorable. Xia Ruofei said, it's mainly because this winery isn't big and the transaction amount wasn't that high, so I just bought it. That's true. Looks like I'll be able to drink your red wine in the future. Tang He laughed and said, I believe that our Paradise Corporation's products will definitely not disappoint you. Xia Ruofei smiled. Ha ha ha. You're not humble at all. Tang He smiled and said, Xiao Xia, it's not a problem to lend us money. 2 million Australian dollars is not a lot. Our Australian branch can take it out at any time, but, then, Tang He changed the topic and said, don't be in a hurry to use Chinese dollars to settle the bill with our China branch. I still have something I need your help with. We'll settle the bill together. Oh? What's the matter, old Master Tang? Xia Ruofei asked, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Tang He chuckled and asked, I think only you can do this. I also need some Jinsei Namu wood, the bigger the better. It would be best if it can reach the quality of the last time. Price is definitely not a problem. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and asked, Mr. Tang, is the Phoebe Jinnan wood from last Time not enough? Last time, it was mainly to make longevity materials. Tang, he said with a smile, the wood is so beautiful, so I'm going to build a whole set of Phoebe Jinnan furniture for my manor in San Francisco. This is what I can enjoy when I'm alive. Tang, he paused and continued, the quality of the Phoebe Jinnan wood from last time was too high. I don't think anyone else can help me find it, so I'll have to trouble you. Xia Ruofei deliberately pondered for a while and said, I'll try my best, old Mr. Tang. I can't be sure about this kind of thing, so I'll immediately make arrangements and inform you as soon as I have news. As time flowed 30 times faster, in addition to the dense spirit chi in the space, the tree's growth rate was much faster than the outside world. Therefore, the first batch of Phoebe Jinnan trees, planted in the Archean realm, all grew rapidly. The last time Xia Ruofei patrolled the Phoebe Jinnan forest, he realized that the earliest batch of Phoebe Jinnan had grown to more than 90 centimeters thick. The plants were originally sparse, but now they seemed to be a little crowded. Tang, he needed Phoebe Jinnan wood, which was exactly what Xia Ruofei wanted. He could use this opportunity to clear out some space for those at the Archean realm. I'm glad to hear that from you. I believe you can help me find the wood that I like. Tang, he said happily. Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm not even sure myself. You're so confident. Tang, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang, he then said, by the way, Xia, you'll definitely have to use funds overseas in the future. Now that you have a winery in Australia, I suggest you register an offshore company in Cayman Islands or the Virgin Islands. Then, you can open an offshore bank account in Switzerland under the company's name. The overseas business will be settled in foreign exchange. This way, you'll be more flexible when you need to use funds in the future. An offshore company? Xia Ruofei asked subconsciously. Tang, he explained with a smile, to put it simply, an offshore company is a company that operates outside the company's registered place. Like the Virgin Islands and Cayman Islands I just mentioned, they are famous offshore financial centers. These areas mostly retain the legal system and judicial system of the United Kingdom. The company's shareholder information and income are confidential, and they are completely tax-free. Only annual management fees are collected. In short, it will be much more convenient to have an offshore company like this. Xia Ruofei was very tempted after hearing this. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tang, is it complicated to register an offshore company? It's not complicated at all. You don't even need to go there yourself. Tang, he laughed and said, there are agencies all over the world that specialize in related business. How about this? I'll ask the people in the Australian branch to help you with this. It'll be done in a few days. That's great. Xia Ruofei said happily, thank you. You're welcome, it's a small matter. Tang, he laughed and said, if you need money for the acquisition of your winery, I'll ask the Australian branch to transfer it to Paradise Farm's account first. How about this? I think there will be some other taxes during the acquisition process. In addition, you will need a certain fee to register an offshore company. I'll ask them to transfer 3 million Australian dollars directly. All right. Xia Ruofei did not stand on ceremony with Tang He. I'll make use of the time to get the information you need from the Phoebe Jinnan wood. Ha ha ha. All right, I'll be waiting for your call. Tang, he said happily. In the next few days, Xia Ruofei mainly took Lin Qiao around the Hunter Valley area and did not go further. In the process of acquiring West Winery, there were some documents that required his signature. The legal advisor of Xingbang Group's Australia branch was also helping Xia Ruofei register an offshore company in Cayman Islands and an overseas bank account. Some of the authorization documents also required his signature. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to make sure that they could find him at any time. Fortunately, the Hunter Valley area was a tourist area in Australia. There were many activities to play, so Lin Xiao was not bored. On the contrary, she had fun every day. After receiving Tang He's order, the Australian branch of Xingbang Group had already transferred 3 million Australian dollars to Paradise Farm's account. The next step was to help Xia Ruofei register an offshore company and open an overseas bank account in the company's name. Then, Paradise Farm transferred the money to Xia Ruofei's overseas account. Finally, Xia Ruofei's offshore company would have a full ownership of West Farm. All future capital transactions would be completed through the offshore company's overseas account. Australia's financial policy was relatively loose. Although the company's account was registered in a Switzerland bank, the circulation of funds was still very convenient. Besides signing some documents when necessary, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time touring with Lin Xiao. The hot air balloon tour had always been on Lin Xiao's mind. On the second day after purchasing West Farm, Xia Ruofei took her there to experience it. The rich Xia Ruofei even booked a hot air balloon. Besides the pilot, only he and Lin Xiao were there. When the hot air balloon slowly rose into the air, Lin Xiao looked at the green land under her feet and the red sun that was slowly rising in the distance. She was so excited that her face turned red. She kept taking photos from all angles with her mobile phone, selfies, group photos, and scenery. She had a lot of fun. Besides the hot air balloon, Xia Ruofei also brought Lin Xiao to the Hunter Valley Country Club to experience the golf course. Under Liang Qichao's recommendation, the two of them also participated in the horse riding event. Lin Xiao trembled as she rode on the horse, screaming from time to time. In the end, she simply asked for a stronger horse and shared it with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei doted on Lin Xiao a lot and tried his best to satisfy all her requests. With Xia Ruofei's help, Lin Xiao happily got on the tall horse. Xia Ruofei also got on the horse and sat behind Lin Xiao. He held her waist tightly with one hand and held the reins with the other. Xia Ruofei started to regret it the moment he got on the horse because the position was too ambiguous. Xia Ruofei was tormented by the horse ride. When they finally reached the finish line, Xia Ruofei got off the horse as if he had been pardoned and helped Lin Xiao down. Lin Xiao's face was also slightly red. She quickly glanced at Xia Ruofei and then looked away. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly to himself and didn't dare to choose the horse riding option anymore. He happened to see that there was a horse riding option next to it, so he brought Lin Xiao over to pay and rent a carriage. The two of them sat side by side in the open carriage, and the atmosphere was finally not as awkward as before. The carriage's route was longer. The two of them rode the carriage along the small path in the Hunter Valley. Along the way, the scenery of the valley was like a painting. The carriage also shuttled between the vineyard from time to time, giving it a different kind of exotic atmosphere. Lin Xiao sat next to Xia Ruofei. A trace of hazy affection gradually grew in her heart, but that trace of tenderness flashed in her eyes. Soon, she returned to her lively and chatty appearance. She took out her mobile phone and kept taking photos. Sometimes, she even posed for Xia Ruofei to take selfies. Xia Ruofei didn't notice Lin Xiao's strange look, but he reminded himself to be careful. After all, Lin Xiao was a girl who was about to go to college. Physically, she was an adult. He had no blood relationship with her, so he couldn't be too intimate. 3 days later, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao to almost all the fun activities in the Hunter Valley. Some of the legal procedures for the registration of an offshore company and the merger and acquisition of West Winery had been completed. Xia Ruofei and the rest arrived at the West Winery. Under the witness of lawyer Haint, they completed a simple handover ceremony with the West couple. From this moment on, legally speaking, the West Winery belonged to Xia Ruofei. Old West even accompanied Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao to the vineyard of the winery for a walk. The last time Xia Ruofei came, he was bringing guests for a visit. This time, the meaning was different. It was a boss inspection. The 10-hectare vineyard was not on the same level as Paradise Farm, but it was still very vast. When they arrived at the scene, Xia Ruofei stood on a small hill and looked at the vineyard looming between the hills. It was surrounded by beautiful blue flowers and roses. Occasionally, he could even see wild kangaroos jumping between the grape racks. Thinking that all of this now belonged to him, he could not help but feel a little high-spirited. Boss, do you have any new instructions for the future operation of the winery? Old West got into character quickly and asked. Uncle Carter, Xia Ruofei said, the winery's operations will naturally be led by you. However, I hope that in the future, our winery will slowly turn to selling Semillon wine. Old West nodded and said, all right, then we'll have to start planning for grape planting this year. We currently have 3 types of grape varieties, namely Semillon, Tempranillo, and Fiano. We can start planting grapes in September, so let's change most of the species to Semillon. The West Winery's Semillon was their signature wine. It was reasonable for Xia Ruofei to focus on this wine after taking over the winery, so Old West was not surprised. However, he did not understand why Xia Ruofei shook his head after hearing his words. Xia Ruofei said, Uncle Carter, there's no hurry to change the breed. I'll come to Australia in September and October. We'll talk about it then. Old West couldn't understand why Qin Zhuan wanted to sell half-lawn grapes, so he had to change some of the existing grapes to half-lawn grapes. Was there any other way? But now that Xia Ruofei was the boss, Old West didn't ask much. He just nodded and said, okay, boss. Xia Ruofei continued, we'll just continue with the sales model for the existing stock of wine in the winery. Australia was located in the southern hemisphere, which was the opposite of China's season. The grape picking season here was about March or April. The grapes of Winery West had been harvested, and the wine had been brewed this year, so their main job for the next period of time was to maintain the normal operation of the winery. Understood. Old West nodded. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Uncle Carter, you should take Qiao back to the winery. I want to walk around the vineyard. Old West was a little confused by his boss's request. He had already looked around. What was so nice about the vineyard? He didn't know that Xia Ruofei had only wanted to confirm that the area was planted with Semillon grapes. What he was going to do next was the main purpose of this trip. However, Lin Xiao was smart. She blinked at Xia Ruofei and asked in Chinese, Brother Ruofei, do you want to see how to improve the Semillon grapes? Just 2 days ago, Xia Ruofei had mentioned to her that it was better to improve the grapes than to improve the wine. This Girl had taken it to heart, so when Xia Ruofei mentioned that he wanted to walk around the vineyard alone, she immediately thought of this. The improved grapes were an exclusive secret. He couldn't let Old West be there. This was Lin Xiao's thought. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, almost. You stay in the winery obediently, I'll get this done quickly. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao said with a mischievous smile. Then, she said to Old West in English, Uncle Carter, my brother, wants to see grapes. Let him see as much as he wants. Let's go back first. Old West couldn't figure out Xia Ruofei's motive for doing this. He shrugged and said, all right. Boss, we'll go back first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He watched as Old West and Lin Xiao's figures gradually disappeared between the grape racks, so he also walked toward the area where the Semillon grapes were planted. The vineyard in Australia was not quite the same as what everyone had expected. They had neatly arranged a row of wooden stakes that were half the height of a person and hung iron wires on them. The grapes were also growing in neat rows. There was a 1.5-meter gap between the grape racks, and the ground was covered with green grass. From a distance, they formed straight green forest. Xia Ruofei went around a few rows of grape racks and soon arrived at the Semillon grape plantation. Without much hesitation, he took out a military dagger from the space and began to collect the grapevines. It was a 10-hectare vineyard. Xia Ruofei took a grapevine at a distance, and one would not be able to tell if they did not look carefully. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had cut down 30 to 40 grapevines and stored them all in the spirit map space. According to the information that Xia Ruofei had searched online in advance, the branches he had chosen were well developed, with short joints, normal colors, full buds, and free of disease and insects. Such branches were the most suitable for cutting. Then, Xia Ruofei walked back while enjoying the scenery. After returning to the winery, Lin Xiao immediately gave him a questioning look. Xia Ruofei smiled and made an okay gesture to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately smiled happily. They stayed at West Winery for dinner, and Xia Ruofei gave some instructions on the winery's management. Of course, what he proposed was the general direction. He still adhered to his previous style of management and gave Old West and his wife full power. Even when Old West was going to Melbourne to deal with the company's aftermath, Li Du directly gave him and Aunt Caberly a month's leave and told them to close the winery and deal with their personal affairs. They could come back to manage the winery after they had resolved their worries. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not care much about the profits of the winery. Even if the winery had to close down for a month, it was nothing to him. What he was really concerned about was whether the improved Semillon grapes would be able to produce a better and more unique white wine with the grapes harvested the next year after they were planted in September and October. After leaving the winery, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao back to Paradise Farm. Lin Xiao had been having a lot of fun these 2 days. Now that the acquisition was complete, Xia Ruofei was going to take Lin Xiao to Sydney tomorrow, so he wanted her to rest early today. After returning to the farm villa, Xia Ruofei greeted Lin Xiao and the two of them went back to their rooms. Xia Ruofei locked the door as soon as he entered the room. At the same time, he also locked the window and drew the curtains. On one hand, Xia Ruofei didn't want to be woken up by Lin Xiao, who had broken in. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei still had to go into the spirit map space to do something tonight. He had to ensure his safety first. Even though they were in his own territory, Xia Ruofei still maintained his cautious habits. He checked the room carefully to make sure that there were no audio or video bugs. Although Xia Ruofei trusted Liang Qichao very much, he could not guarantee that someone had set up those devices without Liang Qichao knowing. The spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's top secret, and he could not afford to be careless. After making sure that everything was safe, Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit painting scroll from his palm. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He entered the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. He had sent the grapevines here in the afternoon. Master. Xia Qing had long noticed the grapevines that Xia Ruofei had brought in, so she had already been waiting in the mountain sea realm. Have you dealt with the grapevines in the afternoon? Xia Ruofei asked. It's been handled according to your instructions, Xia Qing said immediately. After saying that, Xia Qing took out a big plastic tidying box, in which the grape branches were neatly stacked. He had already cut these branches into 2 to 3 sprouts, short branches about 20 centimeters. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, go to the Archean realm. The 2 of them brought the cut grapevines to the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei said, Xia Qing, cut these grapevines in the Archean realm. After you harvest them, collect the grapes and store them. Also, remember to take some grape seeds and soak them in the petal solution of the spirit heart flower before planting them. When this batch of grapes is harvested, remember to inform me in time. Grapes usually took 2 to 3 years to bear fruit, and some could bear fruit in the first year. Xia Ruofei believed that in the spirit map space, the time would be even shorter. It was impossible to really take 2 to 3 years. Moreover, due to the flow of time at 30 times the normal rate, it would probably take 10 days at most in the outside world for the grapes to bear fruit. Xia Ruofei wanted to make a comparison. One was the grapes that were directly harvested from the cutting of the Semillon grapevines from the West Winery and grown in the spirit map space. The other method was to use the seeds of the grapes as seeds and soak the seeds in the petals of the spirit heart flower. After planting the seeds, the grapes would be harvested. He wanted to see which type of grapes was better. In reality, grapes were generally reproduced by transplanting or cutting. It was rare to directly plant grape seeds, because there was a wide variety of grapes, many of which had been grafted and improved. If the seed bud sprouts were directly used, it was likely that the excellent characteristics of the previous generation could not be inherited. In fact, in the countryside, some of the grape seeds that people spat on the roadside after eating grapes would germinate and grow, and finally bear fruit. However, wild grapes like this usually tasted sour. However, Xia Ruofei still wanted to give it a try, because he felt that the Reiki in the spirit map space and the magical power contained in the petals of the spirit heart flower might have a special effect on the grape seeds. If the experiment was successful, then it could be considered an improved grape variety from the root. Moreover, after the grapes were planted, the lifespan could be as long as 60 to 70 years. It could be said to be a permanent solution. Yes, Master. Xia Qing replied without any hesitation. Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to cut the grapes while he walked into the Phoebe Jinan forest with a saw, an axe, a rope, and other tools. Tang, he needed the Jinan wood. Xia Ruofei had to cut down the Xuanji Jinan wood in advance. After cutting it down, it had to be dried in the natural environment for 2 to 3 years to form the best quality old material. Therefore, if they were to cut it down now, they would be able to take it out after a month or so. By then, it would Be just in time. The ore was very precious, especially big and old materials. It would be reasonable for Xia Ruofei to inform Grandpa Tang after a while. Xia Ruofei found the two thickest Phoebe trees and measured them with a tape measure. The diameter of the bottom was about 1.1 meters. It was slightly smaller than the last piece of material sold. However, it was still quite precious when authentic, top-quality Phoebe materials were very rare. After Xia Ruofei secured it with a rope, he began to work with a saw. With the experience from the last time, Xia Ruofei was more skilled this time. After about 2 hours, 2 Phoebe trees had been taken down. At this time, Xia Qing had also finished cutting the grapevines. Xia Ruofei called Xia Qing over and asked him to clean the branches of the Phoebe The branches should not be wasted. Xia Ruofei told Xia Qing to take them for cutting. Of course, Xia Ruofei had asked Xia Qing to bring them to the mountain and sea realm to cut out. The primordial realm couldn't expand with the upgrade of the space, so it was already a little crowded. Besides, there were many Phoebe trees around, all of which had grown to a diameter of about 1 meter. Xia Ruofei was not in urgent need of the wood of the Phoebe trees. He did not want to waste these branches, so he could just plant them anywhere in the mountain and sea realm. As for when they would grow, Xia Ruofei was not the least bit concerned. After he was done with the silkwood, Xia Ruofei arrived at the stone chamber in the mountain sea realm. He sat cross-legged on the jade futon and began to practice drawing the unlocking rune of the human-shaped jade talisman with his spiritual power. Before he left for Australia, Xia Ruofei had already managed to draw the unlocking rune. However, he was not familiar with it and it did not seem to be working smoothly. He judged that there were some minor flaws and did not rush to unlock the human-shaped jade talisman. In the past few days, he had taken the soup of the pregnant spirit and used his mental strength to control it in his body many times. He had almost overexerted himself several times. After recovering these days, he felt that his mental strength seemed to have improved. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to use tonight's time to practice a few more times to see if he could draw a more perfect unlocking rune. Of course, there was a more critical reason. After his body absorbed the huge amount of innate pure yang qi in little Haren's body, although this pure yang qi was temporarily stored in his dantian and controlled by the simple magic art that Xia Qing taught him, it was still not stable enough. These days, Xia Ruofei could faintly feel that the ball of innate pure yang qi in his dantian had been stirring. It was definitely not a good idea to keep suppressing them like this. The best solution was naturally to completely absorb them and make them his own. According to Xia Qing, as long as Xia Ruofei unlocked the first 3 levels of the Great Tao Arts and obtained the cultivation technique of the Great Tao Arts, he would be able to absorb the innate pure yang qi. Hence, Xia Ruofei, who had not been very concerned about cultivation, felt a sense of urgency. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged on a jade futon, guarding his beer. After a while, he pointed his finger and his spiritual power came out of his body. He began to draw runes in the air. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with the first part of the rune and could complete it in one go. However, when he reached the second part, the runes became more and more complicated. It required more and more delicate control of his spiritual power. Naturally, Xia Ruofei's speed slowed down. However, it was still relatively smooth overall. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his control of his spiritual energy had improved. After a short while, a beautiful and complicated rune appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. He opened his eyes and took a look. Then, he waved his hand and dispersed the runes. The entire rune construction process was completed by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. He did not need to check to know that it was a success. However, it was still not smooth enough, so he did not hesitate to disband the rune. Of course, Xia Ruofei could still clearly feel his improvement. With a trace of joy, he rested for a while and continued to practice. Before he knew it, Xia Ruofei had been practicing for more than 3 hours. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. He only stopped when he felt that his spiritual power had almost been exhausted. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a trace of joy. The improvement was obvious. He was getting more and more familiar with the rune, and there was an improvement with every rune he drew. Xia Ruofei could feel that the runes he had constructed were becoming more natural and harmonious. There was a feeling that they were almost natural. Moreover, the construction speed had also increased significantly. It could be said that today's practice had the best effect. Of course, this was also related to the sense of urgency in Xia Ruofei's heart. Even though a calm and natural attitude was beneficial for cultivation, if there was an appropriate amount of pressure, it could often be turned into motivation. Xia Ruofei felt that if he continued to practice at this speed, he would be able to unlock the human-shaped jade talisman in a few days. As for further practice, to be able to carve the rune into the jade, he would need more time to practice. Xia Ruofei drank a cup of spiritual pond water before sitting on a jade futon. After his mental energy had recovered a little, he stood up and returned to the Archean realm with a thought. Due to the difference in the flow of time, Xia Qing, who was in the Archean realm, had already completed the treatment of the grape cutting and the Phoebesian non-wood. After seeing Xia Ruofei, Xia Qing immediately greeted him with respect. Xia Ruofei smiled. Xia Qing, I've learned a lot from practicing the construction of runes today. I should be able to unlock the human-shaped jade talisman in 2 or 3 days. Congratulations, Master. Xia Qing happily said. The Great Tao Arts is a very magical cultivation technique, and it's all-encompassing. After Master unlocks the human jade talisman, your strength will definitely have a qualitative leap. All-encompassing? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, isn't this just a cultivation technique? Xia Qing forced a smile. Master, I can only reveal this much. In any case, you'll understand after you open the seal on the human-shaped jade talisman in 2 days. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, okay, I know you can't say anything. Right? Don't worry, I won't force you. Then, Xia Ruofei continued, I will give little Haren one last treatment in a few days. I will absorb all the pure yang qi in his body. It would be best if I can start cultivating the Great Tao formula before that. Otherwise, if the pure yang qi in my body continues to increase, I will not be able to suppress it. Of course, Xia Ruofei could still choose to expel the innate pure yang qi out of his body. After all, he was different from Tang Haren. The simple technique that Xia Qing taught him could completely direct the innate pure yang qi out of his body through a few acupuncture points. However, this would be a waste. You'll definitely succeed, Master. Xia Qing nodded. After saying that, Xia Qing pondered for a moment. and said, Master, regarding the treatment of that child, I have a suggestion. Oh? You tell me. Xia Ruofei said, with great interest. In terms of cultivation, Xia Qing was undoubtedly at the level of an expert professor and a primary school student compared to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei still attached great importance to his advice. Master, I suggest that you leave a small amount of innate pure yang qi for that child, Xia Qing said with a serious expression. What? Xia Ruofei was shocked. Didn't you say that the innate pure yang qi was the main cause of little Haoran's strange illness? Xia Qing nodded and said, in fact, the innate pure yang qi has a very strong nourishing effect on the human body. It's just that it's not enough. Furthermore, this child was born with so much innate pure yang qi in his body, it's definitely a 1 in a million physique. Leaving him a trace of innate pure yang qi is also leaving him an opportunity. Xia Qing paused for a moment before she continued, Master, if a person with such a special physique were to cultivate, he would definitely be a genius. If he were to absorb all the innate pure yang qi, although the hidden dangers in his body would be completely gone and his physique would even be slightly stronger than an ordinary person, his cultivation talent would also be reduced by a lot. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei revealed a thoughtful expression and asked, You mean to say, Xia Qing said without hesitation, if possible, I suggest that Master take him as a disciple. You don't have to teach him the great Tao arts. After you unseal him, many cultivation techniques in my mind will be open to you. At that time, you will definitely be able to find a cultivation technique that is suitable for his physique. Taking in a disciple, although Xia Ruofei had guessed Xia Qing's intention, he still felt a little hesitant. After all, he was only a young man in his 20s. He had been serving in the army all this time and had received an atheist and materialistic education. Although the existence of the spirit map space had gradually allowed Xia Ruofei to accept those legends that he used to think were impossible, he still felt that there was something wrong with the words sect and disciple. Master, it's very hard to meet such a genius. Xia Qing tried to persuade him from the side, although I have never seen that child before. His physique has determined that once he steps onto the path of cultivation, he will definitely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Xia Ruofei pondered for a long time and finally said reluctantly, I'll try. Little Haoran is still so young, and his parents are both from prominent families. It's not even certain if they're willing to let me take their child as my disciple. To be able to become Master's direct disciple and have the chance to obtain a great inheritance, what's there to be unwilling about? Xia Qing felt it was a bit unbelievable. What is the wealth of the secular world compared to this? Xia Ruofei smiled. You don't understand. The outside world is completely different now. At least, I haven't met any cultivators yet. Anyway, I know about this. When I treat little Haoran in a few days, I'll ask Tang Etienne about it. Yes, Master, Xia Qing said with her head down. As usual, Xia Ruofei checked the situation of the crops in the space. Then, he instructed Xia Qing to take care of the Semelon grapes carefully and continue to cut to expand the planting area of the Dendrobium candids. After that, he left the space and returned to the outside world. The next day, Liang Qichao set off from Paradise Farm with Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao. Xia Ruofei's driving license was from the military, so he didn't have an international driver's license. He could still drive around Hunter Valley, but he couldn't drive for a distance of 1 to 200 kilometers. It would be troublesome if he were to be checked by the police. So, after Liang Qichao had arranged the work on the farm, he personally became their driver and tour guide. After the car set off from Paradise Farm, Lin Qiao still clung to Xia Ruofei and insisted on sitting in the back seat with him. After spending a few days in the Hunter Valley, Lin Qiao was looking forward to the trip to Sydney today. She said, "Brother Liang, where are we going first? The Opera House or the Harbour Bridge? When can we take the yacht?" "I'm just your driver," Liang Qichao said with a smile. "I'll listen to your brother. We'll go wherever the boss says." Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and asked, "What if I ask you to jump into the sea?" "Then I definitely won't dance." "I'm not stupid," Liang Qichao said without thinking. Seeing the two bickering, Lin Qiao couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Liang Qichao's phone on the control console vibrated. He pressed the answer button on his Bluetooth headset and said, "Hello." With one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the Bluetooth headset, Liang Qichao had a troubled look on his face. In the end, he said in English, "I know." Xia Ruofei waited for him to hang up and asked, "What's wrong? What's up with the farm?" "It's fine," Liang Qichao said. "I have a dinner party tonight. I'll get Daphne to attend it in my place." As the deputy manager of Paradise Farm, she was an Australian white woman. She was mainly responsible for the farm's external contact, sales channel expansion, and so on. It made sense for her to attend such social events. However, Xia Ruofei still frowned and asked, carefully, "What social event? It should be more important, right?" The reason was simple. If it wasn't an important social event, the farm workers wouldn't have called Liang Qichao directly. Besides, Xia Ruofei noticed Liang Qichao's awkward expression when he answered the phone. He was obviously considering Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao, which made him hesitate. As Liang Qichao drove, he said honestly, "Yes, it's a reception party for one of our important distributors. The distributors in Australia are very strong. Whether it's agricultural products or wine business, we have to have a good relationship with several major distributors, otherwise we can't sell at all." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Yes, I've heard about it too. It's mainly due to the spending habits of the Australian citizens. The few major supermarket chains have almost monopolized all the retail markets." "Who said it wasn't tea?" Liang Qichao said with a bitter smile, "That's why it's not easy to get into the agricultural industry in Australia. I really don't know why the local tycoons are so keen on buying farms here. I know a few who lost all their money." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "All right. Stop the car. I'm not going to Sydney today." "It'll be fine, Ruofei," Liang Qichao said quickly. "It's the same if Daphne goes to the party on my behalf." "Brother Liang," Lin Qiao said with a smile, "just stop the car if Brother Ruofei asks you to. You should listen to the boss." Xia Ruofei added, "Since it's an important social gathering for a channel, it's best for you to attend it personally as the person in charge of Paradise Farm. It's to show that we value it. We have a lot of freedom on this trip, so what does it matter if we go to Sydney a day earlier or later?" "That's right, Brother Liang. I heard that the Hunter Valley's garden is very fun too." Lin Qiao also tried to persuade him. "There are 12 gardens with different themes and styles. The scenery is beautiful. Why don't I go there with Brother Ruofei today?" Xia Ruofei saw that Lin Qiao was so sensible and turned his head to smile at her. Lin Qiao made a funny face at Xia Ruofei and then burst into laughter. Liang Qichao could only nod and say, "All right then." I'll listen to you guys, it should be like this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, business is more important. Liang Qichao nodded and turned to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, have you decided to go to the Hunter Valley Garden? Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Alright. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Brother Liang, Brother Ruofei, and I can go by ourselves. Don't you have something to do? The reception is at night. Time is a little tight if we go to Sydney, but we're going to the Hunter Valley area, so I have to keep you guys company. Liang Qichao smiled and said, let's go. Hunter Valley's garden. With that, Liang Qichao turned the car around and drove back for a while, before turning into a fork in the road, heading toward the Hunter Valley Garden. On the way back, Liang Qichao also called to say that he would personally attend the reception that night. Liang Qichao was a qualified driver and tour guide. He introduced the Hunter Valley Garden to Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao as he drove. Hunter Valley Garden is located in the historic Bogalban area, at the foot of the Brokenback Range in the center of Hunter Vineyard. Wait. Brokenback Range? Lin Xiao suddenly interrupted Liang Qichao as if she had discovered a new world. She said with a smile, Brokeback Mountain? Brother Liang. It looks like that place is suitable for you to go with my brother Ruofei. Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao suddenly felt a chill and shivered. Xia Ruofei glared at Lin Xiao and said, you brat, if you keep talking, I'm really not taking you to Sydney. I'm so disgusted. Liang Qichao used English because he was worried that the name would cause misunderstandings, but Lin Xiao, the English subject representative, noticed it. Lin Xiao, can't you be a little bit healthier? Liang Qichao asked with a bitter smile. I'm just joking. Lin Xiao said with a mischievous smile. You and my brother are both real men. A true straight man, okay. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao. Can you be more ladylike? Why are you saying everything, hee, why do you need to be a lady in front of brother Ruofei? As they chatted and laughed, the car soon arrived at the Hunter Valley area's famous attraction, the Hunter Valley Garden. After Liang Qichao parked the car, he said to Xia Ruofei, I've been here 3 times. I still have something to do at the farm, so I won't be going in. There are restaurants in the scenic area. I'll come to pick you up at around 4 in the afternoon. Liang Qichao was the person in charge of Paradise Farm, managing a 6,000-hectare farm. He was usually very busy with work. He had originally pushed back some work to accompany Xia Ruofei and the others to Sydney. Since he was not going for the time being, he naturally wanted to go back to work. Immortal Land Farm wasn't far from here anyway. Alright, go. Do your work. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we don't have to pick her up in the afternoon. We can just call a taxi here. It's fine, it's fine. I'll pick you up on time in the afternoon. Liang Qichao said, there aren't many rental cars in the Hunter Valley, but there are quite a number of public buses. However, we can't let a big boss like you take the public bus. Xia Ruofei laughed. Since Liang Qichao insisted, he would just let him be. Everyone bid farewell at the Hunter Valley's garden. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao strolled around leisurely. The entire scenic area was very large, covering more than 60 acres, consisting of 10 international, themed unique gardens. Each garden was unique and dazzling. A variety of cultural characteristics intertwined and presented in the same space and time, contradictory yet harmonious, full of wonderful dreamy beauty. In this beautiful combination of sight, color, and fragrance, there was an 8-kilometer-long walking path. As one wandered along it, the beautiful scenery in front of him would constantly change. The elegance and peace of the Eastern garden, the grace and luxury of the Italy cave garden and the India mosaic tea garden. Besides being pleasing to the eye, there was also a wonderful feeling of traveling the world. Lin Xiao held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and looked very happy. Even Xia Ruofei felt more at peace as he walked around the quiet and elegant place without hearing the noise of the horses and the rumbling of the machines. He took a nap under the shade of the trees and enjoyed the coolness while listening to the moving Australian winter song. When they arrived at the famous fairy tale-themed garden, Lin Xiao couldn't help but cheer when she saw the characters in the fairy tales she had read when she was young. Almost every step here was like a fairy tale. Even Xia Ruofei felt as if he had returned to his childhood, evoking many childhood memories. Xia Ruofei did not notice that when Lin Xiao saw the beautiful fairy tale images of princes and princesses, she held his arm even tighter and her eyes revealed a trace of hazy tenderness. The two of them strolled around the Hunter Valley's garden, and before they knew it, it was already noon. They found a very special restaurant to have lunch. After resting for a while in the restaurant, the two of them strolled around a theme garden. Seeing that it was almost time, they started to head back. When they were near the exit of the scenic area, an uncertain voice suddenly came from behind them. Lin Xiao? The two of them turned to look at the source of the voice. Lin Xiao also showed a trace of surprise and shouted, "Tan Lily! What a coincidence, you're also in Australia." Xia Ruofei saw a young man and woman standing at the fork in the road. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, but she was dressed more maturely. It was winter in Australia, and she was wearing a white T-shirt with a deep V shape. She had a thin knitted jacket on the outside. And the diamond necklace on her white chest was very eye-catching. She was also wearing a pair of purple high heels. The makeup on her face was thick, especially the blood-red lipstick on her thick lips. She looked a little comical. Xia Ruofei really did not understand why she would wear high heels on a trip. Many places in the Hunter Valley garden were trekked. Xia Ruofei was a little confused. Wouldn't this lady's feet be disabled after walking 2 kilometers in these clothes? The man next to Tan Lily was also dressed in a strange way. He was wearing a Versace suit, a well-ironed tie, shiny leather shoes, and shiny hair. This outfit would not have been found to be a problem at any dinner party, but it seemed a little out of place in a tourist attraction. In contrast, Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were dressed more casually. They were wearing ordinary casual clothes, sweatpants, and flat canvas shoes. Their clothes were from the second-tier brands in the country, but they were very comfortable. Tan Lily looked at Xia Ruofei, who was being held tightly by Lin Xiao, and said, with a smile, "I'm in Australia for a vacation." Lin Xiao, is this your boyfriend? I've never heard of you in a relationship in school. Xia Ruofei was about to explain, but Lin Xiao held him even tighter. She blushed and said, "Yup. We also came to Australia during the summer vacation." Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He did not know what Lin Xiao was up to. However, since Lin Xiao had said so, he could not expose her in front of outsiders. So, he smiled at Tan Lily and nodded as a greeting. Tan Lily looked at Xia Ruofei's cheap outfit and a look of contempt flashed across her eyes. She followed suit and held the man's arm tightly. Her bulging chest was pressed against him without any hesitation. Tan Lili smiled and said, Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Xingpeng. His family has bought a winery in Hunter Valley. I'm here with him for a vacation. Tan Lili emphasized the word vacation with a sense of superiority on her face. It seemed that vacation in Australia was much more advanced than vacation in Australia. When Tan Lili's boyfriend, Xingpeng, saw Lin Xiao for the first time, he couldn't help but be amazed. In all fairness, Tan Lili's appearance was above average. Compared to girls her age, her body was clearly more mature. Her curvy figure was enough to make many men fascinated. However, she was not as good as Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao didn't put on any makeup, her natural beauty and well-proportioned figure were much more charming than Tan Lili's. In particular, her elegant and refined temperament made Tan Lili, who had heavy makeup on, pale in comparison. Xingpeng's eyes were a little hot, and he said enthusiastically, Hello, beauty. Welcome to Australia. I'm very familiar with the Hunter Valley. If you don't mind, we can play together. Tan Lili was a little dissatisfied with her boyfriend's behavior. She gave Xingpeng a sideways glance and said, You damn ghost. I'm not enough. You still want to get Lin Xiao? Xingpeng suddenly showed an embarrassed look and laughed. Lili, what are you thinking? Isn't Lin Xiao your classmate? I'm considered half a host in the Hunter Valley. What's wrong with entertaining your classmates? Lin Xiao looked at Xia Ruofei uneasily. She was afraid that Xia Ruofei would be unhappy. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was standing at the side with no expression, she quickly said, It's fine, it's fine. We'll be leaving the Hunter Valley tomorrow. Xia Ruofei looked on coldly from the side and could not help but frown. This couple was really weird. The woman's vanity was written all over her face, and the man's behavior when he saw a beautiful woman was even worse. He did not even bother to hide his girlfriend beside him. It's really if we're not family, we won't enter the same door. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to leave with Lin Xiao, Tan Lili looked at Xia Ruofei again and asked with a smile, Lin Xiao, you haven't introduced me to your boyfriend yet. What does this handsome guy do? Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Hello Tan Lili, my name is Xia Ruofei. I have a small company in China. Tan Lili was not surprised when Xia Ruofei said that he had a company in China. After all, those who could travel abroad must have some money. They couldn't be ordinary workers, right? After all, the cheapest discounted ticket for the two of them would cost more than 10 to 20,000 yuan. Of course, Tan Lili's judgment was that Xia Ruofei's company must be a small one. Although she had just graduated from high school, she was used to judging people by their clothing brands. Xia Ruofei, who was worth less than 1,000 yuan in total, did not look like a rich man. Therefore, Tan Lili thought that Xia Ruofei was just pretending to be strong. In order to make his girlfriend happy, he took Lin Xiao on an overseas trip. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us. Xingpeng, who was beside Tan Lili, saw Lin Xiao snuggling up to Xia Ruofei like a little bird and felt a burst of jealousy. Xiao Xia, what business does your company in China do? He asked with a smile. Xingpeng was only 2 years older than Xia Ruofei. He was an old cow that was eating young grass when he was with Tan Lili. However, he called Xia Ruofei Little Xia casually to show that he was superior to others. Xia Ruofei's mind was very calm now. He didn't want to deal with this pair of weirdos at first, but considering that Tan Lili was Lin Xiao's classmate, Xia Ruofei felt that he might put Lin Xiao in a difficult position if he just left. Xia Ruofei looked at Jingpeng and said, "My company deals with agricultural products." Jingpeng's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt. In his eyes, this was obviously a very low-end business. He even secretly speculated that the company Xia Ruofei was talking about was not a retail department that sold grain oil, right? Jingpeng felt that the possibility was very high. It was easy to register a company now. It was said that even the registered capital in China could be abandoned. It was a pure leather company, and the application was applied for in a few days. Thinking of this, Jingpeng said, "It's not easy to do domestic agricultural products. It's not like Australia, which has modern agriculture." Xia Ruofei smiled and ignored Jingpeng. Unexpectedly, Jingpeng became more and more enthusiastic. He glanced at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, we can be considered half-peers. Our family owns a winery in Hunter Valley, and we specialize in wine. However, this winery was also bought by my dad for fun. It's mainly for business friends who want to drink more conveniently. Our family winery produces wine." At this moment, Tan Lili seemed to have forgotten her boyfriend's coveting of Lin Xiao. She said in a sweet voice, "Jingpeng, our dad is really generous. A few million Australian dollars. Just for fun? I heard that our winery is about to cooperate with the largest golden oak winery in the Hunter Valley area. I'm sure our future development prospects will be good, right?" Jingpeng couldn't help but show a smug look, but he also secretly complained that he had only hooked up with Tan Lili 2 months ago. In fact, he was just playing with her. Now, Tan Lili was our father and our winery, as if she was the young lady. Jingpeng couldn't help but roll his eyes. In fact, Jingpeng was a little tired of playing with Tan Lili. After returning to Australia, he rarely contacted her. However, after Tan Lili filled in her college application, she contacted him many times, saying that she wanted to come to Australia to see him. Jingpeng hadn't had a girlfriend for a while, and since Tan Lili was willing to send him that thing from 1,000 miles away, he agreed to it. It was only 10 to 20,000 yuan for the plane ticket. After Tan Lili came to Australia, Jingpeng didn't dare to bring her home. He directly arranged for her to stay in a hotel in a nearby town. During the few days that Tan Lili was in Australia, she mainly accompanied Jingpeng to do those things in the hotel. Occasionally, she would pester Jingpeng to accompany her for a tour. Of course, the vain Tan Lili would never mention this in front of her classmates. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. At Xia Ruofei's level, he did not even bother to compete with others in terms of wealth, let alone the fact that the other party was just a short-sighted, rich second generation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Then I wish President Xing a good fortune. Tan Lili, we still have something to do, so we'll be leaving first. You guys take your time." Lin Xiao also waved at Tan Lili with a smile. Then, the two of them turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait," Jingpeng said quickly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown. This guy was too insensible, which made him very unhappy. Jingpeng seemed to ignore Xia Ruofei, the little boss. He said to Lin Xiao, with a confident smile on his face, "Lin Xiao, you and Lili are classmates, so you also took the college entrance examination this year? Are you interested in studying in Australia?" I still have quite a few connections here. Xingpeng stared at Lin Xiao after he finished speaking. He was secretly proud of himself. I don't believe you won't be moved. In Xingpeng's opinion, once the girls in China heard that there was an opportunity to study abroad or immigrate, all the reserved pretense would be removed. And they would become very enthusiastic. As long as he used some tricks later on, supplemented by money, it would be easy to get into bed with her. He had used this trick many times, and it worked every time. Tan Lily's eyes flashed with jealousy. Her academic performance was poor, and she didn't even pass the college entrance examination. After coming to Australia, she had mentioned to Xingpeng several times that she wanted to study in Australia, but Xingpeng had always avoided her. She didn't expect that Xingpeng would be in a hurry to help Lin Xiao study abroad today. How could she not be jealous? Thank you, President Xing, but I don't have such plans. For the time being, said Lin Xiao. Then, Lin Xiao pulled Xia Ruofei's arm and the two of them walked out of the attraction. Xingpeng didn't give up. He even left Tan Lily and caught up with her. He smiled and said, Lin Xiao, don't be in a hurry to refuse the opportunity to study in Australia, I say. How can you be like this? Xia Ruofei finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Xiao already said that she's not interested. The opportunity to study in Australia is so good, you can give it to whoever you want. Little Xia. How can you say that? Xingpeng's face darkened as he said, how can you be so selfish? Lin Xiao is still young and doesn't know how precious the opportunity to study abroad is. Don't you know it too? I think you're afraid that Lin Xiao will break up with you after she studies abroad, so you didn't let me continue. Xia Ruofei was so angry that he laughed. He did not know what to say to this weirdo. Seeing Xia Ruofei's stunned look, Xingpeng thought that Xia Ruofei was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. He couldn't help but show a trace of pride and continued to say to Lin Xiao, the university education in Australia is much better than that in China. In the future, you will have the opportunity to obtain permanent residence rights or even citizenship. If you can stay, the social welfare protection here is much better than that in China. I think you should think about it carefully. Don't miss such a rare opportunity. Lin Xiao frowned when Xingpeng was scolding Xia Ruofei. She looked at Xingpeng coldly and said, Are you done? I'll go and accompany Tan Lily after I'm done. Goodbye, President Xing. Lin Xiao, think about it. As Xingpeng spoke, he reached out his hand to pull Lin Xiao. At this time, a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist tightly like an iron hoop. He immediately cried out in pain. At this moment, Xingpeng saw that it was Xia Ruofei who had grabbed him. He immediately shouted, It hurts. Let me go. Xia Ruofei stared into Xingpeng's eyes coldly and said, I'm warning you. Don't pester Xiao any more, or I won't let you off so easily next time. After that, Xia Ruofei gently pushed and then let go of his hand. Xia Ruofei's light push made Xingpeng feel as if a car was pulling him. He suddenly took a few steps back and almost fell on his butt. He looked at his wrist again, and a red handprint was clearly visible. You! How can you be so barbaric? Xingpeng shouted angrily. Xia Ruofei glanced at Xingpeng and said, I'm only barbaric to scumbags like you who deserve a beating. If you're not convinced, you can come and practice again. Xia Ruofei clenched his fist and smiled disdainfully. He raised his chin at Xingpeng. Being stared at by Xia Ruofei, Xingpeng suddenly felt cold all over as if his blood had frozen. He even felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He could not help but shiver and avoided Xia Ruofei's eyes guiltily. Xia Ruofei had only released a little spiritual pressure, but Jingpeng was already scared out of his wits. This kind of weirdo could enthusiastically hit on another girl in front of his girlfriend, and the girl who was hit on was with her boyfriend. After being rejected, she was still so shameless. It could be seen how bad her character was. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be nice to such a person. Let's continue, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Lin Xiao nodded heavily and didn't even look at Jingpeng. She held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly and almost leaned her whole body on Xia Ruofei, just like a couple in love. Jingpeng originally wanted to say a few words to save face, but after being swept by Xia Ruofei's bone-chilling gaze, he couldn't say a word. He could only watch Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao turn and leave. Tan Lily didn't look too good either. Seeing Jingpeng's dejected look, she couldn't help but sneer. Lin Xiao is a top student who scored more than 600 points in the college entrance examination. She has long been accepted by Heron Island University. Do you think she would be interested in Australia's diploma mill? Lily, I'm just trying to help her out for your sake, Jingpeng laughed. I didn't expect her boyfriend to be so barbaric, Tan Lily pouted and said, don't think that I can't see through your little scheme. You're only so attentive because Lin Xiao is a beautiful woman. I don't know if I was bewitched by a ghost back then, that's why I fell for you. Can you stop talking? Seeing Tan Lily's unyielding attitude, Jingpeng felt a little embarrassed. At this time, Tan Lily saw Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao, who were not far away, stopped and talked to two girls. No way? They have acquaintances in Australia? Tan Lily asked curiously. She had forgotten about Jingpeng's anger. Let's go and take a look, said Jingpeng. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bomd/sbjmia to support us, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Tan Lily couldn't help rolling her eyes. This road isn't opened by them. Besides, if we want to go back to the hotel, we have to go through here, don't we? Jingpeng laughed. Actually, he wanted to see what Xia Ruofei was going to say to the two girls. More importantly, the two girls looked pretty and had attractive figures. After Jingpeng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked over. Tan Lily stomped her feet in anger. She hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao were stopped again before they could take 2 steps. This time, the person called them Mr. Xia. He also felt a little incredulous. Even in China, it was rare to meet acquaintances like this one after another, right? What was going on today? Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and turned around. He was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, It's Purser Yang. What a coincidence. It turned out that the person who had called out to Xia Ruofei was the chief flight attendant of their flight to Australia. Xia Ruofei vaguely remembered that her name tag read Yang or something. Yup. Mr. Xia, we flew to Australia again yesterday, and our flight hours are up, so we're staying here to rest for a day. We'll return to China tomorrow. Purser Yang said with a smile, I've not imagined that I could meet you again. It's really fate. There weren't many first-class passengers to begin with. Furthermore, the first-class tickets for such long-distance flights were extremely expensive. Most of the time, they were empty. Hence, Purser Yang had a deep impression of Xia Ruofei. Of course, this alone was not enough for Chief Steward Yang to be so enthusiastic about Xia Ruofei. It was mainly because little Howren had suddenly fallen ill on the plane. At that time, Tang Etian was already anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. He even pulled the chief flight attendant and asked the plane to return immediately. At that time, the situation was so urgent that Xia Ruofei, who had stepped out and successfully saved little Howren, naturally left a good impression on the crew. Let's go back on Egret Island Airlines flight. Who knows, we might even run into you guys. Xia Ruofei chuckled. How can there be such a coincidence? Chief Steward Yang smiled and said, our flight crew does not fly on a fixed route, so the probability of us meeting each other is very low. Just then, Xia Ruofei saw the Mercedes-Benz from Paradise Farm slowly driving over. He smiled and said, Purser Yang, my friend is here to pick me up. We'll go back first. The beautiful flight attendant next to Purser Yang said, handsome, it's fate that we've met. Give us your phone number. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I can't ask for more. With that, Xia Ruofei gave his phone number to the two of them. The flight attendant and Purser Yang took out their phones and recorded the number. They then called Xia Ruofei. Hearing Xia Ruofei's phone ring, the beautiful flight attendant smiled and said, handsome, the number starting from 139 is my number. My name is Yuan Cici, and our purser's name is Yang Ying. Remember to save your number. Xia Ruofei nodded as he saved the number. Then, he smiled and said, I've saved it. If you need any help, call me at any time. Yang Ying and Yuan Cici waved goodbye to Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiaofu with smiles on their faces. Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao walked to the Mercedes-Benz that Liang Qichao drove. Liang Qichao and Xia Ruofei did not have an ordinary boss-employee relationship. They were good friends. His ingratiating behavior at the airport last time was more of a show-off, so he did not get out of the car today. He just smiled and waved at the two of them from the car. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and got in with Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao gently pinched the flesh on Xia Ruofei's arm and said, Brother Ruofei, you've been in luck recently. Two beautiful girls were fighting to give you their numbers. Xia Ruofei laughed awkwardly. Liang Qichao, who was sitting in the front row, immediately perked up and asked, what's the situation? Xia Ruofei, aren't you a little too aggressive? Just drive your car. Xia Ruofei said unhappily, the chief flight attendant and the flight attendant of the flight we were on to Australia met at the scenic area and chatted for a while. Isn't it normal to exchange phone numbers before we leave? Or an air stewardess? 2. Liang Qichao said in shock. He couldn't help but turn to look at Xia Ruofei with eyes of worship. Lin Qiao couldn't help but giggle. Xia Ruofei whispered in Lin Qiao's ear, Qiao, I haven't scolded you yet. Why don't you explain our relationship to your classmate? Lin Qiao's pretty face became slightly hot. But she said stubbornly, Tan Lily loves to show off the most. I saw her with her boyfriend, so of course she wouldn't want to lose to him. Brother Ruofei, you're my brother. Can't you even help me at the critical moment? Okay, Xia Ruofei said helplessly, I'm not your brother anymore. You're my sister. No, you're my great aunt. Lin Qiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She hit Xia Ruofei and said, Am I that old? You're so annoying. At the entrance of the Hunter Valley's garden, Jinping and Tan Lily also saw Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao sitting in the big Benz. They looked at each other in surprise. Although the price of foreign cars was not very expensive, a luxury car like the Mercedes-Benz S-Class was still not something that the working class could afford. More importantly, they were in Australia. If Xia Ruofei and Xia Xiaofei were backpackers, why would there be a Big Ben to pick them up? What does your classmate do? Zhengpeng couldn't help but ask in a low voice, you're so awesome even overseas. I don't know. Lin Xiao is very low. Key in school. She doesn't seem like a child from a rich family, Tan Lily also said blankly. She rolled her eyes and walked up to Yang Ying and Yuan Sisi. She smiled and asked, hello, are you also Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao's friends? Yang Ying and Wang Yao were also about to leave in the car, but they suddenly heard someone greeting them in Chinese, so they stopped. Are you also Mr. Xiao's friends? Yang Ying asked, a little surprised. We're from Egret Island Airlines, she said with a smile. We met Mr. Xia on the plane, so we're not friends yet, right? At the side, Yuan Sisi said mischievously, Sister Yang, how can we not be friends? We've even exchanged phone numbers. Yang Ying couldn't help but poke Yuan Sisi's forehead with her finger. Yuan Sisi was a lively person by nature. She was the one who suggested exchanging numbers with Xia Ruofei. If it was Yang Ying who had a calm personality, she would not have taken the initiative. In fact, Zhengpeng and Tan Lily were not far behind them and had heard Xia Ruofei call Yang Ying Purser Yang. So, Tan Lily just wanted to confirm it and also wanted to know if they had known each other before. After getting the answer, Zhengpeng said in surprise, do you air stewardesses all have such good memories? You guys fly on flights every day. And there are at least 200 to 300 people on each flight. You can even remember their names? Yuan Sisi pouted. There are many passengers on the plane, but there are only a few first-class passengers. Besides, Xia Ruofei is a handsome guy. Of course, we can remember him. First class. Zhengpeng couldn't help but be stunned. He often traveled back and forth between China and Australia, so he was very clear about the price of air tickets. He knew that Heron Island Airlines flight was a direct flight from the Three Mountains to Sydney. The ticket price was very expensive, and the first-class cabin was even more outrageous. A single trip would cost at least 20,000 yuan. Even he was reluctant to sit in first class. At most, he would buy a business class ticket. For comfort. Was that barbarian even richer than him? Zhengpeng couldn't help but be a little confused. Tan Lily was also dazed when she heard that Lin Xiao came to Australia in first class. She was a prideful person and had bragged about her vacation in Australia to her classmates many days in advance. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to come to Australia without a sound and even take the most luxurious first-class cabin. Tan Lily thought about how she was squeezed in the economy class, where she couldn't even straighten her legs, and how she had to transfer planes twice. It took her more than 20 hours to reach Australia. She couldn't help but feel aggrieved and looked at Zhengpeng resentfully. In fact, her relationship with Lin Xiao in school was quite ordinary. They didn't even add each other on WeChat. Otherwise, she would not only see the luxurious first-class cabin in Lin Xiao's circle of friends, but also the photo of Lin Xiao and the world-class star, Jennifer. If Tan Lily knew that Lin Xiao and Jennifer were as close as sisters, she would be so shocked. Her jaw would drop. Zhengpeng was not in the mood to hit on the pretty girl. He took Tan Lily and said goodbye to Yang Ying before leaving the Hunter Valley garden. The two of them sat in Xing Peng's Ford, and neither of them was in the mood to talk. Xing Peng was rubbing his wrist as he drove. Not only did he lose face today, but his wrist was also swollen from Xia Ruofei's grip. He was full of resentment. After a long while, Xing Peng finally couldn't stand Tan Lily's resentful look and couldn't help but say, "Lily, don't be unhappy, humph. I'm just not happy. Other than being good at studying, what else is better than me? Why does she have such good luck to find a rich and doting boyfriend?" Tan Lily pouted. Xing Peng thought to himself, she's not only good at her studies, but she's also prettier than you. However, he definitely wouldn't say this out loud. He just smiled and said, "Hey. It's her business if she's lucky. We just have to live our own lives." Besides, it was hard to say whether her boyfriend had money or not. There are so many people who are pretending to be good these days. Tan Lily was so angry that she couldn't help but glare at Xing Peng and said, "Then why don't you slap yourself in the face and pretend to be fat for once? Besides, you don't have to slap yourself in the face to buy a first-class ticket. Do you? I'm so tired that I'm almost paralyzed from the journey." And Tan Lily couldn't help but glance at Xing Peng and ask, "What's wrong with you today? You can't move after seeing a beautiful woman, right? I'm telling you, if you dare to let me down, I'll die in front of you." Xing Peng was annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that Tan Lily was quite obedient in bed, and he hadn't made friends with other women recently, he really didn't want to coax this vain woman. However, he wasn't tired of playing with her yet, so he still had to coax her when he needed to. While driving, Xing Peng reached out to touch Tan Lily's little hand and said, "Lily, don't be angry. I'm only talking to her because she's your classmate. With her thin and small body, how can I be interested? I still prefer the mature and plump type like you." Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Really? Tan Lily looked at Xing Peng with red eyes and asked. Of course it's true. Xing Peng was lying through his teeth. Then, he said, "Baby, don't be angry anymore. Haven't you always been living a life of the upper class? There's a high-class reception tonight, I'll take you there to see." Really? Tan Lily's interest was piqued. She glanced at Xing Peng and asked, "Are you not afraid of your parents? They went to Canberra today for business," Xing Peng said indifferently. "I'm the full representative of the winery, so isn't it normal to bring a female companion? Just tell me if you want to go or not." "Of course I want to go." Tan Lily was overjoyed and didn't bother to be angry with Xing Peng Xian. She even leaned over and kissed Xing Peng on the face, saying sweetly, "My dear, thank you." In the Mercedes-Benz, Liang Qichao said while driving, "Oh right, Ruofei, I'm afraid you'll have to attend the party tonight." After saying that, Liang Qichao took an invitation from the console and handed it to the person in the back. Xia Ruofei was puzzled. "You're the person in charge of Paradise Farm. No matter how high the standard of this party is, it's enough to have you attend. Why don't you open it and take a look?" Liang Qichao said, grinning. Xia Ruofei opened the invitation in confusion. Then, he realized that the invitation was for West Winery. "Uncle Carter sent this to the farm this afternoon," Liang Qichao said. "He and Auntie Kately will be flying to Melbourne in the afternoon and won't be able to attend the party." So, they'll have to invite you, the boss behind the scenes, to attend. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you attend this kind of reception, right? The West Winery is about to face a business transformation, and its main market may not be in Australia in the future. At this moment, Lin Qiao snatched the invitation from Xia Ruofei's hands and glanced at it. Brother Ruofei, why don't you go? I can eat and drink for free, and I don't even need to give anything. Just take it as going to see the world. Free gift. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come on, come on. Lin Qiao shook Xia Ruofei's arm and said, I've never attended such a high-end party before. Take me there to gain some experience. Brother Liang, can I bring a female companion? Xia Ruofei asked helplessly. Of course. Liang Qichao said, if Lin Qiao were to participate, she would definitely outshine those foreign girls. Xia Ruofei looked at Lin Qiao with affection and said, all right. Then let's go together. Yay! Brother Ruofei is the best. Lin Qiao raised her arms and cheered. Xia Ruofei was also helpless against Lin Qiao. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Since she wanted to go and have fun, he would go. Anyway, there was nothing to do at night. Moreover, the night at Paradise Farm was very quiet. It was indeed a bit lonely for young people. It was no wonder that Liang Qichao had said that Paradise Farm's environment was good for traveling and vacation. If they stayed here for a long time, they would really be unable to stand it. The evening's reception was held at the Bogalbans Pise Vineyard Hotel in the Hunter Valley area. This hotel was only a 20-minute drive from Paradise Farm, so Xia Ruofei and the others had plenty of time. Formal attire was necessary for an event like a banquet. Xia Ruofei had a ready-made set of clothes. When he went to Shenzhen to participate in the truffle auction, Ma Xiong had asked someone to prepare 2 suits from Italy's high-end men's clothing brand Brioni in advance. Each suit was sold for more than $5,000, so it was more than enough for Xia Ruofei to attend such an occasion. Moreover, this brand's suits were not as well known as big brands like Versace and Armani. Even the logo was embroidered on the inner lining of the clothes. If one was not very familiar with high-end custom-made brands, one would not be able to see it. It was rather low-key, which suited Xia Ruofei's style. Lin Qiao was just a high school graduate, so she didn't wear formal clothes. But that wasn't a problem. The Hunter Valley area was a tourist destination, so there were naturally various shopping centers. As the rich in China had increased in recent years, some luxury stores that catered to the interests of the Chinese had emerged. It was easy to buy a suit. On the way back to the farm, they turned into a shopping mall and bought an evening dress for Lin Qiao after trying it on several times. The evening gown was a ready-made one from Chanel, so Yu would be using it tonight, so she definitely wouldn't have time to tailor-make it. However, after careful selection, this evening dress was very suitable for Lin Qiao. After everyone returned to the farm, Xia Ruofei and Lin Qiao went back to their rooms and strolled around the Hunter Valley garden for a long time. They all wanted to take a shower first. Clothes make the man. Xia Ruofei usually liked to dress casually and casually. However, after changing into a well-fitting high-end suit, his entire aura was completely different from usual. It was somewhat reserved and luxurious. And at the same time, that lazy smile gave people an inexplicable sense of friendliness. Girls always took a longer time to get dressed. Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao waited for another half an hour before they heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Xia Ruofei looked up at the stairs and met Lin Qiao's eyes. When they saw each other, their eyes lit up. It was Lin Qiao's first time seeing Xia Ruofei dressed so formally. When Xia Ruofei, who was wearing a dark gray suit, glanced at her, she felt her heart racing. When Xia Ruofei saw Lin Qiao in the evening gown, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Although the evening gown was chosen together with Xia Ruofei, Lin Qiao had just finished her bath and put on the dress. She put on the crystal shoes and her aura was completely different from when she tried it on in Chanel's boutique. She was wearing a white tube top dress with a short velvet shawl coat. The delicate side of the dress showed off her fair legs. She wore a lotus-colored top hat on her head, and under the brim of the hat were her clear and bright eyes and curved eyebrows. The girl's lovely temperament had a touch of playfulness. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Because of Xia Ruofei's gaze, the young girl's face showed a trace of shyness. Looking at Lin Qiao, who was like a fairy, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be dazed. Liang Qichao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this was the perfect match, the golden couple. In contrast, although he was also wearing an Armani suit, his slightly bloated figure did not give him a high-class aura. Instead, he looked like a nouveau riche. Liang Qichao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Lin Qiao looked a little shy and said, Brother Ruofei, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and smiled. I almost couldn't recognize her. It turns out that our Qiao is so beautiful in an evening gown. Lin Qiao was overjoyed. It was as sweet as honey. She smiled at Xia Ruofei with a blushing face and walked down the stairs while lifting her dress. Brother Ruofei, you're so sweet-tongued, is this how you managed to trick sister-in-law? Lin Qiao walked to Xia Ruofei and smiled. What do you mean by lying? Xia Ruofei said, Qing Xue and I are in love and we are childhood sweethearts, okay? Liang Qichao couldn't help but give Xia Ruofei a thumbs up in his heart when he saw Xia Ruofei talking about him and his girlfriend in front of the beautiful woman. Only Xia Ruofei was slow in this aspect. Even Liang Qichao could tell that Lin Qiao was looking at Xia Ruofei weirdly. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. The three of them set off immediately after they were ready. Paradise Farm was not far from Bagalban. After about 20 minutes, Liang Qichao's Mercedes-Benz arrived at Spicer Vineyard Hotel. This manor-style hotel was considered high-end in the entire Hunter Valley area. It had top-notch luxurious decorations, a beautiful and quiet environment, and a vast vineyard scenery. Every room in the hotel was located in the rolling vineyard and local bushes, as romantic as a forest hut in a fairy tale. In order to provide the most private and comfortable living experience, this hotel only had 8 rooms. Of course, the reception was held in the main banquet hall of the hotel. The people who attended the reception tonight were the people in charge of the wineries and farms in the Hunter Valley area, so there was no need for a room. The car passed through the quiet forest path. Along the way, they could see individual villas hidden by the green trees, as well as swimming pools and small golf courses of various designs. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. The small parking lot was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Brands like Mercedes, Benz and BMW were not eye-catching here. Xia Ruofei even saw 2 Bentleys. After parking the car, Xia Ruofei and the other 2 walked into the banquet hall of the hotel's main building. At the entrance of the hall stood 4 cold-looking men in black. Although the lights were on, they were still wearing sunglasses, and they looked around from time to time. The man in black checked Xia Ruofei's and Liang Qichao's invitation cards carefully and made an inviting gesture to let the 3 of them in. Xia Ruofei noticed that one of the 4 men was black, one was white, and the other 2 had yellow skin and black hair. Liang Qichao laughed and said in a low voice, "Ruofei, the boss of this distributor is Chinese, so he has quite a few Chinese people working for him. However, whether it's their boss or their bodyguards, most of them came to Australia a few generations ago. So, other than the difference in their looks, they are actually native Australians." The legendary Banana Man. Xia Ruofei laughed. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked in a low voice, "You're saying that the boss of this distributing company is Chinese? It can't be Tang Etian from the Maya Group, right? You know about the Maya Group too?" Liang Qichao asked, surprised. "It seems that you have done your homework." Maya's chairman Ethan. "I think Tang's Chinese name is Tang Etian." Liang Qichao's knowledge in Australia was different from his knowledge in China. Tang Etian always used his English name in the media and in some formal occasions. In fact, it was the name on his ID card. The name Tang Etienne was given by his father according to the family tree. On the plane, Xia Ruofei had heard Jennifer call Tang Etienne Irene. "Is the Maya Group very powerful in Australia?" Xia Ruofei asked. He had only learned a little from Lin Qiao. As for Tang Etienne, he certainly wouldn't boast in front of him. Liang Qichao said exaggeratedly, "Just remove the is. Maya is Australia's retail giant. Among the 3 biggest supermarket chain brands in Australia, Maya is also the deserved leader. It's no exaggeration to say that if we can get the support of Maya Supermarket, our Paradise Farm will be able to dominate Australia. Even if we don't have the advantage in the quality of Taoyuan vegetables, we can still sell well in all of Australia." "That's amazing." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but click his tongue. Then, he asked, "Will Tang Etienne be attending tonight?" Xia Ruofei thought that if Tang Etienne attended the party, he could introduce Liang Qichao to him. Then, Paradise Farm wouldn't have to worry about the distribution channel anymore, and Liang Qichao could focus on making good products. "I don't think it's possible," Liang Qichao said. "Today's only a party for the suppliers in Hunter Valley. I think it'll be a very high standard if the person in charge of New South Wales can attend." "I know," Xia Ruofei nodded. If Tang Etienne hadn't come, Xia Ruofei wouldn't have called him to tell him about it. Anyway, he would be going to Sydney to meet him soon, so he could just mention it. In consideration of social etiquette, Xia Ruofei and Liang Qichao spoke in very low voices. Lin Qiao, on the other hand, was busy admiring the beautiful decorations and exotic furnishings in the hall and did not notice what they were talking about. There were many soft long sofas and single sofas in the banquet hall, and there were exquisite desserts on the long tables against the wall. Many waiters in black waistcoats shuttled through the crowd with trays, ready to serve the guests at any time. There was a white grand piano in the corner of the hall, and a white performer in a tuxedo was playing the piano with great focus. Soothing piano music flowed in the hall. The guests were either sitting or standing, elegantly holding their glasses and talking in small groups. The New South Wales branch of the Maya Group would hold such parties every season. The purpose was to strengthen communication between the suppliers. For the suppliers, it was also a good opportunity to communicate with each other and improve their relationship with the Maya Group. Lin Xiao, who was like a fairy in a flower, immediately attracted a lot of attention when she entered the hall. This evening dress almost perfectly set off her oriental charm and a trace of playfulness at the same time. So many people turned their heads. Some young people raised their glasses to Lin Xiao in a friendly manner. On the way, Xia Ruofei introduced some social etiquette to Lin Xiao. However, when they entered the banquet hall, Lin Xiao still looked a little nervous. Xia Ruofei gently patted Lin Xiao's hand on his arm and said, "Relax. Can't you see that your beauty has conquered everyone? It'll be fine to just say hello to them." Xia Ruofei's words seemed to have magic. Lin Xiao's face slowly bloomed into a smile. She nodded and reached for a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray beside her. Then, she raised her glass to the people who greeted her. After entering the banquet hall, Liang Qichao and Xia Ruofei split up. He had been in Australia for almost a year, so he naturally had a lot of acquaintances in the Hunter Valley area. Therefore, he shuttled through the crowd with a glass of wine in his hand and chatted with people from time to time. Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao strolled around the main hall for a while. After eating a few desserts, they found an empty sofa and sat down to rest. On the other side of the hall, a young man and a young woman were sitting and talking. The two of them were Xingpeng and Tan Lily. Tan Lily, who had never been to such a high-end cocktail party before, was like a grandmother who had just entered a grand view garden. Her face was glowing because she was dressed very sexily today. A deep V-neck purple evening dress set off her full figure, especially her perky breasts, which attracted a lot of hot eyes. Tan Lily was very vain, so she was naturally happy to receive so much attention. From time to time, she would raise her glass to the people who greeted her. Sometimes, she would even bow slightly, appearing elegant and calm. "What do you think, baby? It feels good, right?" Xingpeng put his arm around Tan Lily's waist and asked with a smile. Xingpeng also felt very proud of his female companion. "Very good," Tan Lily said happily. "It's just like the life I imagined in the upper class. My dear, you have to bring me to more of these events in the future." "No problem." Xingpeng gave an empty promise. Tan Lily's gaze was a little dazed as she looked in a certain direction and mumbled to herself, "Why are they here? Who is it?" Xingpeng said as he looked in the direction of Tan Lily's gaze. Then, his face darkened as he saw Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao. Tan Lily didn't look too good either. Lin Xiao was like a beautiful little princess today, attracting a lot of attention like a magnet, which made Tan Lily very uncomfortable. Xingpeng's eyes flashed with a dark look, then he said with a smile, "Lily, since your classmate is here, let's go and say hello?" Tan Lily couldn't help but look at Xingpeng and said, "What are you saying hello for? Lin Xiao's boyfriend is so wild, aren't you afraid? What kind of occasion is this?" Xingpeng sneered. Would he still dare to make a move? "I can't wait for him to hit me. Don't you see those big men in black around us? Let me tell you, he's a real member of the Chinese society." Xingpeng paused for a moment before he continued, "Have you heard of the Righteous Association?" Back then, Ethan Tang was the leader of the Righteous Association. He had wiped out the Vietnam gang and the Indonesian gang. In New South Wales, and even shocked the entire underground world of Australia. But now, Ethan, although done, has already cleared his name. Whoever dares to make trouble in his territory is courting death. Tan Lily's eyes lit up when she heard that. The boss of the Chinese society? That Ethan. Don't you think Dun is very impressive? Zheng Peng glanced at Tan Lily and said, don't be so smitten. A person at eldest brother Tang's level is not someone we can come into contact with. Let's go over and say hello. I'm just thinking of checking him out. What bottom line? Tan Lily asked in confusion. If he didn't sneak into the hotel, then he must be a farm owner or a winery owner in the Hunter Valley area. But I've never heard of such a person before. Zheng Peng sneered. Xia Ruofei was talking to Lin Xiao in a low voice when Tan Lily's voice came from the side. Lin Xiao. The two turned around and saw Zheng Peng and Tan Lily walking over with wine glasses in their hands. Zheng Peng avoided Xia Ruofei's eyes, but quickly regained his composure. When he saw Lin Xiao, who was dressed in a white gown and looked like a flower fairy, a trace of burning desire flashed in his eyes. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. Zheng Peng's burning gaze disappeared in a flash, but how could Xia Ruofei not notice? In fact, Xia Ruofei's 5 senses were now very sharp. He had already noticed Zheng Peng and Tan Lily not long after he entered the banquet hall. However, he had never thought of paying attention to them. He did not expect them to take the initiative to approach him. One shouldn't hit a smiling person. Seeing Tan Lily sitting down on the side sofa with a smile, Lin Xiao forced a smile and greeted them. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, nodded slightly. Zheng Peng was sure that Xia Ruofei would not dare to be violent in this situation. The trace of timidity disappeared. Without a trace. Zheng Peng held his glass and showed a smile that he thought was very charming. He asked, Little Xia, I didn't expect to meet you here again. Tonight's party is for the Maya group to entertain the regional suppliers of Hunter Valley. Do you have a business in Hunter Valley too? Xia Ruofei glanced at Zheng Peng and said, I bought a winery recently. Do you have any advice for me, President Zheng? Xia Ruofei's casual tone was the same as Zheng Peng's in the Hunter Valley's garden in the afternoon. Zheng Peng's face froze. Then, he pretended to be very interested and quickly asked, Oh, really? It seems that we are still of the same profession. My family's Wilkinson Winery is one of the top wineries in the Hunter Valley region. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to work together in the future. Oh right, I almost forgot to ask. Which winery did you buy, little Xia? There are hundreds of wineries in Hunter Valley, I've heard of them all. Have you heard of West Winery, President Zheng? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. West Winery? Zheng Peng deliberately looked like he was deep in thought. He pondered for a while and said, I seem to have some impression. As far as I know, this should be a small winery, right? But little Xia, you're so young and you already have a winery in Australia. It's not bad. Zheng Peng's tone was like that of an old man, as if his family's Wilkinson winery was superior to others. He did not consider that Wilkinson Winery was his father's business, and he was just a rich second generation, while Xia Ruofei had bought a winery with his own ability. Xia Ruofei's lips curved up slightly, but he did not respond to Zheng Peng. At his level, he disdained to compete with Zheng Peng for the limelight. In his opinion, it was a very childish move. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia. To support us, Xingpeng felt very proud and said in a guiding tone, Xia, it's not easy to do wine business in Australia these days. Especially for a small winery like yours, your brand awareness is not high, your production capacity is limited, and your distribution channels are strong. It should be difficult for you to survive, right? I'll go back and tell my father to take care of you in the business. After all, we're all Chinese. After Zheng Peng finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. He felt that his image had become much taller. As if he was saying, don't think that your boyfriend looks rich, he's still far from me. Lin Xiao ignored Xing Peng and held Xia Ruofei's arm tightly from the beginning to the end. She seemed to be focused on Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled non-committally and said to Lin Xiao, Xiao, are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat? Lin Xiao slightly raised her head and smiled, all right. Let's go together. Xingpeng saw that the two of them ignored him and even completely ignored his existence. He couldn't help but be a little angry, and his eyes revealed a bit of resentment. At this moment, a voice rang out, beautiful Eastern lady, may I have the honor of being your friend? Tan Lily's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed as she saw a tall and handsome white man looking at Lin Xiao with a smile. Before Xia Ruofei and Lin Xiao could say anything, Xingpeng looked surprised and shouted, Mr. Brody. Hello, hello. Brody, who was recognized by Xingpeng, was about 27 or 28 years old. He had a handsome appearance and a head of blonde hair. He was wearing a navy blue chiton custom made suit that fit him very well, which complemented his tall figure and noble temperament. Brody looked at Xing Peng, clearly not recognizing him. In the eyes of Westerners, all Easterners looked the same, except for beautiful women. Mr. Brody, I'm Xingpeng from Wilkinson Winery. Xingpeng quickly introduced himself. Xing Daming is my father. We had a meal together 2 days ago. Brody finally revealed a look of realization, and said with a reserved expression, oh. So. You're Mr. Zhang's son. Yup. Hello, Mr. Brody. Xingpeng suddenly felt very proud, and quickly nodded and bowed to greet him. Brody's attitude was neither warm nor cold. He told him that his attention was mainly focused on Lin Xiao. Brody quickly asked, Xing, is this beautiful lady your Chinese friend? Can you introduce me to them? Xingpeng nodded repeatedly. Even a fool could see that Brody was very interested in Lin Xiao. Xingpeng had also been interested in Lin Xiao, but now he didn't even dare to think about it. Of course, of course. He quickly replied. Mr. Brody, please allow me to introduce you. This is Ms. Lin Xiao. She's my girlfriend's classmate. Xing Peng's eyes swept over Xia Ruofei and ignored him. He felt a trace of pleasure in his heart. Although he couldn't have Lin Xiao, he was happy to see Brody try to get her. This kind of mentality was a bit perverted. Lin Xiao, this is Mr. Brody, from the Golden Oak Winery. His father is the owner of the winery, Mr. Robinson. Xingpeng immediately said to Lin Xiao. The Golden Oak Winery is the largest winery in the entire Hunter Valley area. It sells up to 300,000 boxes of wine every year. It's not something a small winery like West can compare to. Xing Peng's words were full of praise for Brody. On one hand, the Golden Oak Winery was indeed the #1 winery in the Hunter Valley area. On the other hand, Brody was not like him, who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. After graduating from university, Brody had slowly taken over the winery's business. Now, Brody was in charge of many important businesses. Of course, no matter how powerful Brody was, Zheng Peng wouldn't fawn on him like this. There was a more important reason, which was that their Wilkinson winery was looking to cooperate with Brody Winery. Both sides shared channels and technology. For this, Xing Peng's father, Xing Daming, had made a lot of efforts, and was even willing to pay a certain amount of shares as the price. Once he could climb up the Golden Oak Winery's tree, the Wilkinson Winery's business would definitely take a few steps up. Therefore, in Xing Peng's eyes, Brody was like his god of fortune, and he couldn't wait to worship him. In order to show his respect for Brody, Xing Peng introduced him to Lin Xiao in English. When Brody heard the name West, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "West Winery? Are there people here too?" A few days ago, his father, Robinson, had bought the West Winery. He should have been able to get the winery for a very low price, but he didn't expect someone to cut him off. So when Brody heard the name of the West Winery, he frowned subconsciously. Xing Peng was stunned. He pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Brody, Xia said he bought West Winery a few days ago, but I can't verify whether it's true or not." Brody narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Ruofei. He said indifferently, "It should be true. My father told me that a Chinese man bought West Winery for 2 million Australian dollars. As far as I know, Old West's asking price is only 1.8 million Australian dollars. Xing Peng exclaimed exaggeratedly and looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was an idiot. He said, "Why, the other party offered 1.8 million, so why did they end up buying it for 2 million Australian dollars? It's indeed incomprehensible," Brody shrugged and said, "I think only stupid and rich Chinese people would do something so stupid." "Oh, Xing, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you." Although Brody said this, he was not sincere at all, and his face was filled with disdain. Xing Peng, however, said, "Yes, yes, yes." Even Tan Lily couldn't help frowning, but she didn't dare to say anything when she thought of Brody's status. Xia Ruofei said coldly, "Stupid but rich? At least the Chinese know what friendship is. They won't take advantage of their old acquaintance when he's in trouble and deliberately lower the price." Brody's eyes flashed with anger. He narrowed his eyes at Xia Ruofei and said coldly, "Chinese man, you've successfully angered me. I think my father would be happy to suppress your pitifully small West Winery in business. I hope you didn't put all your money on it, or be prepared to go bankrupt. Australian, although you're so weak that you can't anger me, you're indeed very annoying." Xia Ruofei did not back down and said, "Go back and tell your father that the Golden Oak Winery will close down because of your stupidity." Brody was stunned for a moment, and then he burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, looked coldly at Brody, who was laughing hysterically. After a long while, Brody sneered and said, "Stupid Chinese, do you think you're Ethan Tang? Do you know how big our Golden Oak Winery is? Who gave you the courage to challenge us with your small West Winery?" At this moment, Liang Qichao's voice was heard, "What if we add Paradise Farm?" Brody's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt end, as if his throat had been choked. He looked suspiciously at Liang Qichao, who had just walked over with a dark face, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Brody naturally knew who Liang Qichao was. Paradise Farm was one of the top quality farms in the Hunter Valley area. It covered an area of 6,000 hectares, which was equivalent to dozens of Golden Oak wineries. Of course, the business model of a farm and a winery was different, and it couldn't be judged just by the size of the land. What really made Brody apprehensive was the background of Paradise Farm. The farm owners and winery owners in the Hunter Valley area all knew that although Paradise Farm was an independent company, it was backed by the United States Xingbang Group. Compared to the Xingbang Group, which was like a financial aircraft carrier with tens of billions of dollars in volume, the Golden Oak Winery was like an ant in front of an elephant. They were not on the same level at all. Of course, Xingbang Group was Xingbang Group, and Paradise Farm was Paradise Farm. The two were only related and could not be compared. Moreover, although Xingbang Group had been doing global operations, their headquarters were far away in the United States. Their influence in Australia, especially in the Hunter Valley area, was naturally not as strong as that in the United States. Brody wasn't scared witless by Liang Qichao's words. He frowned and asked, "Liang, I didn't offend Paradise Farm. Is he your friend?" Liang Qichao had been nearby, and he had immediately come over when he saw the tense situation. He had heard Brody's insults, so he didn't give Brody a good look. Liang Qichao said coldly, "Brody, I have to correct you. Not only is Mr. Xia Ruofei my friend, but he's also a major shareholder of Paradise Farm. You said that you didn't offend Paradise Farm." "I don't think so." Liang Qichao's words were like thunder. Not only was Brody dumbfounded, but Jingping and Tan Lily were also so shocked that their eyes and mouths were wide open. They were like two clay sculptures. Paradise Farm was very famous in the Hunter Valley area. It was also one of the few farms and wineries that were not open to visitors. Even Tan Lily had heard that the owner of Paradise Farm was a super rich man. When he bought the farm, it was just a casual purchase. Therefore, the farm was considered private land, unlike other farms and wineries that were open to tourists. Now, Liang Qi actually said that Xia Ruofei was the major shareholder of Paradise Farm. Could he be that super rich man? Even if he wasn't, he must have a close relationship with that rich man. Zhongpeng and Brody both knew that Paradise Farm was backed by Xingbang Group, and they shuddered. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us, but Brody still forced himself to say, "Liang, even if this Mr. Xia is the major shareholder of Paradise Farm, isn't it a little too arrogant and overbearing for him to say that he's going to shut down our Golden Oak Winery?" Brody didn't think that. He was the one who arrogantly said he would bankrupt West first. Some people could only see others in the wrong, while they were always right. Liang Qichao said coldly, "You'll find out soon enough. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Xia is not only a major shareholder of Paradise Farm, but also a good friend of Mr. Tang, he of Xingbang Group. I think as long as Mr. Xia asks, Mr. Tang, he should be very happy to help him kill some annoying flies." Brody's heart sank. If Xingbang Group really wanted to deal with a mere Golden Oak Winery, it would be a piece of cake. The resources that such a huge and domineering consortium could mobilize were too terrifying. They had no chance to resist at all. Brody's expression changed several times, and he finally couldn't help but step forward and say, "Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I offended you just now. I hope you brother Liang, Qiao, let's go get some food." Xia Ruofei didn't even look at Brody. He turned around and left with Liang Qichao and Lin Qiao, leaving Brody standing there blankly, his face red and white. Brody looked at Xia Ruofei's departing figure. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a venomous expression. Zheng Peng and Tan Lily also looked at Xia Ruofei's back in awe. They didn't even have the mood to compete. If Xia Ruofei was only the owner of West Winery, Zheng Peng would have a sense of superiority. After all, Wilkinson Winery was larger in scale. However, Xia Ruofei was a major shareholder of Paradise Farm and even had a good relationship with a legendary rich man like Tang He. Wilkinson Winery was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. After a long while, Zheng Peng said carefully, "Mr. Brody, I think they're just trying to scare you. Even if Xingbang United States really wants to deal with the Golden Oak Winery, it won't be easy. The Golden Oak Winery is in the wine industry and has no business intersection with Xingbang Group." Brody nodded and said, "Yes. I don't believe that Chinese man has that much influence. It's impossible for Tang He to mobilize such a huge amount of resources to deal with our winery for such a young man. It's impossible." Brody seemed to be talking to Zheng Peng, but it sounded more like he was encouraging himself. Yes, he must be bluffing." Zheng Peng quickly agreed. Brody glanced at Zheng Peng and said indifferently, "Zheng, I'm a little tired. I need to go and rest for a while. Please excuse me." Zheng Peng quickly nodded and said, all right. Take care, Mr. Brody." "Ruofei, why? Did you guys fight with Brody?" Liang Qichao asked. Xia Ruofei said calmly, "He tried to hit on Xiaoer as soon as he came up. Then, he said that he looked down on us Chinese. He even said that he would bankrupt my West Winery. I couldn't help but say a few words to him." Lin Xiao also said angrily, "I don't think the father and son are good people. Brother Ruofei, I almost couldn't help but scold him just now." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I'll take care of this. You have to pay attention to your ladylike image." "I don't want to." If he had continued to pester me shamelessly, I would have definitely scolded him. Lin Xiao pouted and said. The undisguised lust in Brody's eyes only made Lin Xiao feel a little annoyed. However, he ridiculed the Chinese and threatened Xia Ruofei, which made Lin Xiao loathe him from the bottom of her heart. Liang Qichao's eyes turned cold as he asked, "Ruofei, do you want me to report this to your grandfather?" Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for that now. It's just a Golden Oak Winery. There's no need for Mr. Tang to personally ask about it." Liang Qichao was stunned for a moment before he said, "Do you have another way? This is Australia, not China. Also, although our Paradise Farm is much bigger than the Golden Oak Winery, strictly speaking, we are not in the same industry. It won't be easy to deal with their winery. On the contrary, if the Golden Oak Tree were to target your West Winery, you wouldn't be able to escape." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Don't worry. If I really need help, I won't stand on ceremony with Elder Tang, let alone you." "That's good." Liang Qichao grinned and said, "As long as you know what you're doing." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Brother Liang, I saw you talking to a lot of people just now. Did you get anything?" Liang Qichao got excited and said, "The harvest is really not small. I just talked to the person in charge of the Meiyu Group's Hunter Valley area, and he's very interested in our Paradise vegetables. He said that when we start to mass-produce vegetables in the future, he can help us promote it in the supermarket. He also gave us a lot of autonomy in the pricing." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, "He also knows about Taoyuan vegetables?" After the first batch of experimental vegetables ripened, I sent some to the people in charge of the Hunter Valley area of several major channels, Liang Qichao said with a smile. They tasted it in person and gave it a very good review. We've only talked about some implications today. We'll still have to discuss the specifics in the office. Not bad, not bad. You're getting more and more into it as a farm manager. Xia Ruofei praised him. The next time I see Mr. Tang, I'll definitely ask for a reward for you. Praise me as much as you want, I don't mind. Liang Qichao chuckled. Don't you want your face? Xia Ruofei couldn't help rolling his eyes. Lin Qiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, she quickly covered her mouth. Ruofei, have you chosen the future direction of your West winery? Liang Qichao couldn't help but ask. The Hunter Valley Semillon is well known, and Uncle Carter's brewing technique is also very good. Our winery Semillon is very unique and highly recognizable, so we should be using this wine as our main wine in the future. Xia Ruofei said. I'll introduce you to the person in charge of the Hunter Valley area of the Maya supermarket chain. Liang Qichao said, in Australia, whether it's agricultural products or red wine, channels are very important. Without the support of channels, no matter how good your product is, it's useless. Xia Ruofei wanted to tell Liang Qichao that he knew the boss of the Maya group. Not only that, but his family was also indebted to him. There was no need for him to get to know the person in charge of Hunter Valley. However, he didn't want to dampen Liang Qichao's enthusiasm, so he smiled and nodded, all right. It's good to have a chat with him when I have the chance. Liang Qichao looked around and said, he's over there. Let's go. Let's go over now. Just as Liang Qichao was about to bring Xia Ruofei over to meet the leader of the Maya group's Hunter Valley area, there was a sudden commotion. Xia Ruofei's 5 senses were more sensitive than the average person's. He could hear the voice very clearly. He could not help but frown. Xia Ruofei and the other two turned around and saw Jingpeng arguing with a short, fat man with an Asian face. Tan Lily was standing aside with tears in her eyes. Brother Ruofei, let's go and see what's going on, Lin Qiao said after a moment of hesitation. Although Tan Lily liked to show off and even look down on Lin Qiao, she was still her classmate. Moreover, they were in a foreign country, so Lin Qiao was still very soft-hearted. Let's go. Xia Ruofei nodded. The 3 of them walked towards the scene of the incident. Many guests were standing at the side and discussing in low voices. Some even cast disdainful looks at the short fatty. Liang Qichao knew a lot of people, so he asked around. Soon, Xia Ruofei had a general idea of what had happened. It turned out that Jingpeng was still trying to get close to Brody, so he went to talk to him after a while Tan Lily was resting on the sofa alone. The short fatty was a Wei Nation man, and he came over with a glass of wine to strike up a conversation with Tan Lily. Although Tan Lily was vain, the perverted look in the short fatty's eyes made her feel uncomfortable. After a few casual words, she got up and prepared to leave. To her surprise, the short fatty pinched her butt hard when she got up. Then, he smiled and said that he could pay a lot for her to spend the night with him. Ever since Tan Lily entered the banquet hall, although everyone she met looked at her with fiery eyes, they were at least polite. Even when they tried to strike up a conversation with her, they maintained their gentlemanly demeanor. She didn't expect this Wei Nation man to be so despicable. He dared to harass her in public, in the hall, and even said such insulting words. She was so angry that she suddenly screamed and shed tears of grievance. Zhengpeng heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. When he heard that his girlfriend had been taken advantage of by the Wei Nation devils, he was immediately furious and started quarreling with him. Xia Ruofei squinted at the Wei Nation's short winter melon, his eyes a little cold. Although he didn't have a good impression of Tan Lily, and he hated Zhengpeng even more, Tan Lily was still a fellow Chinese being harassed by the Wei Nation Japanese in Australia, and their attitude was so arrogant, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. That short Donghua had an uncaring look on his face, saying, "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? I don't care who you are," Zhengpeng said angrily. "Apologize to my girlfriend now." Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bom.so/sbjmia to support us. Apologize? The short Wintermelon sneered. That Chinese woman seduced me first and framed me because she wasn't satisfied with the price. She should be the one apologizing. Tan Lily raised her head at once. Her eyes were red, and she was trembling with anger. "You're talking nonsense. I didn't seduce you at all. You're the one who's been pestering me." A proud smile appeared on short Donghua's face as he said, "Do you have any evidence?" "Who would believe it? Who am I? Yamada Jiro? I can hook my finger and a bunch of women will throw themselves into my arms. Why do I need to bother you, a lowly woman from China?" Zhengpeng certainly believed Tan Lily's words, and seeing the Japanese man who called himself Yamada Jiro shamelessly distort the truth, he was also furious. "Fuck. I'll beat you to death." Zhengpeng's eyes were filled with anger as he rushed toward Yamada Jiro. Yamada Jiro's mouth twitched, revealing a mocking expression. The two tall and strong white men behind him immediately stepped forward and stared at Zhengpeng. One of them asked, "Mr. Yamada, do you need our help?" As soon as Zhengpeng saw the two white bodyguards who were at least a head taller than him and whose arms were almost as thick as his thighs, his momentum suddenly weakened. He stood there, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. Yamada Jiro narrowed his eyes and said, in broken English, "If this Chinese man gets hot-headed again, you guys have to help him clear his head." Understood. The two white bodyguards clenched their fists, and their joints made a creepy sound as they approached Zhengpeng with bad intentions. Zhengpeng panicked and took 2 steps back with a pale face. He said, "What do you want? Don't mess around." At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a few Caucasians say in surprise, "This Wei Nation man is Yamada Jiro? So the news of the convenience store chain under Yamada's corporation entering Australia is true?" Another person said, "As far as I know, the president of Yamada's company, Saima Yamada, and Ethan, from Maya Dunn has already reached a preliminary intention to cooperate and is preparing to conduct a pilot project in New South Wales. The two companies will jointly create a new retail brand. Yamada Jiro is the second son of Yamada Simi. He was sent to Australia by Yamada's corporation to be in charge of this cooperation. This means that Yamada Jiro and Maya are very close." Someone said, "It seems that the Chinese man is in trouble, indeed. Yamada Jiro and Tang Hu have a very good relationship. I heard that this Chinese man is the son of the Wilkinson Winery's owner," someone said gloatingly. This time, he offended Yamada Jiro. I'm afraid Wilkinson Winery is in trouble. I'm afraid that's not all. Tang Hubujin is the actual leader of the Maya group in New South Wales. He's also the king of the Sydney underground world. I think this Chinese person should be more worried about his personal safety. Xia Ruofei listened to the discussion, and a playful look flashed across his eyes. Zheng Peng also heard these words. His face suddenly turned as pale as paper, and he could not help but tremble in fear. When he looked at Yamada Jiro again, there was no trace of anger, but a pleading look. He had been in Australia for many years, so he knew how terrifying Tang Hu was. It was said that Tang Hu was Tang Etienne's nephew and was highly regarded by Tang Etienne. He was in charge of many business matters. Because of his relationship with Tang Etienne, Tang Hu had a lot of influence in the Yixing society in New South Wales. This was a Chinese society that had once made the Vietnam gang, Indonesia gang, and even the local Australian motorcycle gang tremble in fear. Although it had gradually turned underground in recent years, its power was still huge. It could be said that if Tang Hu made a statement to make him disappear, then he absolutely wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun, and wouldn't even stir a bit of a wave. Zheng Peng's teeth were chattering in fear. Yamada Jiro naturally heard the discussion around him. He laughed disdainfully and said, "China man, I'll definitely take special care of your Wilkinson Winery. Of course, I'm sure Mr. Tang will also treat you well, he. Zheng Peng seemed to wake up from a dream. He quickly bowed to Yamada Jiro and begged, "Mr. Yamada, I'm sorry. I was blind to have offended you. Please have mercy, and let me go this once." Tan Lily's eyes widened as she looked at her boyfriend's pathetic performance. She could not help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. Yamada Jiro glanced at Zheng Peng and asked, "Do you still need me to apologize?" "I don't dare to," Zheng Peng quickly nodded and smiled. "But I still need an apology." Yamada Jiro continued, "It was your girlfriend who seduced me, but she accused me of harassing her. This is a great damage to my reputation." Zheng Peng was stunned for a moment, then he quickly said to Tan Lily, Li, hurry. Quickly apologize to Mr. Yamada." Tan Lily's eyes were filled with tears, as if she was meeting her boyfriend for the first time. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow. "Do you really want me to apologize to her?" Tan Lily stared at Zheng Peng with a blank expression and asked. Zheng Peng didn't care about Tan Lily's feelings at all. He said anxiously, "Isn't it just an apology? What are you waiting for? Are you trying to get me killed?" At this time, Yamada Jiro waved his hand and said, "Chinese, it seems like your woman isn't very obedient." "Alright, I've changed my mind. No, Mr. Yamada, I'll teach her a lesson right away," Zheng Peng said quickly. Then, he glared at Tan Lily and said, "Tan Lily, are you going to apologize? If you don't apologize, do you believe that I won't let you return to the country?" Yamada Jiro laughed and said, "China man, I've already said that I've changed my mind. Since your woman seduced me, she must pay the price. I hope that she can appear on my bed tonight. Do you have any objections?" Zheng Peng couldn't help but turn pale. This kind of public act of making him a cuckold made him feel very embarrassed. However, when he thought of the terrifying strength of the other party, Zheng Peng could only smile and say, "Mr. Yamada, this can we discuss, Baka?" Yamada Jiro's face darkened as he cursed. The two white bodyguards also immediately waved their fists at Zheng Peng. The threat was very obvious. Zheng Peng trembled and quickly said, "No objections." No objections. Mr. Yamada, I'm sure Lily would be very honored to serve you. After that, Jinpeng quickly gave Tan Lily a look and said, Lily, Mr. Yamada is the young master of Yamada's company. You'll definitely enjoy a good life if you follow him. Say something. Tan. Lily's heart was already dead at this time. She had completely seen through Jinpeng's character. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she said, You want to send me to his bed just because of this? Jinpeng was also speechless. Tan Lily suddenly slapped Jinpeng's face and said, Jinpeng, I was really blind before. I actually fell in love with you, you scum. I'm telling you, if you want to be cheap, that's your business. I'm not cheap to the point of selling my body. Xia Ruofei watched from the side. For the first time, he had a good impression of the vain Tan Lily. After Tan Lily finished speaking, she walked toward the banquet hall's exit without looking back. She had already seen through the so-called life of the upper class. Under the bright and beautiful appearance, there were also so many filth and sins. Yamada Jiro's fiery eyes swept over Tan Lily's sexy butt, and he said gloomily, Chinese woman, did I allow you to leave? The two bodyguards immediately understood what she meant. They moved to Tan Lily's left and right, closing in on her. Tan Lily's beautiful face turned pale. Two tall and burly white bodyguards completely blocked her way. At this moment, there was really no way out. Tan Lily helplessly looked back at Jinpeng, only to see him standing there with a pale face, not daring to move. He even deliberately avoided her gaze. Tan Lily was even angrier. She didn't expect Jinpeng to be so cowardly when he was in trouble. He didn't even dare to say a word when his girlfriend was about to be taken for sex. Yamada Jiro had a smug smile on his face. His lecherous eyes fell on Tan Lily's plump buttocks. He had already begun to imagine the scene of him pressing Tan Lily under his body and wantonly humiliating her tonight. Yamada Jiro was particularly fascinated by women's buttocks, even a little perverted, so he had his eyes on Tan Lily's plump figure as soon as he came in. Even after being rejected by Tan Lily, he couldn't help but give her a slap on her perky buttocks. However, he did not expect Tan Lily's reaction to be so intense. She even started screaming and shouting. However, Yamada Jiro felt that this was good too. He could use this as an excuse to fuck this strong-willed woman. Yamada's company wasn't a giant in the Wei nation's retail industry, but it wasn't small either. Yamada Jiro had been pampered since he was a child and had developed an arrogant personality. Especially on this trip to Australia to develop, he had established a good friendship with Tang Hu, and the two sides were about to carry out in-depth cooperation. With Tang Hu's position in the underground world, Yamada Jiro was simply unscrupulous. Especially when he saw that the Australian Caucasians also did not dare to speak up for justice, Yamada Jiro was even more proud. Tan Lily's face was drained of blood. Her body trembled slightly as she looked at the two white bodyguards approaching her. She felt endless despair when she thought about the nightmare she was going to face tonight. Just as the two white bodyguards were about to grab Tan Lily, a cold voice was heard. Stop. The two Caucasians subconsciously stopped. Yamada Jiro also narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. A young man with an Asian face stepped out of the crowd and walked toward Tan Lily. Tan Lily turned her head around like a drowning person who had just found a life-saving straw. Then, her eyes widened. The one who stepped forward was naturally Xia Ruofei. Tan Lily felt a mix of emotions when she saw Lin Xiao's boyfriend, who was hiding in the corner and didn't dare to make a sound, stand up for her. She had been mocking him before. Baka. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Yamada Jiro asked with a serious face. At this time another person stood out from the crowd and smiled at Yamada Jiro. Mr. Yamada, he's the owner of West Winery. This stupid Chinese is probably trying to stand up for his fellow countrymen, right? The person who spoke was Brody. He had been watching from the crowd. Because of Xia Ruofei, he didn't like the Chinese tonight, even Peng, who was carefully trying to get close to him. Seeing Peng almost being forced into a desperate situation by Yamada Jiro and Tan Lily having no way to escape, Brody couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. What surprised him even more was that the person he hated the most, Xia Ruofei, had actually stupidly stood up at this time. Initially, Brody had thought that Paradise Farm's background was too big. If Xia Ruofei was really determined to deal with his family's Golden Oak Winery, what should he do? Now that Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to provoke Yamada Jiro, Brody was overjoyed and immediately stood up to expose Xia Ruofei's identity. When the Australians heard that Xia Ruofei was just the owner of a small winery, they all looked at him with pity. Although many of them admired Xia Ruofei's courage, they felt that his behavior was like hitting a rock with an egg. Yamada Jiro was also stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Xia Ruofei as if he was an idiot and said, "So it's the Chinese again. No wonder you're so stupid." Then, Yamada Jiro waved to the two other bodyguards behind him and said, "You guys go and teach that Chinaman a lesson. What's the consequence of being a busybody?" "Yes." The two white men responded loudly. Then, they approached Xia Ruofei with sinister smiles on their faces. The fire of hope in Tan Lily's heart was gradually extinguished. The situation was obvious. Yamada Jiro had a lot of people and power. Even if Xia Ruofei was not only the owner of West Winery, but also a major shareholder of Paradise Farm, he was not enough to stand out in this situation. Although he wasn't small, he looked so weak in front of the two white bodyguards who were as strong as polar bears. Could it be that he was really doomed tonight? Tan Lily thought sorrowfully. She even felt a little guilty for implicating Xia Ruofei. Liang Qichao and Lin Xiao looked worried. Lin Xiao knew that Xia Ruofei had served in the special forces and was good at fighting. Liang Qichao was even more worried. He didn't even consider that Paradise Farm would be in a passive position after offending Yamada Jiro and Tang Hu. He rolled up his sleeves and was ready to help Xia Ruofei. However, before Liang Qichao could do anything, Xia Ruofei had already taken the initiative to greet the two white bodyguards. The two white men approached Xia Ruofei from both sides. Xia Ruofei's footsteps gradually quickened. When they were close enough, the two white men raised their bowl-sized fists and the smile on their faces became even more cruel. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly lowered his center of gravity. With a beautiful sweep of his leg, the two Caucasians fell to the ground like dumb bears. They covered their legs and screamed in pain. The onlookers gasped at the same time. Such a simple move was extremely practical. In addition, Xia Ruofei's movements were as fast as lightning. It was very pleasing to the eye. Oh! Chinese Kung Fu! Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Yamada Jiro's face was livid as he cursed, "Baka! A bunch of trash! Aren't you guys going to attack me together? Beat him to death. The two white bodyguards struggled to get up from the ground. Two other strong white men also left Tan Lily behind. The four of them closed in on Xia Ruofei. Their expressions were much more serious than before, but they still didn't believe that the thin and weak-looking Easterner could have much power. They thought that the two of them had just underestimated their enemy. A disdainful smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. Without waiting for them to come to him, he took the initiative to greet them. Xia Ruofei's footsteps slowed down, and then he lightly stepped on a sofa. He turned his body sideways and kicked one of the white bodyguards in the chest. The white bodyguard suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a truck. He flew backward involuntarily and only landed on his butt after flying for 3 or 4 meters. After Xia Ruofei kicked the white bodyguard, he twisted his body and kicked another strong white man. Then, he kicked the third and fourth one. The 4 bear-like bodyguards were all kicked away. Xia Ruofei did not land on the ground at all. When the last bodyguard was kicked away, he did a beautiful side somersault and stood firmly on the ground. Then, he hooked his finger at them in disdain. This set of movements was extremely gaudy, like Huang Feihong's Foshan shadowless kick in the movie. The farm owners and winery owners who were watching the show gasped again and exclaimed. Some young people even whistled. Xia Ruofei's movements were too cool. He came from the mysterious East. This was the first time these people had seen Chinese kung fu, and they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xia Ruofei did not use too much strength in the first kick, but he used a bit more strength in the second kick. Hence, after the 4 white men were kicked away, they could not stand up after struggling for a long time. Xia Ruofei's expression was cold as he walked towards Yamada Jiro. Yamada Jiro's face darkened. He did not expect his bodyguards to be so useless. Some of the 4 men were mercenaries who had been through countless life and death situations, and one of them was even an underground champion. They had a lot of fighting experience, but in front of Xia Ruofei, they were as weak as chickens. Seeing Xia Ruofei walking towards him unhurriedly, Yamada Jiro could not help but feel a huge pressure. As he slowly backed away, he said, I'm Mr. Tang Hu's friend. You'd better think clearly about what you're doing. Don't talk about Tang Hu. So what if you're Tang Etienne's friend? Xia Ruofei said indifferently, today, you have insulted the Chinese again and again and even tried to rape my fellow countrymen. Do you think I should give you a memorable lesson? Yamada Jiro didn't expect Tang Hu's name to be completely useless. In his opinion, this young man was either too powerful to care about Tang Hu, or he was an idiot who did things without considering the consequences. However, according to Brody, Xia Ruofei was only the owner of a winery. How powerful could the owner of a small winery be? It seemed that the second possibility was more likely. This young man was acting unscrupulously just because he had good skills. As Yamada Jiro thought about it, he took out a gun from his pocket and pointed the black muzzle at Xia Ruofei. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. All kinds of screams were heard. When the well-dressed upper-class people saw Yamada Jiro take out a gun, they were so scared that they quickly dodged to the side. Xia Ruofei was still 5 to 6 meters away from Yamada Jiro. He squinted his eyes and said, I hate being pointed at with a gun, especially by the Japanese. You've successfully infuriated me. Lin Qiao was beaming with joy when she saw Xia Ruofei's impressive performance. She was like a fan who had met her idol. However, the next moment, when she saw Yamada Jiro suddenly pull out a pistol and point the black muzzle at Xia Ruofei, she turned pale and could not help but scream. "Brother Ruofei!" Lin Xiao's voice trembled. In panic, Yamada Jiro looked toward the source of the voice and saw Lin Xiao in the crowd, who looked worried and scared. Lin Xiao was dressed like a flower fairy today, full of the delicate and moving aura of a young girl. At this time, her face was full of fear and she had a temperament that made people pity her. Yamada Jiro's eyes glowed with lust. He thought he had the situation under control and laughed. "Chinese, so what? If you're angry? So what if you're good at fighting? Can you still be faster than a bullet? I'd like to know if you can already smell the scent of death. In Mr. Tang, whose territory, the death of a small shrimp like you won't even cause a wave. Do you feel very scared? Ha ha ha. Are you done?" Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. No. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly," Yamada Jiro said proudly. He then looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Your female companion seems to be worried about you. I think I'll be able to enjoy the bodies of 2 Chinese beauties tonight. I'm looking forward to it. I'll let you watch how I ravage them. And let you watch a free erotic show before sending you on your way." Ha ha ha. Yamada Jiro laughed insolently and looked at Lin Xiao with a playful look. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His voice was emotionless as he said coldly, "As I said just now, I hate being pointed at with a gun, but I hate people coveting my woman even more. Unfortunately, you've committed both crimes, so," as Xia Ruofei said this, he suddenly stomped on the ground like a spring, and then his figure flashed strangely. Almost in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yamada Jiro. His right hand was like an iron clamp, gripping Yamada Jiro's wrist that was holding the gun. Yamada Jiro's face still had that wild smile on it. Xia Ruofei's movements were so fast that he had no time to react. He only saw a blur before Xia Ruofei disappeared. Then, he felt his wrist being grabbed by Xia Ruofei. Yamada Jiro's smile instantly froze. Was he still human? The distance of 5 to 6 meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and he couldn't even pull the trigger subconsciously. Before Yamada Jiro's fear overwhelmed him, he heard a crack. He was stunned for a moment, then felt a piercing pain in his wrist. He couldn't help but scream. His hand loosened weakly, and the pistol fell to the ground. Xia Ruofei's toes lightly touched the pistol that was about to fall to the ground. It immediately spun and flew up. He reached out to catch it easily and glanced at it casually. "You didn't even unlock the safety. I've overestimated you." Xia Ruofei pouted. "Wow, my God." All kinds of exclamations sounded one after another. The scene of Xia Ruofei's explosive speed was like a special effect from a movie. However, they knew that it was reality and not a movie. Xia Ruofei's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their minds. Xia Ruofei pulled the bolt and loaded the bullet. He then pointed the black muzzle at Yamada Jiro's forehead and said gloomily, "Now, with a slight movement of my finger, you'll be able to see your dear Tensho God." Japanese, are you looking forward to it? Yamada Jiro felt his hair stand on end. He even forgot the pain of his wrist fracture and quickly begged for mercy. "Don T. I don't want to die. Have mercy. Please have mercy." Xia Ruofei sneered and kicked Yamada Jiro's leg. Without hesitation, Yamada Jiro knelt on the ground involuntarily. Can you apologize to my fellow countrymen now? Xia Ruofei asked. Indifferently. Sure, Yamada Jiro said hurriedly, then turned to Tan Lily. Madam, I'm sorry. I harassed you just now. I apologize, what else? Xia Ruofei asked, coldly. Yamada Jiro was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered that. He seemed to have some bad thoughts about this demon, like Chinese's girlfriend. He even said that he wanted to have both of them together. He suddenly wanted to slap himself. Yamada Jiro quickly turned to Lin Xiao and put her down. He said with a sad face, Madam, I was possessed. Please forgive me, he said. Then, he turned to Xia Ruofei and pleaded, Sir, I've already realized my mistake. Please spare my life. Xia Ruofei snorted coldly. He pushed the gun in his hand forward and made a paw sound. Yamada Jiro shrieked in fear. Then he felt his lower abdomen relax, and a warm liquid flowed out uncontrollably. Suddenly, everyone in the hall could smell the strong smell of urine. They could not help but frown and cast a disdainful look at Yamada Jiro. Yamada Jiro, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had become a coward in the blink of an eye. Many farm owners and winery owners were secretly pleased. After all, Yamada Jiro was too arrogant just now. Of course, many people were worried about Xia Ruofei. Tonight's incident would not end well. If Xia Ruofei really killed Yamada Jiro in front of everyone, he would definitely not be able to escape from prison. If he spared Yamada Jiro's life with the relationship between Yamada Jiro and Tang Hu, he would definitely deal with him in a thunderous way. He would not have a good ending either. Liang Qichao and Lin Xiao were undoubtedly the most worried. When Lin Xiao heard Xia Ruofei say that she was his woman, she couldn't help but feel a hint of sweetness even though she knew that Xia Ruofei was saying this to an outsider. However, Lin Xiao quickly returned to reality and realized that Xia Ruofei's situation was not good. Her eyes were filled with worry. However, Xia Ruofei seemed to be completely unaware of the predicament he was about to face. He still looked indifferently at Yamada Jiro, who was kneeling in front of him, without any emotion in his eyes. Yamada Jiro shivered. The strong killing intent in Xia Ruofei's eyes made him realize that the person in front of him was not trying to scare him. If he made a move, Xia Ruofei would pull the trigger without hesitation. Just as Yamada Jiro insolently ordered his bodyguards to capture Tan Lily, Tang Etienne and his wife, Jennifer, were sitting on the sofa and chatting in a separate villa room of Spicer Vineyard Hotel. Their son, Tang Howren, was playing happily on the side. Tang Etienne's family arrived at the Hunter Valley Inn. The evening. Little Howren had been asking to see Ruofei's brother for the past few days, and Tang Etienne and Jennifer wanted Xia Ruofei to treat little Howren to completely eliminate the hidden danger, so they came to the Hunter Valley together. However, Tang Etienne had been delayed for half a day in the morning due to company matters. It was almost evening when they arrived at the Hunter Valley. It was obviously impolite to visit Xia Ruofei at this time. In addition, the quarterly reception of the New South Wales branch of the Maya Group in Hunter Valley was also held today. Although Tang Etienne usually wouldn't attend this level of cocktail party in the past, since today was a coincidence and his nephew Tang who warmly invited him, he decided to attend. Tang Etienne sat on the sofa, still thinking about the scene when he visited Elder Su 2 days ago. Elder Su was the senior that Tang Etienne had told Xia Ruofei about on the plane. Tang Etienne's father came to Australia to make a living when he was very young. Later, he joined the overseas Hong Sect's Australian branch, the Kong Tong Righteous Association, and became the leader of the association when he was 60 years old. And Elder Su was also one of the founding members of the association, an elder that Tang Etienne respected very much. When Elder Su heard from Tang Etienne that he had met a young man on the plane back to Australia, and that the young man had told him about Little Howren's blocked meridians, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly asked for more details. Tang Etienne didn't dare to be slow, so he told Elder Su everything that had happened on the plane. When Elder Su heard that Xia Ruofei could actually resolve the innate pure yang qi in Little Howren's body, and that he only needed to undergo one more treatment to completely remove the hidden danger, he was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Then, he immediately did another divination, and his eyes shone as he said, "He has indeed defied the heavens and changed his fate. Etienne, it seems that the last chance of survival that I calculated fell on this Mr. Xia." "Uncle Su, I think so too," Tang Etienne said respectfully. Elder Su looked at Tang Etienne with a strange expression and said, "Etienne, I can't believe you're so lucky that you've even met such a strange person like Mr. Xia. I'll give you a reminder. No matter what, don't treat this Mr. Xia as an ordinary young man. Maintain absolute respect for him. It will only be good for you." Tang Etienne was also moved. He didn't need Elder Su's reminder. He would also maintain a good relationship with Xia Ruofei, because Xia Ruofei was his son's savior. However, respect and friendship were two completely different concepts. Elder Su looked at Tang Etienne and asked indifferently, "Do you think I'm exaggerating?" "I don't dare," Tang Etienne laughed. "You don't dare to, or you don't?" Elder Su stared at Tang Etienne and asked. He didn't wait for Tang Etienne's reply and continued, "Let me tell you something. You'll understand why I suggested this to you, Uncle Su, please advise me." Tang Etienne said respectfully. "You should know old Mr. Li Jiuzhou, right?" Elder Su asked. "How could I not know Grandpa Jiuzhou?" Tang Etienne immediately said. "The old man passed away last year. I heard that the Hong Sect brothers in the United States held a grand funeral for him. Unfortunately, I just happened to take Howren back to China to seek medical treatment and didn't make it in time for the old man's funeral." Li Jiuzhou was a legendary figure in the Hong Sect. When he was young, Li Jiuzhou was known for his strong combat power in the Hong Sect in the United States. He had once struck fear into the hearts of other gangs. When Li Jiuzhou was 90 years old, he was still a martial arts expert, and 3 to 5 young men could not easily get close to him. At the age of 100, he could still drink a pound of white wine and walk up and down the stairs as if he was flying. He had lived for a total of 126 years. And only died last year. Even Tang Etienne's father had to respectfully call Li Jiuzhou Grandpa Li, which showed that he was of high seniority. Li Jiuzhou had fought countless battles in his youth. He did not abstain from smoking or drinking, but he managed to live to a lifespan that was close to the world record. There were many legends about him in the Hong Sect. A more reliable one was that Li Jiuzhou had met an expert in his youth and had cultivated a qi cultivation technique. Elder Su nodded and said, "It's good that you know, Mr. Jiuzhou. 3 years ago, Howren's condition began to worsen. I once went to the United States to ask Mr. Kyushu for help." "What?" Uncle Su, you actually went to the United States for Haren, and you even went to ask Grandpa Jojo for help? Tang Etienne was shocked. Why didn't you tell me about this? Elder Su smiled faintly and waved his hand. What's there to say about this matter not being done? Etienne, this is not the main point, you should listen to me. Tang Etienne was very touched. He nodded and said, Uncle Su, no matter what, I'll remember your kindness. All right, we're all family. Do you have to be so pretentious? Elder Su laughed and scolded, do you still want to listen? Please, I won't interrupt, Tang Etienne smiled. Elder Su continued, do you know what happened at that time? After I described Haren's condition to Mr. Kyushu, he directly shook his head and said that if he were 20 years younger, he might have the ability to help, but the probability of success was very low. What? Even Grandfather Jojo is not confident? Tang Etienne's expression changed. So, Mr. Xia's strength, after hearing Elder Su's words and thinking about how Xia Ruofei had treated little Haren, he couldn't help but be shocked. Elder Su smiled and stroked his beard. So, do you think that such a person is not worthy of your respect? It's worth it, Tang Etienne said without hesitation. Mr. Xia's strength has surpassed Grandfather Jojo, so he is worthy of our respect. Not to mention that he is Haren's savior. Although it had been 3 or 4 days since he had met Elder Su, Tang Etienne still felt like he was in a dream when he thought about it. He had thought that Xia Ruofei was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cure little Haren. However, once he had a clear reference, the concept of strength was even more intuitive and shocking. Tang Etienne didn't tell Jennifer about this. Even if he did, Jennifer wouldn't be able to understand. She didn't know about the internal affairs of the Yixing Society, and she didn't know about Mr. Li Jiozhou's magic. Of course, Jennifer's gratitude to Xia Ruofei was no less than Tang Etienne's. On the contrary, as a mother, she watched her most beloved child's condition get worse day by day. She had hundreds of millions of assets, but was helpless. In that desperate and helpless situation, Xia Ruofei's appearance had pulled little Haren back from the edge of death. As a woman with a softer heart, Jennifer's gratitude to Xia Ruofei was even far more than Tang Etienne's. Hence, when little Haren wanted to see Xia Ruofei, the couple decided to come to the Hunter Valley after a short discussion. There was a light knock on the door. Come in, Tang Etienne said imposingly. A 27 or 28-year-old man opened the door and walked in. He was wearing a well-ironed tang suit and had a very strong body. His eyes were bright and his temples were slightly raised. His whole person was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, with a dazzling edge. However, he was very respectful in front of Tang Etienne. As soon as he entered the room, he slightly bowed to Tang Etienne and said, "Fifth uncle, the banquet has already started. Please move to the banquet hall with second aunt." This man was Tang Etienne's nephew, Tang Hu. He was the son of Tang Etienne's older brother who had died. Tang Etienne nodded and stood up with Jennifer. He waved at little Haren and said, "Haren, let's go." Little Haren raised his head and asked, "Are you going to find brother Ruo Fei?" Tang Etienne smiled. "It's late now. It's impolite to look for brother Ruofei. I'll take you to a party." Little Haren suddenly lost interest and said, "Oh, however, he had received a good upbringing since he was young, so he didn't throw a tantrum." He still stood up obediently and left the villa with Tang Etienne and the others. A small electric car was parked at the entrance. After Tang Hu respectfully invited Tang Etienne's family into the car, he jumped onto the front passenger seat and signaled the staff to set off. On the way, Tang Hu turned his head and said with a smile, "Fifth uncle, if those suppliers know that you're personally attending the banquet, they'll definitely be overwhelmed by the favor." Tang Etienne smiled faintly and said, "It was just a coincidence. You've done well in the New South Wales market these past few years, so I'm not worried. It's all because of your cultivation, fifth uncle," Tang Hu quickly said. Tang Etienne smiled and said, "That's also because of your own efforts. However, Tiger, it's best to change the business of the Yixing Society as soon as possible. The situation is not like before." "I understand, fifth uncle," Tang Hu said with a solemn expression. "The transformation has been going on, but it's a process. In short, we must strictly restrain our subordinates," Tang Etienne said seriously. "In addition, we must not touch sensitive businesses, like drugs and firearms." "I understand. Don't worry, those businesses have been completely shut down for the past 2 days. And drug trading is absolutely not allowed in our territory." "Yes," Tang Hu said, and then he smiled and said, "The state police chief even expressed his approval of our righteous association some time ago." The director of the state police praised the leader of the underground world. It might sound a little ironic, but it was indeed an objective fact. There were not so many black and white people in this world. Just like Tang Etienne, who in the Australian police didn't know that he used to be an important figure in the entire Australian underground world. However, he could still drink and chat with the federal politicians. Tang Etienne nodded and asked, "Oh right, how's the cooperation with the Wei Nation?" He frowned slightly when he asked the question. He had a certain resistance to this cooperation. Although Ing Luo was born and raised in Australia, he had yellow blood in his body, and he had been in the Chinese society with his father since he was young. He had a strong Chinese complex and naturally disliked the Wei people. However, this cooperation was strongly advocated by Tang Hu, so it was a pilot project in New South Wales. The conditions proposed by the other party were very attractive. The two sides would set up a new retail brand and promote it in Australia and Wei Nation at the same time. Maya also had a controlling stake, so the initiative in the cooperation process was in Maya's hands. Therefore, Tang Etienne reluctantly agreed to let Tang Hu try. "We're almost done with the discussion. They've basically agreed to our conditions. We should enter the substantive implementation stage if we can reach an agreement on some details," said Tang Hu immediately. Tang Etienne nodded. "Be careful. The Wei Nation people have always been cunning and untrustworthy. You can't trust them too much." "Don't worry, fifth uncle." Tang Hu grinned. "In Australia, especially in New South Wales, the Wei Nation people can't cause any trouble at all. In the Wei Nation, Yamada Company Limited is also facing the pressure of several major retail giants, and it's hard to survive, so they don't dare to have any crooked thoughts about cooperation." "That's good," Tang Etienne closed his eyes after he finished. Tang Hu also tactfully turned his head. Soon, the electric car arrived in front of the hotel's main building. Tang Hu respectfully invited Tang Etienne's family out of the car, then personally led them into the main banquet hall. Before they reached the door, Tang Etienne and the others heard a burst of noise inside. Some people even whistled and cheered. Tang Etian, slightly frowned and asked, "What's going on? Is there a party going on inside?" This kind of reception usually had a peaceful atmosphere, and everyone was communicating elegantly. They didn't even speak too loudly, or else it would be quite rude. But now, it was as if they were in the stands of a football field, which was a bit unbelievable. Tang, who also couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, hurriedly saying, "Something might have happened. I'll go take a look." Finished speaking, Tang Hu hurriedly took 2 steps, first pushing open the banquet hall's door. As soon as Tang Hu entered, he saw a scene that made him furious. Almost everyone in the banquet hall was gathered together, and then he saw Yamada Jiro trembling and kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy with snot and tears. An Asian man held a gun to Yamada Jiro's forehead, his expression calm and cold. "What are you doing? Immediately put down your gun," Tang Hu roared. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment, and then everyone began to whisper. For a moment, it was as if buzzing sounds were everywhere. Tang Hu's reputation in New South Wales was too well known. When these people saw that Tang Hu had arrived personally, they immediately looked at Xia Ruofei with sympathy. Of course, many people were gloating. Yamada Jiro, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have found a life-saving straw. His face regained its vitality, and he shouted, "Mr. Tang, help me. Mr. Tang is here. This Chinese man is going to be in trouble. Yamada Jiro is Mr. Tang Hu's guest. And the 2 companies are about to have an in-depth cooperation. This Chinese man actually beat him up so badly, and even used a gun. He's too reckless, haha. I have to admit that Chinese kid was really cool. But I'm looking forward to seeing him kneel and beg for mercy in front of Mr. Tang Hu." Someone gloated. No matter how powerful an individual is, they can never go against power. Mr. Tang Hu is the true king of the underground world in New South Wales. Those who offend his friends will end up in a terrible state. Someone echoed. Lin Qiao, Liang Qichao, Tan Lily, and the others were still worried when they saw Xia Ruofei easily subduing Yamada Jiro, but they were relieved. At least the immediate crisis was over. However, when Tang Hu appeared, their hearts were in their throats again. The happiest person in the crowd was none other than Brody. From the beginning, he looked down on Xia Ruofei, to later on, he was worried about the strong background of Paradise Farm. From hoping to see Xia Ruofei humiliated by Yamada Jiro, to seeing Xia Ruofei easily control the situation with his own eyes, his mood went through several ups and downs. When he saw Xia Ruofei in the limelight, beating Brody until he knelt and begged for mercy, Brody felt all sorts of dissatisfaction. Tang Hu's appearance made Brody's eyes light up. Although Xia Ruofei still had a gun in his hand, he couldn't help but shout in the crowd, "Hey, Chinese kid, aren't you very good at fighting? Now that Mr. Tang Hu is here, why don't you show us your best Chinese kung fu?" Some people who were gloating also laughed. Even Jingpeng, who was hiding in the crowd, laughed with a trace of pleasure. This scene happened to be seen by Tan Lily, and she despised this shameless scumbag to the bone. When she thought of how she had been so loyal to him and even satisfied his perverted requests in bed, Tan Lily felt as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. Yamada Jiro also came back to his senses, and quickly shouted with a smug look, "If you let me go now, maybe I can plead for you in front of Mr. Tang and give you a quick death. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you die of pain." From Yamada Jiro's point of view, no matter how reckless Xia Ruofei was, he could only obediently surrender. When he saw Tang Hu Unexpectedly, Xia Ruofei's answer to Yamada Jiro was so simple and brutal. He raised the hand holding the gun and smashed it down heavily. The handle of the gun hit Yamada Jiro's shoulder. Everyone could clearly hear a crack. Yamada Jiro's shoulder blade was broken. Yamada Jiro let out a tragic wail and rolled on the ground in pain. Tang Hu's expression changed. He didn't think that this Chinese youth would actually dare to disobey his orders, even seriously injuring Yamada Jiro after he shouted to stop him. Tang Hu waved his hand, signaling his top fighters to step forward. At the same time, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Xia Ruofei. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Put down your guns immediately. Otherwise, I swear I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to the eagles." At this moment, Tang Hu suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him, and then his butt was heavily kicked. Caught off guard, he suddenly fell forward, his gun also dropping a few meters away. Tang Hu angrily turned his head, only to see Tang Etienne with the same angry face rushing over, aiming to hit him. Tang Hu was immediately stupefied. He didn't know why his most respected fifth uncle would suddenly go crazy. Only when the fists and feet hit his body did he cover his head to protect his vital parts while shouting, "Fifth uncle! Fifth uncle! Why did you hit me?" "I'm Tang Hu." The banquet hall was also deathly silent. Even Tang Hu's golden class fighters had stopped, somewhat bewildered at this strange scene. Tang Etienne was famous in Australia. Almost everyone in the business world knew him. Everyone was surprised to see him at the reception today. However, what made them even more dumbfounded was that Tang Etienne actually beat up his nephew and his right-hand man, Tang Hu, without saying anything. It was as if everyone had been cast with a petrifying spell as they looked at the strange scene that was happening. Tang Etienne cursed as he kicked him, "I'm beating you, you ungrateful thing. Who gave you the guts to point a gun at Mr. Xia?" Tang Etienne was just a few steps behind Tang Hu. When he reached the entrance of the banquet hall and saw that Xia Ruofei was also present, he was surprised at first, but then he saw that Tang Hu had actually pulled out a gun and pointed it at Xia Ruofei. This time, Tang Etienne almost lost his soul. A burst of hot blood rushed to his head, and without hesitation, he rushed up and kicked Tang Hu's butt. What kind of person was Xia Ruofei? He was little Haoran's savior. Besides, the remaining hidden danger in little Haoran's body was still waiting for Xia Ruofei to get rid of. Tang Hu actually pulled out a gun and aimed at his family's great benefactor. How could Tang Etienne not be shocked and angry? What made Tang Etienne's blood turn cold was that he now knew that Xia Ruofei's abilities were far beyond his imagination. It was very likely that he was one of the legendary mysterious men, and his abilities were even stronger than the Hong Sect's legendary Li Jiuzhou. How could such a person be threatened by a small gang leader with a gun? The reason why Tang Etienne didn't hold back his strength to punch and kick Tang Hu was because he cared about his family. He hoped that Xia Ruofei would see that he had already punished Tang Hu, and that Tang Hu didn't know about it beforehand, so he wouldn't blame him. Otherwise, in Tang Etienne's eyes, Tang Hu's life would be in danger. Of course, this was just Tang Etienne's own judgment. In fact, Xia Ruofei wasn't a person with a bad personality. He didn't know much about cultivation, so he didn't have the mentality to be above the common people. Tang Etienne's words were like a bomb exploding on the calm surface of a lake. Everyone in the banquet hall felt that their brains weren't enough to process it, because what had happened in such a short time was far beyond their imagination. At first, they thought that Xia Ruofei would be in big trouble since Tang Hu had personally arrived. In fact, the development of the matter was almost the same as what they had imagined. However, in the blink of an eye, the big boss of the Australian retail industry, Tang Etienne, actually came to the venue in person and beat up Tang Hu without saying a word. All of this was actually because Tang Hu had pulled out a gun against that Chinese kid. This Chinese man even called Ethan. Why did Tang value it so much? Was he really just the owner of a small winery? Many people couldn't help but cast suspicious gazes at Brody. Brody's face was even paler, his heart sinking to the bottom. Tang Hu also stared blankly. Only after a long time did he say in a daze, Mr. Xia? At this moment, a happy child's voice was heard. Brother, are you Ruofei? Then little Howren let go of Jennifer's hand and ran to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei raised his head and saw little Howren. His cold and emotionless face finally revealed a smile. At the same time, he waved his hand at Tang Etienne, indicating that he should stop hitting Tang Hu. Howren. Xia Ruofei smiled as he squatted down and opened his arms. Little Howren immediately threw himself into Xia Ruofei's arms. And Xia Ruofei carried him up easily. Lin Xiao saw Jennifer and immediately greeted her with a smile. She had already learned from the conversations of the people around her that tonight's banquet was organized by the Meiya group. Since Tang Etienne had come to the banquet hall in person, her worries naturally disappeared. Tan Lily saw that Lin Xiao was so familiar with the superstar Jennifer. She also felt ashamed when she thought of how she had always shown off in front of Lin Xiao. Liang Qichao's eyes were wide open. He was just trying to introduce Xia Ruofei to the person in charge of the area in Maya, but he didn't expect Xia Ruofei to be so close to Tang Etienne. Xia Ruofei, you're so good. You didn't even tell me that you have such a big relationship. I've been doing useless things. Liang Qichao laughed and mumbled to himself. Tang Etienne also walked quickly to Xia Ruofei, followed by Tang Hu, who had been beaten up for no reason. Tang Hu's face was still bruised. It seemed that Tang Etienne really didn't hold back just now. Even if it was just for Xia Ruofei to see, it was enough. Tang Etienne looked at Xia Ruofei with a trace of respect in his eyes. He even slightly bowed and said, Mr. Xia, I didn't teach you well. My nephew actually pointed a gun at you. I'm really ashamed. Tang Etienne then glared at Tang Hu and said, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xia. Even though Tang Hu didn't know Xia Ruofei's background, seeing his formidable fifth uncle's respectful attitude towards Xia Ruofei, he naturally didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I was blind to have offended you. Xia Ruofei glanced at Tang Hu and said indifferently, forget it, those who didn't know can't be punished. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for your magnanimity, Tang Hu quickly said gratefully. Mr. Xia, you're so open-minded that you don't hold it against my nephew. I thank you on his behalf, Tang Etienne said. Xia Ruofei gave Tang Etienne a strange look. He felt that Tang Etienne's attitude today was too respectful. Although Tang Etienne was also full of gratitude to Xia Ruofei before, he seemed to be more respectful today. However, Xia Ruofei couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. He just smiled and said, I'm sorry. I've messed up your party. It's fine, it's fine. Tang Etienne quickly said, Mr. Xia, what's going on with this Wei Nation guy? Xia Ruofei turned to Tan Lily and said, Tan Lily, please tell Mr. Tang what happened. He will seek justice for you. Tan Lili heard this and quickly walked out from the crowd. Facing Tang Yitian's powerful aura, she felt a sense of nervousness and couldn't say anything. Tang Yitian smiled and said in Chinese, "This lady, it doesn't matter. What did this Wei Nation man do to you just now? You can tell me boldly. You are Mr. Xia's friend, and I will definitely seek justice for you." Hearing this, Yamada Jiro quickly said, "Mr. Tang, this is a mistake, did I ask you?" Tang Yitian glanced at Yamada Jiro and said, "Tiger, make him shut up." To Tang Hu, Tang Yitian's words were like golden rules. He did not hesitate to take a napkin from the waiter's tray and walk up to Yamada Jiro, who was his potential business partner and had a good relationship with him during this period. He slapped Yamada Jiro a few times and then stuffed his mouth with the napkin. The crisp sound of the slap made the farm owners and winery owners' eyelids twitch. They looked at Xia Ruofei with respect. "Ms. Tan, you tell us." Tang Yitian looked at Tan Lili again, his expression becoming more amiable. Tan Lili finally mustered up her courage and told her everything. Yamada Jiro came to her to strike up a conversation, but he couldn't. He was directly put on the lecherous act. He didn't apologize after she saw him. Instead, he used his good relationship with Tang Hu to turn black into white. Tang Yitian's expression became more and more unsightly after hearing this. In the end, he couldn't help but glare at Tang Hu. "Tiger, is this the business partner you've found?" Tang Yitian said in a cold tone. Tang Hu simply hated Yamada Jiro to the core right now, wishing he could swallow him alive. However, before Tang Yitian spoke, he didn't dare to act rashly. The only thing he could do was to lower his head and say in shame, "Fifth uncle, I was careless in making friends. Please punish me." "Humph." Tang Yitian coldly snorted and said, "I'll settle this with you later." After he finished speaking, Tang Yitian looked at Xia Ruofei and asked in a consulting tone, "Mr. Xia, this Wei Nation Japanese man offended you and your friend, how do you want to deal with him?" Xia Ruofei glanced at Yamada Jiro and said, "Since this Japanese kid likes bed sports so much, then let him spend the rest of his life in bed. Mr. Xia is too kind." Tang Yitian quickly said. Then he looked at Tang Hu and said, "Tiger, do you know what to do?" Tang Hu bowed without the slightest hesitation. "Fifth uncle, I understand." Then, Tang Hu looked at Yamada Jiro without the slightest emotion, reached out, and pulled the napkin from his mouth. "Mr. Yamada, you can leave now, please." Yamada Jiro was well aware of Tang Hu's strength. How could he not know what would happen to him after leaving the hotel? So he practically rolled and crawled in front of Tang Hu, pleading, "Mr. Tang, I beg you to help me. We're friends." Tang Hu hated Yamada Jiro to the core. He frowned and kicked him away, saying, "I don't have such a disgusting and perverted friend. I've already given you a chance to leave. If you don't leave, then don't ever go out again." Tang Hu's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness, making Yamada Jiro's heart tremble. He quickly said, "Mr. Tang, as long as you help me tell the Honorable Ethan. Mr. Tang, please plead for me, I promise. We, the Yamada gang, will fully support your company's expansion into the Wei Nation market, and I can even make the decision to give you another 10% of the shares. You're still thinking of cooperating at this time? Even if you give me 100% of the shares, this cooperation is impossible." Tang Hu sneered, then glanced coldly at Yamada Jiro and said, "Mr. Yamada, on account of our past Friendship, I've already given you a chance to leave. However, my patience is limited. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for not remembering our old friendship, no. No, no, no. You don't have the right to override the law. You don't even have the authority to use private means. Yamada Jiro shouted hysterically. The farm and winery owners all looked at Yamada Jiro as if he was an idiot. Just now, when Yamada Jiro took advantage of his good relationship with Tang Hu and arrogantly turned black into white, even pulling out his gun without any scruples, why didn't he think about the laws of the Australian Federation? Now that he was in a disadvantageous position, he hoped that the law could protect him. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Not to mention, he actually talked about the law with one of the big bosses of the Righteous Association, Tang Hu. Wouldn't this make people laugh their heads off? Tang Hu's bruised face revealed a terrifying smile. He slowly walked to Yamada Jiro and squatted down, then said word by word, I don't have the authority to do so, but don't forget, this is Australia. This was Australia. These 5 simple words made Yamada Jiro shiver. He could feel the intense, killing intent in Tang Hu's words. He was very clear that if he still tried to struggle, Tang Hu would really kill him. Moreover, Tang Hu had 100 ways to escape the law. He was a Wei Nation man without any backing in Australia, so his death would be in vain. Yamada Jiro finally felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He struggled to stand up and said, Please don't be angry, Mr. Tang. I'll leave now. I'll give you 5 minutes to get out of the hotel. Tang Hu indifferently said. Then, he didn't look at Yamada Jiro again. He stood up and returned to Tang Etienne's side, standing very respectfully with his hands by his side. Yamada Jiro shuddered and ran out in a hurry. However, due to the fracture of his wrist and scapula, he staggered and had difficulty maintaining his balance. From the back, he looked like a stray dog. Many of the farm owners and winery owners who were watching felt very happy when they saw this scene. They had long disliked Yamada Jiro's arrogant behavior. Even as outsiders, they felt deeply ashamed when they saw Yamada Jiro's arrogant face just now. They just did not dare to say it out loud. Yamada Jiro didn't dare to stay any longer. Before the 5 minutes were up, he ran out of the hotel on foot. The next day, several local tabloids in Hunter Valley reported that Yamada Jiro, the head of the overseas business department of the Wei Nation's Yamada Corporation, had a serious car accident while driving under the influence of alcohol in Hunter Valley, Bogaben. According to the report, Yamada Jiro's Honda hit the roadside guardrail at high speed, and the thin Wei Nation car was suddenly twisted into a fried dough twist. Yamada Jiro was also trapped in the driver's seat. His legs had been squeezed for too long, and after he was rescued, they were almost dead. In the end, he had to undergo amputation. And according to gossip, in addition to breaking both of Yamada Jiro's legs, the thing under his crotch had also been seriously injured in the impact, and he had basically lost his sexual ability. Of course, all of this was a story for later. After returning to the hotel banquet hall, Yamada Jiro left like a stray dog. Xia Ruofei felt the strange looks from the farm owners and winery owners around him and felt uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei had always been a person who kept a low profile. He was not used to being the center of attention. When she was in China, she had to attend some local events when she was running a company. However, Xia Ruofei had left these public events to the general manager, Feng Jing. Therefore, as the Paradise Corporation's reputation grew in the Southeast Province, not many people knew that the boss of this new company was Xia Ruofei. On the other hand, Feng Jing was becoming more and more eye-catching in the business world of Sanshan City. Mr. Tang, Xia Ruofei said to Tang Etienne, why don't we find a quiet place to sit? I just so happen to have something to tell you. After saying that, Xia Ruofei gently pinched Tang Hauren's little face. Ever since they entered the house, little Hauren had been in Xia Ruofei's arms. This little guy seemed to be very close to Xia Ruofei's aura. Jennifer was afraid that Xia Ruofei was tired, so she asked him to come down twice, but he refused. With Xia Ruofei's arm strength, he would not be tired even if he carried little Hauren for a whole day. So, he smiled and asked Jennifer to leave little Hauren alone. Okay, Tang Etienne said quickly. There's a resting room next door. Let's go there now. Xia Ruofei waved at Lin Qiao and Liang Qichao and said, Qiaoer, brother Liang, you guys should come over too. Since Tang Etienne was here, Xia Ruofei naturally had to introduce him to Liang Qichao. With the channels of the Maya Group, it would be much easier for Paradise Farm to sell their products in the future. Tang Hu led the way, and the farm owners and winery owners all gave way with a trace of respect. Xia Ruofei and the others walked towards the banquet hall's side door. At this moment, the pale-faced Brody mustered his courage and walked out of the crowd. He stammered to Xia Ruofei, Mr. Xia, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the Honorable Ethan. I'm sorry to have offended Mr. Tang's friend just now. When Brody saw how polite Tang Etienne was to Xia Ruofei, or even how respectful he was, his heart sank. He felt like a clown when he thought about how he had mocked and threatened Xia Ruofei. Of course, he was more afraid that Hua only needed to talk to Xia Ruofei. Although their family's Golden Oak Winery was the largest winery in the Hunter Valley area, in front of Tang Etienne's Maya Group, such a small winery was no different from an ant in front of an elephant. Tang Etienne could make them go bankrupt with a single word. If Xia Ruofei was more ruthless, it would not be difficult for him to destroy their family. After all, Tang, whose reputation was well known in New South Wales. How could a small wealthy family like him afford to offend him? So after a fierce psychological struggle, Brody braced himself and stood up, hoping that Xia Ruofei would let him go by apologizing. Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks and looked at Brody indifferently. He asked, You mean, if I'm not Mr. Tang's friend, you can covet my female companion? After being rejected, you can threaten to suppress my business and make my small winery go bankrupt? No, I didn't mean that, Brody bowed and said. At this time, he was so regretful that his intestines were about to turn green. He hated Jing Peng, who deliberately fanned the flames to the bone. If Xing Peng had not told him that Xia Ruofei was the owner of the West Winery and had just bought it from the Old Westerns, he would not have been so angry about his family's failed acquisition. He would not have started to speak ill of Xia Ruofei's West Winery, and even threatened to bankrupt it. It could be said that everything had been secretly directed by Xing Peng. Tang Etienne frowned. His eyes were like lightning as he glanced at Brody and coldly asked, What's going on? What did you do to Mr. Xia just now? Speak. Tang Etienne's voice suddenly increased a lot when he said the last word, and it was full of dignity. Brody couldn't help but shiver. He said in fear and trepidation, Dear Mr. Tang, I accidentally offended your friend, Mr. Xia, but I swear, I was just saying it, and I didn't really mean to do it. What did you just say? Tang Yitian asked indifferently. His tone was very calm, but everyone present could hear the thunder hidden under the calm. Brody felt as if he was being stared at by a hungry lion. In the warm winter, his back was quickly drenched in sweat, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Lin Xiao's loathing for Brody had also reached the extreme. Seeing this, she said, "Mr. Tang, this man tried to strike up a conversation with me just now, but after I rejected him." Lin Xiao told him about Brody's ugly face, without reservation. Tang Yitian was naturally furious after hearing it. The son of a small tavern owner dared to have designs on Lin Xiao. Moreover, he even dared to threaten Tang Yitian's family's benefactor. Furthermore, his benefactor was someone who was even more powerful than old Mr. Li Jiuzhou. He was simply a god-like figure. How could a little rich second generation like Brody threaten such a figure? "Mr. Xia, what do you want to do with this Brody?" Tang Yitian didn't make the decision on his own, but asked Xia Ruofei carefully. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Do as you see fit. However, this fellow's crime doesn't warrant death. It'll be fine if we just teach him a profound lesson." Xia Ruofei didn't even bother to deal with this kind of small character who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, in order to prevent Tang Hu from going overboard, Xia Ruofei still reminded him. Understood. Tang Yitian didn't look at Brody again. Instead, he turned to Xia Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, this way please." Brody's heart was filled with apprehension and fear. He had no idea what kind of fate was waiting for him. However, after Tang Yitian's gaze swept over him, he felt a chill all over his body. He didn't dare to say another word and could only watch Xia Ruofei and the others walk away. When Xia Ruofei passed by Tan Lily, she said with red eyes, Mr. Xia, thank you for today." Xia Ruofei stopped and said, "You're welcome. You're Qiao's classmate, and we're all Chinese. It's only right for us to help each other in a foreign country. I even mocked you and Lin Xiao before," Tan Lily said shamefully, "but you helped me regardless of the past." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "Let's forget about the past. What's your next plan?" "I'm going back to China in 2 days, Tan Lily said, disheartened. "I'm going back to repeat my studies for a year. I hope I can get into a good university." Tan Lily came to Australia after her college entrance examination results were released. Her score was not even enough to pass the second tier. She hoped that Jingpeng could help her to study in Australia. However, she did not expect to meet the wrong person. This Jingpeng was a complete scumbag. Not only was he a playboy, but he also bragged a lot. When things happened, he became a coward. Xia Ruofei nodded. "It's good that you're back. There's not only a colorful world out there, but also a dark side that you can't see. I'm sure you'll have a new understanding of life after this, which will be good for your future." "Thank you," Tan Lily said. Then, she gathered her courage and bit her lip. "Mr. Xia, can I ask for your help?" "What is it?" Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. Tan Lily stared coldly at Jingpeng, who was hiding in the crowd. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm begging you to hit Jingpeng's winery hard in the business world. It'd be best if they could taste the feeling of bankruptcy. I know that this request is a bit excessive, but I really hate him. Mr. Xia, as long as you help me with this, I'll do anything you want." After Jingpeng heard this, he couldn't help but say, "Tan Lily, you're crazy. Have I ever offended you? You want to do this to me, Tan Lily said hysterically. I'm crazy. You bastard. What were you doing when that Wei Nation man was about to rape me? You can't wait to personally send me to his bed. I have no other choice, right? Zheng Peng's face turned red and white. In that situation, the arm can't win. The thigh. Why do you want to make unnecessary sacrifices? Xia Ruofei looked at Jing Peng, then said to Tan Lily, your request is very reasonable. I agree to it, and I don't need you to do anything. Jing Peng heard this and stumbled out of the crowd. However, when he was 3 to 4 meters away from Xia Ruofei, he was blocked by a few bodyguards in black. Mr. Xia, don't believe this woman's words, Jing Peng said loudly. She's a bitch. In order to study in Australia, she was very obedient to me. Now that she saw that you're Mr. Tang's friend, she immediately turned toes to you. This is her usual trick. Tan Lily felt a sense of desolation in her heart when she heard the man she once loved so much defaming her in such a public place without any psychological pressure. She suddenly felt that it was ironic that she used to love Jing Peng so much. Are you saying that I'm blind? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. No. Jing Peng quickly said, I was worried that you would be bewitched by Tan Lily. As Xia Ruofei's spiritual power improved, he became more sensitive to his surroundings. Even the subtle expressions of people when they were talking could not escape his eyes. That was why Xia Ruofei could feel that Tan Lily's words were from the bottom of her heart. On the other hand, Jing Peng's eyes were flickering. It was obvious that he was feeling guilty. Xia Ruofei's lips curved up and he pouted. Even without Tan Lily's request, do you think I'd let you go? Count for yourself, how many times have you offended me since this afternoon? I can't be bothered to argue with you, but you've gone from bad to worse again and again. I've given you a chance. After that, Xia Ruofei nodded at Tang Yitian. Then, everyone continued to walk forward and left the banquet hall. It was not until Xia Ruofei and the others disappeared through the side door of the banquet hall that the almost frozen air in the hall seemed to relax. Everyone was talking about what had just happened, and many people looked at Brody and Jing Peng, who seemed to have lost their parents. However, everyone was at least 3 meters away from Brody and Jing Peng. It was as if the two had a plague, and everyone was avoiding them. Brody and Jing Peng seemed to be confused by this sudden turn of events. They stood there at a loss, their faces as pale as paper, and their minds were in a mess, temporarily losing the ability to think. After a while, Jing Peng's phone suddenly rang. He trembled and took out his phone with shaking hands. It was his father. His face changed slightly. Jing Peng pressed the answer button, but before he could speak, he heard his father's roar from the phone, "You unfilial son. What did you do? Why did the Maya group inform me overnight that they want to take down all of our wine? Dad, I didn't." Jing Peng's face was pale. No, my ass. They've already said that they've cancelled all of our display slots, because you've offended the distinguished guests of the Maya group. Jing Peng's father was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Their family wasn't as rich as Jing Peng had boasted. In fact, a few years ago, when the trend of overseas mergers and acquisitions had just begun, Jing Peng's father had transferred most of his funds overseas through various means, and then acquired the Wilkinson winery. He had almost bet all of his assets. Now that their business in Australia had just taken a turn for the better, they were ready to fight. for cooperation with the Golden Oak Winery. They didn't expect that Xingpeng would mess it up. All the retail channels under the Maya Group had taken off their products, which basically declared their winery bankrupt. Although there were 3 major retail giants in Australia, the Maya Group had the absolute advantage in New South Wales. Moreover, Tang Etienne had personally given the order, so even the 2 retail groups would have to give him face. Hence, Wilkinson Wineries' wine supply would face a shortage of supply channels. Due to the smooth development of the winery some time ago, Xingpeng's family had specially mortgaged the winery for a large sum of money. They were prepared to increase their investment and do a big job. Now that they had received such a head-on blow, it was likely that the capital chain would break all of a sudden. In the end, the winery would end up in an auction by the bank. "Dad, what should we do?" Xingpeng also panicked. "You're asking me what to do? How the hell would I know? Go back to the winery right now, we'll be flying back tonight." Xingpeng's father was so angry that he swore. Then, he sighed and said, "I'll go to Mr. Robinson of the Golden Oak Winery tomorrow and ask him to give us more benefits in terms of cooperation. I'll see if he can help us find other sales channels and help us get through this difficult time." Xingpeng's face became a little strange, and he stammered, "Dad, I'm afraid." "The Golden Oak Winery, also what? Why are you hemming and hawing? If you have a fart, then spit it out. I'm afraid the Golden Oak Winery can't even protect itself." Xingpeng smiled bitterly and said, "Tonight, Mr. Robinson's son, Brody, also offended that guest, and he offended him even more than I did." "What?" Xingpeng's father couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, Brody's phone suddenly rang. Brody's phone call was naturally from his father, Robinson. On the phone, Robinson was scolding Brody in a fit of rage. Just like Xingpeng's father, Robinson had just received a call from the Maya Group. The representative from the Maya Group informed him emotionlessly that they would take down all the wine from the Golden Oak Winery. This wasn't the worst. After all, the Golden Oak Winery was a large business. In addition to the domestic market in Australia, it also had some export business. Even if it was affected by the comprehensive suppression of the domestic channels, it was not in a desperate situation. However, after Robinson's call with the Maya Group, he immediately received calls from 2 companies that had overseas trade cooperation with the Golden Oak Winery. They both mercilessly terminated all cooperation with the Golden Oak Winery. To make matters worse, the calls from the bank came one after another, demanding Robinson to recover the 2 loans that were about to expire. In the past, Robinson would have been able to deal with it easily. He just needed to use the money from domestic and international trade to make a turnover. He had always maintained a good relationship with the bank, so even if he had some cash flow problems, it would not be a problem to extend the deadline for a few days. But now, the bank had no room for negotiation. They said that if the money was not returned by the time limit, they would have to go through legal procedures and auction off the mortgaged assets of the Golden Oak Winery. Whether it was the Maya Group, the bank, or the overseas trading company, all of them had mentioned a piece of information over the phone. That was, Robinson's son, Brody, had offended the chairman of the Maya Group, Ethan. This is Mr. Tang's punishment for Tang Hao, the most distinguished guest of Tang. Robinson felt as if the end of the world had arrived. He called his son Brody to ask about the situation. Brody miserably explained what had just happened. When Robinson heard that the Chinese man who had bought West Winery was actually Tang Etienne's friend, his heart sank to the bottom. After being defeated at the West Winery last time, Robinson had been thinking about how to suppress the West Winery these days. He didn't expect that the other party would make the first move before he could. And such a fierce means at the start, it was simply going to make the Golden Oak Winery go bankrupt. Robinson was no longer in the mood to chat with Brody. He sternly ordered him to return to the winery, as there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. Brody and Xingpeng left the hotel banquet hall in a daze. The other farm owners and winery owners in the Hunter Valley area who were at the reception saw the scene with their own eyes. Although they could not hear what was said on the phone, they could guess what had happened from Brody and Xingpeng's words and expressions. In particular, the words taken down and bank could provoke their sensitive nerves. 2. Readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. It had only been 10 minutes since Xia Ruofei left the banquet hall and the two of them received the call. The two large-scale wineries were suddenly facing a disaster. Even the connections of banks and overseas trading companies were mobilized to strike down the Golden Oak Winery. This made the farm owners and winery owners respect Xia Ruofei even more. It wasn't easy for even Tang Etienne to launch such a lightning attack in such a short time. He could use so many connections in such a short time to avenge Xia Ruofei, which showed how noble Xia Ruofei was in his heart. They had all heard Brody's words and knew that Xia Ruofei was the owner of the West Winery. Thus, they all secretly reminded themselves to maintain a good relationship with the West Winery and to restrain their men, so that their subordinates wouldn't offend the West Winery. Brody was not far from Xingpeng. At this time, the person in charge of the Maya Group's Hunter Valley area, Anthony, received a call. He answered the call with a respectful expression, then immediately walked up to the stage and picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tang, who said that the Honorable Mr. Xia doesn't want tonight's incident to be publicized, and he doesn't want you to disturb him at the West Winery. I think you should know what to do, Anthony said. Anthony had a friendly smile on his face when he said this, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He scanned the crowd from left to right, and everyone could not help but avoid his gaze. Mr. Anthony, don't worry. We will keep our mouths shut. We understand what to do. The Honorable Mr. Xia will not be disturbed. Everyone expressed their opinions. And Anthony nodded in satisfaction as he walked off the stage. He picked up a glass of wine from the waiter's tray and raised his glass to everyone. All right, gentlemen, the interlude is over. Now, everyone can freely communicate. In the lounge next to the banquet hall, Tang Hu whispered something in Tang Etienne's ear. Tang Etienne nodded and told Xia Ruofei about how they had handled the two wineries. Thank you for your help, Mr. Tang, Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile. Mr. Xia, you're being too serious, Tang Etienne quickly said. It's just a small matter for me. It's our honor to be able to help you solve a small problem. Tang Hu's expression also turned cold. He could feel Tang Etienne's respect for Xia Ruofei from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but feel a great disturbance in his heart. It had been many years since he had seen Tang Etienne maintain such a respectful attitude towards a young man. In fact, Tang Etienne's position in the Yixing society was also very high. Even when he saw the big shots of the Yixing society and the overseas Hong sect, he still maintained a bit of reservation. What was so special about this ordinary-looking young man that made fifth uncle value him so much? Tang, who was also puzzled, Xia Ruofei smiled. By the way, Mr. Tang, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Liang Qichao. He's also the person in charge of Paradise Farm. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Liang Qichao, Brother Liang, you don't need me to introduce Mr. Tang to you, do you? No, no. Liang Qichao quickly said. Mr. Tang's name is well known in Australia. Who doesn't know about him? President Liang, you're too kind. Nice to meet you, Tang Etienne said with a smile. Liang Qichao felt like he was in a dream. Before this, he was still working hard to establish a relationship with the person in charge of the Maya Group's Hunter Valley area for the sales channels of Paradise Farm. He did not expect that in the blink of an eye, he would be able to have a good chat with the chairman of the Maya Group, the legendary figure of the Australian retail industry, Tang Etienne. Liang Qichao thought that Xia Ruofei was amazing. Not only did he have a lot of power in China, but he also knew such a powerful person in Australia. This powerful person even treated him with respect. Even though he had thought about it for many years, Liang Qichao still said enthusiastically, You're too kind, Mr. Tang. You can just call me Xiao Liang. You're Mr. Xiao's friend, so I don't dare to be arrogant, Tang Etienne said. Seriously. But I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Qichao. Alright, that's a good name, Liang Qichao quickly said. Although Xia Ruofei didn't say anything, Tang Etienne still turned to Tang Hu and said, Tiger, pass down the order. From now on, Paradise Farm and, speaking of this, Tang Etienne looked at Xia Ruofei and asked with a smile, Mr. Xia, I just heard them say that you bought a winery in the past few days? I wonder if it's convenient for you to tell me the name of the winery? Xia Ruofei laughed. Of course. It's convenient. It's called West Winery. I'll be counting on you to take care of me in the future, Big Boss Tang. I'm flattered. It's my honor to be able to serve you, Tang Etienne quickly said. Tang Etienne continued to speak to Tang Hu, Tiger, from now on, the products of Paradise Farm and West Winery must be displayed in the most prominent positions in all of our stores. I understand. I'll immediately give the order, Tang Hu said. Seriously. Mr. Tang, Paradise Farm is experimenting with our company's new vegetables, Xia Ruofei quickly said. I'm also preparing to improve the grape variety after acquiring West Winery, so for the time being, we're not ready to put our products on the market on a large scale. He had introduced Liang Qichao to Tang Etienne only because he was thinking about the large-scale planting of Paradise vegetables in the future. He didn't expect that Tang Etienne would directly order Tang Hu to leave the most prominent shelves in their supermarket for the products of Paradise Farm and West Winery. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tang Etienne valued him too much. Mr. Xia, Tang Etienne said with a smile, Paradise Farm and West Winery must be selling their products now, right? Display it in the best position in our supermarket first, and it's also to build a good reputation for future large-scale sales. That's right, Mr. Xia. When your company is ready to launch the products on a large scale, let us know. At any time. Our supermarket will plan a few promotional activities to cooperate with the promotion. You can rest assured that all the promotion costs will be covered by our supermarket. Tang Etienne looked at Tang Hu with appreciation and nodded. Tiger is right. When the time comes, all of Australia's Maya supermarkets will hold a national promotion event. Your brand will definitely be famous. Mr. Tang, how can I accept this? Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It's my pleasure. Mr. Xia is our family's benefactor. Tang Yishan quickly said, to us, it's just a small matter within our capabilities. It's not worth mentioning. Liang Qichao felt like his brain was not working properly. How was this a small matter? Occupying the best shelves in Maya before the large-scale launch, and having to carry out a national promotion in the future, with the cost of the promotion being borne by the supermarket, even the top-tier brands in Australia did not have such treatment. Did Ruofei give Tang Yitian a spell? This was the only real thought in Liang Qichao's mind. Xia Ruofei also felt a little strange. He felt that Tang Yitian was a little too enthusiastic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was very respectful. Even if Tang Yitian was very grateful to her for saving little Howren, he shouldn't have such respect for her. However, Xia Ruofei didn't think too much about it. He guessed that Tang Yitian's attitude might be because the hidden danger in little Howren's body had not been completely resolved. All right. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, we'll do as Mr. Tang said. I'll give you the contact information of the manager of the winery. You can contact Uncle Carter for the details. No problem. Tang Yitian said. Xia Ruofei wrote down Old West's phone number and passed it to Tang Yitian. Then, he smiled and said, Mr. Tang, since you've come to the Hunter Valley, I'll give little Howren a checkup. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Tang Yitian was a little embarrassed. He quickly explained, Mr. Xia, we're not in a hurry. It's just that Howren has been asking you to play with him for a few days. After you come to Australia, we should visit the farm, so, Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. I was planning to go to Sydney today too. However, because of this reception, I had to postpone my plan. It's a good thing that there's a party for the Maya group, Jennifer said with a smile. Otherwise, if you go to Sydney and we come to the Hunter Valley, we'll all lose. Lose, Jennifer, you're trying to say that you missed it. Lin Qiao said with a smile. Yes, I missed it. Jennifer said. With a face full of distress, the language of you Chinese people is really too complicated. Actually, Jennifer, you're the best Australian I've ever seen who uses Chinese idioms. Xia Ruofei laughed. Really? Jennifer said happily, actually, my Chinese is not good enough. I need to continue to work hard. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Look, you've even learned the traditional Chinese virtue of modesty. It seems that you're a qualified Chinese daughter-in-law. Tang Yitian couldn't help but look at Jennifer lovingly. When Tang Yitian was young, he was actually quite a playboy. In addition, his family was rich, so he often changed his female partners. Later, after meeting Jennifer, he quickly stopped being a playboy, which showed that Jennifer's charm was indeed extraordinary. After a few brief interactions with Jennifer, Xia Ruofei could also feel that this famous star who was once famous all over Australia was a person with a very high EQ. After chatting for a while, Xia Ruofei asked little Howren to get down from his body and sit on the sofa with his hands stretched out. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J2. Support us. Little Howren obediently followed Xia Ruofei's request and stretched out his left hand, palm up. Xia Ruofei placed his finger on little Howren's pulse and closed his eyes. His spiritual energy quickly seeped out of his body and entered little Howren's body through his meridians to check on the condition of the remaining innate pure yang qi. After a long while, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer, who looked a little nervous. He said with a smile, "It's almost the same as I expected. There's not much innate pure yang qi left in little Haoren's body. Even if it's not cleared in a short time, it won't be able to do much. It's just that little Haoren's body is slightly weaker than the average child." "That's good," Tang Yitian let out a long sigh of relief. "Mr. Xia, if you say so, we can rest assured." Xia Ruofei continued, "The last treatment is to completely remove the innate pure yang qi in Haoren's body. So, I have to adjust to my best condition before I can carry out the treatment. Moreover, little Haoren has received several consecutive treatments before. At that time, it was because his life was in danger. It's best to let him recuperate for a few more days this time too. Make sure that nothing goes wrong." In fact, Xia Ruofei had already decided to accept Xia Qing's suggestion to keep a part of little Haoren's innate pure yang qi. At the same time, he would try to persuade Tang Yitian and his wife to let him take little Haoren as his disciple. However, for little Haoren to absorb the innate pure yang qi for the last time, Xia Ruofei hoped that it would be after he had unlocked the human-shaped jade talisman and started to cultivate the great Dao arts. Hence, he decided to wait a few more days, because Xia Ruofei was very close to the perfect unlocking talisman. He estimated that in 2 or 3 days, at most, he should be able to reveal the true appearance of the first 3 levels of the great Dao arts. No problem, no problem. We're not in a hurry at all." Tang Yitian quickly said, "I'll follow your arrangements." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After a moment of silence, he said to Liang Qichao, "Brother Liang, you take Qiao to the banquet hall to talk with your peers. I still have something to tell Mr. Tang and the others." Liang Qichao nodded and said, "Okay, you guys talk." Lin Qiao wanted to spend time with her idol, but since Xia Ruofei had asked, she knew that he must have something important to do. So, she obediently followed Liang Qichao out of the lounge. Seeing this, Tang, who also took the initiative to get up and said, "Fifth uncle, Mr. Xia, I'll go ahead and take a look as well. You guys can talk." After Tang, who also left, only Tang Yitian's family and Xia Ruofei were left in the lounge. Tang Yitian was already in a relaxed mood, but when he saw Xia Ruofei send Liang Qichao and the others away, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "Mr. Xia, could it be that Haoren's situation is difficult to deal with?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, don't be nervous. Although what I'm going to say is related to little Haoren, it's not about his illness. You can rest assured about this." "That's good, that's good." Tang Yitian heaved a sigh of relief and then asked, "Is it about Haoren?" "Mr. Xia, what's the matter?" Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer. He thought for a while and said, I feel that I'm quite fated with little Haoren, and after these treatments, I found that this child is quite talented, so I have the intention to take him as a disciple. What do you think?" The reason why Xia Ruofei brought up this matter before he gave little Haoren his last treatment was to confirm it. If Tang Yitian and his wife really didn't have any intention to do so, Xia Ruofei would not force them. Accepting a disciple also depended on fate. If his parents didn't agree, it also meant that little Haoren wasn't fated to be his disciple. If that was the case, then when Xia Ruofei was treating little Haoren in 2 days, he could not leave behind any innate pure yang qi. He had to completely remove it. Although it was a waste of little Haoren's talent, there was no other way. After Xia Ruofei finished, Jennifer's reaction was still pretty good. Perhaps in her mind, the relationship between master and apprentice was similar to the relationship between a teacher and a student in a school. Tang Etienne, on the other hand, was stunned. He, who had a net worth of tens of billions of yuan, actually lost his self-control and opened his mouth wide. His eyes were also wide open. It seemed that Xia Ruofei's words had shocked him. Seeing Tang Etienne's reaction, Xia Ruofei thought that he was unwilling. Even if Tang Etienne didn't want to, it was normal. After all, he had billions of dollars in wealth. He must have already planned out his child's growth path. When he first heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to take his son as an apprentice, it was inevitable that he would have some concerns. Hence, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Tang, you don't have to feel pressured. I'm just asking for your opinion. If you don't agree, just pretend that I didn't mention it. I'll still completely remove the hidden danger in little Haoran's body. I agree. I agree." After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Tang Etienne seemed to come back to his senses. He said hurriedly, "Mr. Xia, we completely agree." In fact, Tang Etienne wasn't as worried as Xia Ruofei had guessed. He didn't seem to believe what he had just heard. He was also shocked by the huge surprise, which was why he looked so dumbfounded. In his mind, Xia Ruofei was a master whose abilities surpassed Mr. Li Jiozhou's. He had thought that it was already arranged by fate that they could meet Xia Ruofei at the airport and that Xia Ruofei was willing to save little Haoran. It was the good deed of their ancestors. He never dared to dream that Xia Ruofei would take the initiative to take little Haoran as a disciple. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei had personally said that little Haoran was quite talented. Did this not mean that little Haoran could also become someone like Xia Ruofei and Li Jiozhou? Therefore, after hearing what Xia Ruofei said, Tang Etienne came back to his senses and quickly agreed. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would change his mind if he spoke too slowly. "You guys really agree?" Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel happy. "Don't agree just because you can't bring yourself to do it. I'm really just happy to see you. Whether you agree or not, it won't affect our relationship." No, Mr. Xia, it's Haoran's good fortune to have you as his master," Tang Etienne quickly said. "How could we possibly disagree? Isn't it, Jennifer?" As Tang Etienne spoke, he shot a look at Jennifer. Even though Jennifer did not quite understand her husband's behavior, nor did she understand the traditional master-disciple relationship in China, she still nodded and said, "Xia, your suggestion is great. I think Haoran would be very willing to be your student." "It's my disciple," Tang Etienne quickly corrected her. "Jennifer." "All right then." Jennifer shrugged her shoulders and said, "No matter what, I fully support your decision." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "In that case, let's ask little Haoran for his opinion." Xia Ruofei patted little Haoran's head and asked with a smile, "Little Haoran, are you willing to be my disciple? I can teach you some very powerful skills." Little Haoran had no concept of the master-disciple relationship, but when he heard that Xia Ruofei would teach him some powerful skills, he immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and said, Good. Brother Ruofei, you're my master from now on." Then, little Haoran revealed a confused expression and asked, "But what should I call you in the future? Should she call him brother or master? Why don't you call Big Brother master?" Tang Etian heard this and quickly scolded, "You child, you're not allowed to be so rude." In the future, she would have to call him master. Do you know that? Oh, Tang Howren lowered his head and said. At his age, he naturally didn't quite understand how his brother had suddenly become his master, so he had a blank expression on his face. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Howren, your father is right. Since you're going to be my disciple, you can't call me brother anymore. You have to call me master." I got it. Tang Howren replied obediently, "Brother Ruofei." Master. Tang Etian touched his son's head with joy, then said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, then let's settle the matter of acknowledging a master first. I'll be going to Sydney in the next 2 days to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony and invite some of the seniors of our Yixing Association to witness it." Xia Ruofei quickly waved his hand and said, "There's no need to make such a big fuss. Besides, accepting a disciple was a very personal matter, so there was no need to announce it to the world. You know, I'm actually quite afraid of trouble. It's a big deal for you to accept a disciple," Tang Etian said with some difficulty. "What's the big deal?" Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Mr. Tang, there's no need to hold any ceremony. It's decided." Tang Etian didn't dare to go against Xia Ruofei's words, so he could only nod helplessly. "Don't spread the news that I've accepted Howren as my disciple. Just let our own people know," Xia Ruofei reminded her. All right. Tang Etian said quickly. He knew Xia Ruofei's personality. Since Xia Ruofei wanted to keep a low profile, he would not be so stupid as to tell everyone about this. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "How about this? You guys take Howren to Paradise Farm tomorrow, and we'll do a simple ritual on a small scale. In addition, I'll have to fully examine Howren's talent and customize cultivation content that suits him." Tang Etian was overjoyed and quickly said, "All right, I'll follow Mr. Xia's orders." Xia Ruofei was in a good mood after getting his apprentice as he wished. He chatted with Tang Etian's family for a while in the lounge. Tang Etian, as a special guest of this cocktail party, didn't show up in the banquet hall to talk to Xia Ruofei. It was only after Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to talk to him twice that he went out to say a brief farewell, then gave everyone a toast and returned to the lounge. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J2. Support us. Of course, the farm owners and winery owners in the Hunter Valley area didn't feel like they were being neglected. With Tang Etian's status, it was already very respectful for him to attend such a small party. Usually, at their level, it was as difficult as ascending to the sky to see Tang Etian. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Xia Ruofei did not like to be the center of attention, so he stayed in the lounge and did not go out. Liang Qichao and Lin Qiao naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Many people came up to them to chat, and many of them were flattering them. Many people also revealed their desire to cooperate with Paradise Farm. This was the first time that Liang Qichao had been so proud since he came to Australia. He had a confident smile on his face and responded appropriately. He only expressed his gratitude politely to the intention to cooperate and did not make any promises. After witnessing the miracle of the vegetables in Paradise, Liang Qichao would not take the initiative to look for a business partner with such amazing products and a super channel like Maya. Paradise Farm's development momentum would probably far exceed Paradise Farm's domestic development. Lin Qiao was surrounded by the female partners of the suppliers, and was also the focus of everyone's attention. In the beginning, Lin Xiao was a little nervous. In addition, she wasn't very proficient in English, so it was a little difficult for her to deal with the situation. However, when she thought of Xia Ruofei's domineering performance just now, she suddenly felt more confident and gradually let go of her behavior. Lin Xiao was the representative of the English course in the school. Her vocabulary and grammar were excellent, but she lacked practical practice. After this dinner party, Lin Xiao spoke in English, improved by leaps and bounds. Xia Ruofei did not wait for the reception to end. When he felt that it was about time, he called Liang Qichao and asked him to bring Lin Xiao back to the lounge. Then, they made an appointment with Tang Yitian to meet tomorrow and left through the side door. On the way back to Paradise Farm, Liang Qichao was still in a state of excitement. Tonight's experience was like a dream to him. He almost couldn't stop talking on the way, talking about how polite and enthusiastic the suppliers were. Xia Ruofei also laughed as he listened. He would interrupt from time to time as if he was supporting Liang Qichao. Lin Xiao was listening to their conversation with a smile on her face. She glanced at Xia Ruofei from time to time and her eyes glowed. After returning to the farm, everyone made tea and chatted in the living room on the first floor for a while, before going back to their rooms. Once Xia Ruofei entered the room, he locked the door and windows without even taking a shower. Then, he took out the spirit painting scroll and entered the medium. He was prepared to unlock the human jade talisman in one go today. Xia Ruofei directly took the jade talisman from the stone chamber in the Mountain Sea realm and brought it to the Archean realm. He used the 30 times time flow here to save as much time as possible. Xia Ruofei told Xiaqing directly, "I'm going into seclusion to practice unlocking runes. Don't disturb me unless it's something important." "Yes, master." "Yes," Xiaqing replied respectfully. She then left the Archean realm and went to the Mountain Sea realm to work on the herb garden, iron, skin dendrobes, and cordyceps. Xia Ruofei sat down cross-legged by the spiritual pond and slowly closed his eyes. He adjusted his breathing rhythm and slowly focused his mind. Then, Xia Ruofei's fingers moved slightly. A wave of spiritual energy came out of his body and started to construct the complicated unlocking rune. His speed was extremely fast, and the thin threads formed by his spiritual power shuttled back and forth in the air, forming complicated and rhythmic patterns. These patterns stacked together, and a rune began to take shape. In the later stages, his speed gradually slowed down, but he was still very smooth and did not slow down. After a long while, a rune made of pure spiritual energy appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. He opened his eyes and took a few glances. Then, he waved his hand and dispelled the rune. This time, the speed had improved a lot, and the rune's perfection had increased by a lot. However, there were still 5 small flaws. Xia Ruofei had sensed them the moment the rune was completed. His face was as calm as an ancient well. He picked up the water bottle beside him and drank a mouthful of the spirit heart flower petal solution. After resting for a while, he continued to practice. 30 hours in the Archean realm was only 1 hour in the outside world. Hence, Xia Ruofei had plenty of time to complete the last kilometer. Previously, he had insisted on practicing in the stone chamber for the mountain and sea realm. On one hand, he did not feel any sense of urgency for cultivation. On the other hand, of course, it was also because The jade praying mat in the stone chamber had greatly improved the recovery and concentration of spiritual power. After deciding to take Tang Houran as a disciple, especially after obtaining the approval of Tang Yitian and his wife, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of urgency and seemed to feel the responsibility on his shoulders. Xia Ruofei guarded his beer tightly. His spiritual power was like his arm and fingers, exuding out of his body and forming a complex unlocking rune in the air. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. With every practice, he could see obvious progress. The unlocking runes he constructed were getting closer and closer to perfection in theory, and the number of tiny flaws in the runes had also decreased from 5 to 1 or 2. Xia Ruofei felt that his spiritual energy was starting to get difficult. Hence, after drinking a few mouthfuls of the spirit heart flower petal solution, he stood up and walked to the lounge chair at the side. He laid down and closed his eyes to rest. He had a lot of time, so even though he hoped to unlock the human-shaped jade talisman directly this time, he was not in a hurry. His spiritual power slowly recovered. Xia Ruofei got up again and continued to practice calmly. He painstakingly constructed the runes again, and then dispersed them with a wave of his hand without any heartache. Xia Ruofei's proficiency in constructing runes was increasing little by little without him knowing. Finally, after the second rest, Xia Ruofei started to construct the runes again. The initial stage was still very fast. The lines of spiritual power shuttled back and forth quickly, constructing a complex rune pattern. As the construction process progressed, Xia Ruofei's speed gradually slowed down. However, he was still very precise in his control of every detail. Gradually, the construction of the rune was nearing its end. Xia Ruofei's face, which had always been calm and collected, now showed a trace of nervousness. This was because he could feel that the construction of the entire rune was extremely smooth, and he did not find any flaws. Xia Ruofei became more and more cautious in the process. The strong mental strength that he had trained in the special forces played an important role at this time. Although Xia Ruofei was a little nervous, he could still control his spiritual power. The runes were getting more and more complicated, and Xia Ruofei's expression was getting more and more serious. In front of Xia Ruofei, a complicated rune formed by spiritual energy was gradually being perfected. The last thread of mental strength twisted into a mysterious pattern in the air and merged into the rune without a trace. The entire rune flashed and all the spiritual energy patterns merged into one. It floated quietly in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes, a smile on his tired face. This rune seemed to be a whole, and it was full of a harmonious and natural charm. Xia Ruofei didn't even need to check to know that the rune was flawless. The channel created by his spiritual power was quite stable. The entire structure was a perfect whole. Xia Ruofei stared at it for a few seconds. Then, he took a deep breath and took out the human-shaped jade talisman. Xia Qing, come to the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei used his mind to communicate with Xia Qing, who was in the mountain sea realm. In the next moment, Xia Qing's figure appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. When he saw the rune floating in front of Xia Ruofei, he was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed and said, "Congratulations, Master. You finally completed the unlocking of the human-shaped jade talisman." Xia Ruofei's tired face revealed a smile. "What should I do next?" "Master, you only need to place the rune close to the jade talisman," Xia Qing said. Xia Ruofei nodded and opened his palm. Then, with a thought, the floating mysterious rune slowly approached the human jade talisman. As the talisman got closer, the human-shaped jade talisman started to glow. Then, the jade talisman slowly rose and floated in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei didn't use the invisible spatial force to control it. This time, it was the natural attraction between the jade talisman and the unlocking rune. The unsealing rune also slowly floated toward the human-shaped jade talisman. The closer it was to the jade talisman, the brighter the light of the rune became, and the size of the rune also gradually shrank. Finally, the palm-sized rune had shrunk to the size of the lines on the jade talisman. Immediately after, the talisman drew an arc and seamlessly imprinted itself on the lines of the human-shaped jade talisman. The jade talisman suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, making Xia Ruofei squint his eyes involuntarily. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a huge amount of information pouring into his mind. The true nature is pure and congealed, the deep and quiet, the body stays forever, and there is no leaving or coming. Since ancient times, its name had not disappeared. It is formless and nameless, the sect of all things, an ethereal voice echoed in Xia Ruofei's mind. The speed at which the information was pouring in was getting faster and faster. At first, Xia Ruofei could barely hear the content, but towards the end, he could only feel a huge amount of information constantly pouring into his mind. He could not tell what exactly it was. The amount of information was so huge that Xia Ruofei felt like his brain was about to explode. He could not help but show a pained expression. When Xia Qing saw the dazzling brilliance of the jade talisman, she quietly retreated to a distance. He didn't show any worry. To readers, our content is stolen, please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. He knew very well that if Xia Ruofei could construct the unlocking rune almost perfectly, he would be able to withstand the impact of the information flow. In fact, the ancestor who had created the spirit map space and left behind many inheritances had planned everything out. If Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was not up to the standard, he would not be able to open the restriction and take out the human-shaped jade talisman. If his control of spiritual power was not up to the standard, he would not be able to construct the complicated runes to unlock the jade talisman. Xia Ruofei would only have the chance to receive the massive amount of information in the human-shaped jade talisman if both conditions were met. Mental strength was closely related to one's sea of consciousness. If two conditions were met, it meant that Xia Ruofei's sea of consciousness was strong enough to withstand the impact of the information in the jade talisman. Of course, due to the sudden influx of information, Xia Ruofei would have to endure some pain. However, it was unlikely that he would be in danger. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei clenched his teeth and kept his mind clear. Beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Under the impact of countless mysterious information, he could not even feel the passage of time. In Xia Ruofei's perception, it felt as if hundreds of millions of years had passed, but it also felt as if it had happened in the blink of an eye. Finally, the terrifying information transmission came to an abrupt end without any warning. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he felt a slight pain in his head. It was probably the side effect of receiving too much information in a short period of time. He even felt his body go soft. It had been a long time since he had felt this way with his terrifyingly strong physique. At this time, Xia Qing handed over a cup of the spirit heart flower petal solution that she had already prepared and said, "Master, you've worked hard. Drink some water to recover first." "Thank you." Xia Ruofei took the cup and finished the petal solution in one gulp. After a long while, Xia Ruofei stood up slowly and sat down on the recliner. He rested for a while before he felt that he was slowly recovering. Thinking back to the process of receiving the message, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel scared. For an ordinary person, there would only be one consequence if such a massive amount of information poured into their brain in an instant. That was, their entire brain would be destroyed. Even if they did not die, they would become a vegetable. If Xia Ruofei had been impatient and unlocked the human-shaped jade talisman when there was still a small flaw in the talisman, and he had succeeded by luck, he might have damaged his brain during the process of information transmission. This was because before he could construct a stable unlocking rune, his mental strength had not met the conditions to receive the inheritance information in the human-shaped jade talisman. It would be extremely dangerous to receive it by force. After calming himself down, Xia Ruofei started to sort out his gains. As long as he willed it, the information that was transmitted to his brain would appear. Moreover, this information seemed to be engraved in his mind. His memory was extremely strong and impossible to forget. Xia Ruofei was shocked by the huge amount of information. If he were to calculate the amount of data probably wouldn't even be in GB. It might even be in the TB range. Of course, this wasn't just pure text information. Even if he converted all the books around the world into digital information, there wouldn't be that much. The information that Xia Ruofei received not only contained a huge amount of content, but also some experiences and insights. These were extremely mysterious things that could not be described with words. However, they were directly stored in Xia Ruofei's mind. All the information was in his brain. Although there was a huge amount of data, Xia Ruofei was able to sort it out quickly. After he was done, he couldn't help but be a little speechless. The information in the human jade talisman could be said to be all-encompassing. Besides the cultivation techniques of the first 3 levels of the Great Tao Mantra, there was also a huge amount of other information. It included some basic cultivation knowledge, basic cultivation techniques, tricks of using mental energy, talismans, pills, Chinese medicine, and a lot of cultivation insights. Xia Qing, didn't you say that the Great Tao formula was the main thing in the human-shaped jade talisman? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask, did the transmission go wrong? Why is there so much information in my head? Xia Qing was speechless when she heard Xia Ruofei call the precious inheritance messy information. However, he still patiently explained, "Master, the most precious thing is the Great Tao chant. All the other cultivation methods, spells, and tricks added together are not even 1/10,000th of the Great Tao chant." As for the information, it was also chosen by the creator of the spirit map world, after screening, and felt that it was worth passing down. Therefore, it was placed into the human jade talisman as basic introductory content. The last 2 jade talismans only contain the content of the Great Tao chant. Oh, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "In other words, this information is equivalent to a beginner's manual. The Great Tao arts is the real deal." "You can say that," Xia Qing said. Then, she couldn't help but remind him, however, the content that was preserved by the creator of the spirit map world, although these cultivation techniques and magic arts are nothing compared to the Great Tao arts, are still extremely precious in the secular world. Xia Qing was worried that Xia Ruofei would not take the content seriously, so she reminded him. I understand, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, it seems that we've gained a lot this time. Yes, Xia Qing replied, the most precious things in the spirit map world are undoubtedly the 3 jade talismans. There was no need to talk about the great Dao arts. It was an unparalleled cultivation technique that had never existed since ancient times. As for the other pieces of information that had been casually sealed in by the Creator, if any of them were to be placed in the secular world, others would fight over them. For example, the medical knowledge in it, many of them are Chinese medicine techniques that have been lost for thousands of years. It's not an exaggeration to call them Chinese medicine treasures. When Xia Ruofei was sorting out the information, he had also skimmed through it. He paid special attention to the Chinese medicine knowledge that he had a better understanding of, so he knew that Xia Qing was not exaggerating at all. The Chinese medicine theories in this book were much more advanced than the ones that Xia Ruofei had self-taught. He even found many precious books that could not be verified by the Chinese medicine world. What should I do now? Do you have any good suggestions? Xia Ruofei asked. Xia Qing answered without hesitation, of course, I'll practice the great Dao arts first. Master has taken the body-tempering soup and the spirit-nourishing soup in the early stages. Both his physique and mental power have reached a pretty good level. In addition, he has absorbed a large amount of innate pure yang qi a few days ago. Now, I'm sure he will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yes, continue. Xia Ruofei said. The Great Dao formula is the foundation. All the other techniques, including medical skills, are only supplementary. Xia Qing said, moreover, the content has already been imprinted in your mind. You only need to spend a little time to digest it in the future, and it will become your own knowledge. As for the great Dao art, you have to keep cultivating it. I understand. No matter how solid the theoretical foundation is, it can't be done without practice. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, a skyscraper rises from the ground. Let's start now. Xia Ruofei walked to the side of the spiritual pond and sat down cross-legged, then searched for the contents of the great Dao Sutra in his mind. With a thought, the faint voice sounded again. This voice seemed to have a magical power that made Xia Ruofei's mind extremely clear. The contents of the great Dao technique were very difficult to understand. But Xia Ruofei felt that it was very easy to understand. This was the wonder of directly accepting the inheritance. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei had learned the general principles and the contents of the first level of the great Dao arts. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of anticipation and an eager expression. In simple terms, the first level of the great Dao arts was equivalent to the beginner stage of cultivation. What one had to complete at this stage was what the Taoist often called refining essence into qi. In other words, he could transform the food he ate and the spiritual energy in the world into his own true qi. When the true qi in the body reached a certain level, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, and the cultivator would be able to enter the next stage. The first level of the great Dao arts divided the process of transforming essence into qi into 10 stages. Each stage had a corresponding cultivation technique and meridian circulation diagram. If one completed the 10 stages step by step, one would naturally be able to complete the first level of the great Dao arts. Xia Ruofei had completely understood the obscure techniques that seemed to be filled with the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. Hence, he took a deep breath and tried to cultivate the first meridian circulation diagram. After he had focused his mind The first step of cultivation was to sense the free energy between heaven and earth. This was an extremely difficult threshold for ordinary people, but Xia Ruofei had crossed it without any effort. This was because the spiritual qi in the spirit map space was thousands of times denser than the outside world. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was the owner of the spirit map space and had established a physical connection with the space. He was more sensitive to the spiritual qi in the space. Hence, as soon as Xia Ruofei activated his mental cultivation method, the fog, like spiritual qi floating in the air, was attracted to him in a flash. However, the moment the spiritual qi was absorbed into Xia Ruofei's body, the innate pure yang qi that he had been suppressing in his dantian began to stir. At this moment, Xia Qing's voice was heard in Xia Ruofei's ears, "Master, please use the great Tao mantra to absorb the innate pure yang qi." Xia Ruofei then came to his senses. The innate pure yang qi and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth were both energy in essence. Moreover, the energy contained in the innate pure yang qi was of a higher purity. He could completely use his heart cultivation method to absorb it. It could be said that this was a higher level of energy. Even in the spirit map space, such pure energy was rare, let alone in the outside world where spiritual qi was scarce. This was also the main reason why Xia Qing had suggested Xia Ruofei to absorb the innate pure yang qi in Tang Haoren's body and suppress it. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately started to practice the first level of the Great Tao Scroll. The pure yang qi in his dantian was extracted bit by bit and started to circulate according to the first meridian circulation diagram. In the process of circulating through his meridians, the innate pure yang qi was quickly transformed into true qi, and the whole process was not delayed at all. This was because the innate pure yang qi was extremely pure and had almost no impurities. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link. /39 HPCN 6J to support us. Xia Ruofei operated the mysterious technique without any distractions. Traces of innate pure yang qi were extracted from his dantian and transformed into true qi in the process of circulating his meridians. The amazing thing was that during the transformation of the innate pure yang qi, Xia Ruofei's meridians also absorbed a small part of the innate pure yang qi. His meridians became tougher and wider without him knowing. This was also the magical effect of the innate pure yang qi. Therefore, Xia Qing had strongly suggested that Xia Ruofei temporarily suppress the innate pure yang qi in his body because cultivation could be done step by step. Even without such high level and pure energy, it would only take a little more time. However, the opportunity to use the innate pure yang qi to transform the body was something that could only be encountered by luck. Xia Ruofei didn't notice the changes in his body because he was in a state of complete focus. It didn't take long for his genuine qi to flow according to the first meridian circulation diagram. His meridians were already filled with a feeling of swelling. Then, Xia Ruofei immediately felt that the genuine qi in his body seemed to have broken through a barrier. Could it be that he had already completed the first meridian circulation diagram? Xia Ruofei couldn't believe it either. According to the Great Way of Tao, each meridian circulation diagram corresponded to a level in the qi cultivation stage. The 10 diagrams corresponded to qi cultivation level 1 to level 10. And every level would have a bottleneck, and this bottleneck was not so easy to break through. Sometimes it would take time to accumulate, and sometimes it would also require a certain amount of comprehension. Although he couldn't feel the passage of time during cultivation, Xia Ruofei could roughly make a judgment. It hadn't been long since he sat down to cultivate, and there was still a large amount of innate pure yang qi in his dantian that had not been absorbed and digested. In such a short period of time, he had broken through to the second level of the qi refining stage. Moreover, the bottleneck only made Xia Ruofei feel a slight delay, and then it was easily broken through as if it was nothing. This made Xia Ruofei feel that it was unreal. However, after carefully examining the state of his body, he discovered that even though it was hard to believe, it was the truth. He had already broken through to the second level of the qi refining stage. The innate pure yang qi in his dantian had just been touched, and it was already difficult to suppress it with the simple magic art that Xia Qing had taught him. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have much time to think about it. He immediately followed the second meridian circulation diagram and started to circulate his heart technique. After entering the second level of the qi refining stage, the innate pure yang qi was consumed at an even faster rate. It flowed through his meridians like a rapid stream and was constantly being converted into true qi. At the same time, it was nourishing and transforming Xia Ruofei's meridians. As time passed, Xia Ruofei soon felt the bottleneck of the second level of the qi refining stage. Similarly, this bottleneck was no different from a decoration. Xia Ruofei broke through it easily. After that was the third level of the qi refining stage. At this time, the innate pure yang qi in his dantian was about half of what it originally had. All the mental cultivation methods and meridian circulation diagrams had been deeply imprinted in Xia Ruofei's mind. As long as he had reached the cultivation level, he could easily follow the diagrams to circulate the mental cultivation methods. He did not need to go through the process of learning, adapting, and familiarizing himself with them. At this moment, the innate pure yang qi in Xia Ruofei's dantian had formed a cyclone. The centrifugal force kept throwing the innate pure yang qi out, and then it entered the meridians involved in the third meridian circulation diagram. Under the effect of Xia Ruofei's Great Tao technique, the meridians continued to transform into genuine qi. After entering the third level of the qi refining stage, Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed did not slow down. After a short while, he could clearly feel the existence of the bottleneck. Xia Ruofei didn't try to break through the bottleneck on purpose. He just used his heart technique normally. According to the description of the Great Tao Arts, the three bottlenecks of the third, sixth, and ninth levels of the qi refining stage were relatively large. They were equivalent to a small qualitative change. However, Xia Ruofei still managed to break through the bottleneck of the third level without realizing it. In a short period of time, Xia Ruofei went from a newbie with zero foundation to the fourth level of the qi refining stage. Xia Ruofei was already numb to this. At this time, there was still about a quarter of the innate pure yang qi left in his dantian. Xia Ruofei continued to use his heart technique. After entering the fourth level of the qi refining stage, Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed gradually slowed down. The qi cyclone in his dantian was now the size of a date. The qi cyclone, formed by the innate pure yang qi, was spinning rapidly. Wisps of pure yang qi were released and absorbed by Xia Ruofei's meridians. After an unknown period of time, Xia Ruofei felt that there was no more innate pure yang qi left in his body. He had absorbed all of it. At this time, if he used his cultivation method, he would be absorbing the spiritual qi in the space. Xia Ruofei stopped at the right time. Jia's cultivation speed today was too fast. It was so fast that he felt a little scared. He knew that going too far was as bad as not enough. If one's realm was not stable enough, and one's foundation was not solid enough, no matter what one did, it would not be long-term. He believed that cultivation was the same. Xia Ruofei slowly stopped his heart technique. He felt the surging genuine qi in his body, opened his eyes, and stood up. Xia Ruofei felt that his body was filled with energy. He even had the illusion that he could block a truck that was coming at him at high speed with one hand. Xia Qing, who was guarding Xia Ruofei from afar, saw this and quickly walked over. Master, how did your first training feel? Xia Qing asked. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said, I can't say for sure. Isn't this speed a little too fast? I'm already at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Xia Qing couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment, but then she said in relief, Master, it must be because the purity of the innate pure yang qi in your body is very high. And it's relatively easy to break through the first few levels of the qi cultivation stage. That's why you were able to cultivate to this realm in one go. Will it cause instability in the realm? Xia Ruofei asked, worried. Don't worry, Master, Xia Qing said with a smile. You've already laid down a very good foundation by taking the spirit bearing soup, body tempering soup, and tempering your spiritual power. Moreover, during the transformation process, the innate pure yang qi will also nourish and strengthen your meridians. In the first 3 levels of the qi cultivation stage, you completely relied on the innate pure yang qi to break through, so not only is your foundation not unstable, it's also much more stable than the average cultivator. Then I'm relieved. Xia Ruofei also heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Qing continued, but I still suggest that you temporarily control the progress of your cultivation. After all, you've just started cultivating. If your cultivation speed is too fast, I'm afraid that your state of mind won't be able to keep up, and it's easy for heart demons to appear. Xia Ruofei nodded. Okay. I will stabilize my cultivation at Qi Disciple level 4. At the same time, I will use this time to learn more about the other legacy books in the Human Jade Talisman. Yes, that knowledge is very useful to cultivators. Xia Qing said, by the way, Master, there's one more thing I must remind you of. When you cultivate, your demand for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very large. If you often cultivate in the spirit map world, it will inevitably cause a loss of spiritual energy. Although the spirit map world has a certain self-repairing function, and the spiritual energy will also be slowly replenished from the outside world, if the loss is too much, it will still hurt the foundation of the spirit map world. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, if that's the case, it's going to be a little troublesome. The spiritual energy in the outside world is very poor, and cultivation will be very slow. Xia Qing said, Master, it's not that you can't cultivate in the spirit map world at all. It's just that you need to control the time. The spirit map world also needs a process to absorb spiritual energy and recover. In addition, you can prepare as many jade stones as possible. It's best to find a few more boundary stones. After the spirit map world has evolved, you can cultivate for a longer time. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I know. Xia Qing, I'll leave it to you to plan my cultivation time in the spirit map space in the future. You must ensure that the spirit map space itself is not damaged. All right. Xia Qing said, Master, I suggest that you read more of the inherited ancient books. In the human jade talisman, especially in the area of using mental energy. Now that you are at the fourth level of Qi refining, you should be able to draw the spirit-gathering talisman with the true Qi in your body and the use of mental energy after a certain amount of practice. In this way, you can also cultivate through the spirit-gathering talisman even in the outside world. Alright, Xia Ruofei said. Xia Ruofei was very interested in the knowledge in the ancient books. To him, it was as if a whole new world was slowly being unveiled. Everything was so fresh. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to study the books. He said, Xia Qing, the last time you suggested for me to take Tang Haoren as a disciple, I have already discussed it with his parents and also obtained his consent. Tomorrow, Haoren will officially become my master, but I don't seem to be ready to be a master yet. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. He was a newbie in cultivation and had no experience at all. How could he teach his disciples? Xia Qing smiled and said, Is master worried about the matter of teaching cultivation techniques? In fact, there's no need to worry about it at all. This child is just at the time to build his foundation. According to my speculation, this child should have a pure yang constitution. So you only need to choose a pure yang attribute cultivation method to teach him, and then leave a small part of innate pure yang qi for him. I believe that his cultivation speed will be very fast. He's too young. I don't know if he'll be able to learn it, Xia Ruofei said. Xia Qing smiled and said, If he has a pure yang body, then cultivating a pure yang attribute cultivation technique will definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Master, you can use your true qi to circulate a few times in his body according to the cultivation technique's route, and just remind him to remember it. I believe that with Master's control of mental energy, it should be very easy to do so. That's a good idea. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up. To be on the safe side, Master can bring him into the spirit map space tomorrow, Xia Qing said. I'll check and confirm for him. As long as he has a pure yang body, this method will definitely be effective. Xia Ruofei hesitated and said, Bring the child into the spirit map space? This is a little inappropriate. The spirit map space was his biggest secret. He couldn't reveal it even to the people closest to him, not to mention that Tang Haoren was still a child. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't accidentally reveal it, and there would be endless trouble if that happened. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, since we're going to bring him into the spirit map world, we can't bring him in his conscious state. You just need to check the ancient books related to spiritual power. With your spiritual powers realm, it's easy to learn a few tricks to hypnotize people. Xia Ruofei finally understood and said, with a bitter smile, it seems that I still know too little about cultivation. I've decided to focus on studying those books and scriptures. You can remind me when it's almost dawn in the outside world. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. The time in the Archean realm flowed 30 times faster than the outside world. In theory, one night in the outside world was equivalent to more than 10 days in the Archean realm. Alright, Xia Qing said, Master, then I won't disturb your cultivation and study. Xia Ruofei nodded, and then thought of something. He stopped Xia Qing, who was about to leave, and asked, I'm going to officially take Haoren as my disciple tomorrow. I have to prepare a gift for him. Do you have any good suggestions? Xia Qing said without hesitation, the best gift would naturally be the protective jade talisman that you made yourself, Master. A protective jade talisman? Xia Ruofei asked, frowning. Master, have you forgotten? The human jade talisman's unlocking rune has another function, which is to be used as an amulet rune. Xia Qing said with a smile, as long as you carve the runes on a jade of good quality and inject true qi into it, it can be guaranteed that it will not lose its effect for at least 1 or 2 years. But I can only barely use my mind power to construct runes. Xia Ruofei said, I think it'll be difficult to carve the runes on the jade since I have 10 days left. Xia Qing smiled. It might have been difficult in the past, but master, you're now a 4th stage qi refining cultivator. Using true energy to complement your mental power, I think you should be able to do it after a few more practices. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, then I'll have to practice first. If I really can't do it, I'll have to choose other gifts. By the way, do you have any jade in the space? Without the jade, Xia Ruofei would not have been able to come out in the middle of the night in Australia. There's still a dozen jade stones left after I set up a spirit gathering array for the spirit heart tree. Xia Qing nodded and said, I can bring them to you at any time if you want to use them, master. Xia Ruofei said, I'll practice using my spiritual power to construct runes first. When I'm more familiar with it, I'll try again with the jade. Yes, master, Xia Qing said, if you need anything, just tell me. Xia Ruofei nodded and indicated for Xia Qing to go to the mountain sea realm to do her work. He then went to the spirit pond and laid down on a chair. He closed his eyes and began to read the ancient books in his mind. In fact, this information had already been imprinted in his mind, but he still needed a process of digestion and absorption, especially when it involved the use of spiritual power and medical skills. Understanding the theory was one thing, and putting it into practice was another. These were not things that could be achieved overnight. For the next few days, during the time of the primal realm, Xia Ruofei stayed in the spirit map space. In the first few days, Xia Ruofei had spent most of his time digesting the knowledge in the books. He was very interested in the strange yet magical cultivation knowledge and illusions. He did not even have the mood to absorb and understand the vast knowledge of Chinese medicine in them. After studying these books, Xia Ruofei realized that even cultivation was divided into different systems. Someone like him, who started by refining essence into qi, belonged to the cultivation system. There were also people who specialized in spiritual power and ancient martial arts. Spiritual power and ancient martial arts were also divided into realms. For example, ancient martial arts cultivators were divided into yellow, rank, mystic, rank, earth, rank, heaven, rank, and above them were sentience, rank. Every realm of ancient martial arts was divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. The early, middle, and late stages of a yellow rank martial artist were equivalent to Qi disciple level 1, 2, and 3 respectively. If a practitioner of ancient martial arts could reach the sentience realm, they would be comparable to a cultivator at level 10 of the Qi refining stage. Xia Ruofei was now at Qi cultivation stage level 4, which was almost the same as a mystic early phase. When he was learning this part, Xia Ruofei felt that the title Mystic Class Warrior sounded familiar. He carefully thought for a long time before he suddenly remembered something. Back then, the evil young master Liang Haiming had coveted Ling Qingshua's beauty and had been so bold as to send his subordinate, Black Panther, to kidnap Ling Qingxue. At that time, Xia Ruofei was just about to go on a date with Ling Qingxue and had witnessed the scene of Ling Qingxue being kidnapped in the car. Then, Xia Ruofei drove his car and chased after Heibao's car. Finally, he stopped Heibao's car. In a fit of rage, Xia Ruofei killed for the first time after his retirement. After defeating Heibao, he stuffed all the people involved in the kidnapping into his car and created the scene of them driving drunk and falling off a cliff. Later on, Xia Ruofei even used the hornet that he kept in the medium to send young Master Liang to the end of his life. When Xia Ruofei saw the words mystic class warrior, he finally remembered the desperate roar of Heibao, who was on par with him at that time. My master is a black level master, he won't let you go. At that time, Xia Ruofei was filled with hatred and only wanted to go back and kill Liang Haiming. He did not take these words to heart. Now, Xia Ruofei realized that Heibao's master must be a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Heibao must have been a practitioner of ancient martial arts as well, which was why he was so powerful. Although there was no comparison, Xia Ruofei felt that Heibao's strength had reached a higher level. As for which level of the golden class, he had no idea. Xia Ruofei could not help but frown. He didn't expect practitioners to still exist on Earth, and he'd made an enemy of a mystic without even realizing it. However, he soon felt relieved. It had been a long time since that incident, and there was no response from the Liang family in Beijing. This meant that it had been done flawlessly, and there was no beginning or end to it. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Heibao's master found out that his disciple's death was strange and eventually traced it back to him, he would only be a mystic class martial artist. Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was already equivalent to a mystic early phase martial artist, and his strength was far beyond that. He had never stopped practicing the movements of the little golden men, so his body's strength was definitely far beyond that of cultivators of the same level. Not to mention that his mental strength was also very strong, and he also had a great killing weapon like the spirit map space. Just the inheritance in the human jade talisman was beyond the imagination of the people in the cultivation desert outside, which was barren of spiritual qi. With the combination of genuine qi and mental energy, Xia Ruofei had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Even if Heibao's master was a mystic late-phase master, Xia Ruofei wouldn't be afraid. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not think about it anymore and continued to swim in the ocean of books, greedily absorbing the nutrients like a sponge. Xia Ruofei stayed in the spirit map space for more than 10 days. For the first 7 or 8 days, he had been immersed in studying a large number of ancient books. The contents of these ancient books had all been imprinted in his mind, so his learning speed was quite fast. When he was hungry, he would eat some bread. When he was thirsty, he would drink the water from the spiritual pond. When he felt sleepy, he would take a nap on the recliner. In fact, after Xia Ruofei entered Qi Disciple Level 4, it was not a problem for him to not eat or sleep for a few days. It was mostly due to his biological clock that he had cultivated in the past. Xia Ruofei also specifically learned about spiritual power. It turned out that in the system of cultivators, there were also people who specialized in mental power. The levels of mental power were divided into spiritual movement, spiritual palpitations, spiritual yin, and spiritual void. Each level was also divided into early, middle, and late stages, which corresponded to warriors of the yellow, black, earth, and heaven ranks, and cultivators of the Qi cultivation stage. From level 1 to level 10. Ever since Xia Ruofei had obtained the spirit map space, his spiritual power had been constantly being tempered. Especially after he started to drink the spirit nourishment soup regularly, his spiritual power had improved by leaps and bounds. He compared it with the standards in the ancient records and was surprised to find that his mental power had already reached the late stage of the spirit palpitations realm. This meant that he was equivalent to a Qi disciple level 6 or a mystic late phase. This had already surpassed his cultivation system by 2 realms. Of course, Xia Ruofei also clearly realized that his spiritual power was only an accumulation of quantity. In terms of application, it was still quite rough. After all, he had not systematically learned it before and had to explore it by himself. It was like a child getting a powerful submachine gun, but the safety couldn't be unlocked. The submachine gun in the hands of a child was no different from a fire stick. Fortunately, there were many ancient books and records about mental strength. Xia Ruofei's shortcoming had been fixed. In the past few days, he had a systematic understanding of the spiritual force system. At the same time, he had also learned a few small tricks on the use of spiritual force, mainly related to hypnosis. Just as Xia Qing had said, these small techniques tested one's ability to control one's spiritual power. Xia Ruofei just didn't know the method before, but now that he had found the right way, he learned it quite quickly. In the last few days, Xia Ruofei mainly practiced the human-shaped jade talisman's unlocking runes. After mastering some techniques of using spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's efficiency in practice was much higher than before, and his proficiency was constantly improving. To readers, our content is stolen, please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us now. His success rate in constructing the rune with his power of the will was very high. At most, there would be a small flaw in 1 or 2 out of 10 times. Hence, Xia Ruofei asked Xia Qing to bring over the dozens of pieces of jade that he had kept in the space. He began to try to carve runes on the jade. The gift for Tanghaoren naturally needed to be sculpted. Xia Ruofei took out a military dagger. After infusing it with genuine qi, the dagger became like a treasure knife that could cut iron as if it was mud. It cut jade as easily as cutting tofu. Xia Ruofei focused all his attention. This piece of jade that he had specially picked out with the best color flew in his hand. After a while, a leaf-shaped jade token appeared in his hand. Xia Ruofei had consumed so many petals of the spirit heart flower and cultivated the great Tao arts. His spiritual power had even reached the late stage of the spirit heart realm. Hence, even though it was his first time carving a jade, the effect was pretty good. The shape of this leaf seemed to be completely natural. The green jade leaf was vivid and full of a natural charm. It even gave people the illusion that this was a real leaf. The shape of the leaf was also based on the leaves of the spirit heart tree. It seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, which could slightly attract people's minds. This was Xia Ruofei's first time carving a piece of jade, but it was stunning. If it was taken out, even the works of some famous jade masters would pale in comparison to it. After all, not many people could integrate artistic conception into jade works. Even if there were, their realm was much lower than Xia Ruofei's, compared to the works of the so-called masters. Xia Ruofei's jade leaf was more than 1 level higher. After the jade leaf was carved, Xia Ruofei put it aside. After all, it took a lot of effort to make this jade leaf. Xia Ruofei would definitely not carve it without confidence. There were still more than 10 pieces of jade left, so Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to practice. Xia Ruofei picked up a piece of jade. Then, he took a deep breath and quickly drew on the surface of the jade with his finger. From the surface, the jade didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already penetrated into the jade and left marks in the shape of runes. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's genuine qi entered the jade and followed the mark left by his spiritual power, leaving a tiny trace that was invisible to the naked eye. This was the internal trajectory of the runes. This method of using spiritual power to lead the way and pouring true qi into the painting was something that Xia Ruofei had only mastered after studying the ancient books. Without the knowledge in the ancient books, even if Xia Ruofei had practiced this rune to the point of being extremely familiar with it, it would be extremely difficult to leave a mark on the jade. Xia Ruofei's rapidly moving fingers suddenly stopped, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. A crack had appeared on the surface of the jade. Although this method of drawing runes had obvious effects, it was much more difficult to control. After all, the process of constructing runes was a complicated one. During this process, Xia Ruofei had to control both his mental energy and his genuine qi. Although the true qi only needed to follow the mark left by the mental power to carve, the strength of the true qi was slightly different, which could lead to failure. Xia Ruofei did not control the strength of his genuine qi, which caused the jade to crack. If one were to look at it with a magnifying glass, one would be able to see that there were many fine cracks inside the jade, and these cracks gradually extended to the surface. This piece of jade was basically useless. However, Xia Ruofei was not discouraged. It was his first time trying this method. He was lucky to succeed on his first try. It was normal to fail. Xia Ruofei took a short break and picked up the second piece of jade to carve. As time passed, there were 6 to 7 pieces of jade that had cracks on them. But at the same time, he also placed 3 successfully carved jade materials on the other side. And these 3 pieces were concentrated in the later few times. In other words, Xia Ruofei's success rate in drawing this amulet had greatly increased. In addition to the one in his hand, Xia Ruofei still had 4 pieces of jade to practice with. Xia Ruofei quickly finished the carving on the one in his hand. It was still a success. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not plan to use the remaining 3 pieces of jade. If he failed to carve the runes on the jade leaf, he still had 3 spare raw materials. He rested for a while and adjusted his mental power and physical condition. Then, he took the carved jade leaf and began to carve the runes. Xia Ruofei was prepared to fail. After all, his success rate was only 50 to 50. However, to his surprise, the drawing went quite smoothly. Perhaps it was because the leaf was made of the best jade, or perhaps Xia Ruofei had adjusted his condition better. In short, the whole process was smooth and the rune was drawn easily. Xia Ruofei poured a wisp of genuine qi into the rune and used his spiritual power to check it. He found that the rune was flawless and the genuine qi was flowing inside it. It was smooth. After 7 or 8 days of force feeding, Xia Ruofei was no longer the rookie cultivator he was before. He clearly understood that although this small jade leaf seemed to be a relatively expensive jade item, once the wearer encountered danger, it could erupt with an enormous defensive energy. It was no exaggeration to say that this protective jade talisman could even block a few bullets. This was like a second life. Xia Ruofei found a red string to tie the jade leaf and put it away. There were also 4 jade tablets that were successfully engraved. Although the material was slightly worse than the jade leaf, and the Appearance was not much different, the protective effect was almost the same. Although Xia Ruofei had already reached the fourth level of the qi refining stage, he did not know how strong his body's defense was. After all, the person who wrote the cultivation classics could not predict the appearance of powerful firearms in the future. There was definitely no description in this aspect. Hence, in line with the principle of not wasting, Xia Ruofei also hung one of the jade tokens on himself. Although there was almost no one who could hurt him now, it was better to be safe than sorry. As for the remaining 3 jade tokens, Xia Ruofei kept them in the medium. Now that he had the ability to inscribe protective jade talismans, he would naturally want to prepare some for his family and friends, such as Ling Qingxue, Lin Qiao, and Hu Zi's mother. However, Xia Ruofei was prepared to look for better quality jade and carve it carefully before carving the runes. These 3 jade plates, which did not look good, could be used as backup. Xia Ruofei had just settled the matter of the meeting gift when Xia Qing arrived at the Archean realm. He said respectfully, "Master, it's about 7 o'clock in the morning in the outside world. You should go back to the outside world." "Okay." Xia Ruofei nodded. He stretched his back lazily. He felt like he had been in a dream for the past 10 days in the Archean realm. In terms of the time outside, he had entered the interspace at around 9 p.m., which meant that less than 10 hours had passed. However, Xia Ruofei had already undergone a complete transformation. Xia Ruofei did not leave immediately. Instead, he went to the spiritual pond and got a basin of water to wash his face. Then, he took out a razor and tidied up his appearance. He even used his military dagger to trim his hair. After all, he had spent more than 10 days in the space. If he went out just like that, it would be hard to explain how his hair had grown so much in one night and how his beard was unkempt. Xia Ruofei was very cautious about any details that might reveal the secret of space. After settling his personal issues, Xia Ruofei left the medium and kept the painting. He didn't have time to take a shower last night, and he had been in the interspace for more than 10 days. His body was almost rotten, so he couldn't wait to rush into the bathroom and take a shower as soon as he came out. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Xia Ruofei looked at his watch. It was around 7:30 in the morning. So he opened the door and walked out. When Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Lin Qiao had already woken up and was stretching at the entrance of the farmhouse, facing the clear, artificial lake. One had to admit that the environment of Paradise Farm was really great, especially with the artificial lake at the entrance of the farm villa and the endless green grassland in the distance. It was really refreshing to look out in the morning. "Brother Ruofei, you're such a lazy worm. You actually woke up so late." Lin Qiao laughed. Lin Qiao didn't know that Xia Ruofei had been in the boundless space for more than 10 days and didn't sleep. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and chuckled. "I've never seen you wake up so early in the country. You can't be jet lag, right?" Lin Qiao said disdainfully. "Brother Ruofei, can you have some common sense? Australia was 2 hours ahead of China, but it was only 5 o'clock in China. I should have slept later if I hadn't gotten over the jet lag." "You're finding excuses for your own laziness," Xia Ruofei laughed. Okay. You're the most hardworking. But only when you have fun." Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "I'm too lazy to bother with you." Liang Qichao prepared a sumptuous breakfast for everyone. Not long after the 3 of them finished their breakfast in the farmhouse, Tang Etienne's family arrived at Paradise Farm. "Mr. Xia, how could I trouble you to personally welcome me?" Tang Etienne quickly said when he saw Xia Ruofei waiting at the entrance of the farm. Xia Ruofei smiled. "You're the guests. It's only right." When Tang Haoren saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately called out, "Brother Roof, master, good morning." Xia Ruofei laughed and touched Tang Haoren's head. "After you formally acknowledge me as your master today, remember to change the way you address me." "I got it, master," Tang Haoren called out obediently. "N. Xia." Ruofei smiled and nodded. Jennifer also got out of the car from the other side. She was holding an album with an old-looking exterior with her own autograph on it. Jennifer handed the album to Lin Xiao with a smile and said, "Lin, this is the gift I promised to give you. I hope you like it." To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J to support us. Jennifer's echo. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. She took the album and held it with both hands. "I'm so happy," she said. "Jennifer, thank you." Jennifer smiled and said, "Your brother saved Haoren's life. Now, he's willing to be Haoren's teacher." "No, master. Compared to these, my gift is not even worth mentioning." "That's not the same. He's him and I'm me." Lin Xiao said, "Anyway, this is the most precious gift I've ever received. When I go back, my classmates will be so envious. Do you want to ask Jennifer for some autographs to give to your classmates?" Xia Ruofei teased. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "That's a good suggestion. Jennifer, remember to sign a few more for me later." Jennifer chuckled and nodded. "No problem. It's no trouble at all, Jennifer. I've realized that you like to use idioms more than the Chinese," Xia Ruofei said, scratching his head. Everyone burst into laughter. The group walked into the farm villa. Xia Ruofei sat down on the sofa and asked seriously, "Mr. Tang, Ms. Jennifer, are you sure you've thought it through and are willing to let Haoren be my apprentice?" "Of course, this is Haoren's good fortune," Tang Etienne said without hesitation. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "All right then. Haoren, come and be my disciple. I'll officially take you in as my disciple today." Tang Etienne quickly pulled Tang Haoren's hand. Tang Haoren must have been taught by Tang Etienne before they came. The little guy immediately knelt down in front of Xia Ruofei and kowed out 3 times. He shouted, "Master." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but show a gratified expression. Although kneeling was no longer encouraged, he had accepted Tang Haoren as his disciple and was going to teach him cultivation techniques. Thus, everything was in accordance with the rules and he accepted this big bow very calmly. Although Jennifer felt that it was a little strange, she was not in the mood to kneel down and pay her respects. However, after she married Tang Etienne, all the major matters in the family were decided by Tang Etienne, so she did not say anything. Instead, she showed a trace of a fresh look. "Get up," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Haoren, pour tea for your master," Tang Etienne ordered. He didn't know how an expert like Xia Ruofei would take in a disciple, so everything was done according to the old etiquette passed down by the Yixing society. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "No need, no need. 3 kowtows is enough. I'm not that particular." Then, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Haoren, come here." Tang Haoren came to Xia Ruofei's side obediently. Xia Ruofei stared into his eyes and said seriously, "Today, I'll officially accept you as municipal. There aren't many rules in my sect, but there's one very important one, and that is that after you've learned something, you can't bully the weak, you can't ignore the rules and do whatever you want, you must always have a sense of justice. Do you understand? If one day I find out that you're using the skills I taught you to do evil, I'll definitely cripple you with my own hands." Xia Ruofei's words were harsh and carried a trace of spiritual power. Tang Haoren's heart trembled when he heard this. He quickly said, "Master, I'll remember this." Xia Ruofei had considered the fact that Tang Haoren was still young and his mind was not mature yet. On the other hand, a cultivator's power was far beyond that of the secular world. If he was not educated from a young age, he would grow up to be an arrogant and overbearing person. That would really be a disaster for society. That was why he did not hesitate to use his spiritual power to engrave a mark of rules in Tang Haoren's heart. He wanted Tang Haoren to know respect and justice from a young age. Tang Etienne listened from the side and couldn't help but secretly nod. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a trace of gratitude. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, the serious look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a kind smile. He took out the jade leaf that he had prepared in the spirit map space and carved protective runes on it. He said with a smile, "Haoren, this is a gift from Master to you. Take it." "Mr. Xia," Tang Etienne said hurriedly, "we should be the ones giving you the acknowledgement gift. How can we let you spend so much money?" As a rich man, Tang Etienne naturally had a good eye. He could tell at a glance that although the quality of the jade leaf could only be said to be average, the carving was definitely the work of a natural master. It could be said that the value of this jade leaf was very high. Tang Haoren was about to reach out to take it, but after hearing his father's words, he hesitated and retracted his hand. Xia Ruofei smiled and put the jade leaf into Tang Haoren's hand. Then he said to Tang Etienne, "This is a meeting gift for my disciple, not for you, Master." "My father doesn't allow me to accept it." Tang Haoren hesitated. Xia Ruofei deliberately darkened his face and pretended to be angry. "Haoren, it's only your first day as a disciple and you dare to disobey Master? Haoren, since it's a gift from your master, you should accept it." Tang Etienne said quickly. Tang Haoren nodded happily and said to Xia Ruofei, "Thank you, Master." Xia Ruofei also liked this talented disciple. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. Haoren, give me your hand." Although Tang Haoren did not know Xia Ruofei's intention, he still obediently stretched out his left hand while his right hand held the jade leaf tightly. Xia Ruofei flipped his hand and a silver needle for acupuncture appeared in his hand. He quickly extended his hand and immediately retracted it. Tang Haoren felt a sharp pain in his finger. Then, he realized that his master had used a needle to prick his finger. It was naturally very painful to have 10 fingers connected to the heart, but he still gritted his teeth very bravely and did not cry out in pain. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with approval. "Hurry up and take out the jade leaf." Tang Haoren subconsciously stretched out his right hand and showed the jade leaf. Xia Ruofei gently wiped the blood on Tang Haoren's pierced finger. He did not touch Tang Haoren's finger, but a drop of blood was squeezed out of thin air. It flew directly towards the jade leaf on Tang Haoren's right palm. The blood dripped onto the surface of the jade leaf and quickly seeped in, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Jennifer's eyes widened in surprise. when she saw the scene that went against the laws of nature. Tang Etienne, who had witnessed Xia Ruofei's magical means, had a fiery look in his eyes. At the same time, he also realized that this jade leaf was not as simple as a high-quality carving. As expected, Xia Ruofei continued, "Mr. Tang, this jade leaf must be worn by Haren at all times. You must never take it off at any time. You must remember this." "Yes." Tang Etienne quickly replied with a serious face. "Please rest assured, Mr. Xia." After saying that, Tang Etienne personally hung the jade leaf on Tang Haren's neck, and then gave him a few words of advice. Tang Haren had always been a well-behaved child. Now that his master and father had given him such a serious instruction, he took it to heart and nodded heavily to indicate that he would always wear it. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, "Mr. Tang, Jennifer, please sit on the first floor for a while. I'll take Haren upstairs to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in his body. In addition, I'm going to teach him some basic things. It's not convenient to let too many people know about these things, so please understand." "I understand," Tang Etienne quickly said. He understood. Magic can't be passed on to 6 ears. This is what I should do. Xia Ruofei nodded and waved at Tang Haren. "Haren, come with me." With that, Xia Ruofei strode towards the stairs. Tang Haren was also very interested in what Xia Ruofei was going to teach him. Although he was young, he had been influenced by his father since he was young. He had heard many of the Yixing Society's glorious past, so he always had a dream of being a knight. Now that he had acknowledged Xia Ruofei as his master, the big dream in Tang Haren's small heart began to stir. Without another word, he quickly followed Xia Ruofei. When they arrived at the room, Xia Ruofei locked the door and windows. Then, he smiled at Tang Haren. "Haren, sit down first. Master will help you completely destroy the flaming monster in your body." "Yes, Master," Tang Haren said obediently. Then, he sat down on the carpet with his legs crossed. He had already received Xia Ruofei's treatment on the plane. He was smart enough to sit properly without Xia Ruofei's teaching. Xia Ruofei went behind Tang Haren and sat down cross-legged. Then, she placed her palm on his sinew acupoint. Her mental power seeped out of her body and entered his body through the sinew acupoint. There was not much innate pure yang qi left in Tang Haren's body, so it was easy for Xia Ruofei to deal with it. He wrapped the innate pure yang qi with his psyche and brought it to his heart through his meridians. He then absorbed it into his body through his palm. Xia Ruofei was focused on absorbing Tang Haren's innate pure yang qi, so he did not cultivate it directly. Instead, he used a technique to temporarily suppress the innate pure yang qi in his dantian. The innate pure yang qi in Tang Haren's body was decreasing bit by bit, and his face gradually revealed a relaxed expression. Although Tang Haren was not clear about the situation in his body, he could feel that his body seemed to be getting lighter as the time bomb, like innate pure yang qi, which contained a huge amount of energy, continued to decrease. In the end, Xia Ruofei stopped absorbing after leaving behind about 1/10 of the innate pure yang qi that Tang Haren originally had. Xia Ruofei stood up with a smile and said, "Haren, Master has eliminated most of the flaming monsters, but he still left a little bit. Do you know why?" "Why?" Tang Haren asked in confusion. Xia Ruofei said seriously, "That's because a man should rely on his own strength to solve problems. The flaming monster in your body was too strong. You couldn't defeat it with your own strength. But now, I have left a small point for you. I hope that you can defeat them on your own. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, Haren, you've grown up. You have to learn how to solve problems by yourself. I'll teach you some powerful skills and let you deal with those flaming monsters by yourself. Do you have the confidence to defeat them? When Tang Haren heard Xia Ruofei say that there was still a small part of the flaming monster in his body, he was in a difficult position and his face was bitter. However, Xia Ruofei's next words gave him confidence again. He puffed out his chest and said, I'm confident. To readers, our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link /39HPCN6J2. Support us. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haren's head approvingly and said, That's right, this is how a man should be. Xia Ruofei did not simply tell Tang Haren that leaving a little innate pure yang qi in his body was for his cultivation. Instead, he used this method of encouragement to achieve a better effect. After all, Tang Haren was still young, and he did not have much concept of cultivation. He might not be able to understand the benefits of the innate pure yang qi. Haren, look into my eyes, Xia Ruofei said seriously. Tang Haren didn't know what his master's instructions meant, but he still looked up subconsciously and looked into Xia Ruofei's eyes. At this moment, Xia Ruofei activated his spiritual power skill. Tang Haren felt that Xia Ruofei's eyes were like two bottomless pools. They became extremely deep. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and tilted his body. Xia Ruofei stepped forward and held Tang Haren's body. This was the first time he had used his spiritual power to hypnotize someone, but his spiritual power had already reached the late stage of spirit palpitations. Such a simple technique was still very powerful. Tang Haren fell into a deep sleep without any resistance. At this time, even if someone set off firecrackers next to him, it would be impossible to wake him up. Xia Ruofei summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm. Then, with a thought, he brought Tang Haren into the spirit map space and entered the primal realm. Xia Ruofei felt weird for the first time when he returned to the familiar spiritual qi-rich space. This wasn't the first time he had sent someone into the space. Last time, Liang Haiming had sent Heibao to kidnap Ling Qingxue. Xia Ruofei wanted to kill Heibao and the others, so he had put the unconscious Ling Qingxue and the pickup truck into the medium. However, this was Xia Ruofei's first time bringing someone into the medium. Xia Qing wasn't at the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei called out to him with his mind, and he immediately returned to the Archean realm from the Mountain Sea realm. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was hugging Tang Haren, who was fast asleep, Xia Qing asked, Master, is this your new disciple? Xia Ruofei nodded and said, You should confirm his physique first. Yes, Master. Xia Qing took Tang Haren from Xia Ruofei's hands and laid him flat on Xia Ruofei's recliner. Then, she began to examine him. After a while, Xia Qing revealed a trace of joy. She raised her head and said, Congratulations, Master, your disciple does indeed have an innate pure yang body, and his cultivation talent is very good. If he were to cultivate a pure yang attribute cultivation technique, his speed should be very fast. Xia Ruofei brought Tang Haren into the medium mainly to confirm that he had a strong constitution. After all, in terms of cultivation experience, Xia Qing had her own database and was much stronger than him. After hearing Xia Qing's judgment, Xia Ruofei was also very happy. All right, he said with a smile. Then I'll pick A pure yang cultivation method suitable for building a foundation, and teach it to Haoran. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, I suggest you choose the fierce yang scripture. This cultivation technique is simply tailor-made for people with pure yang attributes. Especially for your disciple who has an innate pure yang body, it is the most suitable for him. To cultivate this cultivation technique. Xia Ruofei naturally trusted Xia Qing's judgment, so he said without hesitation, then let's go with the fierce yang scripture. Xia Qing looked at the sleeping Tang Haoran and said, this child is really lucky to have a master like master, and a cultivation method like the fierce yang scripture that is extremely compatible with his physique. His achievements in the future will be limitless. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, that depends on whether I'm qualified as your master. To be honest, I don't feel confident at all. After all, it's my first time teaching a disciple. And I'm teaching him how to cultivate. Xia Ruofei had been a squad leader for 5 to 6 years. And had even been an acting platoon leader. He had led at least 100 soldiers before, but leading soldiers and teaching disciples were two different things. He was not very confident now. Xia Qing consoled him. Master, just teach him. According to the method I mentioned before. I believe that with this child's talent, he should be able to master the first level of the fierce yang scripture very soon. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. You can go back to your work. I need to familiarize myself with the incantation of the fierce yang scripture. All right, Master. I won't disturb you any longer. After Xia Qing said that, she quietly left the Archean realm. Xia Ruofei quickly found the mental cultivation method of the Blazing Sun Sutra in his mind. As the information was not purely written, it also contained the sequence of the meridian circulation, the flow of genuine qi, and even some cultivation insights. All of this information was completely engraved in his mind, so he quickly understood the Blazing Sun Sutra. Of course, it was one thing to learn it. It did not mean that Xia Ruofei had to practice this technique. However, it was more than enough to teach Tang Haoran. Xia Ruofei carried Tang Haoran and left the spirit map space. After he returned to his room, he casually put the spirit map scroll into his palm, and then released a stream of mental power to gently stimulate Tang Haoran. Tang Haoran immediately opened his eyes in a daze. Tang Haoran was a little embarrassed. Master, I don't know what happened just now, but I suddenly feel so sleepy. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I was helping you to clear the flaming monster in your body. Your body's functions have been damaged. That's why you're feeling a little tired. Don't worry. It's normal. Oh, Tang Haoran did not have any doubts. Xia Ruofei asked, how do you feel now? If there's no problem, I'm going to teach you how to cultivate. Tang Haoran immediately perked up. He puffed out his chest and said, I'm feeling great. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, come. Sit down cross-legged. Yes, Master. After Tang Haoran sat down, Xia Ruofei continued to place his palms on his Shinshu point. Then, he carefully released a wisp of mental power and guided a wisp of true qi into Tang Haoran's dantian. Haoran, how do you feel now? Xia Ruofei asked. Master, I feel something warm in my stomach. It's like a wave of heat, Tang Haoran said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that place is called the dantian. The heat is the genuine qi. However, I transferred this into your body. Your first task is to cultivate the genuine qi. Next, I'll teach you the true qi circulation route. You must remember it by heart. Yes, master. Tang Haoren replied solemnly. Next, Xia Ruofei followed the meridian circulation route of the first level of the Sun scripture and used his spiritual power to guide his true qi to start circulating in Tang Haoren's meridians. Tang Haoren was also concentrating on feeling the true qi flow while memorizing the entire route. Xia Ruofei circulated it more than 10 times and asked, Haoren, do you remember it? Master, it should be fine. Tang Haoren said without much confidence. Hence, Xia Ruofei retracted his qi, stood up, and turned on his computer. He downloaded a map of the human meridians and acupuncture points and printed it out. Then, he took the map and pen and handed them to Tang Haoren. Try to mark out the route of the circulation of true qi for me. Yes, master. After Tang Haoren took the pen, he looked at the meridian and acupuncture point distribution map and thought for a while. He accurately found the position of the dantian and then began to connect the lines. The first level of the cultivation method would pass through 3 main meridians in the human body and involve more than 40 acupuncture points. Tang Haoren spent more than 10 minutes and hesitated a few times during the process before he finally completed it. He handed the qi circulation route to Xia Ruofei without confidence and said, Master, I've finished. Xia Ruofei took a look and realized that there were no mistakes. He felt even more relieved. It seemed that Xia Qing was right. Tang Haoren's cultivation talent was indeed very good. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that a 6 or 7-year-old child could remember the true energy circulation route in such a short time. Moreover, he could remember the names of those acupuncture points without any error even when he didn't understand or even recognize the words. Xia Ruofei nodded approvingly. Haoren, well done. Everything is correct. Tang Haoren was so happy that he beamed with joy, just like a child who was praised by his teacher at school. Xia Ruofei then took the map that Tang Haoren had marked and explained the names of the acupuncture points to him one by one. He even made him remember the words that he did not know. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not go into detail. He only asked Tang Haoren to remember the names of the acupuncture points and the flow of genuine qi. After all, he was still too young and could only recognize a few words. He would not be able to understand things that were too complicated. Tang Haoren followed Xia Ruofei's instructions seriously and memorized the names of the acupuncture points. Then, Xia Ruofei separated another wisp of true qi and demonstrated it a few times in Tang Haoren's meridians along the path of the fierce yang scripture before he retracted his true qi. However, a wisp of his spiritual power still remained in Tang Haoren's body. Xia Ruofei said, Haoren, imagine that there is a ball of genuine qi in your dantian. Then, follow the mental cultivation method I taught you and direct it to move according to the route you just took. Yes, master. Tang Haoren nodded and said. The pure yang qi in Tang Haoren's body had already been concentrated in Xia Ruofei's dantian. Therefore, Tang Haoren followed Xia Ruofei's request and used the mental cultivation method of the fierce yang scripture. The innate pure yang qi in his dantian, which had been suppressed by Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, immediately calmed down and began to rotate counterclockwise, forming a small cyclone. After a while, the innate pure yang qi began to obediently follow Tang Haoren's instructions and entered his meridians. Master, I can feel the heat. Tang Haoren exclaimed. Happily. Stop. Xia Ruofei scolded sternly. Tang Haoren did not know what was going on. He quickly stopped his heart. technique and looked back at Xia Ruofei nervously like a child who had done something wrong. Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to suppress the innate pure yang qi and said seriously, "What did Master say before? When cultivating, one must be completely focused and not be distracted in the slightest, or it would lead to very serious consequences." "What did you do just now?" "I'm sorry, Master," Tang Haoran said guiltily, "I felt the heat just now. I was so happy that I forgot." Xia Ruofei's expression was serious. "This is the first and last time. Otherwise, don't cultivate anymore. You can live a safe and healthy life without cultivating. If you cultivate, you might go into qi deviation. If it's light, he'll be crippled. If it's heavy, he'll lose his life. This isn't a joke." When Xia Ruofei said this, he used a trace of his spiritual power. It carried an unquestionable authority. It made Tang Haoran's heart tremble. These words were deeply engraved in his heart. Tang Haoran did not dare to look Xia Ruofei in the eye. He lowered his head and said, "Master, I'll really remember it. I won't do it again." Xia Ruofei's expression softened. He nodded and said, "Rest for 3 minutes, then continue to cultivate. I hope you won't let me down this time." "Yes." Unconsciously, Xia Ruofei's image in Tang Haoran's heart had changed from an amiable big brother to a strict and even harsh master. Although he still felt very close to Xia Ruofei, there was a hint of respect in this closeness. This was also the effect that Xia Ruofei hoped to achieve. However, Tang Haoran was too weak. Once he had extraordinary power, it was easy for him to go to the extreme if he had a problem with his mind. However, if he had a master that he respected, who would constantly remind and spur him on, the possibility of him going astray would be greatly reduced. The break time passed quickly. Tang Haoran asked carefully, "Master, can I try again?" "Did you remember what I said just now?" Xia Ruofei asked. "I've remembered it all," Tang Haoran said quickly. "Then let's start." Xia Ruofei nodded. Tang Haoran immediately sat down cross-legged and began to practice the mental cultivation method that Xia Ruofei had taught him. The innate pure yang qi in his dantian began to spin slowly again, and then a small wisp of it separated and entered his meridians. A trace of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power remained in Tang Haoran's body to monitor his first cultivation. Once the innate pure yang qi was activated, Tang Haoran felt the heat again. However, this time, he remembered Xia Ruofei's words. He did not have any emotional fluctuations. He guarded his beer and concentrated on circulating the fierce yang scripture. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that the innate pure yang qi in Tang Haoran's meridians was slowly being converted into true qi. At the same time, it was also nourishing and transforming his meridians. Xia Ruofei had already experienced this process when he was cultivating. However, this time as a bystander, Xia Ruofei still had a little understanding of cultivation. Tang Haoran was indeed a cultivation genius with an innate pure yang body. His speed of transforming the innate pure yang qi was only slightly slower than Xia Ruofei's. Time passed by. When the last wisp of innate pure yang qi was absorbed, Tang Haoran's cultivation speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, his body had already cultivated true qi. Xia Ruofei checked and found that Tang Haoran had already entered the first level of the qi refining stage. For ordinary people, it was extremely difficult to step into the threshold of cultivation. However, Tang Haoren had extraordinary talent and the help of the innate pure yang qi, so he easily completed the crucial first step. Tang Haoren also felt that his cultivation speed had slowed down. He stopped cultivating and said, "Master, it seems like the increase in true energy is not as obvious as before." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's because you've already defeated the flaming monster in your body and used it as nutrients for your body. Now that we don't have the flaming monster, we can only rely on the spiritual energy from the outside world to cultivate. Naturally, our cultivation speed has slowed down." "I see," Tang Haoren said, "Master, if I had known earlier, you would have left more flaming monsters for me to deal with." Xia Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head and said, "You still don't quite understand the logic that too much is as bad as not enough, but you have to remember that the surge in strength is not always a good thing. Everything has to be controlled to a certain extent, otherwise your body will not be able to take it." "I got it." Tang Haoren nodded and said, "Haoren, the spiritual qi on earth is barren now. The environment is very bad for cultivators." Xia Ruofei said seriously, "Only the spiritual energy at midnight and Mao-am can barely meet the needs of cultivation." Xia Ruofei paused and continued, "Midnight is from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. You're still growing, so you can't stay up so late at night. You have to make good use of the time to practice every day, which is from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. "Yes, Master." Tang Haoren said, "I'll wake up before 5 every day and persevere in my cultivation." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Cultivate diligently every day. I'll check your cultivation progress regularly. But you can't be too hasty. Every step must be steady. And remember not to be impetuous." Tang Haoren was still so young, so it would not be convenient for Xia Ruofei to bring him along to cultivate. Thus, he had to rely on himself to cultivate for the next few years. That was why he had to give instructions to him patiently. However, according to the normal rate of cultivation, it would take a few months or even a year for Tang Haoren to break through the first stage of the scorching sun scripture. Hence, after Xia Ruofei taught him the mental cultivation method of the first stage, he did not need to guide and supervise him all the time. "I understand, Master," Tang Haoren said obediently. "Also, don't be careless if you have any problems with your cultivation. If you're not sure or feel uncomfortable, call me immediately. This is no joke." Xia Ruofei said seriously. "I'll remember that. Master, don't worry." Tang Haoren nodded his head heavily. Xia Ruofei smiled. "I'm sure you'll remember my words. Let's go and take a shower." "A bath?" Tang Haoren was puzzled. "Master, I took a shower before I left." "Look at your body," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Tang Haoren lowered his head and smelled the stench on his body. His exposed skin was also covered with a thin layer of black oil. These were the impurities discharged from his body after he had stepped into the threshold of cultivation. The innate pure yang qi had transformed his body's meridians, which also produced a lot of impurities. However, Tang Haoren was still young, so there were not many impurities in his body. Otherwise, this layer of filth would be even more obvious. Tang Haoren could not help but exclaim in surprise. His face revealed a trace of embarrassment. Xia Ruofei chuckled and asked, "Can I take a bath on my own? Do you need Master's help?" Tang Haoren quickly straightened his back and said, "No need. Master, I'm now a man who defeated the flaming monster, so of course I'm going. To wash myself, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then go to the bathroom. I'll ask your parents to prepare a set of clean clothes for you. You can't wear this set of clothes anymore, so just throw it away later. Yes, Master. Tang Houran immediately got up and sneaked into the bathroom. Xia Ruofei went downstairs and told Tang Etian and his wife to prepare a clean set of clothes for Tang Houran. When Tang Etian heard that Tang Houran had discharged a lot of impurities from his body during his first cultivation and was taking a shower upstairs, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. He immediately called Tang Hu and asked him to send 2 sets of Tang Houran's clothes over. Jennifer did not know what cultivation was, but when she saw her husband's overjoyed look, she was also very happy and thanked Xia Ruofei repeatedly. Just then, Xia Ruofei heard Tang Houran's exclamation from upstairs. He quickly called Tang Etian and Jennifer and quickly ran upstairs.